which is near Chatsworth Morton, where they were attempting to burn tires earlier this morning. The SAP responded quickly together with security, and we dispersed the crowd.
And in other news, forensic investigator Paul O'Sullivan has urged the Madlanga Commission to determine who created the presentation used by KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner General Mkhwanazi during his July 2025 media briefing. Testifying before the commission, O'Sullivan claimed the presentation was not produced on Mkhwanazi's computer and said it was crucial to establish who was involved in preparing it.
Commissioner, if one looks at the media briefing and if one looks at this presentation, I'm saying the missing information is how that presentation came into being. And if we're talking about a collective, who is that collective? How did we form? How did we come together to make this presentation? That information is not in the public domain.
Lastly, the United States military has reopened a major port in Venezuela to help get aid deliveries into the country following Wednesday's earthquakes. The U.S. Southern Command said the port of La Guerra is now operational, adding that a U.S. warship is delivering critically needed supplies and equipment. The number of people confirmed dead has now passed 1,700. The BBC's Ola Gurin is in the coastal town of Carabaleda, which was badly hit.
There is a real sense of urgency here now. Every minute counts. More paramedics have been rushing in, bringing additional equipment. There have been calls for gloves, lots of gloves, for backboards to help stabilize people before they're carried out. And all around, people are waiting, hoping that somebody will be brought out alive.
Recapping the top story, the Department of Employment and Labour says it's business as usual today, despite planned nationwide protests against undocumented foreign nationals. Headlines at 6:30 for SAfm News. I'm Dino Matau.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm sports headlines. Let's go to the action that we are still talking about. That's the FIFA World Cup action with regards to the Bafana team. And they go under the microscope with Ronwen Williams and Mbekezeli Mbokazi amongst the standout performers. And in rugby, England's Ben Earl says facing the Springboks at Ellis Park is a bucket list moment. Let's find out more at around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. It's a day of planned marches across the country today. Probably a good idea to avoid your major sort of city centre CBD areas from mid-morning through lunchtime until early afternoon. They will be the areas that attract the biggest crowds and the biggest traffic disruption. No major blockages on what you might refer to any major route across the country. It's a quiet start. It will probably be a reasonably quiet day if you're not impacted by any of these march events, because there is a bit of a stay away and some businesses are closed as well. Couple of incidents that we are watching. Durban, bluff-bound on the M7, a truck losing its load just down by the N2 highway. Watch for some delays there. And Cape Town, the N1 out of town closed on the off-ramp to the M5 south at Kubo Interchange. Big truck on its side. You can't come out of Cape Town on the M1 and turn south towards Muizenberg. Yesterday's truck crash still being recovered on the Durban Road on-ramp to the N1 outbound of Belleville, and Chapman's Peak Drive remaining closed to traffic due to adverse weather. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
A very good morning, South Africa. It's 8 after 6 o'clock on Tuesday, the 30th of June. You're listening to the national briefing on SAfm. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. We'll be with you until 9 o'clock as you get ready to step into your day. Of course, the country really somewhat on edge as many anticipate what may unfold during the day. It's a day that the country has been talking about for months now. It's as protest groups march and others declared today the deadline for undocumented foreign nationals to leave South Africa. Now, government has dismissed that deadline as unlawful and insisting that today is a normal working day. But this morning, police and soldiers are on the ground and communities on edge in some instances. The real question is no longer what people have threatened to do. It's about what is actually unfolding across the country. So when we take a look at the latest briefings from Nat Joins, the planning team of the government, the hotspots identified have been mostly in Gauteng, in KwaZulu-Natal, the Western Cape, and parts of the Eastern Cape. This morning, we'll hear from police leadership on the security operation, the presidency on government's response, and speak directly to March and March about what they expect today. We'll also cross live to our reporters wherever the news is breaking. But beyond the events, we'll also ask what this moment says about South Africa's migration debate, the state's authority, and whether tensions will ease or whether they'll deepen following these protests. Of course, you are our eyes and ears across the country today. What are you seeing this morning? Is your community calm? Are taxis running in your area? Are businesses open? These are the questions that we'd love you to answer as the show unfolds. If something is happening where you are, please do tell us. You can call us on the studio line 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your WhatsApp voice notes and text messages 0614 104 107. And the studio line 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial, 086 000 2032. I can't emphasize it enough. You are our eyes and ears across the country this morning as you wake up. Give us a sense of what is unfolding in your area. But the presidency says this is a normal day. Go about your business as usual. Of course, we'll also keep an eye out for those hotspot areas. So that's what will be the focus of our show today. In fact, on that note, before we get into anything else, I want to bring on the line the KZN police spokesperson, Robert Nechunda. Mr. Nechunda, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. He speaks on behalf of the KZN police. So we're seeing overnight just some reports of protests in your province. We know that several parts of KZN have been highlighted as hotspot areas. Good morning.
Good morning to you and to the listeners. Yes, we had several reports of protests, low-scale protests in the areas of Shaka's Head, Mugawawa, Marian Ridge, Keto Ridge, Chesterfield, which police were able to manage. Although in Mugawawa and at the area of Marian Ridge, they were able to loot containers which were owned by foreign nationals who vacated them when they left.
When you say that they were able to loot containers, speak to us about the deployment of the police and how quickly you're able to respond to these protests today.
The police were able to react swiftly. It was a matter of minutes before police arrived at those particular crime scenes, and it was in the dark, so they managed to flee. But our intelligence are on the ground trying to identify those who were there for the purpose of arresting them since the crime has been committed.
What time did this looting take place?
We're talking about between 8 and 9 last night. The other one was between 10 and 11 last night. So police were all over. That's why we were able to react in no time and disperse the crowd.
All right. So as you then step into the day, give us a sense of what you are anticipating in several parts of your province this morning. What are the reports that are coming through to you?
Intelligence informs us that there will be marches across the province, although most of them will be low scale, like there won't be huge crowds. But in Durban, we are expecting a huge march, which those who are organizing them organized, and they called people to come. So we are expecting that the route that was designated for them to use will be packed, and police will deploy accordingly.
So what's your message then to those who are in your province who really want to adhere with what the president said and treat it as just any other day, as a normal working day? What's your message to them today?
The message is that today is not a holiday. It is a normal working day. And like any other day, police will be out there to ensure that those who want to go to work goes to work without any disturbances. There could be traffic disturbances in the city center around 9 o'clock when the marches start. Otherwise, the highways, the byways are open. People are moving about their business. I was driving around the city as well.
So you're not urging people to stay away. You're not urging them to avoid the CBD areas in Durban, the CBD areas in Pietermaritzburg, the CBD areas in Mooi River, as has been highlighted as the hotspot areas in your province.
It is one thing to be labeled as a hotspot, and another thing for police to be able to manage situations, because once you become a hotspot, deployment talks to that as well. So hence we are urging people to go about their business. If they are going to be part of the marches, they can go to the march. They must not be armed. They must go there and do what is allowed within the law. Police will be there to support them in ensuring that nobody comes from nowhere to come and disturb them.
Okay.
Nobody within the marches becomes unruly as well.
All right. That is Robert Nichiwunda. He's the KZN police spokesperson, giving us the latest from what is unfolding in KZN. And I just want to quickly run you through some of the hotspot areas in that province. We're looking at eThekwini, we're looking at Pietermaritzburg, we're looking at the N3 corridor and Eshowe. These are all the areas that have been identified as being high risk when it comes to protest action today, and mostly centralized in the central areas, so the CBDs of these areas, and the main roads, the main arterial roads have also been identified as the high spot areas. The primary risks include high crowd activity, intimidation, truck blockades, freight disruption, and high cargo risk. So that's what police then are anticipating in KwaZulu-Natal. Yes, there may have been skirmishes overnight, but as you heard, police able to very quickly move in.
This week on Expresso, we celebrate the release of Minions and Monsters, and yes, the Minions are taking over our studio.
We meet sibling dance stars Isabella and Daniel Abrams, who made history representing South Africa at the World Dance Masters in Croatia and took home top honors.
And then the Stellenbosch International Chamber Music Festival brings breathtaking performances and world-class music to the Expresso stage. So join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. on S3.
It's Powerball Jackpot Tuesday. This Tuesday, everyone can be a millionaire with a chance to win over 200 million rand in total Powerball estimated jackpot. That's 61 million rand on Powerball and amazing 139 million cascading jackpot on Powerball Extra. If the jackpot is not won on Division 1, it will cascade to Divisions 2 and 3. Winners must be found. The National Lottery, more plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older, play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizekaya. All right, it's 18 after 6 o'clock. I just want to run through the front pages of the country's newspapers, taking a look at the Sowetan nation on knife's edge. Businesses, locals count income losses as tourists cancel bookings and migrants flee SA in droves amid uncertainty. Meanwhile, police leave nothing to chance, enlisting technology, private security for public safety during anti-illegal immigration protests. Also on the front page of The Citizen this morning is the story around these protests. So SA holds its breath, reads the front page of The Citizen, also carrying pictures of the migrants, undocumented migrants who are heading home. The front page of the Business Day this morning, the Business Day running to just with some of the sentiments we have seen, but rather drawing from the seminar that was held yesterday by the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Mbeki, protests are ploys, not outbursts. The former president links anti-immigrant violence to political agendas, right? And the former president is saying that there should be a deeper analysis of what is driving the violence in the country. He drew on a still classified intelligence report from the 2008 xenophobic attacks and said that the violence that began in Alexander that year was not simply an eruption of hostility towards African migrants, but a coordinated effort aimed at forcing Zimbabweans living in South Africa to return home and influence that year's election against ZANU-PF. And he says subsequent attempts to spread the violence failed in areas including Katlehong, because local ANC and SACP and trade union structures refused to participate. So he's calling for a deeper understanding of what is actually behind the violence that we are seeing. And then the front page of the Star, violence never the answer, also then dealing with what is anticipated today. So undoubtedly it is the story of the day, and we'll bring you all of the reaction throughout the morning.
In 1976, youth switcher on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure, the source of youth courage. My gosh.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
21 after 6 o'clock, let's get into your weather this morning. There are no advisories or warnings issued. In Pretoria, the weather's fine, 5 and 22. The expected UVB sunburn index is low. Johannesburg, fine, 6 and 19. Vereeniging, fine, 5 and 21. Mbombela, cloudy with drizzle, 11 and 21. Polokwane, partly cloudy, 10 and 21. Mahikeng, fine, 10 and 23. Vryburg, fine, 7 and 23. Bloemfontein, fine, 8 and 21. Kimberley, fine, 8 and 23. Uppington, fine, 9 and 23. Cape Town, partly cloudy Wind moderate to fresh southeasterly 10 and 16. The expected UVB sunburn index is low. George, partly cloudy. Wind moderate to fresh southeasterly 6 and 14. 6 and 14, yes. In Gqeberha, partly cloudy, becoming fine in the afternoon. Wind light to moderate northeasterly 9 and 17. In Kugombo City, cloudy. Wind light to moderate northeasterly 10 and 18. In Durban, cloudy with isolated showers and rain. Wind light to moderate easterly to northeasterly 16 and 20. The expected UVB sunburn index is low. In Richards Bay, cloudy with isolated showers and rain. Wind light to moderate easterly to northeasterly 18 and 21. In Pietermaritzburg, morning fog patches, otherwise cloudy with isolated showers and rain 10 and 16.
If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation. Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAFM. Leading the conversation.
All right, it's 24 after 6 o'clock. We're watching the nationwide protests against undocumented migrants that are going to be taking place in various provinces across the country this morning. So I've already given you a sense of the hotspot areas in KwaZulu-Natal. Let me come to Gauteng and give you the hotspot areas in this province. So the police are looking at the N1 highway corridor, the N3 highway corridor, the N12 highway corridor, the Johannesburg CBD, including Newtown, Mary Fitzgerald Square, Main Reef Road, the China Shopping Centre, Dragon City, Hillbrow. On the east of the city, they're looking at Benoni, Actonville, Wattville, also OR Tambo, Isando, Kempton Park and the Logistics Precinct, and in Pretoria they're looking out particularly in the Tshwane CBD. So those are what have been identified as the high-risk areas in Gauteng, and they're expecting that there could be road blockages, disruption to freight, commuter delays, and also opportunistic crime taking place in some of those areas. So please be on the lookout before you leave today. I think the most important thing is that before you leave today, just check your route, double check your route, that your route is not among those that is going to be affected by the protest, right? So better for you to drive around it, find alternative routes, but don't drive into where the police are already being stationed to manage the protesters. All right, let me bring in some of your calls. I did say you are our eyes and ears on the ground today. Denzel, you're in Morocco. Good morning to you.
Morning, Katie. Katie, I just wanted to find out, because the police are raiding the site, and some of the foreigners, especially the Ethiopians, they just grouped themselves and went into the veld. You know, this is a rural area. Now, what's going to happen after the raid now and they come back? What are the people going to do with these others? The other shops was closed. They say it's because they are scared for the march. But the only thing that I see is because their papers are also not right. It's people from Pakistan and Bangladesh. There's people that's doing that. And the other thing that we realized here, some of them are even adopted the surnames of Tswanas this side. They've got Iris. What are they going to do with those people? Are they really going to do their job thoroughly?
So Denzel, what time did the raids start?
Yesterday in the afternoon, because I'm also a businessman. I've also hired my place out to one of the Ethiopians. But I kept on asking them for their identity, the passport, and and permits. They just said it's right. They didn't want. But yesterday when the police came here, when I've realized now their documents are not right.
Denzel,
one of them.
Denzel, how long have they been renting your property?
Now it's 3 years.
Okay, so for 3 years you let them rent the property without giving you any kind of verification of documentation.
Since then, they denied giving me the documentations, and now the law also, we cannot force them to give us the documentation.
Yeah, but Denzel, you were signing them up as tenants. All of us, when signing on as tenants, we're asked for ID. You must send through your ID. You must send through, some kind of banking statements to prove that you can afford to pay this rent. I'm just saying, Denzel, it was a problem you were more than willing to turn a blind eye to for 3 years, right? Let's be honest, you and I.
No, it is honest, but I've asked them for the asylum permit. That permit that's written work and study.
Yes.
That one was up to date. But now, when you go deeper into this, you can realize that permit is also it's not lawful. So when I asked them to give me the things so that I might give the relevant people, they denied. But yesterday, when the police came to raid now, it's when things started now coming right out now. See, his permit has expired long time ago, and it's also that work and study permit.
Okay.
That asylum permit. Yes.
All right, Denzel, thanks for calling in. So Denzel giving us a sense of what is happening in Morokweng, and he says it's the police that are leading and running the raids there in the business precinct.
Morning, Sasiketi. You're speaking to Mr. Oil. I left Pretoria at around 1:30 going to Durban, and I'm now driving around Van Reynen. From Pretoria to Germiston, I think there was high alert, high visibility of police, but from Vosloorus coming this side of Van Reynen, there is not police. And 90% of companies, logistics especially, they are not on the road. It's like, I don't know what, a Sunday after Christmas. There's no traffic, there's nothing at all. Bye.
Kathy, morning, Willie and Kuma. Kathy Mbeki and his foundation must just close their mouths around the march and march, you see. His insinuations are sickening, to say the deeper reasons for this march may be or should be looked into, must be dug. That's nonsense. We go on with march and march issue. Thanks, Willie and Kuma.
All right, those are just some of the sentiments you're expressing so far this morning. I did say you are our eyes and ears wherever you are in the country. We'd love to know what you are seeing around you. What is happening? Is it business as usual? Are there disruptions? If there are, what is the nature of those disruptions? For now, it's 6:30. Let me take you over to the news desk. Dineo Mutawung is standing by.
Thanks, Kathy. A very good morning. Let's take a look at the headlines at 6:30. The National Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure has urged all organizers of nationwide protests against undocumented foreign nationals to adhere to the agreement they've reached with authorities to ensure peaceful demonstrations. Meanwhile, the Department of Employment and Labour says it's business as usual today, despite planned nationwide protests against undocumented foreign nationals. And the Southern African Development Committee chairperson, President Cyril Ramaphosa, says the region remains committed to restoring constitutional order in Madagascar. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. A couple of issues that we're tracking early this Tuesday morning. A truck losing its load on Durban's M7 towards Pinetown just after the Belleville Road exit. So between Belleville Road and the North Pine exit, just one lane open. A big load of grapefruit has been lost by that truck. So that is Pinetown bound. At this stage, across into Gauteng, it's a pretty good run through. Very light volume, must be stated. Very light volume. Those normal routes that jam up this time of the morning just simply aren't jamming. So it's a pretty clear run through. And Cape Town, a few issues there. One is the N1 outbound ramp to the M5 south through Kubo Interchange being closed due to a truck on its side. Chapman's Peak Drive remains closed. They're still dealing with what they refer to as adverse weather conditions. And the Durban Road on-ramp to the N1 outbound remains restricted following yesterday's truck crash. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
It's 6:32. Zai Khan, a very good morning to you. So, Bafana Bafana's World Cup report card is out, and the teenage defender, Mbegezeli Mbogazi, he's topping the ratings, right? One can't believe he's just 20 years old.
Unbelievable. He gets the gold star, definitely. And this report card, Kathy, I think is going on the fridge. It's going to stay there for a long time. Their adventure in the United States may be over, but Bafana Bafana are doing amazing things. We've seen now 20-year-old defender Mbokezi Mbokazi earning the highest rating after a string of outstanding performances that have reportedly attracted interest from Europe. Captain Ronwen Williams, defender Imi Ocon, and winger Tepelo Maseko also impressed, while coach Hugo Broos' side leaves North America, having reached the knockout stages of a FIFA World Cup for the first time in the nation's history. Let's go now to more football, where Gabriel Martinelli scored a dramatic 95th minute winner as Brazil came from behind to beat Japan 2-1 and reached the FIFA World Cup last 16 in Houston. In the other round of 32 clash, Paraguay, they stunned the four-time champions Germany, winning 4-3 on penalties after a 1-1 draw in Foxborough. Rugby now, the England number 8 Ben Earl says facing the Springboks at Ellis Park on Saturday is a bucket list moment. The 50-test international says taking on the world champions at one of rugby's most iconic venue is something every player dreams of as England prepare for the opening match of the nation's championships here in Johannesburg. In the meantime, the Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus, he had plenty to say ahead of the opener, and while the spotlight has been on England's young sensation Henry Pollock, the Springbok coach says there's much more that the 21-year-old is about than just the headlines. Here's Rassie Erasmus.
Pollock is like Sasha. People make a hype around the player. I don't always think the players want that hype. They just have personalities that's different to others. But what counts is what they do on the field. And Henry certainly does his job on the field, and that's something we have to contain. His personality and how he does things, that's up to him and the England squad. And I guess the guys are used to him like that. And if I were a coach working with him, I would look only at his output, and his output's awesome.
And finally, tennis, the top seed Arina Sabalenka cruising into the second round at Wimbledon with a straight sets victory over Teodora Kostovic. The French Open champion Mira Andreeva also progressing, overcoming Magda Linette in straight sets, while Coco Gauff eased past Tamara Korpash. And that's your sport here on the National Briefing. We will serve it up some more. Top of the hour, I'm Zai Khan.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day. The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
A very good morning to you, Ndauleng. So Comcast has announced a major split of media and its connectivity businesses.
Good morning, Kathy. Now, Comcast says separating its connectivity and media operations will allow each business to focus on its growth strategy as the entertainment industry undergoes significant change. Now, Comcast's media business includes NBC Universal Studios as well as DreamWorks. These are the studios behind movies like Jurassic Park, It also, of course, has NBC News as well as its streaming services, Peacock. Now, the restructuring reflects mounting pressure on traditional media companies from streaming platforms such as Netflix, alongside declining pay TV subscriptions and broader industry consolidation. Analysts say an independent NBC Universal could have greater flexibility to pursue strategic partnerships or acquisitions, with some suggesting it may eventually become an attractive takeover target. Netflix has been mentioned as a potential bidder for parts of the business, although Comcast maintains the separation is designed to unlock shareholder value, strengthen long-term growth, and improve operational focus rather than prepare the company for a sale. From company news to economic data, China's factory activity returned to expansion this month, but growth was driven largely by manufacturers linked to the AI supply chain rather than a broad-based recovery. The country's official manufacturing PMI rose to 50.3 points, beating expectations and moving back into expansion. Now, demand for semiconductors and AI data center equipment continued to support exports, highlighting the strength of tech-related manufacturing. However, domestic demand remains weak, with sluggish retail spending and a prolonged property downturn weighing on the world's second-largest economy. Economists also point to exporters accelerating shipments ahead of higher U.S. tariffs, suggesting part of the improvement may prove temporary if external demand slows in the months ahead. Tracking equities, equities are trading on a firmer footing as tensions between the US and Iran ease, with markets taking comfort from a fragile pause in hostilities. Now, on Wall Street, the session closed in positive territory, with the Dow Jones hitting a record high, helping set an upbeat tone globally. And that optimism has filtered through to Asia, where stocks are mostly higher, supported by stronger than expected Chinese manufacturing data, which boosted sentiment around growth in the region. Locally, the JSE ended marginally higher, lifted by gains in heavyweight counters Naspers and Prosus, while the all-share closed up 0.04%. The rand remains steady this morning, trading at 16.46 to the dollar, 21.77 to the pound, and 18.75 to the euro. That's a look at your markets. Kathy, it's back to you with the tip of the week, of the day, that is.
Thanks for that, Ntauling. Well, yesterday we spoke about your busiest moment. Today, take that one step further. Strong businesses don't only think about how they get paid, they think about how payments support the way they trade and make money. With FNB Speed Point, businesses can do more than accept payments. It becomes part of how the business runs day to day, from giving customers different ways to pay to opening up opportunities to sell online, send payment requests, or offer additional services that can create new income streams. That shift matters, especially when trading conditions are under pressure. This week, look at how your payment setup can do more than just process a sale. Ask whether it's helping you reach customers in more ways and unlocking additional revenue for your business. We'll unpack this further on Wednesday. It's your FNB business tip of the day.
The FNB Market Brief was brought to you by FNB Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. FNB, help changes everything. FNB Business is proud to partner with SAfm's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB, help changes everything. Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
A refreshing morning to you, Advocate Mantula.
Jumbo Africa, Kathy, and to the listeners of SAfM across the continent as we are sealing the Soweto Uprising Month, the Youth Month. And the July month, Kathy, it might be International Mandela Month, but it's also the African Union Month when the AU was reformed in South Africa. So a very important month when you think of the month of July, which will cover it extensively or even on our historical archives.
Let's start with the virtual extraordinary summit held by SADC leaders.
I don't know whether it was abrupt, it was urgent. There were some misses and hits. You know, when I say misses and hits, I listened to the incoming chairperson, President Ramaphosa, yesterday in the afternoon around 5 o'clock, Casey, receiving the SADC report on Madagascar, the situation in the DRC, Ebola, the Middle East. But on the back foot is that there was a likelihood that the issue of the undocumented African non-nationals or migrants, internal and external, will be addressed. But it was not in that opening summit yesterday. But remember, the media has only the opening session. The closed session, when the members engage, you hardly get such snippets of what really came out of the virtual meeting yesterday of SADC. And for me, thinking that they should have engaged on it is Casey about migration and regional integration. Considering what I picked up at VEJ on Friday with the committee of DIRCO, as well as few embassies in South Africa, as well as much leaders when they were engaging robustly. So I still think SADC, heads of state, they are losing what I call SADC to people engagement.
Yeah, certainly concerning indeed. Let's move on then to the Republic of Seychelles. The AU Commission chairperson congratulating them on their 50th anniversary of independence.
That is quite true, and that was yesterday actually. It was the liberation of Seychelles from the British colonizer. So it was important for the AU to observe that day yesterday with the people of Seychelles, engaging on what they say, the blue economy in that country, regional integration, the ideals of Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance, continental integration. And it was that, what we call Golden Jubilee, happy 50th anniversary of the liberation and independence of Seychelles. And that's how it is important when you look at this small islands, they're part of the SADC, part of the AU. And hence I said, misses and hits on the SADC visual abrupt summit of last night. I don't know why they also missed countries like Seychelles that have an impact even in the continent and in the region.
And then we move on to the Tigray region. Of course, this all has to do with the violence that we've seen there in Ethiopia.
That is quite true, but also the crimpling or the falling of the Tshwane peace accord that we call the 2022 peace agreement between TPLF, the Tigray People's Liberation Front, and the government of Ethiopia. Now, the TPLF now is saying it is rejecting the EU's accusation that they are undermining the peace process. Instead, they are saying they are moving towards the federal government in Addis Ababa, and they are raising early warnings that are not relevant. So you can see that just yesterday, the EU was just talking about the political situation in the north part. Remember last week I spoke about the post-election, how Abiy Ahmed has to arrest that situation of the Tigray, because that also threatens the peace and even stability in that region. But it seems the TPLF does not agree with the EU. But this is the funder, by the way. This is the donor that funds peace initiatives in Africa, and it seems their words are always final. But TPF challenging them very clear.
All right. And very briefly then, Advocate Mantula, in our historical archives today, the 30th of June, 1960.
It's almost 66 years for the independence of the Democratic Republic of Congo, that used to be known as Zaire. It was sparked by the mass demonstration in the late 50s, 1959, and the rise of Patrice Emery Lumumba was seen. And so the independence of Congo on this day, very important, despite that since 1960 to now, the DRC never tasted the freedom of liberation or freedom. very sad when you think of the DRC independence. 6 months later, Lumumba was assassinated in 1961. So when you look at the Independence Day of the DRC, it is always that challenge, Casey, to say, did the real liberation or independence come to the people of DRC if you have natural exploitation of their resources, you have conflicts that have been going there since 1960 until now. So it is sad, what is it to celebrate in the DRC now? Asante sana, esasileading the Trubalization, SAfm, sealing the Soweto uprising month.
SAfm. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, if we take Caltech as a barometer to traffic volumes, a guide to traffic volumes across the country, it is a very, very light traffic day. There are none of the normal backlogs. The N1 through the Crown, the N3 going up through Van Buren, the N1 Midrand, it's all N1 Pretoria, all looking very good. Plenty of space and open highways this morning, an indication that there is somewhat of a stay away going on. There are no major blockages at this stage caused by any March events. There are some big marches through, particularly Pretoria CBD today, moving from Church Square through to Sunnyside. There'll be a big march through central Joburg. Most of these start sort of mid-morning. That'll move from Beyers Nordia Square through the city centre up into the Hillbrow area. Big march planned for Durban as well, which will move from King Dinizulu Gardens through the city centre along Dr. Pixley Kasumi, and that'll wind its way down to Saps in the Point area. So they're your big ones. A couple of issues, though, around Durban, the M7. There's a lost load of grapefruit between the Belleville Road exit and North Park. So if you go on North Pine, if you're going out towards Pinetown, just after that Queensborough, the first Queensborough exit, traffic is squeezing into a single lane to get through there. And came down a bit of drama around the Kuberg interchange this morning. A vehicle on fire on the M5 northbound at the interchange, so that's causing a bit of delay. Kuberg Road South appears to be impacted by that as well. And the N1 outbound ramp to the M5 South to come out of Cape Town and turn down towards Muizenberg at Kuberg interchange. That is currently closed due to a truck lying on its side. Chapman's Peak Drive still closed if you're on or off South Peninsula, Okapsevek or the main road. And there is a bit of a bottleneck just coming out of Athlone this morning. An incident on Jan Smuts at 12th Avenue, just backlogging traffic heading north towards the N2 from Klipfontein Road. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Sanboran, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Masangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanmonani, hello, my name is Zazi Kunene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Wafani. Catch Amalanga Wafani on SABC 1.
Do yourself a favor, tune in
every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC 1.
Mzansi for sure.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Morning, Kathy. We should not be misinformed about this much too much, more especially in the business news. People, they've got this culture of saying like, no, our company lost 2 billion because of this much too much thing. And then when they make 10 billion, they don't tell us because they know that we'll demand the cash bonuses. They should not come and fool us here about every time when there's a strike, a certain company from US will tell us that they've lost so much. But when they make profit, they don't tell us.
Good morning, Kathy. Oh, business as usual. Even there in your studio there is not business as usual because so programming today is ups and downs. So is it business as usual? So all these roads are leading to the city centers. It won't be a business as usual because people will be scared to open their business. How can it be business as usual, guys? Come on, Kathy. Thank you. Keep them orange farm.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, let's get straight into it then. The deadline that March and March set for undocumented migrants to leave the country is here. Xolani Zuma is the legal advisor for March and March. He joins us on the line. Mr. Zuma, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. Firstly, when you started this campaign, did you anticipate that it would reach as far as it has when it comes to being able to have presence almost in every province right now?
Good morning, Sis Kith, and the listeners at home.
Well, look, when this movement started in March last year, we did not anticipate that it would get to this level. But when people started coming out and raising their concerns all over the country, and getting worried really that they're losing jobs and that companies are really employing people that are undocumented, and in fact this becomes then a problem because these people, our brothers and our sisters all over South Africa, are coming all over in Africa, and they are basically used as slaves and they are not paid what they are supposed to be paid. But there are a number of issues that they've been raising, issues of crime, issues of drugs, and really our people have really responded to the call that was raised by Mangobese that every single South African who love the country must go out and ensure that the government is held accountable for the mess.
In the run up to today, what we have seen on the one hand is that we do have at least 3 people that have been killed, many more injured, and thousands have now fled the country. Is this something that, firstly, I want to know how you reflect on that, right? The violence that has been associated with this protest, and to what extent has this been part of your plan, if at all?
Perhaps, Sis Kathy, let's start with the first critical issue. Not even a single life must be lost in our country. We wake up every day in Inanda, in Mitchell's Plain, in many other parts of our country, in the townships, and many of our people are killed every day. So whether it's a South African, whether it's a foreign national, no one must lose a life, and that is a criminal offense. And those who are committing crimes must be arrested. When it comes to the movement, March and March, all the marches that the movement has held over the country, all over the country, not even a single life was lost. The movement, whenever they undertake these processes, there will be police involved. They work with the police. There will be a Section 4 meeting. What happens when the march has been concluded and people are in their townships and commit crimes? That becomes the responsibility of the police to arrest those who commit crimes, because whether you kill a foreign national or whether you kill a South African, that is a matter of law, that is a crime, and the police must take action against those people. We condemn any killing of a person, whether South African or foreign national. But in terms of the marches that March and March movement has held in the country, not even a single march has had an incident where people are beaten up or killed.
You can't avoid, Mr. Zuma, the fact that there is a climate that has been created around these protests that has been accompanied by violence itself. And that is part of the reason why you have the entire state needing to show its muscle on a day like today because of the threats that this violence would now escalate into something bigger. Do you at the very least acknowledge that that has been as a result of some of the sentiments that have been expressed during these protests by some of the protest leaders?
Well, of course not. I mean, if you listen to the leader of March and March, Mangobese, she has always said that, one, all that is required is for the police to take decisions which are to defend the country, the sovereignty of the country, the security of the country, by ensuring that no illegal immigrant is in the country. And those who are in the country must be deported in terms of Section 32 and 34 of the Immigration Act. We've seen these problems for years, and these are problems that the state must deal with. In 2012, we saw over 34 people killed in Marikana.
To the extent
and those
that,
are issues
to
that
the
must
extent that protesters took it and have been taking it upon themselves to go and raid businesses, to go and demand that people present their documentation before them. You can't deny that that has happened.
Well, of course, go back to Section 42 of the Criminal Procedure Act. It is quite clear that there is something that we call a citizen's arrest.
Yes, but the president has made it very clear that no South African is allowed to ask for the documentation of another. That matter has been clarified. Even the police have come out strongly to say that.
Let's deal with the law. Let's deal with the law. Section 42 says a citizen can arrest without a warrant and take that particular person to the police. And that must be done in terms of all the offences that are found under Schedule 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Not once have March and March gone out to apprehend people alone without involving the police. All the marches that March and March have had over the past 17 months, there will be an immigration officer, there will be police there. Hence, we have said any operation that happens outside what would have been organized by March and March, those are criminal elements, and the police must deal with those issues. But where March and March is involved, everything that March and March has done has always been documented. There are videos, and the police will always be there. That is why even today, not even a single member of March and March has been arrested because of that, because we are law-abiding citizens. They ensure that they comply with the law every single time when they actually undergo operations. Even today, after the march, we have agreed with the police that the police must then undertake a process of doing operations in all this, in particular in KwaZulu-Natal, to ensure that those who are found to be breaching the law, particularly who are here in the country legally, must then be actually arrested by the police, and the law must take its course. And again, no one in the country, particularly March and March, will condone any lawlessness in the country. The reason why they are in the streets today is because they want the laws of this country to be observed. That is
Okay.
exactly why they are on the streets.
All right. Xolani Zuma of March and March. He is the organization's legal advisor. We'll leave it there for this morning. Well, let me move on from that interview and immediately bring on the line Cara McKay, who is a campaigns program facilitator at Women on Farms. Cara, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So, you've been raising concerns about the targeting of migrants, particularly on farms. Tell us more about that.
Good morning, and good morning to all the listeners. I want to acknowledge that this is a very tender moment for South Africa, and the issues that have been raised are in many ways very legitimate issues. There are issues around immigration controls that must be addressed. There are issues around employment policies that we also have to look in. And I think this moment reflects the frustration and the vulnerability of South Africans. I mean, as we speak now, 20 million South Africans are hungry. So Women on Farms Project would like to acknowledge all of this. Petrol is 27 Rand, 19 cents a litre, and everything is increasing. But so this frustration and this anger, we, however, it's not the migrant workers that have created a world on farms where you don't get paid minimum wage, where you're getting sprayed with pesticides, where your targets are high, where you can get evicted. Those are the policies of our government, and therefore we want to shift the emphasis back to the government of South Africa, who made promises to the people but have not fulfilled their mandate.
How do you want to go about doing this, Cara?
Well, Women on Farms Project, we are a feminist organization, and we work with farm workers. When it's the women that are the backbone of this economy. They go into the vineyards, they go into the orchards, and they make the food we eat. And we found in that working with on farms, there has been an increase of migrant labor. But we found that these women actually, in a very unequal hierarchical structure of farms, they are the lowest rung on that system. They get the lowest wages, they get the worst conditions. And so we have undertook a process of political education, understanding the issues that both parties face, trying to see where the common ground is, and building solidarity amongst all workers. And again, putting the focus back on our government that has a lot to answer to.
All right. Cara McKay, campaigns program facilitator at Women on Farms Project. So it shows just how far-reaching this campaign has been. Remember, today you are our eyes and ears on the ground. We want to hear from you. What is happening in your area? You heard what Xolani Zuma said. They want to see peaceful protests, and any violence that happens should not be associated with March and March. That is the message that they're sending to their supporters. It's just after 7 o'clock, time for the latest news update.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Top stories: Net joins urges peaceful protests and SADC vows to restore order in Madagascar. A very good morning with the news. I'm Dino Mataung. The National Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure, Net Joints, has urged all organisers of nationwide protests against undocumented foreign nationals to adhere to the agreement they've reached with authorities to ensure peaceful demonstrations. Deputy National Police Commissioner Tebello Musikidi, speaking as chairperson of Net Joints, issued a stern warning against vigilantism and violent protests.
For call upon every organizer and every participant to honor their commitment under the law. Exercise your constitutional right respectfully and peacefully. Cooperate with marshals and law enforcement officials. Those that intend to hand over the memorandum, they must hand it over to the relevant state authority. Those who choose violence, intimidation, destruction of property, looting, road blockades, attacks on public officials, or any other criminal conduct should expect immediate law enforcement intervention. Arrest will immediately be effected.
Meanwhile, government has declared today a normal working day despite planned nationwide protests against undocumented foreign nationals. Speaking at the National Union of Mine Workers Central Committee meeting in Boksburg, Deputy Minister Jomo Sibia urged citizens to head to work, promising that law enforcement agencies are out in full force to monitor the situation. Sibia maintains that while government hears the protesters' grievances, law and order will be maintained.
It's going to be business as usual. We expect people to go to work. We expect people to do their business as they always do it. But the most important thing, we want to make sure that there is no event that happens that might jeopardize the security of the state. But further to that, we are in agreement with the people who are marching today. We want to say to them they must march, but march peacefully. Your concerns are our concerns. We are acting on your concerns. As we have seen that we have even moved the processing centers from Durban to the borders of this country. For the first time it's happening, because we don't want people to come into the country now and do as they wish. We are going to process people.
In the Western Cape, police and other law enforcement agencies are on high alert as protests against undocumented foreign nationals are expected to be held later this morning. The office of the Provincial SAPS Commissioner says all the 6 districts in the province have already activated their joint operational centres for coordination purposes with the Provincial Operational Coordination Centre. The joint provincial law enforcement will include SAPS, Home Affairs, Social Development, Health, Intelligence Services, among others. And in Soweto, south of Johannesburg, it's relatively quiet ahead of the planned 30 June marches, where hundreds of people are expected to take part. SABC reporter Refilo Mekwa is at the Bara taxi rank.
The Bara taxi rank in Soweto is usually bustling at this time of the morning, with commuters rushing to board taxis. However, today it's relatively quiet. Commuters are slowly trickling in, going to their various destinations. The taxi operators say although things are not operating as usual, they still expect some movement as the day progresses. Taxi organizations like Santaco and the NTA have said it will be business as usual and that taxis will continue ferrying passengers throughout the day. Refilo Mekwa, SABC News, Soweto.
Lastly, the Southern African Development Committee chairperson, President Cyril Ramaphosa, says the region remains committed to restoring constitutional order in Madagascar. Ramaphosa was speaking at the opening of the virtual extraordinary SADC summit of heads of state and government yesterday, where leaders were discussing the political and security situation in the island nation. The summit is considering a report from the organ on politics, defense and security cooperation. Ramaphosa also addressed the Ebola situation, calling for continued regional vigilance and cooperation.
We also meet at an extraordinary moment where our region, particularly in the few countries that are currently having to deal with Ebola, which has broken out and devastating the lives of a number of people in our region, as well as those who are affected by Ebola. And we wish them all, those who are affected and ill, a speedy recovery.
Recapping the top story this hour, the National Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure, NetJoint, has urged all organizers of nationwide protests against undocumented foreign nationals to adhere to the agreement they've reached with authorities to ensure peaceful demonstrations. Headlines at 7:30 for SAfm News. I'm Dino Motao.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
If your hairdresser was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 27-year-old Liam an awesome 640 Rand on his 2020 Ford Ranger. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm sports headlines. We've got news from the Bafana camp where the Bafana defender Aubrey Modiba is requesting that coach Hugo Broos stay on as the national team coach. And action underway as Morocco come from behind to beat the Netherlands on penalties in Monterrey. That's your news. We'll have more for you at around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Roads are generally pretty clear at this stage. Certainly big highway networks around Gauteng are open and flowing. There's not even the smallest of delays that we can see today. That's good news. Bit of a stay away, obviously underway. Durban, a truck losing its load of grapefruit between the Belleville Road exit and the North Park exit. If you're on your way to Pinetown along the M7, you squeeze into a single lane, and that's looking a little bit busy and slow. Cape Town, a crash coming out of Athlone this morning. Young Smuts at 12, so from Klipfontein Road heading up towards the N2, that's busy. Vehicle fire on the M5 going north at Kubo, get a change. The N1 outbound, ram to the M5 south, coming out of Cape Town City, wanting to turn down through Kubo, get a change to Muizenberg. Is currently closed. You've got to come off, you go into sort of Pardon Island on Section Road, back onto Kubo Road, and then down into the M5, Kubo, get a change that way. So the Kubo Road, Section Street, all of that, a little bit busier than you might expect this time of the morning because of the diverting traffic pressures. Out on the South Peninsula, Chapman's Peak Drive remaining closed. Just got some updates in from the Eastern Cape, and it's looking good out that way as well. Truckers reporting in that the N2 route through the region, Mthatha through Solo is clear. East London to Ngobo clear. East London Queenstown, East London Mthatha, East London Port Alfred, all clear. Looks like that across the country. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 7 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. A warm welcome to you if you've just tuned in. It's June the 30th. It's the 30th of June, rather, a much anticipated day across the country. This hour will focus on keeping the peace. We'll begin with Santaco, the National Taxi Association. They say it's business as usual. We'll then check in with Nat Joins as the Deputy National Police Commissioner joins us live, and then we'll also see what is happening on the ground in as far as the latest deployments of the police. We'll bring in the voices of our reporters who are stationed at different parts across the country this morning to bring the latest on the anticipated protest. Now, throughout the morning, we're relying on you. Tell us what's happening where you are. Are roads open? Are taxis running? Is your community calm? And if you're taking place in the demonstration, I think everybody's singing from the same hymn book. It must be peaceful. We'll unpack that shortly. The numbers to dial this morning to get in touch with us: 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
10 chefs, one title, and a life-changing opportunity. This is the Taste Master Professional. Weekly cooking challenges test their skills, teamwork, and ability to run a professional kitchen, all under the critical eye of renowned chef Bertus Besson. With over 800,000 Rand in prizes, including a brand new car to the value of 440,000 Rand, and the chance to lead the new Taste Master Deli and Restaurant in Paarl. Who will rise up and claim this exciting new career opportunity? Find out on the Taste Master Professional. Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 and Sundays at 3:30, only on SABC2.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
All right, you're listening to the National Briefing. So let's get straight into some of the logistics for the day as we anticipate thousands to be in the streets in different parts of the country protesting against undocumented migrants. So we're joined now by Rebecca Phala, who is the Santaco National spokesperson. Rebecca, good morning to you. So the message from Santaco has been clear, and it's that for you as an association and your members, it's going to be business as usual. Taxi services will not be disrupted. Tell us about how things are playing out today.
Hi, Kathy, and your listeners. So you're quite right. Santaco has taken a decision to say the protest actions that are taking place in various parts of the country do not translate to a complete shutdown of everything else. People still need transport to go to work and to go to other varied places. And so we've got a responsibility to ferry them as such, hence the decision to decide to say that the taxi industry will be providing transport in that particular regard. So the work largely is exactly that. So what will happen is in instances where protesters are so many, perhaps that a particular route has been completely closed off due to their demonstrations, we will then get guidance from law enforcement in varied areas on rerouting so that people can still be transported.
I'm looking at the hotspot areas that have been identified by the SAPS. In some instances, right, they are expecting or anticipating disruptions in areas where taxis operate, not being limited, or with taxi stations themselves not excluded from that risk. To what extent do you see yourselves as also helping in keep the peace today?
Sure. So a big part of we're not necessarily going to be able to effectively do that. Law enforcement obviously is much more best suited to do that. The biggest thing really that we can do is what we've already done, to remind fellow South Africans who will be embarking on the protest action to do it peacefully. I think the sentiments that we've seen from some of the known leaders of the protest action to say that it will be peaceful has given a sense of comfort. But for us, largely, it will just be an issue of playing it by the ear. So some of our road safety champions are also on the ground to be able to guide as well, so that should it be that a particular area is appearing to be flaring up and there's a sense of danger, precautionary measures can then be taken. If it means that there should be a temporary suspension of services in a particular area or a rerouting that I spoke of earlier, that will also happen. So obviously it is that we're operating, but it's not a very usual day of operation. Kathy, I think we can acknowledge that. So we're largely just going to play it by the ear. But the reason why we also had an engagement last week with the leadership of the South African Police Service was so to get a sense of assurance to say that as and when challenges are being encountered, they must give us their word that they'll come in and do the work of protecting everyone.
Rebecca Pala will leave it there. She speaks for Santaco. So you heard, she says, yes, it's business as usual, but it is a rather unusual day. So far, no reports, at least no significant reports of there being disruptions to the operations of the taxi industry. Let's take you to the Beitbridge border post. That's where we find our SABC journalist Vutivi Maluleke. He's been watching the situation there. Vutivi, let's just start with the repatriations that we have seen. The BMA yesterday talked about thousands that they're having to get through the border in anticipation of this deadline. The entire executive of the BMA, we were told, is at the Beitbridge border post. Give us a sense of what is happening today and just the sense overall that there is about managing this moment.
Good morning and good morning to your listeners. Yes, we are at the Beitbridge at the moment where over 150 buses are expected to arrive here at the port of entry to be processed to cross to Zimbabwe. We have seen several buses being processed and cleared to cross the border. We have also seen traffic stretching as far as 8 kilometers from the border. We have also seen several buses at the town of Musina that were denied to cross the border last night after their drivers did not have proper documentations to cross the border. We've seen several Malawian nationals sleeping on the streets in the town of Musina as they prepare to come here at the border to be processed today. Earlier on, we spoke to the Assistant Commissioner, Dr. Nkuliseni Ruwengo, who said additional immigration officers as well as border guards have been deployed here at the border to assist with the influx that is expected today.
Vutivi, are you getting a sense, I mean, if you talk about delays at the border posts that are leading to queues that are about 8 kilometers long, do you get a sense that the officials are prioritizing dealing with those that need to get through the border, those that are being repatriated, and that's creating traffic for just ordinary travelers?
Obviously, as the due date has arrived, the 30th, they have to prioritize the buses, but they are also processing those. The trucks have to cross the border as well as the bakkies, the taxis. They are also, hence they said additional immigration officers and border guards have been deployed here so that they can manage this influx. They are not really prioritizing the buses, but they had to beef up their staff members so that they can be able to deal with the load that it's been heading this way at the border.
All right, Vutivi Maluleke, an SABC journalist, he's at the Bait Bridge border post watching the situation there. And as you heard, certainly expect delays if you are traveling in that part of the country. If you're needing to cross the border, expect delays due to some of the activities that are taking place there.
In 1976, the youth switch are on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure, the source of youth courage. My God.
Here's the thing about insurance, you only find out how good it is when it's time to claim. With OutSurance, you've got that peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OutSurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints. Isn't it time you switch to the insurer where you always get something out? Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
All right, you're still listening to the national briefing. In a moment, we're going to be bringing you the voice of Nat Joins. That is the government structure that is managing operations nationwide in response to the planned protest. Let me take you now to Bekesdal. Tabang Wesi is a community leader there. Tabang, you want to give us a sense of what is happening in your community and, of course, today's protests.
Good morning, Kathy and the listeners. I must indicate to South Africans that today it's a historic day, that all of us should stand up and fight for the lawlessness in our country. However, I must also indicate that in our region of West Rand and Bekkersdal in particular, the situation, it is still calm for now. Community members are organizing themselves to make sure that they're also going to be part of this, to embark on this historical moment.
Tabang, the fact that by and large this protest has been able to not only catch the attention of government, but we really have seen extraordinary measures being put together by the state. Do you, as an ordinary South African, feel that this is what has been needed all along, that government is finally getting the wake-up call that many South Africans have been looking for in terms of being heard when it comes to matters of migration?
Kathy, you should understand that that is not the right time. Actually, the government should have addressed these matters long ago. But our government resorted to be reactive towards its own citizens. How does the government of today, budget or willing to spend a whooping 600 million in order to deal with what we called to stabilize the communities? Because clearly this is an incitement of violence towards its own citizens, because this 600 million could have been actually spent to deal with the porous borders, to deal with the unemployment rate in the country, and to address this crime at large. However, this is the reaction that we are getting from the government, and we are willing to listen to the government. However, we are also pleading with the government to give this matter the necessary attention that it deserves, not to provoke the citizens.
All right, Tabang Wesi, he is a leader in Bekesdal, a leader of the community there, and as you heard, organizing for today's protest. So let me then bring in on the line to again give us a sense of what is happening on the ground. Let's take you to Cape Town. That's where we find one of our reporters, Mlamleli Maneli, who is watching the situation at the Home Affairs Office. Mlamleli, good morning to you. Firstly, in Cape Town, we've seen at the Zimbabwean consulate many Zimbabweans gathering for days now, thousands in fact, waiting for assistance. It seems that a lot of that movement has now moved to the Home Affairs Office. Good morning.
Morning, Kathy. Yes, that's correct, Kathy. Now, this started at the weekend. On Sunday morning, the Zimbabweans were camped outside the District 6 Zimbabwean consulate, were moved here at the Epping Home Affairs and Refugee Center to be processed so that by the time they get to the Byte Bridge site, they would have no trouble with authorities in terms of proper documentation. Now, that process started already 2 days ago, but as we are gathered here, there are throngs of Zimbabwean nationals who are camped outside. Unfortunately, the gates are still locked out here, but what is a reprieve is that the weather is clearing up other than it was on Sunday when it was cold and wet. But there is also a market tent that has been erected here so that some of them, they can still find shelter, but some of them, they are outside, and then there's law enforcement and security outside, but they are waiting patiently so that they can get inside to be properly processed.
Mlamli, one of the challenges that we have seen, particularly where it concerns the processing of some of these individuals, is that the more that Home Affairs does the work of giving the necessary documentation for them to be able to leave, the queues don't necessarily get shorter. So let's talk a bit about that and what officials are saying they are anticipating. I doubt that all those people who show up today will be processed today.
Well, Kathy, what we've witnessed, like I said, at the weekend, it was over 1,000 people that were camped outside the consulate, and those people had to move here in buses and minibuses of the disaster risk management of the city of Cape Town. Yes, so now what is happening is that the people who were being processed here, they were supposed to be locked outside because there's time frames set for these offices to operate on. Now, what also happened, it was full inside, as it is, like I said, it's hundreds and hundreds of people outside here. So that process cannot move as fast as it may be anticipated because when we came out here, the people who are managing law enforcement and other people, they still were keeping mothers and small children on the rain outside because it's full inside at that process. So the process itself, it requires a much bigger space and also personnel that may be able to assist people in and outside of the premises here because the situation, although it's not chaotic, but obviously it's not manageable as fast as it could have been.
All right, Mlamli Maneli is an SABC journalist out in Cape Town. So we're still standing by to bring you the voice of the SAPS, in particular the head of NET joins. That is Lieutenant General Tebelo Msikidi is still lined up to join us. They obviously are having a busy morning, so we've had to just change the time of that particular conversation.
Good morning, Kathy and the listeners. Kaslet here in Guyana.
This side seems everything's fine. I'm busy preparing myself to go to work. But my advice to South Africans is they must never forget the government that once called them vigilant. During the pause, they must always remember these words from the ministers, from the president, that they are vigilant when there is concern in their country.
With the headlines, I'm Dinamo Daung. A very good morning. Faith leaders have called for restraint ahead of protests against undocumented foreign nationals in the country. Meanwhile, the National Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure, NetJoints, has urged all organizers of nationwide protests to adhere to the agreement they've reached with authorities to ensure peaceful demonstrations. And the U.S. Supreme Court has backed state laws that allow mail-in ballots received after Election Day to be counted, rejecting a Republican-led challenge to a 5-day grace period in Mississippi. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a very light, a remarkably light traffic morning across the country. Routes like the N1 through Midrand, the N3 up through Bedford, view to Galulis, the Mike 1 from Boyson through Parktown, all running with noticeably lighter volumes. I can't even find a backlog or delay around Gauteng at this stage. Certainly on the highway networks, they are open and free-flowing. Say the same for Durban, coming up from Monzamtoni, 20 Hill through Spaghetti Junction, Umgena Road, up through Commercium, Slunga towards the airport, all clear. The N3, Durban, Pietermaritzburg, clear conditions there as well. And again, just a lot lighter volume, plenty of gaps and plenty of open spaces. Same with Cape Town, the routes that we monitor there on a daily basis, the N1 inbound through the Sable Road, the N2 in through Mowbray Main, those routes are open. And again on the cameras, just very, very light volumes. Do have a couple of problems in Cape Town. Chapman's Peak Drive remaining closed until further notice. Okaapsevek will be the alternative. And the N1 going out of Cape Town, ramping to the M5 South. So that's at the Kuiberg interchange. That ramp from Cape Town City Centre, take you through Kuiberg to Muizenberg is closed. You have to come off, go into Parton Island, sit in a bit of traffic on Section Road, sit in a bit of traffic on Kuiberg Road as you work your way back through the interchange onto the M5 South. Also, crash coming out of Athlone, Jan Smuts at 12th, causing some delays from Klipfontein Road. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zakan, a very good morning. So, more support for coach Hugo Broos to stay put, not go anywhere. The latest being Bafana defender Aubrey Modiba.
I know, Kathy. Hey, that's quite a compliment there for Coach Bruce. It's interesting that his players are saying, listen, boss, don't pack your bags just yet. So, yeah, we're going to hear from Bafana defender Aubrey Modiba saying that the World Cup exit doesn't erase what the team has achieved. He believes Coach Hugo Broos has transformed Bafana and hopes the Belgian stays on to continue building the national side.
We always want to make history for ourselves and for our country, and yeah, we're just happy we managed to do that, even though we wanted to go further. But yeah, no, what can we say? We can't fault anyone. I think we did well for ourselves, for our careers, and yeah, this will be remembered in the next years to come. And yeah, I'm just proud of everyone in the team, the coach, everyone involved, technical team, people behind the scenes that we don't really see. So yeah, we're just proud.
Let's go to more action. This time Morocco. They beat the Netherlands in injury time 3-2 on penalties to reach the last 16 of the World Cup. Meanwhile, Paraguay, they stunned Germany on penalties to reach the last 16 as well. And then Gabriel Martinelli scoring a 95th minute winner as Brazil came from behind to beat Japan 2-1 and reach the FIFA World Cup last 16. And finally, tennis. Wimbledon's opening round has already produced plenty of drama. The defending men's champion Yannick Sinner survived a 5-set scare against Mirmir Manovic, while the 7-time champion Novak Djokovic advanced, battling past China's Wu Yibing in 4 sets. There were major upsets with Casper Ruud, Andrei Rublev, and the French Open finalist Maya Kwalinska all crashing out on day 1. In the women's draw, Coco Gauff, Mira Andreeva, Karolina Mukova, and Naomi Osaka all progressed safely, while Turkey's Zeynep Sonmez pulled off one of the biggest surprises by eliminating the American Ann Lee to book her place in the second round. That's your sport on the national briefing. We will serve it up some more. Top of the hour, I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, a very good morning to you. So, British American Tobacco, they're planning to cut 9,000 jobs globally. We're certainly going to be feeling the impact of that in South Africa.
You're absolutely right there, Kathy. Although the company has not disclosed how many South African roles could be affected. Now, the latest global restructuring could deal another blow, of course, to our labor market as the tobacco giant accelerates an artificial intelligence-driven cost-cutting program. About 9,000 jobs are on the line over the next year. Now, the announcement follows BAT's decision to close its Heidelberg manufacturing plant here in SA after citing the rapid growth of the illicit cigarette market. Any further local job losses would add to pressure in an economy already battling high unemployment, really a key issue also fueling anti-immigration demonstrations. Now, the development also comes as markets await the latest employment figures due later today for a clear picture of labor market conditions. Now, BAT says the restructuring will streamline operations, improve productivity and lower costs as demand shifts towards smoke-free nicotine products. While British American Tobacco prepares to cut jobs, Marianne Roberts has moved in the opposite direction, saving about 2,600 jobs through the completion of its 1.27 billion rand mining services sale. The transaction, led by Differential Capital, transfers the group's cementation businesses in Africa and the Americas, along with Terra Nova Technologies, into a standalone platform backed by new investment. It marks a key milestone in the engineering group's business rescue process, easing financial pressure and allowing repayment of secured lenders. However, unsecured creditors are expected to wait for a possible second payout linked to a deferred payment due in a year. Now, the deal highlights diverging fortunes in South Africa's corporate landscape, where one major group is cutting roles while another somewhat stabilizes operations amid ongoing restructuring. Tracking market action now, local equities are set for a positive start ahead of key employment data, with the rand also on the front foot this morning. The currency is being supported by a softer US dollar and easing oil prices, with Brent crude trading just below $73 a barrel. The local unit is currently at 16.45 to the dollar, 21.77 to the pound, and 18.74 to the euro. Global sentiment is broadly positive as markets brace for further geopolitical developments amid conflicting reports surrounding today's peace talks in Qatar. Against this backdrop, Asian equities are on track to close the second quarter mostly in the green, while US futures are also trading higher, pointing to a firmer start on Wall Street. So that I look at your market. Kathy, it's back to you with the business tip of the day.
All right, Ndauleng, thanks for that. So yesterday we spoke about your busiest moment. Today, take that one step further. Strong businesses don't only think about how they can get paid, they think about how payments support the way they trade and make money. With FNB Speed Point, businesses can do more than accept payments. It becomes part of how the business runs day to day. From giving customers different ways to pay to opening up opportunities to sell online, send payment requests, or offer additional services that can create new income streams. That shift matters, especially when trading conditions are under pressure. This week, look at how your payment setup can do more than just process a sale. Ask whether it's helping you reach your customers in more ways and unlocking additional revenue for your business. We'll unpack this further on Wednesday with the FNB Business Interview.
Sanmuran, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Mahlangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanmonani, hello, my name is Zaziko Nene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Awafani. Catch Amalanga Awafani on SABC One.
Do yourself a favor, tune in
Every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC One.
That's for sure.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
But let's get into our reality check then for today. A moment to pause, reflect on the state of affairs in the country and to understand what is happening, why it's happening, and what it's costing us as a nation. But most importantly, what are the things that we can do to change the trajectory, right, and build the South Africa we want to see? Nomfundo Mohapi is a clinical psychologist, CEO of the Center for Mental Wellness and Leadership. She's our contributor for this week. Nomfundo, good morning to you. Yesterday, we started off with reflecting on the psyche of our nation and how we can de-escalate. And today you want us to focus on trauma carriers, peace carriers, and the language of dehumanization.
Good morning again, Kathy, and just good morning to South Africa today. And such an important day to discuss this issue, Kathy, because at a psychological level, there has been such a build-up in our psyche around this date of the 13th of June, which therefore means that the level of restlessness and dysregulation is actually heightened. And we therefore need not just political solutions or police solutions, but also psychological solutions. So yesterday, Kathy, yes, we did talk about the unresolved social justice, migration, and dysregulated psyche. And today, really, I want to talk about what happens then within this wounded context. And in this context, the thing that we needed to be aware of is that when we reach this level of dysregulation, the part of our brain, which we call the cortex, that usually we expect to be activated to enable us to treat other people with dignity, to see their humanity, the one that enable us to calm ourselves and calm each other and remember the larger vision and the purpose for why we do what we do, gets deactivated, and the area that gets activated is the limbic system or the amygdala. And it's very important for us to really understand how our brains work, because then it will help us with understanding what de-escalation entails. Because the limbic system, when it gets activated, what it knows is fight, which could be aggression, violence, or flight or freeze. And when we are in that state as a nation, we need people that can be able to speak to the limbic system in a way that calms it. So today we really need to be careful of what I call the trauma carriers. So in a context like this, you can have trauma carriers that could emerge from both sides, Kathy. You can have trauma carriers who mobilize people and communities around these very same social injustices that I've talked about. But they do it in a way that creates more frustration, directs the anger towards the vulnerable groups. Currently, of course, it is towards the migrants. They do it in such a way that permits dehumanization, a language and a tone and methods that create more divisions. And for me, what is really concerning that we need to be careful of is that when trauma carriers are leading the fight against social justice, they make it acceptable to degrade another human being. And for me, when this happens, the minute the degrading of human beings, and we've seen it in our continent where people call others cockroaches, they call they don't call them and see them that they are human beings, then this begins to enter the psyche of the nation, and it then shapes the fabric of our society. It becomes acceptable to deal with issues by dehumanizing people. So this could happen on the side of those that are fighting for the social justice and are activating protest, but it could also happen on the side of those that are responding, saying this is xenophobia, we need to calm ourselves, and responding to protesting communities by using the language of, for example, calling people hooligans, by using the language of arrogance, saying people are difficult. And this language, unfortunately, fuels this sense where people feel that their pain is being diminished and confirms the feeling that people are not heard. So today we are really calling for that psychological intelligence, Kathy, to hold this complexity, where we are able to say that because the nervous system is activated, we need peace carriers. We need peace carriers who are able to speak a language that calms people down, that takes this energy of protest, but reminds people about what is the purpose of what we want to fight. And there's a few things that from our research we found, Katie, that over and above the peace and trauma carriers are important. I said it's the language, but also, Katie, what we know is when protests happen, they reach in psychology what we call groupthink. Groupthink is when the emotions are so heightened and the limbic system is so activated that people even forget their own personal responsibility. They almost think like they are anonymous. They would do things that they would ordinarily not do and take responsibility for. So that's where you find that people get killed, people break houses, people start to ban businesses. So as people are being involved in this protest, it's so important to pick up when that group think is coming in and be able to bring people back to their responsibility. And we are really calling on both those that are saying they are leading the protest to be aware of this, but also for those that will be coming in and responding to the protest. The other thing, Kathy, is the early warning signs, and this is what we've been calling for. What we found is if in the communities there are people that can already pick up to say, guys, there's a shift in the texture of the mood. Our songs are beginning to shift from the songs that are fighting for what we want to attacking people, to dehumanizing people. Because the minute you do that, there's something in your psyche that permissions you not to see them as an extension of yourself. You can kill them, you can attack them. So we also need to look at people within these groups that can be able to do that, Kathy. So I think today we really are saying that the minute we begin to dehumanize people, then the other person is no longer seen as a human being. The language of the community leaders matters. The language used by the politician matters. The language used by the media itself, right? And how you package what is it that you fuel becomes important. And of course, the one that is used by the police. So these are the things that we need to be careful and look at today. And there's still, of course, we are calling, as we say, Kathy, for the peace carriers who can be able to come in and bring a calm within this situation.
You know, as you're speaking, Nomfundo, I'm thinking about the criticism and perhaps the calling out of South Africans, and this happened, when we began to see people gather in their thousands in Durban, and the fact that there was a sense that South Africans were not moved, right? Not moved by mothers giving birth on the street this weekend, not moved by mothers and children in the rain, in the cold, the wintry cold. What does that say about our psyche right now as a nation, that we see those pictures, but it doesn't move us to to say anything, to do anything, and that we accept that, well, this is just what it is now.
And Kathy, this is a build-up of something that has been slowly creeping into the psyche of our society. It's a build-up where we have gotten used to hearing the numbers of people that are murdered and killed every day, the numbers of children that are exposed to drugs. So we have had this psyche where we don't hear the pain. And Kate, I want to point again the pain of a Black person and that dehumanization of it is less than, we don't hear it, right? And what has now happened is that it has entered into the space where the very people whose pain has not been heard are there's almost like an externalization of this rage and anger. Some people used to say to us, you guys who are the privileged in the communities, you are seeing these images and they shock you, but we live this on a daily basis. We have become so numbed. We don't care anymore. The other thing, so that there is part of that this has been crippling in our society as a way of hear no evil, see no evil. And the other thing that has begun to happen, which is very concerning, Kate, because this is how communities move into larger conflicts, is that you start first by externalizing the other, dehumanizing them, don't see them, and then they stop being human. And when they stop being human, stop being like you, then anything can happen to them. This is the psyche that drove apartheid, right? Where people will torture, murder people outside, but when they go to their home, they are loving, caring parents because their children, their family, the people that look like them are human, but those that don't are not. And that is the psyche that has come in. And the trauma carriers, the people who ignite that and continue to dehumanize people, fuel that, Kathy. And we need, I was thinking the other day that we need people like a Desmond Tutu. We need the mothers that are able to stand between those that are violent and where there is violence to say, Yimani bantwana bami, khanehlise nomoya, so that we can be able to see that these are mothers, these are sisters. When we've begun to no longer see another as a human being, then we've entered a dangerous territory, because the migrants could go, the next time it will be another group and then another group. So it can be a really dangerous space for a society.
Nomfundo Mohapi, let me thank you for your time this morning. Yeah, the trauma carriers, the peace carriers. What a reflection point, even for us as a society. And I hope that you're challenged, right? I hope that you're challenged. I don't know how you felt or how you feel even when you hear some of these stories, when you see some of these images, and where that places you in this conversation. I'll take your calls. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Very light conditions for motorists that are on that commute to work. It's very difficult to find anything that represents a delay on the highway networks around Gauteng this morning. Very, very incredibly light volumes. You're seeing that in other major cities across Durban, the run from Todi through the airport. Again, just nice and open up through that traditional hotspot through Westwood Mall. No delays there this morning. Cape Town, we're also seeing open and flowing roads. And again, just really light volume. The only real issue in Cape Town is disclosure of the N1 outbound ramp to the M5 South. That link coming out of the city to turn to Muizenberg, all shut through Kuiberg interchange due to a truck on its side. The north side of that interchange is quite heavily backed up. Motorists having to come off the N1 and go into Pardon Island, sit on Section Street through to a busy Kuiberg Road coming in through Brooklyn. It's just traffic having to divert around the closure at Kuiberg interchange, which is causing that congestion. We are just getting some reports of protesting at Ducat. That's on the N6 just north of East London. You might want to just delay travel through there. And a fresh report coming in of a cash in transit heist, Coffin Vaba area on the R61. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I can see on our system some backlogging traffic already into that scene. We'll keep you up to date with that. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Oh, yeah, boy. Soweto. Abafet bonjour. Mina no. This month is all about youth courage. Saisusa from then with 50 years of 1976. And vandaag Skimsam, we have the courage to become. Silete Kaya and stand with our community. Started with the thought. Now we have the courage to create and the courage to sound. Like the Red Bull Symphonic with Peace for My Peeps. Anything can happen, so get the courage to tell your story. Malanga, our fun. Zanzi for sure is the source. From going live at Great Town to empowering the youth with the Enoch Matebuda Foundation. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure, the source of youth courage. I got.
If your data plan was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 35-year-old Zanai a whopping 1,180 Rand on her 2017 Mercedes-Benz GLA. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Why wait? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, let me start off in Cape Town. Is it Shata?
Morning, Kathy. How are you?
Good. How do I pronounce your name?
That's Shata.
Oh, Shata. Okay, wonderful. All right, go for it, sir.
Kathy, look at the contrast. Cape Town. Cape Town is fully functional. It's business as usual. Although there's a whole lot of foreigners in Cape Town, but it's business as usual. My thing when I say the contrast is that the government has failed the people of South Africa, to a point whereby the people of South Africa decided to take matters upon their own hands. They say in the absence of the law, anarchy becomes the law. It's exactly what is happening in South Africa. What is bad is that South African government is willing to protect criminals at the cost of the citizens. This visible policing that we are seeing now, protecting the illegal immigrants, should have been visible policing that was supposed to have happened to prevent illegal immigrants from coming into the country. It should have been the other way around. But anyway, the elections are coming. We will deal with the government.
Shata, how do you think that part of that essence will not be lost in the protest that we're seeing right now? Because it can very quickly become, yes, June 30 has come and gone. There was no crisis, and life moves on without really taking their accountability to the place where it needs to go, which, for all intents and purposes, is at the door of government.
Kathy, all I'm saying, we can say whatever we like. The people of South Africa have lost hope in the governance. Hence, they're taking the stance that they have taken now. And it is not going to be something that ends with the 30th of June. People of South Africa are tired. People of South Africa are tired having their children eating sweets and whatever the cases that are poisoned, having kids that are dying because of food security that is non-existent in the country. People of South Africa are tired of the drugs that are going on the street. It has been said for so many years. Ever since I was young, growing up, I've heard about the drug problems in the country coming with foreigners. It has never been addressed at all.
Okay,
People
Shata.
are tired.
Let's leave it there. Faisal, you're in the Eastern Cape. Good morning.
My name is Katie. How are you?
Good. Go for it.
Good. Katie, you know what? I always state, those people who are marching, they also got the points. They also got they've got the right to do that. But what is not acceptable, these people who are marching, and I'm talking here, I can't say we South Africans, they make as if it's 50 million of people in South Africa, they're behind this. I'm not saying that neither are kings nor are people behind it. But there's a way to do something, Katie. Everything must be done correctly. They say the government must not call the police. Even Orlando Pirates match, Katie, the security, they have to be security. Why you say they must not call the security? What is something else you want to do which we do not know? I am saying that, Katie, for prosperity of the country, it is not only the government. The citizens should do the correct thing. What I've seen, these people coming and closing the people's business for 3 days, I see in East London. 3 days the shops are closed. Everybody comes and says, close the shop, close the shop, close the shop, to create fear and panic. It cannot be allowed, Katie. And our economy of this country is already going down. It's almost like, but for that, it is not only the government. The citizens, they will have to also to behave correctly. And Katie, lastly,
Faisal, I've got to leave it there with you. I've got to leave it there. Faisal out in the Eastern Cape. It's time for your 8 o'clock news update.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
Stories: faith leaders call for restraint ahead of protests, and US Supreme Court upholds late mail-in ballot rules. A very good morning. With the news, I'm Dino Mataung. Faith leaders have called for restraint ahead of protests against undocumented foreign nationals in the country. The leaders held an emergency meeting at Gatesville Mosque in Cape Town in the Western Cape to address the humanitarian crisis affecting foreign nationals who have been displaced. Western Cape Council of Churches Deputy Chairperson Reverend Ruth Jonas says violence and intimidation cannot be used to address the deeper crisis facing the country.
Though we recognize the constitutional right to protest, tomorrow cannot become a day of fear. It cannot become a day of destruction. It cannot become a day of intimidation. It cannot become a day in which neighbor turns against neighbor. Our constitution protects the right to protest, but it rejects hatred.
Meanwhile, the National Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure, NetJoints, has urged all organizers of nationwide protests against undocumented foreign nationals to adhere to the agreement they've reached with authorities to ensure peaceful demonstrations. Deputy National Police Commissioner Tebello Mosikedi, speaking as chairperson of NetJoints, issued a stern warning against vigilantism and violent protests.
For call upon every organizer and every participant to honor their commitment under the law. Exercise your constitutional right respectfully and peacefully. Cooperate with marshals and law enforcement officials. Those that intend to hand over the memorandum, they must hand it over to the relevant state authority. Those who choose violence, intimidation, destruction of property, looting, road blockades, attacks on public officials, or any other criminal conduct should expect immediate law enforcement intervention. Arrest will immediately be effected.
In the Bloemfontein CBD, it is business as usual this morning, with shops open and residents going about their daily activities ahead of the planned June 30 protest. Law enforcement and immigration officials are monitoring the situation as protesters are expected to gather at various points before marching. Meanwhile, in the Western Cape, police say no incidents have been reported. Thousands of officers have been deployed to identify hotspots with additional resources on standby. Provincial Commissioner Thembisile Patekile says police are prepared to respond while ensuring public safety and upholding the law.
Yes, we're close to 6,000 members that are out there today. That's the first beginning of the deployment. As the day progresses, other people will be coming in. We're expecting it to be about 7,000 at the end of the day, but that's what for today. And then there are also other people coming late for the night to continue, and tomorrow, and as far as until Friday. Then we'll be deploying in all areas, and we've got also dedicated teams that are ready to act for any eventualities that are on standby to be deployed in all hotspot areas and the entire province is covered.
In the Eastern Cape, the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro has strengthened monitoring in identified hotspot areas, including Coston, Central and Motherwell, amongst others. The Metro spokesperson, Stembiso Soyaya, however, says they have not received any formal march applications.
At this stage, there are no official applications for any marches or protests in Nelson Mandela Bay. SAPS, Metropolis, SANDF, provincial and municipal traffic services have intensified visibility in identified hotspot areas. We want to assure residents that the situation remains calm, and we encourage everyone to continue with their normal daily activities while relying only on verified information from official sources.
Lastly, further afield, the U.S. Supreme Court has upheld state laws allowing mail-in ballots received after Election Day to be counted, rejecting a Republican challenge against Mississippi's 5-day grace period. The ruling is seen as a setback for President Donald Trump ahead of November's midterm elections. The BBC's David Wallace.
The Supreme Court dealt a deal to President Trump's ambition to outlaw postal voting, or so-called mail-in ballots, which he believes are a central cause of election fraud, although there is no evidence to suggest that. The court rejected Mr. Trump's attempt to ban state election officials from counting mail-in ballots that arrive after Election Day, and Mr. Trump in response called that a major loss, and he's vowed to push for a voter identification bill that is currently stuck in Congress.
Recapping the top story, the Sawa faith leaders have called for restraint ahead of protests against undocumented foreign nationals in the country. Headlines at 8:30 for SAfm News. I'm Dino Matau.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
Choosing not to upgrade your cell phone saves money, but you could really save by switching to Outsurance Essential car insurance made for older cars. 40-year-old Nomtandazo pays only 516 Rand a month for her 2013 Hyundai i20 and gets covered for full retail value if her car is stolen or hijacked. Get Outsurance Essential car insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rand. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Generally a very light and easy traffic morning for those that are off to work. There is noticeably a stay away because the traffic volumes around the country, around those big cities, has just completely fallen away. Be a little bit different mid-morning to late morning as the marches get underway in city centre areas. They will have the ability to disrupt traffic flow as marches, I guess, in reasonably big numbers, move along those predetermined march routes. Joburg CBD from Beyers Nordier out to Hillbrow will be a march today. Pretoria Church Square through to Sunnyside, through the CBD march here, and a big one in Durban from King to Isulu through Durban City Centre along Pixley Kasemi through City Hall, down Gillespie and down on towards the Point. SAP's offices there on the Point South Beach side. So all of those and other areas across the country likely to be disrupted, but that will come a little bit later. But really the story today is about just how light the volume is. Cape Town, a truck overturning, blocking the M1 outbound ramp to the M5 south of Kuberg Interchange. You've got to go into Section Island, Pardon Island on Section Street, come back on the Kuberg Road to access the M5 south. And we're just hearing a couple of reports from the Eastern Cape. Some protesting just outside East London on the N6 at Ducats, and a report of a cash-in transit heist along the R61 around Coffin Vaba. That's likely to have an impact for some time this morning. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAfm Sports headlines, we look at Bafana and Coach Hugo Broos, who changed South African football. The question is, who writes the next chapter? And we also bring you rugby. The countdown to Ellis Park continues as the Boks prepare for England. All this and more coming up at around 8:30.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context,
and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the show. If you've just tuned in, it's 30th, Tuesday, the 30th of June. There's been so much associated with this day, and the day is finally here. Lots happening across the country, but seemingly mostly business as usual. This hour we hear directly from the Union Buildings as the presidency calls for peace and calm. We'll also check in with Nat Joins. We'll be joined by the Deputy National Police Commissioner Tebello Musikidi shortly, who will unpack then the operations of the police for the day. We'll then take you to the streets. This time we'll check in the Johannesburg CBD and in Gqeberha to get a sense of what's really unfolding in parts of our country. As I said from the beginning of the show, you are our eyes and ears for the day. What are you seeing where you are? What is happening? Are you able to go on about your day? Is it business as usual? We'd love to hear from you. The numbers to use to get in touch with us this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Oh, yeah, boy. Soweto. Bonjour. No. This month is all about youth courage. Saisusa from there with 50 years of 1976. And vandaag Skimsam, we have the courage to become. Silete Kaya and stand with our community. Started with the thought. Now we have the courage to create and the courage to sound. Like the Red Bull Symphonic with Beats for My Peeps. Anything can happen, so get the courage to tell your story. Ubamalanga, our fun. Zanzi for sure is the source. From going live at Great Town to empowering the youth with the Enoch Matebuda Foundation. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure, the source of youth courage. My gosh.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
All right, it's 14 after 8 o'clock. Let's get then into this story. President Cyril Ramaphosa has been rejecting the June the 30th deadline for a national shutdown. Rather, he's told South Africans that the right to protest is real, but vigilantism is not. And he's pointed the finger at what he describes as opportunists who are exploiting the legitimate grievances of the poor. We're joined now by presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwenya. Vincent, good morning to you. Thank you for your time this morning. So perhaps maybe just your overall analysis as we step into the day. I imagine that the presidency would be well satisfied with the fact that by and large it seems to be business as usual and that there has been no national shutdown.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners. Indeed, Kathy, that will be in line to the call that the president has consistently made, that we have a constitutionally enshrined right to protest. However, that right carries along the responsibility to be exercised in a matter that is in accordance to the law and in a matter that does not in turn violate other people's rights. Furthermore, government has communicated repeatedly, including the president, that the issues of migration are being attended to through the 5 pillars that have been presented, and that government remains the sole authority to enforce immigration laws. The concerns that are being expressed about the impact of illegal immigration in communities is well understood and well acknowledged by government. Therefore, today should be a day that is a normal day. At the same time, those fellow citizens that feel they want to exercise their rights must be able to do so for as long that is done lawfully.
Vincent, do you think that this is out of genuine response to the president's call, or is it because of the 600 million rand plus of the state muscle that effectively was shown to South Africans?
Well, Katie, there are a couple of things there. Let me start with your first part of the question. It is possible that a lot of people have heeded the president's call. Furthermore, we can also acknowledge the fact that South Africans are by and large peaceful people. No one wants to see violence, no one wants to see destruction of property, and no one wants to continue participating in exercises that impugn the image of the country. So that's the first part. The second part to your question about the 600 million rand state muscle, Kathy, we know in the past that what started as peaceful protest ended up being a destruction of property, a loss to the economy to the tune of hundreds of billions of rands, as we saw on the 21st of July. We had seen snippets of violent protest in the days leading up to this day. And therefore, the state could not outsource the responsibility to protect its citizens, to protect infrastructure. And so everything had to be anticipated, and operational plans had to then be made in accordance with what is being anticipated, also drawing from past experiences.
Vincent, does the presidency accept that we are here today due to failures in governance? Do you accept that?
There has been acceptance, Kathy, from the president himself that we have not been effective in enforcing our immigration laws, that there have been weaknesses in our immigration management systems. As far back as 2022-2023, Minister Motsoaledi began investigations that unearthed syndicates operating within Home Affairs that were responsible with the selling of visas, the selling of all other unlawful documentation that enabled in part, this large flow of illegal immigration. So that is accepted. Hence now it's being corrected. Part of the 5 pillars is to strengthen our immigration systems so that we are more effective in enforcing the law.
But Vincent, why? Sorry to come in there because we don't have a lot of time. Why has it taken so long for government to acknowledge it? Because by and large, there has been a denial of this problem. And even today, you use words like, there have been some weaknesses, there have been inefficiencies. But when you look at the thousands of people that have come forward with undocumented, without the necessary documents to be in the country, it doesn't just speak to being ineffective. It speaks to no border control, that there has been an absolute lack of border control that has enabled this problem that we find ourselves in today.
Kathy, you've just repeated what I've said has been accepted by government. I've said as far back as 2022, 2023, Minister Motsoaledi began investigations that unearthed levels of corruption within Home Affairs that demonstrated syndicates operating outside and inside of the department. So you can surmise that it has taken too long, but on the other hand, we can assert that these issues have been there for quite some time and have been attended to, albeit not effectively as they should have been attended to. That's an admission that we can make.
If in fact they had been attended to, and if in fact the government had been listening to South Africans, do you think we would be where we are today, where there are protests scheduled across the country to raise this issue of migration as a national issue?
Kathy, I think we're going around circles on the same point here. I'm saying to you, government has been open and transparent about its own failures. However, where we are now, the problem is being attended to. The 5 pillars have been released and committed to by government to address the various associated areas to managing migration. And that's what we're going to continue doing. Postmortems can be conducted day in and day out about what went wrong. All we can do now is to go forward, having acknowledged the problem, having identified system weaknesses, and having come up with a clear roadmap in terms of what needs to be done going forward. Furthermore,
how are you going
can
to
I
make
finish, please?
How are you going to make sure that that message lands, Vincent, in this climate of high distrust?
The point I was making, that part of the problem is a socio-economic challenge that is also being dealt with. There is an appreciation on the side of government that this protest is taking place against the backdrop of high levels of poverty as well as high unemployment, which are issues that are continuously being addressed. And all of these issues are issues that government accepts responsibility over, and more importantly, issues that are being attended to going forward. In terms of how the message lands, we will continue to engaging with South Africans. We will continue to being a listening government, and we will continue being a responsive government to issues impacting South Africans on a daily basis. Are we going to be perfect? Of course not. We're not going to be perfect. No one is perfect, but we will do our utmost best as a government that is rooted in communities to address these issues as we progress.
Do you believe South Africans see you as a listening government?
Well, I'll leave that to you to analyze and conclude. All we can do as a government is continue executing our mandate and doing what is required and what we've committed to doing for the people of South Africa.
Vincent Magwenya is the presidency spokesperson. Vincent, let me thank you for your time. Moving on from that, then let me bring in the head of NAT Joins, Lieutenant General Tebelo Musikidi, who's a chairperson of that structure. General Musikidi, good morning to you. Thanks for your time, or Lieutenant General rather. Thank you for your time. So let's talk about the operations that we are seeing today. When one looks at the visuals of the way in which the security cluster has come out today, clearly leaving nothing to chance. What are the early reports that you're getting?
Thank you very much, Kathy. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to the listeners and to the South Africans at large, and the length and breadth of the country where this message is reaching. As I am speaking to you now, Kathy, I am in Welbeckend in Pretoria. There was a report of a burning truck. This truck, in my observation, of course, subject to investigation, was full of the goods that apparently have been taken out of the border. It appears the people that are standing here next to me, I am counting close to 10 individuals who are foreign nationals, Malawians, that were taken out of the country in a truck. Much as we are working hard to ensure and educate our employers as well, because this, Kathy, I'm saying subject to investigation, appears to be people that were taken from either the farms or the areas alongside Gauteng in the Kempton Park area that are being taken out of the country because of the current situation. It is an unfortunate situation that they were loaded in a container with goods, no windows, and no ventilation, no nothing. They are sitting there. Unfortunately, the truck, the tires of the truck caught fire. It was on fire. The police arrived here. Other residents, the white farmers along here, Velbekent, had to come to extinguish the fire. And as they were extinguishing this container that was on fire, people came out of it. This is some of the things, Kate, that we are dealing with on a daily basis. And this is why we have put together the operational plan that we have put to ensure that we respond to incidents of this nature. But the unfortunate one, which it's the current challenge that we are facing, where workers will then, in the midst of all the tensions that we are dealing with, will then be loading people in a container and taking them out of the country. So these are some of the incidents that have been reported. However, with the reports that I also receive at the NAT joints level from the different provincial joints, there are no serious incidents except for this one that I'm talking about so far. There are sporadic conversions of people in different parts of the country, but so far there are no alarms in terms of the violent marches. So far, people are still convening, people that are going to work, as we have appealed, that those that want to carry on with their daily lives must be left to do their life. Those that want to go and ventilate and do their constitutional right of freedom of expression, demonstration, and so on, they are doing so, and we will protect them as well.
Lieutenant General Musekedi, is part of the approach today for the police to then also be the ones that are conducting raids and doing verifications in as far as undocumented migrants are concerned? I'm saying this because we've received messages and even calls from some of our listeners who are saying that it's the police that are doing the raids on businesses, etc., in their areas.
Kathy, you will recall that part of my responsibility and the cap that I'm wearing now as I'm speaking to you of NAT joints. It's a joint operation that we are encouraging, that we always do. Of course, you will have the police in numbers as it is a bigger national department. And for the safety of your inspectors, be it health inspectors that will go to business such as informal businesses to go and check the correctness, be it our colleagues in the Home Affairs departments, the numbers that they are having are always being supplemented by the police from time to time. So we work in that collaboration manner. My duty is to coordinate state departments, not only the police coordination, but where we have big operations such as this one, we work collaboratively with all other departments. So they may be seeing the police to doing the work. It is their constitutional mandate as well to ensure that there is order, there is no crime that is committed. Of course, they will work with their one or two of the inspectors who know what is it that they need to check for. In terms of the papers, you'll recall that the law is very clear the police do have the responsibility to ensure and check if a person have a proper documentation in the country, and they do so either by the police themselves, SANDF members, or DHA, or they can do that collectively. And if there are pointers or there are challenges that are being experienced in that regard, they will get their statements from their colleagues from Home Affairs, who will know what is it that is legitimate document and what is it that is not a correct document that the person should be carrying.
Lieutenant General Tibelo Musikidi, the chairperson of the National Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure. So that's NatJoins. They're the ones that are coordinating the response then of the state in as far as this operation is concerned. All right, that brings us then to 8:30. We're going to take your latest news headlines. I'm already seeing your calls on the line. Yes, we will be taking your calls right after the sport with Sai.
For the headlines, I'm Dino Mutaun. A very good morning to you. The Kingdom of Lesotho has urged Basotho living in South Africa who feel unsafe to contact the Lesotho High Commission or its satellite offices if they wish to return home. Meanwhile, faith leaders have called for restraint ahead of protests against undocumented foreign nationals in the country. And the Madlanga Commission is expected to resume this morning with a new witness. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, the impact of today's March events really playing out quite remarkably on the N1 highway. I've just put a picture up on Twitter or x.com of the volume, and there is hardly anything. It is quite amazing to have a look at the pictures of the N1 through Midrand and realise that is a result of a great big stay away. Today there is hardly any traffic, not only the N1 through Midrand, I mean that's the most obvious, but highways across the country, their volumes are significantly lower. There will be March events today through Central Joburg, Central Pretoria, Central Durban, probably be your three big ones that will have an impact on traffic flow a little bit later on through the morning. We are tracking some delays around Cape Town's Kubo Interchange. N1 out of Cape Town, linked to the M5 South, has been closed due to a truck which is still lying on its side from the early hours of this morning. Traffic goes out on the N1, exits onto Section Street in Pardon Island, doubles back to the Kubo Road at Brooklyn to get onto the M5 at Kubo Interchange. So that's all a bit snarled up. There is some protesting reported on the N6 just north of East London at Ducats, and we did report a cash in transit heist at Coffin Harbour. That van managed to escape the robbers, get down to the police station, so no impact on the R61 through Coffin Harbour. That scene basically not a scene. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, it's decision time for the Bafana coach Hugo Bruce. I did feel though that going into the World Cup and where he is now, there's been a change of heart, a little bit of a change of tone, but he still has to decide. Will he stay? Will he go?
Will he stay or will he go? I know, it's amazing what winning can do. So yeah, I mean, this coach has gone from answering critics to becoming, one of the nation's biggest supporters at the moment, as well as he's being supported by the team. So whether Coach Bruce stays or goes, his impact on South African football undeniable. During his 5 years in charge, the Belgian guided Bafana to an AFCON bronze medal, ended a 16-year wait for World Cup qualification, reached the knockout stages for the first time in the country's history, and he also trusted a new generation of young talent and Bruce is expected now to decide his future in the coming days after his contract expires. So we'll wait with bated breath. In the meantime, the wait is over for England and for Germany. Germany had a stunning penalty shootout defeat to Paraguay, ending their remarkable record. The four-time champions Germany had never before lost a World Cup shootout, but they bowed out with that 1-1 draw. Meanwhile, Morocco also advanced on penalties by eliminating the Netherlands, while Brazil, they needed a 95th minute winner from Gabriel Martinelli to edge Japan 2-1 and book their place in the last 16. On to rugby, and the Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus has credited English Premiership club Bath for transforming Thomas du Toit into one of the world's best tight head props. Du Toit, who scored 25 tries in 65 appearances for Bath, will start against England at Ellis Park on Saturday. And we have great news. Wimbledon is back on and plenty of drama. The defending men's champion Yannick Sinner survived a 5-set scare against Miroslav Kekmanovic, while the 7-time champion Novak Djokovic advanced. He battled past China's Wu Yibing, and that was in 4 sets. There was also a major upset with Casper Ruud, Andrei Rublev, and the French Open finalist Maya Kwalinska all crashing out. In the women's draw, Coco Gauff, Mira Andreeva, Karolina Mukova, Arina Sabalenka, and Naomi Osaka all progressed safely. That's your sport on the National Briefing. We shall serve it up some more with more sport. John Hedeka comes to you around 12:30. I'm Sai Khan.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
It's Elimination Week on the Tastemaster Professional this Sunday evening at 7. Faced with one of the world's most popular dishes, our chefs must create a pizza that rises above the rest. With big flavors and bold ideas needed to impress the judges, the stakes couldn't be higher. Who will earn a slice of success and who will get boxed out of the competition? Find out on the Tastemaster Professional, Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC 2.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
All right, you're still listening to the National Briefing. In a moment, we'll be taking your calls. The number to dial for our studio line, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. As we get ready then to bring in your reflections, your voices, let's touch base with some of our reporters across different parts of the country. I'm going to start with Gina Malinga, our SABC journalist who is in Durban in the CBD this morning. Gina, good morning. So where you are in Durban, that's been highlighted as one of the hotspot areas for today. But what has been happening so far this morning?
Good morning to you and good morning to the listeners. Currently, we are at an open space opposite the Beria Center. It's also in the Durban CBD. This is where Izinsizwa, led by Unkosikona Phakela Umthakathi Ndabandaba, who will be leading the Zulu regiments, leading them from this open space here to the King Dinizulu Park. And that's where they will join the bigger march led by the March and March leader, Jacinta, that will leave the King Dinizulu Park through the CBD to the Point area on South Beach. That's where it is expected that the march will end. But what's happening at the moment, more crowds are coming through to join the group that's gathering here by the hour, with police, of course, heightening visibility in the area, with helicopters as well roving around the area, making sure that all is still in order.
there has been a strong message from the Zulu royal household that they will not be associated with any violence related to this protest. So what are we expecting today? Because you spoke about one of these leaders leading Zulu regiments in the CBD.
Indeed, that is what was the message from the Zulu Royal House. This group of individuals are affiliated with the Izinsizwa under the leadership of Undabandaba, who leads a group called Insizwa. So not necessarily that they are affiliated to the Zulu Royal House, but most of them are seen having shields and sticks that would normally be seen handled or carried by the Zulu regiments, and they are singing some of the Zulu songs that would hear Amabuto singing during traditional ceremonies. But we are aware that also some of the Abatitieli or some of the leaders of the Zulu community will also be joining this group of Izinsizwa that are gathering here. I believe that they will be joining independently as individuals and not necessarily as the Zulu regiments.
All right, Gina, thanks for that clarification. Gina Malinga, who's out in the Durban CBD, watching the latest there. Well, from that part of the country, let's take you over to the Libombo border post. That's where we find Mutsibi Monareng, also an SABC journalist. Mutsibi, let's talk about what you are seeing at that particular border post.
Good morning, Kathy, and your listeners. What I can say, it is business as usual. But earlier on this morning, we saw there were some influx of migrants that are traveling from South Africa to Mozambique. According to the Border Management Authority, they are saying that in the past 3 days, yes, indeed, there were a lot of people who were traveling to Mozambique. However, this morning, they've already intercepted 118 those that were trying to cross back into Mozambique through the illegal crossing, and they were now arrested. They are currently being processed, and those people, obviously, they will then be suspended from in the later stage for coming into South Africa. But I can indicate to you that according to BMA, they're saying that their officials are ready to process those that will be traveling to Mozambique. But basically, I can indicate as well to say security is tight. They are ensuring that whoever is crossing the border illegally, they are getting arrested.
Mutsibi, I'm quite curious about why people would be crossing the border illegally when there is this process under this repatriation where Home Affairs is, of course, even giving documentation to those individuals that have been undocumented to process them out of the country. Has the BMA said anything about that? Why there would be individuals that are trying to bypass this process?
Remember, some Kathy will be in the country legally, and when their passports, you must go back to the border and stamp them after 30 days. So you'll find out some they've overstayed. So obviously, for them to get into their country, they will have to use the illegal crossing. So that is why them being intercepted. And those people, according to BMA, they will be then suspended from coming back in the country for 5 years. Then you would imagine if you are suspended and you know that your life, you have access in the country and you're able to do business in South Africa. Obviously, if you've been suspended, now it's a problem. You won't be allowed to come into the country. As I've indicated earlier, to say security is tight, so they are trying their level best to cross back into their country of origin through this illegal process. Intercepted.
Mutsibi Monareng will leave it there. So that's the latest from the Libombo border post.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning. This is amazing. They've got this amount of money to protect these people. They are sending them away. But when South Africans, they come out, they want jobs and this and that. There's no money. I find it very, very, very great and amazing. This.
Good morning, Kathy and SAFM listeners. Kathy, if you listen what the former President Mbeki is saying, and listen to what the President Ramaphosa is saying, it's so clear that 1994 has never been about the citizen of this country. It has always been about power. Who is in power? They do as they please. Thank you, Lucy Gauteng.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfM Radio.
It's 8:46. You are our eyes and ears for the day. Let me go to Pule. You are in Bloom. Good morning.
Kathy.
Yes, sir.
Morning. I was listening to you interviewing Vincent Magwenya. Thank you, Kathy, for asking the relevant questions. The biggest chunk of the blame, Kathy, should be apportioned to government. They have failed to secure our borders, Kathy. Now, we are where we are today because of government. They've been keeping quiet. They've been sleeping on this problem, not doing anything. Now, civil societies are rising up. They appear as if they are doing something. We must invest in border management authority, where that is the origin of the problem that brought us here. The money that has been allocated for today, the money should be at the border management authority. We must employ more BMA guards. We must invest in equipment for the BMA officials so that we can stop the problem. Now we are not stopping the problem, we are addressing the symptom and neglecting where the source of the problem is. Kathy, we don't have any other country except this country. And if we don't protect this country, our children will have no country to live in. And it's only the sea now where we have to go.
Pule, Vincent says that now that there's a focused strategy, that there's a 5-pillar program that they're going to be focusing on. Are you confident that that's going to bring in different results?
Kathy, this government has mastered the art of pretending to be doing something when they are actually doing nothing. Kathy, I said, let us invest in border management authority. Kathy, they have been keeping quiet. Vincent Magwenya says Minister Motsoaledi identified the problem 2003, 2002. What has happened after
2023,
that,
2023.
Yeah, but what has been happening since then, Kathy? What has been happening since then? It's only now that they are waking up when South Africans are protesting, Kathy.
Okay, look, Pule, in fairness, they did establish the Border Management Authority post that, right, as an intervention.
Yes.
Okay.
No, Kathy, I'm saying the investment should go there.
Okay, all right.
You go there, Kathy. They are understaffed.
All right, Pule, we're going to have to leave it there. Pax, you're in Cape Town. Good morning.
This morning, Kathy, just to use this expression, in vehicle fleet maintenance, they say there's something called reactive maintenance and preventative maintenance. The presidency in its entirety and its cabinet ministers are typical of those that are doing what is called reactive maintenance. And that falls short on them because they sit with not just the problem that they are sitting with at Home Affairs and Immigration, but the entire departments of government which have system failures that are currently failing them at the moment. You gave Vincent Magwenya an opportunity to actually outline what are they going to communicate on the ground to citizens as to what are they doing to try and manage and fix the immigration system that has failed. He clearly failed to give you something that is understandable to the layperson on the ground. So I think the government has actually collapsed and failed, not just in immigration, but in the government system.
Okay, Pax, we'll leave it there. Prince, you're out in Durban. Good morning.
Kathy. Kathy, Norman, I just wanted to talk about this 600 million. Ukuthi, was it? I mean, was it? Okay. Yenziwa for in. It's for what, basically, specifically? Because I had stories about private security entity. Is this money for tendering, procurement, giving it to the private security to what about it? Because this is a public matter. So it must be dealt with publicly, isn't it so? But public sector.
So, Prince, you want to see the full spend of this 600 million.
Exactly.
You're not just satisfied with the fact that that's how much it's cost the government to bring in the necessary support for the day. Look, I mean, it's as simple as even when the army needs to be deployed, right? There has to be money given towards that. But you want full transparency on who exactly is going to be getting what.
Exactly, because but the fact that it's public money, it's our tax money, so
okay.
That's everything about it, and for avoiding all this nonsense of corruption, tender procurement, all these issues we're hearing about on the Majanga.
All right, Prince, let's leave it there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take the latest briefing from Rob Byrne, and then we'll continue with your calls. So Rob, listening to your traffic reports in the last couple of hours, it doesn't sound like we're building up to a peak Tuesday traffic. It seems just people have decided to stay away, right? People just not go anywhere for the day.
Yeah, it's quite amazing, Kathy. The roads are literally empty. There's obviously a stay away. There's some work from home. There's obviously some businesses that have decided to close, so therefore keep their workers at home as well. School holidays, of course, that period, that certainly has an impact. But we have literally been sitting here and just marveling at how little traffic there is. We first alerted to that on the M1 South through Midrand. It was like empty this morning. And we saw that sort of the N3 through Galilees, the Mike 1 through Crown, all of those routes that normally just jam up anyway on any given sort of weekday morning just weren't there. And we saw that repeat through the big cities like Durban, through the big high congested areas like Cape Town. The traffic just isn't there. It's a remarkable stay away today. The action will come a little bit later, mid-morning up to lunchtime, with some big marches. Joburg will have one moving from Beyers Nordia up to Constitutional Hill. That'll go through the Hillbrow area. Also a march plan for the Pretoria CBD, moving away from Church Square through the eastern half of the Pretoria CBD out into Sunnyside. And Durban, potentially the biggest march. I've got a feeling that could be the biggest attended march today from Dr. Pixley from the King Dinizulu Gardens. It'll move along Dr. Pixley Kasumi to City Hall and then duck down Gillespie Street and end up at SAPS on the point. So that'll be a day of disruption there. But, there's very little traffic around, and I don't think we'll sort of see a big increase in traffic sort of mid-morning, lunchtime to coincide with the marches. So, if you are in those cities, just keep those sort of areas out of your sort of guidance, if you like, and just loop around them. We are watching some protesting just outside East London at Duckats on the N6. We did also report a cash and transit heist at Coffin Harbour, but the van managed to escape the baddies, if you like, and get down to the SAPS area, and so there's no impact there. And Cape Town, probably the biggest impact today. The N1 out of town still closed on the ramp to the M5 south of Kuiberg Interchange due to a truck overturning. The congestion behind that is on Section Road and Kuiberg Road through the Pardon Island Brooklyn area as you sort of reroute to get onto the M5 south. Also a bit of traffic on Marine Drive coming onto the N1 in towards the Woodstock area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. contact. We buy cars. You're in safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, Kathy. It's Sherwin from Durban. The answers you got from this Vincent guy is exactly why today is happening. It is exactly why today is happening. I've never been to a march in my entire life, but today I'm going.
Hi, Katie. Hope you're well, Daniel. Katie, the president's spokesperson, Mr. Vincent Magwenya, he's only playing about with the words. You ask him about the 650 million rand. He's telling you about the infrastructure. You ask him that now this is not a yesterday problem. This problem has been there a long time ago. Why they never ever solve it? No, he's also playing about with the words. Oh, this man is playing with us. He's playing with us. Thanks, Katie.
We have a very peaceful march today in Sekhukhune Monsterlos in Limpopo. We are marching peacefully. We are demonstrating, showing our government that enough is enough. But what worries me, the Minister of Home Affairs, he's so quiet, man. He's not vocal about what is happening in our country. Amponene Chego.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, you're still listening to the national briefing. So still lots of your reaction then to this day that has been long anticipated. Now that it's here, it's no longer theoretical, right? We're dealing just with how the plans for the protests are going to play out. And of course, the preparedness, the readiness of the state as well to ensure that there is law and order. Zola, you're in Bloem. Good morning.
Good morning, Katie. Katie, before if the government can raise 600 million in such a short space of time, they must then be able to raise 600 million or 600 billion to create jobs, to employ more doctors, more educators, more policemen, and that we have medication in our hospitals. Because they have shown us that they can. They must stop this budget cut because there is a way.
So, Zola, I think we need to reframe that. It's not a raising of 600 million. This is not new money. It's a reprioritization, right? So there are other things that were supposed to come out of the 600 million, but now it's been reprioritized. But I do think that that's part of the conversation we should be having, right? So which are the programs that are now no longer going to be implemented because this money has been reprioritized?
Yes, Katie. And lastly, Katie, I just want to congratulate our new provincial commissioner, Mr. General Soli Tabang Lisia, for his new appointment. Thank you. That's all I wanted to
Okay, all right, Zola. Thanks for that. Ngobo, you're in Durban. Good morning.
Good morning, Katie. I want to say great show. But most importantly, the interview that we've just had with Vincent, well done, for asking him all these difficult questions that we have been asking this government. He was found wanting. The government was exposed that they don't have any plan. But most importantly, he's talking about the 5-point plan. Did it have to take them 30 years to respond to this, what we've been crying for the past 30 years? Disgusting. In fact, this is a sign of a failed governance, failed ANC-led government. We're going to show them in the upcoming elections.
Okay.
Lastly, Katie, you said we must tell you what's going on where we are. I'm in Durban.
Yeah.
We're getting ready now here at King News Park in our traditional regalia. Just peacefully marching to show this government that it has failed.
All right, Ngobo, we're going to leave it there. I want to squeeze in Becky in Bombela. Becky, good morning.
Short and short, Katie. I have first also to follow suit. Congratulations the way you conducted yourself in terms of asking Baba Vincent the questions, of which I believe that he did not come through very openly and fairly so. Katie, I just want to say that I think the president has never been fair to the people of the Republic of South Africa, because there was a problem identified of immigration officers, and only we are running short of those numbers. And come now, the president against the people of South Africa, they are able to dish over 600,000.
Okay.
They were supposed to take that money and assist at least the Border Management Authority with immigration officers.
Okay,
as
Becky.
well, so that, yes.
Let's leave it there. We're completely out of time. I do apologize.
problem.
Stay
Okay.
tuned to SAFM throughout the day. My colleagues will bring all the very latest updates, starting with the daily briefing, or rather the daily discourse with Joanne Joseph coming up shortly.
Top stories: Lesotho offers return support to Basotho in South Africa, and Madlanga Commission resumes with new witness. With the news, I'm Dino Mataung Dumelang. The Kingdom of Lesotho has urged Basotho living in South Africa who feel unsafe to contact the Lesotho High Commission or its satellite offices if they wish to return home. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs says 5 buses have been deployed to KwaZulu-Natal ahead of planned marches against undocumented foreign nationals. Traffic at Maseru Bridge remains steady, with some travellers returning home early to avoid overstaying, while others are travelling back for the school holidays. Meanwhile, security has been heightened across the city of Durban in KwaZulu-Natal as thousands of people and lobby groups are expected to take part in a protest against undocumented foreign nationals. The main march in Durban will begin at King Dinizulu Park and is expected to conclude at Point Road in the city's South Beach area. Authorities have identified the eThekwini Metro as one of the hotspots where incidents of violence could potentially occur, prompting increased security measures to ensure public safety during the demonstration. SABC News senior reporter Ayanda Mhlongo.
The Zulu warriors, the regiments, they too will be gathering further up the road, and they will be led by the founder of Umtsizwa Nobuntsizwa Nkoskona Ndabandaba, known as Pagalum Tagati. And as we know that it is his call that has landed us to this day. These are the security officers or the police officers, also supported by private security officers. We also have around 10,000 community patrollers, members of the community policing forums that are also going to be out in the streets working very closely with the law enforcement agencies.
In Johannesburg, a large police contingent has been deployed to Newtown. Thousands of demonstrators are expected to gather at Beyers Naudé Square before marching to the Hillbrow police station. Sasha Naidu reports.
While it seems to be business as usual this morning in Newtown, a massive contingent of police and Metro Police officers are currently stationed at strategic points across the Newtown precinct. They are preparing to block off numerous streets which will be used as the identified route for the march this morning. Marchers are expected to start gathering at the Beyers Naudé Square from 9 a.m. before taking to the streets to call for improvised safety, youth development and service delivery. Several businesses which are normally already open for business by now remain closed. Sasha Naidu, SABC News, Johannesburg.
Staying with that story, faith leaders in the Western Cape held an emergency meeting at Gatesville Mosque in Cape Town ahead of protest action against undocumented foreign nationals. The Muslim for Judicial Council, MJC, called for a lawful, humane and sustainable national response to migration issues in the country. MJC spokesperson Faisal Saeed says the concerns of South Africans regarding border management and unlawful immigration cannot justify hostility against migrants.
These concerns cannot be dismissed or ignored. Equally, however, such concerns cannot serve as a legal or moral justification for hostility, intimidation, discrimination, or collective punishment directed at any individual or community. South Africa's constitutional order is founded upon the inseparable principles of legality, human dignity, equality and accountability.
Lastly, in other news, the Madlanga Commission is expected to resume this morning with a new witness. The Commission is investigating allegations of criminal infiltration and political interference within law enforcement agencies following claims made by the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi during a media briefing in July last year. SAfmRadio reports.
The Madlanga Commission has less than 30 days to complete its work. It was established by President Cyril Ramaphosa following explosive allegations made by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. Mkhwanazi alleged that some of the country's most senior police officials had close links to criminal syndicates. Among those he named were suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner General Shadrack Sibiya and suspended KZN Hawks head General Liseja Sinon. Attempted murder accused Vusmuzi Ket Matlala and murder accused Katiso Katie Mulefe have also been placed at the center of corruption allegations in law enforcement agencies. I'm SAfmRadio in Pretoria.
Recapping the top story at 9, the Kingdom of Lesotho has urged Basotho living in South Africa who feel unsafe to contact the Lesotho High Commission or its satellite offices if they wish to return home. Headlines at 9:30 for SAfm News. I'm Dino Mutaung.
SAfm 104.4 FM in Durban.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Let's talk all things top billing presenter search. Some surprising and beautiful auditions coming through. We've seen the talk. We've heard every single thing that you've had to say about the search. But one of the most important things is that this search is different from any other search. This is our way of telling South African stories of each and every South African that comes out to show their magic to the world. So if anything, don't mind the naysayers. Go out there and show the world your magic. It's time to enter the top billing presenter search.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome. I'm Joanne Joseph. Lovely to be with you this Tuesday morning. And of course, the team is with you. Melissa and Geneo, we're producing the show and taking your calls. Muntli is on sound. Bonga is behind the camera today. Remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814 or go to our website and listen there. We're also live on the SABC Plus app. In addition, we are video streaming our broadcast, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. If you're joining us on that platform, welcome. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads the podcasts onto our website. You can also catch up on all our interviews on demand there. When I tell you we have a packed show today, I really am not exaggerating. I've lost count of the number of interviews we have lined up for you, but it's all in the interests of keeping you up to date on what is going on around the country. We are at that point. June 30th was the much anticipated day of the protests against unlawful migration, and so here we are right now. The reporters, the SABC reporters, have fanned out across the country to bring you live coverage of what is going on in just about every nook and cranny. We're going to be crossing live to a number of our reporters out in the field today. We're touching base with our reporter in KZN in a short while, our reporter in the Western Cape, our reporter in Bloemfontein. We're also connecting with Tessa Dooms, the director of the Rivonia Circle, who spoke about a busload of 500 Malawian, or busloads I should say, of 500 Malawian migrants who just didn't seem to be able to get to the border and across the border last week. We're going to get an update from her on exactly what's happening. After that, we're in Durban. We are getting analysis from the Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia group, the Human Rights Commission, the ANC, the Road Freight Association, and our reporters in various other parts of the country, including Bethlehem and Qwaqwa. So it is going to be a packed show, and I hope that you are going to pack it even more with your voices. We really want to hear from you today. I think Kathy put it quite well earlier when she said you are our eyes and ears on the ground today. Tell us what you're doing today, how you're managing your movement today. Or have you decided to stay at home? Have you decided to go to work today? If so, what routes are you using? Are you able to access your usual transport to get to be where you need to be? For example, taxi routes and that, how are they looking right now? If you're traveling on the highways, what is that looking like as well? We'd love to hear from you. Our studio line remains open throughout the show, 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. Keep those voice notes short, sharp and audible, and do the same with your calls, please. And I'm just gonna put it out there to you today that today is going to be a day that is going to strain us emotionally. I think we're all going to feel slightly provoked in one way or another. And whatever the situation is, I'm going to put out a call for calm. And can I ask you, when we engage this morning, to do it as robustly as you want, but to do it as respectfully as you want. Let's not be the people who incite violence, who inflame tensions today. We're better than that, and we can certainly ensure that by having productive conversations today, we are able to take our country forward. Every productive conversation and dialogue that we have takes us one step closer to a better country. So that's what I'm going to ask of you today, and I promise I will do my best to maintain that too. I'm going to take a call from Pumlile in Cape Town. Good morning to you, Pumlile. What's it like where you are coming from this morning?
Good morning, JJ. There's police presence in Cape Town. A lot of police presence. I haven't seen any much movement in terms of protests. Otherwise, I'm not calling to just report on Cape Town, but I'm just calling to report on something that I've been seeing on the social media and what I heard from my brother who stays in KZN.
Okay.
Firstly, the first one is that my brother has called me and told me that apparently the factories that are employing the undocumented foreign nationals, they are now operating in the evening. They're no longer operating during day so that they could welcome their exploited employees. That's the first one. The second one that I would like to ask from you and your journalists on the ground is to perhaps if they could go to the clinics, because there's some circulating videos that the clinics are empty. One would say maybe it's just people are staying at home, or is it just an impact of there's no one who's actually needs the clinic services. But I would like for that to happen and for us to get a report on that.
Okay, we're going to try and do that for you, Pumlile. Thank you for that, and thank you for the information that you've given us about the KZN factories. We'll try to follow up on that as well. I will ask our producers if any of our reporters is out there near a clinic, and maybe we can try to get that information from you. I mean, our reporters are going to be on the move today, that much I can tell you. Whether they will be visiting clinics, I'm not sure, but it's a very good suggestion indeed, Pumlile. Thank you for that. Solomon in Limpopo is on the line to us. Good morning to you, Solomon.
Hey, good morning and a good day. Though there is issues, but it's a good day to us. You're on duty. Thank you very much. All right. I just want to, it's only 2 points and I will be short all the time. You are telling us to be short. Yesterday, I've got a structure called the Pastors Community Concern Women and one man, and they were crying. There are people who are stealing the money in a bank which is called Net Bank. The station commander didn't worry. And then the manager of the bank says the criminal, the whistleblower has been allowed to open a case, and he end up by saying he needed a 205. I think that number, they know what should they do. But the station commander didn't worry. Even now, I did phone him and says, can't you worry when the women are and the men are opening the case and the people are stealing the money? It's a problem. The second one, when I want to make a short, because that one I spoke with maybe the person who is above him. He said we will negotiate about it tomorrow. I'm just making an aware to any station command. You are not allowed to resist or to stop the people when they want to open the case. It's a restriction, Macad. Let me come to the second one. I was speaking to the mayor. Those people, when they do to canvass or to deceive the people, they will tell you that we're doing the best of the best. Me, I've gotten a car, it's a Golf, I applied a meter text and I paid the money. I'm telling you now, it has been done on 2024 June. Up to today is 2 years and I'm phoning the mayor. The mayor, she doesn't respond to the phone right now. What is that? Yet here you are saying, no, we are the best of the best who could serve the people. It's a tormenting. This one for the mayor. I want you, maybe if it's possible, I will give you her number and my number. We talk. She's aware. I did report it to her PA several times.
Okay, I'm going to put you back to my producers, Solomon, because you're flagging two separate issues there. I just want Melissa and Ginewe, please get the details of what each of these cases is about. I'm very interested to hear about the bank theft as well and the details of that, and then we'll try and follow that up for you. Thank you for flagging that with us, Solomon. Bonakele in Cape Town. Good morning, Bonakele. You want to talk about Feroz Khan this morning?
Oh, yes, absolutely. It's Brigadier Khan, eh?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
Is a police or...
Yes,
Look, my concern and my worry is about the guy has been shot, he's been hospitalized, but you hear a lot of people who doesn't believe this guy has been shot, seemingly to me as if he committed suicide of some sort, even the vehicle he was driving and all those kind of questions, something that worries me a lot. Someone has been shot and seriously has been hospitalized. For such individuals, they don't actually sympathize with that for that person, someone who has been shot. In fact, I will not be surprised because you always hear a lot of people talking on radio that these politicians must kill one another. How dare you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, yeah.
If he's going to gain something out of that. I'm not sure if it's whether being careless or reckless statement. So so for people to be killed one another, I mean, it's something that I cannot really believe. I'm talking about grown-ups. Calling people must kill one another. These politicians, they are corrupt and all that.
Yeah, and we have a way of dealing with corrupt politicians. We use the law to deal with them, right? We shouldn't use violence or resort to violence for in any kind of context.
There's no such thing. Absolutely not.
Yeah, thank you.
All in all. And the other one, lastly, is for Malema making a lot of noise. The fact that he managed to make that lot of noise, Zuma must go, and he managed to do that with EFF. Now he's busy calling the Premier of the Eastern Cape, Mabuya, must step down, even the Speaker, vote of no confidence and all that. He can make a lot of noise. Anyway, have a nice one.
Thank you. Thank you, Tubana. Appreciate it. Tace in Matlasana, good morning. You want to talk about the World Cup, Tace? Hi.
Good morning to you, Joanne. I'm sorry that I'm not going to talk about too much.
No, it's fine. You're welcome to speak about the World Cup.
I've decided to look at the positive side of Africa for today.
Okay.
You remember that Morocco was playing Netherlands at 3 o'clock. I was awake with my boys watching the game.
You were, okay.
Yes, we've managed to beat Netherlands. You'll remember that this is for the first time they have this major win against Netherlands.
That's amazing.
We are proud of the boys. This is one of the African teams that are representing us in the last 16. I hope to see them possibly in the quarterfinal because they are very strong. They've got quality. They've got a man called Hakim from PSG. They've got Saibari from PSV. So I wish them all the best, and I want to see them in the quarterfinals.
Oh, that's a lovely call. Thank you so much for that, Tace. So a bit of positivity this morning from Tace, who's found an alternative African team to back in the World Cup. By the way, who are you backing now that Bafana is out? Now that we're done licking our wounds for the last 24 hours or so, who will you be backing? Is there another African team that you're watching very closely and wishing will be able to make its name in this World Cup? Give us a call if you want to talk about that. That brings us to almost 20:09 on the Daily Discourse. Taking a short break, we'll take more of your calls and messages when we come back.
In 1976, youth switcher on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My gosh.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
20 minutes past 9, and listening to some of your voice notes now, one of you talking about securing our borders.
Good morning, Sis JJ Mbongo, Sondisa Mbuyisa. Sis JJ, I would like to ask Helen Suzman Foundation and also Ahmed Katrata Foundations, which seems to be advocating for these foreigners, including EFF. Can they please take South African government to court and force the government to please erect physical barriers like electric fence, concrete wall along Beitbridge border as a belief, man? Because you're fighting for them and then on the other side government doesn't care. Now I want to help you. Please take government to court to secure the borders.
Morning, Joe and Prince in Durban. The issue of illegal immigration, just want to say this to the private sector, to all the employers in this country that continues to undermine our laws, labor laws, but fail to do the right thing the right way. Because you know, and everybody knows that you know. So do it the right way before somebody else do it for you, before the law enforces itself to you. Because it will if you don't, and it won't be nice, Accountability prevails. We must understand that, Buffett. You cannot come into this country and want to make profits at all cost. Aibo.
Good morning, JJ, and good morning to SAFM listeners. JJ, I wish and I hope some people of South Africa are listening to ANC and EFF. They call us vigilantes. Come vote time, they mustn't come to us and ask us to vote for them. I wish people are listening to ANC and EFF.
And then one of you says on text, good morning, I'm in Cape Town, Cape Flats to be precise. The government never has the passion or political will to stop killings amongst our own people. No national group ever cried out about the government, about the slaying on the Cape Flats rather. But the movement to get rid of illegal immigrants gained momentum in just months. As South Africans, we must bear the shame of deportation, killings and assault of immigrants in the most shameful manner, while our fat cats government and other affiliated political parties showed us that not much has been done for their citizens. We are exposed to the most vicious and greediest of leaders, thanks to exposing them via the Madlanga Commission. This is not the way you let people out. There should have been a more humane process. These immigrants' children will grow up, and God forbid, I don't want to be the one who has to say sorry. And then KD is on the line to us from the Northern Cape. KD, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am, and the listeners.
What are you seeing there, KD, where you are?
Well, what I'm seeing is loitering around. People are always, of course, around, really not working, unemployed. So today is an exciting day, hoping maybe to loot or something like that. That's what I'm seeing. But what I want to talk to you about, ma'am, is this day and what it means for us.
Okay, go ahead.
It is a sad day, for us as black people of this nation of South Africa, that today, black people after 30 years have given an ultimatum to a black-skinned individual and pushed them to a situation where they are like animals on black soil Africa, that they must leave this nation. It's a reverse of what happened in 1994 today. And there is a wrong framing of what this is all about. The framing starts from when people say it's about illegal immigration. No, people are explicitly saying foreigners who are black, and then obviously others must go. That's what they are saying, whether they are documented or not. That is what they have been saying, and that is what has galvanized this much. And so also, how we define this today, its origins are based on what this nation is integrating into. It is integrating into what it was when it could not resist colonialism and apartheid, tribes, tribalism, and the ideologies that shape that. It's going into that, so which means if we allow this to happen, if we celebrate this and think this is a great day, this nation will be destroyed, and the nation of South Africa, called the Union, formed in 1910 by white people, will remain with white people and what they have gained over these years. So what I want to say today to the government of South Africa, what I want to say today to the government of South Africa and the people who are organizing these things is that if the government of South Africa by 30th of June next year does not address through a commission, through proper legal channels, the sources of this violence against foreigners, the inhuman treating of people, black people in Africa, to sleep in the fields, to be killed, children wondering what is going on, and people celebrating that. If the government doesn't act this way, we will be forced to take this nation and this government to the ICC and the ICJ for facilitating xenophobic hatred, because this thing is long. When I saw it when it started in Johannesburg in 2004, it was about Zulu people going around asking people what is Indololwane, which is the elbow in Sizulu, and then identifying people like by that as not South African.
Yeah.
It has come to this today. So if this nation does not thoroughly prosecute and bar people from giving ultimatums without being voted into power, saying people must leave, we will be forced to take this nation, with the assistance of Israel and America, to the ICC for xenophobia.
Okay, KD, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. And tell me what you think about that comment. KD is viewing this as a sad day for Africa, for a sad day for us as black people who are watching black people turn on black people on this continent. And of course, I think in order to widen the kind of discussion around that as well, let's remember we've had a largely black government in power for the last 32 years, apart from the coalition governments that are now in power and the ones that were in power at the beginning. And the question is, what has that largely black government done to ensure that its disempowered and impoverished black citizens have some kind of improvement in their lives? And how is the lack of that efficiency, that lack of commitment to empowering black people in the country led to a point where they start turning on black people from other parts of the continent? I mean, I think our colonial masters, if they can see us from beyond, wherever they are right now, are probably rubbing their hands in glee when they see what kind of situation our country is in right now, because in some ways they've won. They've won. Let's listen to more of your voice notes, and let's read out your text. I'll start with the text. Good morning, Joanne. Migrants are often used as scapegoats for complex social ills like unemployment, crime and poor service delivery. These issues stem from structural inequality, systemic economic challenges and governance failures rather than the presence of foreign nationals. Kind regards, KG Mokwale is sending us that message. Thank you, KG. And then let's listen to these voice notes.
Good morning, Johan and SAfm listeners. This is Walter, a truck driver. Today I am at work driving from Durban. Here in Gilolis, Chimiston Interchange, OR Tambo. It's very, very quiet, very, very quiet. I think most of the companies, they just decided to just park their truck and be safe. Always here this time is always packed, but today is empty and free. So I wish today can be like this the whole day. Thank you.
Morning, Joanne. It's Chris. I'm in Maritzburg. Some shops are closed. Here's an interesting thing that has just happened. Just had a tire burst. I'm driving around with a flat tire looking for a place where I can fix it. The usual places are all closed. It's quite sad. Those are some of the negative repercussions of these actions.
Interesting. Thank you very much for that. It's amazing how quiet the roads are today. Even our drives to work, we're coming from different places, the team, and we found the traffic quite light this morning. So I think more people than not have decided to err on the side of caution and actually stay at home today or work from home today. Although we heard from taxi associations like Santaco earlier that they will be carrying people to work today and back, no doubt, over the course of the day. All right, that brings us to 9:30 here on the Daily Discourse. Dineo Motaung standing by with your latest news.
Thanks, Joanne. A very good morning. Let's take a look at the headlines at 9:30. 5 suspects have been arrested for allegedly breaking into several businesses in the early hours of this morning at Woodidland in the Mpumalanga township of Hammersdale, west of Johannesburg. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Lesotho has urged Basotho living in South Africa who feel unsafe to contact the Lesotho High Commission or its satellite offices if they wish to return home. And the Joburg Crisis Alliance, together with Water Can and Joburg Can, is calling for urgent national intervention to address what it describes as Johannesburg's worsening financial and governance crisis. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
9:31 on the Daily Discourse. I'm Joanne Joseph, and I'm taking all your calls right now. We're also touching in with our reporter, Gcinokuhle Malinga, at this hour to find out exactly what is happening in KwaZulu-Natal. And we will keep taking your calls. And please tell us what towns you are coming out of. Your towns, your villages, wherever you are coming from. Don't just give us your province, give us your town as well. We want to get a sense and build up a picture of what is happening in your particular area. All right, it is 9:31, and let's take you live now to Gcinokuhle Malinga, our SABC reporter. Gcinokuhle, good morning. Give us a sense of where you are and what's happening on the ground right now.
Good morning to you and good morning to the listeners. So right before me, a bigger crowd is gathering at an open space opposite the Berea Center in central Durban as today's 30 June marches begin to take shape. This group, of course, is made up largely of Angel, which is young men. They've been singing songs, chanting songs as they wait on their leader, Unkokhona Ndabandaba, widely known as under the banner of the Development Foundation. Once he arrives, the group will then march to King Zulu Park, and this is where they'll join the bigger cohort of demonstrators before the main procession then moves through the Durban CBD to the SAPS Point police station on the South Beach. This is where we are expecting the march or today's march to end. I'm not sure if that will definitely play out that way, but there's definitely high police and private security presence around this area. All these officers here remain on high alert, and they've warned that all these demonstrations that are happening today must remain peaceful at all times.
And I know that police were asking people to leave their weapons at home today, including traditional weapons. Has that been respected, Gcinokuhle?
No, unfortunately not. The group of men that are standing in front of me at the moment, some are carrying their Zulu traditional shields and sticks, not necessarily spears. Some of them have the South African flags also attached to the tip of their sticks, raising the South African flag. Some of them are even wearing them. I'm not necessarily sure if they've heard the instructions that sticks or any sort of weapons are not allowed. But we'll see once their leader arrives if that message will then be relayed to the rest of the group.
All right. What time does that march set off, Gcinokuhle?
We're not sure exactly because the initial plan was that this group here was going to gather here at 7:30 and leave here because the main procession is supposed to leave the King Dinizulu Park at 9 o'clock. As we stand, this group of men that are standing here, it looks like they're still waiting for a larger crowd to join them and their leader, of course, to arrive here, who will give them the direction of how to move or where to go from here. When we earlier visited the King Dinizulu Park, it was still empty. There was a lot of police presence there, but not necessarily much of the demonstrations that were here.
All right. Thanks very much for putting us in the picture as to what is going on there. Xinokuhle Malinga, our SABC News reporter, on the ground there in the area of Berea in Durban. That's fairly close to the city centre, and that is presumably where those marches will be going during the course of today. All right. On the line to us next, Lebogang Mutsweneng, our SABC News reporter in Bloemfontein. Lebogang, good morning to you. What is it looking like there on the ground right now?
Good morning. Good morning to the listeners. Currently, police are on the field. There's a joint operation where Immigration and Home Affairs is going into the CBD. They have made several arrests of illegal immigrants, and some were even selling drugs where they got people in possession of drugs. And also, this has been happening since the beginning of the week. Even yesterday, the Premier joined the operations by the police, whereby several arrests have been made.
All right, interesting indeed. So is there a march that's going to be taking place in that area, or are you just seeing a police presence there on the streets that are otherwise quiet?
We are expecting marches from around this time. We're expecting people from different organizations. We also know March and March is also part of those people that are going to be marching today. But we haven't seen any presence of people marching, but we are expecting people to be marching today.
All right. Thank you very much for keeping us updated on what is going on there, Lebogang. Let's go straight to the Western Cape, where Mlamli Maneli, our SABC reporter, is standing by for us. Mlamli, good morning to you. And tell us exactly where you are in the Western Cape this morning, please.
Correct, JJ. We are currently here at the Traffic Management Center in Goodwood, where the Mayor of the City of Cape Town, Mr. Jordan Hill-Lewis, is giving an update to the media regarding the situation around Cape Town as of this morning. It's mentioned that at about 9:30 there were absolutely no incidents or reports of anything that is worrisome regarding marches, regarding violence, and the security personnel are all on standby and they are on high alert. So the mayor basically is saying that he is hoping that this will remain for the rest of the day as peaceful as it is as of this moment, going forward for the rest of the week. That is hope. But also, besides, we were at the repatriation center in Epping this morning, the Department of Home Affairs there, where we have seen throngs of Zimbabwean nationals waiting on queues, waiting to be processed, to which the mayor is saying that is purely voluntary repatriation, but also the mayoral committee member for safety and security, Mr. J.P. Smith, was saying that they have not stopped arresting undocumented nationals, which is now a project which was started more than a year ago in terms of intensifying that approach. He says that has not been stopped and that will still continue. But the mayor is saying that those that have not gone to the repatriation center as of this moment, they are welcome to stay where they are because of the assessment of a sense that it is indeed peaceful, which we can attest to that as we are moving around places. And here we are. There is a screen at the Disaster Management Risk Center which monitors all the areas and the hotspots where there could be any spark of violence, looting or intimidation, that kind of stuff. But the people at the repatriation center are being processed, and the city is saying that it's paying for at least 10 buses to assist with their repatriation back to their home countries.
All right. Thank you for putting us in the picture so comprehensively, Mlamli Maneli, our SABC reporter in Cape Town. We'll take a short break. We'll bring you more on this story when we come back.
Oh, yebo. Soweto. Bonjour. This month is all about youth courage. Saisusa from then with 50 years of 1976. And vandaag Skimsam, we have the courage to become. Silete Kaya and stand with our community. Started with the thought. Now we have the courage to create, the courage to sound. Like the Red Bull Symphonic with Beats for My Peeps. Anything can happen, so get the courage to tell your story. Malanga, our fun. Zanzi for sure is the source. From going live at Great Town to empowering the youth with the Enoch Matebuna Foundation. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure, the source of youth courage. I got.
From Wednesday, the 1st of July, SAFM is taking its connection with you further. Introducing SAFM Connect, a new digital streaming platform from SAFM, bringing you uninterrupted access to matters of national importance, in-depth discussions, special events, and the conversations that deserve more time. Beginning with the live coverage of the Madlanga Commission, SAFM Connect is designed to keep South Africans informed, engaged, and connected wherever you are. Live, relevant, accessible. Experience the uninterrupted Madlanga Commission on SAFM Connect, available online and across our digital platforms, because some conversations are too important to miss. Only on SAFM Connect, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Just after 20 minutes to 10 on the Daily Discourse. And remember last week we spoke about 500 Malawians, mostly women and children, who had to shelter at a church and NGOs in Johannesburg while they were waiting to be repatriated. Now, we remember there were women who gave birth among them. Tessa Dooms from the Rivonia Circle filled us in last week on what was happening, and she's back this morning with an update for us. So, Ms. Dooms, good morning to you. The last time we spoke to you, all of those Malawians had been loaded into buses, and it was presumed that they were heading for the border and were going to be allowed to cross that border back into their country eventually. Tell me what happened after we spoke to you last week, please.
So thanks so much, Jan. So as far as we know, all of the people who were in Ulands last week, save for the 3 women who gave birth, who are still here, have safely made it back to Malawi. The women who have given birth, we had some issues trying to get the proof of birth for birth certificate, not for birth certificates, but for the orders to leave, so they could be added to their parents' orders to leave. At hospitals, they're meant to give a proof of birth, if not a birth certificate. So in this case, it would be a proof of birth. And we were struggling to get those because in this context, people at hospitals have been very anxious and nervous to have migrant patients. So we've just seen a lot of anxiety. But as far as we know, all of those people have been repatriated. Through the course of the week, there have been more groups of migrants, particularly in the city of Joburg, who have gathered and convened at different areas, coming from township communities like Alexandra, areas in Soweto. People came as far as Springs, also Malawi nationals who reported intimidation and threats, and some people actually arrived in Joburg to these meeting points having been assaulted. So we then had, again, an operation with Home Affairs and with the city of Joburg also in some cases, in order to, again, make sure that repatriations have happened. The Malawian consulate, as many people have now seen reported, has become a meeting point and a repatriation point for what has been now hundreds of Malawians this week as well. And of course, we're also seeing other nationalities, Zimbabweans in the city of Joburg, also at the consulates being repatriated.
And we are hearing groups like March and March urge their protesters not to engage in acts of violence and saying we will have peaceful marches and we will abide by the law. And of course, all of the marches have been endorsed by the police. They've been given permission to do that. Having said that, I saw a video that you posted on social media about 10 hours ago in which you were talking about what you have witnessed outside of those marches. And this has to do with what is happening at shelters and in other places where migrants have gathered. Tell me what you've witnessed, please, Ms. Dooms.
So at the shelter and safe spaces that we have created, we have had protesters come to those shelters, protesting outside of those shelters at different times of the day and night. We had a group that actually showed up at a place of safety at 3 a.m. What's been concerning about those is that they've also come with threats to burn down the buildings that people are in. So it's made it quite nerving for what used to be quite simple negotiations with churches, for example, to host people temporarily. People are getting really nervous and not wanting to do that. We've also had reports from community organizers in different township communities. And we've seen, I just saw a video this morning of how this intimidation happens, where people either go into shops or go door to door and make threatening intimidations about today, the 30th, as the deadline, and that people will come back to be violent if people don't leave or do not produce migrants, or the extortion stories have been also mounting of people who are extorting people who rent to migrants for the rental money. So those are the things that we are tracking in different parts of the city as well.
Tell me how you manage those from a security point of view, because my understanding is that a lot of police are going to be out on the streets today, as are private security companies, dealing with the actual marches and making sure that protesters obey the rules and that kind of thing. But perhaps, the accessibility of police is going to be affected by that in communities or at smaller sort of venues where migrants are being housed at the moment.
I think you make an excellent point, Joanne, because I think that March and March leadership are not being disingenuous when they say that they are telling the people who are coming to the formal protests to be orderly and non-violent, etc. But I don't think that they have control over every node and every person who operates in their name. And I think that has become the difficulty. I don't expect that they know about every person who is going to, somebody in their neighborhood or going to somebody else's neighborhood to cause any kinds of disruptions. And that's what I'm concerned about, especially because March and March have usually used city centers and central places to have the marches. The ones planned in Joburg today, I think there are only 3 official ones. But we, again, know that in a place like Kliptown, there has been people who are saying that they're going to march to Kliptown today. So that's not part of the official marches, and I think it's going to be whether or not there's enough ability for security forces to respond, not just to the public order policing that goes with the formal marches, but more so to if there is anything that happens outside of that.
Do you think there's any kind of mechanism that can be used to appeal to ordinary people who might decide to take the law into their own hands not to do that?
I think there's 2 groups of people, and I think what we've seen is community meetings that have been happening throughout this week, where people who have been sharing their frustrations and why they support March and March have been in conversations with people in their community who don't. And I think those conversations are useful and reasonable, even online engagements. But I do also think there are elements of people who, either number one, for criminal or political reasons, want to cause the chaos and are not going to be reasoned with. And I think that communities need to be on the alert for people who are being opportunistic, because those are going to be the people who cannot be dissuaded.
Thank you very much for speaking to us today. Tessa Dooms, she is the director of the Rivonia Circle.
EFC is live this Thursday. Cape Town's very own undisputed bantamweight champion, Fahis the Troublemaker Jacobs, puts his gold strap on the line. But a hungry challenger, the relentless Gift Walker, steps up to the biggest stage to try cement his name in the history books.
How's the troublemaker sound?
Sounds like it's good to me.
One champion, one challenger. Live this Thursday from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
We're heading towards 10 minutes to 10 on the Daily Discourse. Love to take more of your calls at this point. Lots of messages coming in on the WhatsApp line. Thank you for those. One of you says that Pakistanis, Bangladeshis and Chinese have been targeted by the illegal immigration campaigns, not just Africans. The numbers of Africans is due to their numbers competing with the very same poor South Africans. They don't know nor are directly immediately affected by some white immigrants in Sandton. They don't reside there but in poor rural and township areas, says Felix in Midrand. One of you commenting on the numbers of police that are out on the streets today.
Good morning, Johan, Theo in Cape Town, the Western Cape. Johan, the site in Blowback, Parklands, Paden Islands, and Motki Gardens, everything is perfect, everything is normal. People are working, even though some people are getting scared, but people are working, everything is in order. So for now, and there are a lot of law enforcement and the police around. You know, in Western Cape, you can't just mess up here. That's the Democratic Alliance's headquarters. So everything is perfect here. Everything is okay for now. Thank you, Joanne, and God bless South Africa and all the people. Thank you.
Morning, Joanne. It's Tozani in Durban. Am I okay to say that the media and all these human rights groups and what have you almost sound like they are saying people shouldn't be directing their anger at criminality, they should be directing their anger at the government. We mustn't use criminals as scapegoats for failures of government, right? Is that what is being said here?
Good question. No, that is not what is being said. I think if you go back, and it also helps to read, right? Because you know, you get a deeper understanding of what is being said. Nobody's speaking about the issue of criminality. We're talking in the context of what you've asked. We're speaking about not taking your anger out on fellow human beings. That is what is being said. Don't hurt other human beings, whether they are migrants who've come to the country lawfully or unlawfully. We're saying do not engage in acts of violence against other human beings, against any other human beings. And I think that's the simplest way of understanding it, and that's what we are calling for today. Certainly here on SAFM, I think the call is going to be that across the board for no violence and for lawfulness today in all the actions that are taking place. JCK in Musina is on the line to us. Morning, JCK. Hi.
Good morning, Sis Joey. Are you well?
I'm so well, thanks. Tell me what's on your mind.
Yeah, and thanks. Now I know to whom I'm speaking to because I saw your face on the SAFM Facebook. Now I know to whom I'm talking to now.
Yes, go ahead,
Joey.
JCK.
Yeah, Sis Joey. Our government makes me sick. You understand? Says Joey, this 600 million, because of lack of political will, it's used in a proper way. You know, says Joey, the police, to start with, police are underpaid. Why didn't they use that money to upgrade the salaries or the payments of the police and to employ some of the police, I mean the police force? Understand? That 600 should have been used to that. And those helicopters that we see on TV, why did they use those helicopters along the borders of South Africa to see who is coming in illegal, who's coming in and out illegally? Why did they use that? Today we are crying about firearms that are being used and the firearms that are in the wrong hands, but government is doing nothing. Why didn't they use that energy for that? We've got problem of drugs. Why don't they use that 600 million for those drugs? Because drugs are killing the future generation of South Africa. Why didn't they use that? That is because of political will. They are some of the police and politicians are benefiting from the drugs and crimes that we're experiencing. Let me rest my case for now.
Yeah,
Counter
JCK.
from Sina.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for that call. And I think you make a lot of sense there, JCK. Because, of course, I mean, 600 million rand to spend on one day, of course it's profligate. Of course, it's a massive amount of money to be spending on one day. But you're quite right. There's so many areas, including Home Affairs, right? That's another area. The Border Management Authority, all of these organizations could have done with that kind of injection in order to ensure that people who are undocumented are either documented correctly or they are repatriated to their countries, and that would have been the lawful thing to do. I mean, I was looking at the number of South Africa of migrants who've been repatriated between 2024 and now, and there are over 100,000. But I think relative to the numbers that have come into the country, a lot of South Africans would agree that those numbers are not high enough, and that the policing has not been good enough, not just of the borders, but also of people in the country, ensuring that, people do have their documents. Xolisa in East London is on the line to us. Good morning, Xolisa.
JJ, good morning, and to all your listeners. Just a quick one from my side. I'm just reminded, Joanne, I think it was the early 90s when there's so much riots in our country. And that time, my father was a policeman. Mm-hmm. And I remember we were moved drastically from one place to another because they were burning the houses of police and all. Mm-hmm. And when I look at the faces of the children of the migrants,
yeah,
I can't help but to remember that trauma. And I was not going to call, but the caller that spoke about children and the women and the wives, you call me an idealist or whatever, but I can tell you now without any fear or favor that this is wrong. It is wrong in so many ways. There is someone who is to blame, and it's the government. I remember one time talking about the people who have enabled this kind of corruption and violence in our country are those who are supposed to be the gatekeepers, and they have failed us dismally. But now when I see these camps, these people rushing, don't know what's going to happen to their lives, and many of these people have not sold drugs to anyone. There are people who are known to be selling drugs and all of that. And these much and much, even if it's not today or tomorrow, but we will understand the sources of this thing. Who enjoys seeing black on black violence? That will come to surface one time. There's a guy who's a friend of mine who runs a car wash. He's been running a car wash for the past 15 years, and he's not from South Africa. Mm-hmm. I know his lifestyle. And he sat me down to say that here are my documents. And I know the people who are doing these things are also brothers of ours. But to say that all foreigners must leave, because I don't want to hear this nonsense of saying that, no, we want only the undocumented. That's a lie. Because these guys, when you see them on social media, they knock on people's doors and their shops and tell them, tomorrow we must not see you here.
Yes, yeah, and
it's
I have
wrong,
seen
Joanne.
that. But Xolisa, I hear you, and I don't think you're naive. I think you're a humanist, actually, and I laud you for what you are saying, because at a time when tensions are inflamed, this is when we forget each other's humanity, right? We look at people, we are somehow able to overlook their humanity. And when you talk about the children, that breaks my heart, because looking at children in these camps, looking at the babies, looking at the women, it pains me. It does pain me. And I understand absolutely we have to enforce laws in our country. We have to be lawful people. We've been living in a country for a long time where lawlessness has been allowed to reign, particularly in areas that affect our people, where they just don't have any insulation from the kind of lawlessness that happens in our country. But that's why we need to restore law and order, but we need to do it within the bounds of a constitution that recognizes each other's humanity. And I know at a point when we are sometimes so inflamed, when we are so provoked, when we are so deeply We are so deeply disappointed, and our suffering is at a point where it leads to such deep anger. It's easy for us to turn that on other people. And I can understand the anger. I feel the same anger at criminals in this country, whether they are from our country or whether they are from any other country surrounding us. I feel that anger towards them too, because they are destroying our children's future. But at the same time, as Xolisa points out, there are many people who've fled their countries because they're afraid, who have fled their countries because they have nowhere else to go. And South Africa has become a safe haven for them, and they have tried to live as law-abiding citizens. And let's be fair, based on what people like Tessa Dooms and others that we are speaking to are telling us, there are people who are legitimately here who are also being drawn into this and who are also being persecuted. So we need to keep a balance in the reporting of this as well. 10 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse. Thanks for your calls and messages so far. We'll take more in a moment. Right now, Dineo Motaung is standing by with your latest news bulletin.
Thanks, Joanne. Top stories: 5 arrested for alleged business break-ins in Durban, and groups call for intervention in Joburg crisis. A very good morning. 5 suspects have been arrested for allegedly breaking into several businesses in Woodland, Hammersdale, west of Durban, in the early hours of this morning. Police say the group targeted container tuck shops, and spokesperson Robert Nechunda says investigators are probing whether they took advantage of today's marches against undocumented foreign nationals. Nechunda has urged protesters to refrain from criminal activity.
One suspect was arrested inside the tuck shop, whereas the 4 were cornered and arrested as they attempted to flee. The suspects, aged between 14 and 27 years old, will be charged for maltreatment property and business burglary. They are still being processed and will appear in court soon. Police in KwaZulu-Natal are urging residents who will embark on marches to refrain from acts of violence, criminal activities, and intimidation. As much as police are out there to safeguard the marches, they will be enforcing the law, and no lawlessness will be tolerated.
Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Lesotho has urged Basotho living in South Africa who feel unsafe to contact the Lesotho High Commission or its satellite offices if they wish to return home. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs says 5 buses have been deployed to KwaZulu-Natal ahead of planned marches against undocumented foreign nationals. Traffic at Masiri Bridge remains steady, with some travellers returning home early to avoid overstaying, while others are travelling back for the school holidays. Staying with this story, in the Eastern Cape, security has been beefed up in the province ahead of today's planned nationwide protests against undocumented foreign nationals. Speaking during a media briefing in Kugombo City in the morning, Provincial Police Commissioner Vuyisile Ngata says they've identified areas such as Gqeberha, Kugombo City, Komani and Sterkspruit as hotspot areas. Ngata says they've partnered with private security companies to help protect communities and ensure the safety of those not participating in the protests.
In the lead up to today's demonstrations, we have already conducted significant preemptive operations across the province. These operations have yielded substantial successes across all 8 districts, demonstrating the effectiveness of our integrated approach and the commitment of our members on the ground. Police members are not only maintaining public order but also continuing their core duty of fighting crime in our communities.
In the northwest, Rustenburg taxi rank, which is on a normal day abuzz with activity, is quietly going about business. The rank houses local long-distance and cross-border taxis. Taxi driver Tabang Hadebe says it is unusual for the rank to have such a slow pace.
I drive taxis, but since this March and March, it's quiet. People are in their homes. I arrived at 5 a.m. and it's completely empty still. There are no people around.
Lastly, in other news, the Joburg Crisis Alliance, Water Can and Joburg Can are calling for urgent national intervention to address what they describe as Johannesburg's worsening financial and governance crisis. The organizations say the city faces a 2.1 billion budget shortfall and a possible credit rating downgrade. They warn that despite efforts to secure national grants, infrastructure decline, poor service delivery and governance failures remain unresolved. Executive Director of Water Can, Dr. Ferial Adam.
Things cannot happen in this particular way. I mean, the fact that they've got this unfunded budget of 2.1 billion, there's just definitely governance issues that needs to be checked. So we're saying that with finance mismanagement, the AG's report as well shows that the city is in trouble. And national government needs to step in. And, there's an extreme level where the Minister of Finance can take over as MMC for finance. Now, we know that those are in exceptional situations, but we cannot allow the city of Joburg to completely fail, and it needs better oversight.
Recapping the top story at 10, 5 suspects have been arrested for allegedly breaking into several businesses in the early hours of this morning at Woodland in the Mpumalanga township of Hammersdale, west of Durban. Headlines at 10:30 with Ondelambana for SAFM News. I'm Dino Motau.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Let's talk all things top billing presenter search. Some surprising and beautiful additions coming through. We've seen the talk. We've heard every single thing that you've had to say about the search. But one of the most important things is that this search is different from any other search. This is our way of telling South African stories of each and every South African that comes out to show their magic to the world. So if anything, don't mind the naysayers. Go out there and show the world your magic. It's time to enter the top billing presenter search.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
6 minutes past 10 into the second hour of the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us. I'm Joanne Joseph. Lovely to be with you as we take you through what is going on in our country today. As you are well aware, the marches and the protests against undocumented migrants are taking place all over the country. It's been wonderful to hear from all of you. And I think we've had some beautiful discussions in the first hour of the program. I want to thank you for bringing your wonderful thoughts and your feelings around the situation today into the conversation without bringing your anger. And that for me is a really important thing, because I think in the first hour we have managed to have some really interesting exchanges without it becoming a volatile situation. And of course, we're hoping that's going to translate on the ground as well, where people are able to put aside their frustrations for a day and really meet each other on the most human level possible, despite what they are suffering on the ground. That's what we hope for today. We hope for a day of lawful protest, a day in which the law enforcement officials respect their boundaries as well, and ensure that everybody walks out of that situation safe this afternoon. We are getting in some disturbing reports about isolated incidents where people are going into people's homes, going into shelters and that kind of thing, and hauling people out of them. So we're really hoping that law enforcement will be able to look into that as well. But we're also going to bring you updates from all over the country. This hour we are talking to our reporter Sasha Naidu, who's on the ground there in KZN for us. We'll connect with him and find out what he's seeing. We're speaking to Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia, just bringing us a little bit of analysis as to how they see it from their point of view. And we'll chat to the Human Rights Commission as well. The ANC was also keen to speak to us, and I think it would be quite nice to have a conversation with them about how they see this playing out after having been in government for this number of years and having to deal with the issue of migration. Many people accusing them of not having, as a government, not having done that adequately. I'm also taking all your calls throughout the show. Our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Thanks for keeping the calls and the voice notes short and sharp. And I'm going to take our first one this hour from Dumelo in Waltfontein. Good morning to you, Dumelo. Thank you for holding for us. And I'm sorry we can take your call before news, but you're very welcome. Go ahead.
Hi, Johan and the listeners. Sorry about that. Johan, you see, regarding the issue of the illegal immigrants or something, people claim that they take their jobs or they do bad stuff. You see, before I'm a truck driver now.
Okay.
Before I came to be a truck driver, I was working at the farms. And bear in mind, I finished my matric, and I even went to Motel College and finished all my studies. But I never said, no, I won't go to the farms and work there.
Okay.
I went there and worked 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
No complaint. But some of my friends say, no, they can't work there. What will people say?
Okay.
Exactly what is happening now. You see, me, I won't go to Congo, maybe driving a truck from here to Congo.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they will promise me 80,000, I won't go there.
What would stop you from going there, Dumelo?
Sorry?
What would stop you from driving there if you're a truck driver?
I think it won't be safe for me.
Okay. Yes, that's
But my brothers and sisters in Zimbabwe, Nigeria, what, they don't have a problem going there. Why would I stay in their way? I must leave them and give them that job.
So
you see, this thing is very sad, man. It really is breaking my heart.
Mm. Dumelo, do you think, I mean, because we've heard from a lot of truck drivers in the industry, even outside of this program, I've interviewed people in the trucking industry, right? And they do tell me, there are many South Africans in that industry who tell me that their jobs are being taken by people who are paid less than them, they're paid lower than the minimum wage to do the work, and that some companies are unlawfully employing people who don't have their papers in order. How exactly does one clamp down on that in the trucking industry?
Yeah, you see, this thing has a two sides.
Mm-hmm.
For now, like now, here where I'm working,
yes,
I'm earning less than the minimum wage, but I don't complain because my kids are getting everything they want. But some people say, no, I want 30,000. Where will you get that 30,000? Sometimes you try from here to Cape Town, but you want 45,000. And you're going to stay in my way.
Yeah.
While me, I don't have a problem going there for 18,000 or 20,000.
Okay. But Dumelo, I mean, there's a bargaining agreement in the trucking industry. Am I correct in saying that?
No, it doesn't work.
No?
Please don't mention it. It doesn't work. Maybe it works in Gauteng or somewhere, but it doesn't work at all.
Okay. Dumelo, thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. I'm interested to hear that. We're speaking to Gavin Kelly a little bit later on from the RFA. I will chat to him about this bargaining issue as well. And thank you for flagging that with us. Thabo in KwaZulu-Natal is on the line to us. Thabo, tell us where in my beautiful home province of KZN you are this morning.
Good morning, Jay.
Hi.
And the listeners. I'm in St. Lucia.
Okay. Beautiful area, yeah. And what are you witnessing there, Thabo, this morning?
Yeah, I just took a bicycle and I left my car, so I just wanted to see everything well, what's happening in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
And there is a tuck shop around where I'm staying for the foreign national.
Mm-hmm.
And I found two young guys. You can see that it's young boys. And they were having these bush knives. They were talking there. I saw they were agitated.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to settle them down. We dispersed them, trying to make this thing peaceful because they were near the shop of this illegal foreign. We were trying, there are no police around. patrolling in my area. I would say maybe they will be, but they aren't.
Okay.
So the main goal or the point content of this is that I want to point out that actually we are not trying to spread animosity and hate to the foreign brothers and sisters who are in our country.
Yeah.
In fact, we are protecting them. But there is the real main culprit that is not coming out to attend us, which is the government. The government, according to my perspective view, should be, if it's deploying its security, it should be saying, I'm here to watch the South African going peacefully. Anyone who will be committing crime, just what we did, we will deal with them precisely, because we have the constitutional right to demonstrate what we don't need in our country, not through violence. We shouldn't be always putting this violence in our mouth, because others will take it for granted that since we've mentioned it, now let's do it.
Yes, quite right. Thabo,
So that's more like you are trying to put petrol in a fire.
Quite right.
But if we were saying to our marchers, peaceful marchers, let's do this, we know you're not going to act in a... You see, if you come with a positive attitude to someone, even these boys, we gave them a good analogy, that the state and the police...
Oh, no, Thabo, we lost our line to you. I'm so sorry about that. What a great pity, because, I loved hearing that personal experience of Thabo and how he intervened to encourage these young people not to engage in violence today. That is what we need, right? We need people in the communities, and they can be ordinary people. They need not be people who hold any kind of specific civic role, right? But we need ordinary people to say, please don't do this. And that is going to become really important to how we relate to each other, not just today, but after today as well. March and March has promised that this is the beginning of many such industrial types of action. And I think, that's probably, we're going to see a lot of this. We're going to see a lot of protest in the coming weeks and months, potentially. But I think these individuals who will go up to a couple of young people and say, avoid the violence, put the knives down. Let's not do it this way. There are other ways of doing it. But I do understand Thabo's anger against the government as well. And I think that certainly is very, very valid. All right, 16 minutes past 10. I want to take you straight to our reporter, Sashin Naidu, who's standing by for us in Gauteng at the moment. Sashin, good morning to you. Please just start by telling us exactly where you are.
Hi, good morning. So this morning I am at the Beyers Naudé Square in the Johannesburg CBD. And this is where we are seeing marchers begin to gather ahead of their planned march to Hillbrow today. So at this stage, it is quite a slow start. We were supposed to have been seeing marchers start gathering from around 9 o'clock. However, we only saw, people starting to come in from around 10 o'clock. So it seems like it might be a bit of a late start today. However, they are saying that they are hoping, to get on the streets before 12 o'clock today.
And what is the mood in the crowd, Sashin?
Well, it seems to be quite a jovial mood, so to say. People are singing, holding up their South African flags and so on. But one thing I must tell you is that all of the shops around this area have been closed off. And I think that's, in fear of, possible looting and so on. And there is also quite a large police presence. However, the crowd for now, it is quite a small crowd for now, but they are all seeming, to be in quite a jovial mood.
All right. And you say that March is likely to set off at 12 o'clock. Where they're heading for, Sashin?
Yeah, so initially it was supposed to start at around 9 or 10 o'clock. However, because it got underway so late, they are saying now, or the gatherings started a bit late, they are saying that they're hoping to start their march to Hillbrow. They are going to be, marching through the streets of Hillbrow just to voice their dissatisfaction with the amount of undocumented immigrants in this particular area. We don't know if any memorandum is going to be handed over or anything of that nature, but for now it's just basically going to be a peaceful march through the streets of Hillbrow.
Well, that's good to hear so far. Sasha Naidu, our SABC News reporter at Beyers Naudé Square in Johannesburg. We'll very likely touch base with him a little bit later on as things start to, I suppose, as more people start to gather and that march actually begins. All right, we're going to take a short break now. We will speak to Dale McKinley for Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia right after that.
This week on Expresso, we celebrate the release of Minions and Monsters. And yes, the Minions are taking over our studio.
We meet sibling dance stars Isabella and Daniel Abrams, who made history representing South Africa at the World Dance Masters in Croatia and took home top honors.
And then the Stellenbosch International Chamber Music Festival brings breathtaking performances and world-class music to the Expresso stage. So join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. on S3.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
19 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse, and Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia is a civil society coalition. It is going to comment for us on the issue of the marches taking place today, and its spokesperson Dale McKinley joins us on the line now. Good morning to you, Mr. McKinley. Thanks for your time. What is your take on the marches happening today?
Yes, good morning, Joanne. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for having us. Look, I mean, obviously our main concern is for people's livelihoods and safety, and any potential violence and targeting of particularly of foreign nationals. But we believe the real concern is not necessarily with the marches, the official marches that are taking place in many places across the country. We think the police are going to have a fairly heavy presence and a fairly securitized environment on those. I think the main concern is what happens in the background, what happens in what we call the shadows, in the communities themselves, in the informal settlements, in the CBDs, in the urban areas where many foreign nationals are living and are easy and vulnerable targets. This is what has been going on for the last 3 weeks. This is what has created many of the humanitarian crises that we see with the Malawians and Zimbabweans gathering in the thousands to try to go home. And this is where oftentimes outside of the limelight and the attention of the cameras or the public, where the terrorizing is going on and where the potential for violence is the greatest. So that's where our major concern is in relation to what is going to happen today, both not just this today during the daylight hours, but also at nighttime.
You have been distinguishing between the notion of an immigration crisis and an actual immigration governance crisis. What is the difference, Mr. McKinley?
Yeah, so basically what we're saying is that we have an immigration system that I think everybody would agree has been quite dysfunctional, and particularly with regards to documentation, which doesn't just affect foreign nationals, but affects millions of South Africans as well. So we also have, as nobody needs any convincing, corruption and mismanagement, which creates a situation which incentivizes people to become so-called illegal or without the necessary documentation processes. So that is a issue of institutional and governance matters, where we need to reform the immigration system. There are problems. We recognize those problems. And then there's the politicization of that problem, which then becomes, well, who's responsible for that? And what we've seen is March on March, Operation Dudula, have politically weaponized a real governance and institutional problem and made it a political and social issue, which is something that we don't agree with, because we're basically saying that if you get rid of, for example, our example is you get rid of every single foreign national spaza shop owner tomorrow. Does this mean that this is going to increase South Africans' involvement in the local economies and create jobs for many more South Africans? Well, the evidence suggests not, because the target is wrong. We believe that the diagnosis in some ways is correct, but the cure, so to speak, of the problems is in the wrong direction. And that's where the politicization of something that is a real governance and institutional issue becomes a political playground that we believe creates the situation we have today.
How do you respond to working class South Africans who may agree that the numbers are objectively smaller than has been suggested, but that every extra person occupying a place in a school they're trying to get their child into or a seat in a public hospital queue matters, because the service delivery in this country is so bad that the presence of one individual may be the difference between whether they receive what is due to them or not?
Well, of course, I think, first of all, just to say that in all of our work over the last many years, we're very cognizant of the real service delivery issues, and we work with communities in this regard. But, I mean, the first thing, there's two elements to answer that question. The one is to say that in most cases, it's not just migrants that are in schools or in clinics and other places. That there are many migrants that are working as teachers, as healthcare workers. People only tend to look at one side of this equation and sort of say, well, people are taking spaces, but don't look at the other side and look at the contributions that many migrants are making. So if you take one and you don't deal with the other, or if you take both of them together, what you're going to do is you're going to basically make the system even worse than it is there. The second point is to say that it's not about the 4.5% to 5% of students that are foreign nationals that are the real potential cause of lack of spaces and lack of infrastructure. It's the massive corruption and mismanagement within our system. Let's take one example in the healthcare system in our own province of Gauteng, where people say there's migrants that are taking queues in the healthcares, and that's why we can't get services. 2 billion rand in corruption at one hospital, Tembisa Hospital, denies many more South Africans of the healthcare services and the services than any kind of number of a few migrants are going to do so. And that's what we're saying is, it's not about saying that we don't need to look at the issue of undocumented people in our country and sort that situation out. But the answer is not to go after individuals and to take them out of the question. Again, you could take out all of the foreign nationals tomorrow in our country and the healthcare system would still be in crisis. What does March on March and Operation Doula have to say about that? Absolutely nothing.
I mean, we've also seen the president speak about this recently, and you wrote in the Daily Maverick about his contradictory stance on migration in his budget vote. What about that speech bothered you?
Look, what bothered us was to say that, you know, there was the recognition, which of course we welcomed, that there were some serious problems. But what the framing that was done by the president was basically to genuflect towards what we consider to be fairly xenophobic and anti-migrant groups, and to say this is where the problem lies. It's not a problem of governance. It's not really a problem of budgets. It's not really a problem the fact that we have massive corruption. It's not really a problem that my government has had 8 years to deal with this and we haven't really dealt with this. In other words, it's a convenient political tool to deflect attention. And that's what bothers us a great deal, is that the speech essentially said, we're going to secure our borders. We're going to spend more money on labor inspectors and those kinds of things. That's fine in and of itself as a policy issue in terms of saying we need to change the system a bit. But if you then sort of link that to foreign nationals, where this is going to solve, let's repatriate 100,000 people a month, let's deport so many people, and then you boast about these things, you're basically not dealing with the problem. Again, the question is, where is the fundamental reality of the problems that rely in our healthcare system, that are on our education system, in our job creation system? Getting rid of a few 100,000 foreign nationals in jobs. And let me give one example in KZN, where women were marching and saying, please do not fire foreign national machinists in our textile factory, because we've looked to see if there are South Africans that can replace them in our area, and they're not. And if you fire them, we're going to lose our jobs too. So I think what the government has done is it's genuflected and reacted in a way that is not looking at the fundamental problems that they need to address. And they're trying in an electoral period to try to deflect that attention. And unfortunately, what they've done is they've made allies with the most unlikely individuals.
You know, what you're mentioning there is quite important, because the president did actually allude to this in one of his speeches, conceding that migration can contribute to growth if it's properly managed. So I'm wondering what that would look like from the point of view of a government that is able to manage migration correctly and lawfully.
For sure. I think we could take many different examples. Let's just take, for example, the small-scale business areas where many foreign migrants have huge amounts of skills, both in terms of logistics, in terms of distribution, and collective endeavor. Basically take those foreign nationals and their organizations, twin them with South Africans and businesses, do training, make sure that we can have joint operations and build a local economy. Why is it that we have this situation that only local economy that is South African people are going to be successful? Let's take the skills of migrant doctors. Let's take the skills of migrant healthcare workers. Let's take the skills of migrant financial advisors or whatever, and people that are both in the middle and also in the working class, and let's bring them into the economy. What do other countries show us? Other countries show us that when that's done in a policy specific way, in a very planned way, economies grow, jobs are created, social tensions lessen. We are all migrant societies. There's not going to be a stopping of migrants. It's about managing the migrant situation and making use of the skills that come into our country to benefit both South Africans as well as migrant communities. And in the process, the government has not really had a program like that. So what it's doing is it's constantly reacting to this situation. And in many cases, this is not dealing with the fundamental problems that we have. And building, just like example, building more prisons to deal with crime is not going to solve the crime problem. Deporting more foreign nationals is not going to solve the migration problem.
All right, thank you for speaking to us. Dale McKinley there, he is the spokesperson for Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia. All right, that brings us to just about 10:30 here on the Daily Discourse. We'll be taking more of your calls and your voice notes in just a moment. Right now, let's connect with Dineo Mataung, who has your latest news.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines on SAfm, I'm Mondilambana, and a very good morning. The Border Management Authority has intercepted over 100 undocumented Mozambican nationals who were trying to cross into Mozambique through the illegal crossing on the borderline. Government says it remains committed to protecting the constitutional right of South Africans to protest peacefully while ensuring law and order during today's nationwide demonstrations against illegal immigration. And 5 suspects have been arrested for allegedly breaking into several businesses in the early hours of this morning at Woody Glen in the Mpumalanga township of Hammersdale, west of Durban. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
Heading for 10:31 on the Daily Discourse, listening in to your voice notes.
Morning, OC. JJ against Dexbridge. The people who are saying they are against undocumented foreigners are lying. Because once you say these other people, they've got the right papers, they question their papers, even their marriages. And even blaming those who have children, foreigners. Why did they do it? They are trying to control everything.
I mean, there's an interesting comment made there. Thank you for that message. And I wonder, is any of you living in a community where you are married to someone who's from another country, and that person may be legalized completely, in everywhere, have their papers and all of that, may even be a naturalized South African after being here for a while, and you may have children with that person. And how do you deal with that? Is there anger in the community against your family because it's a mixed family from a nationality point of view? I'd like to hear from you on that. Some personal stories. These personal stories often just take us into the lives of people and help us better understand what their experience is. So share your thoughts with us on that, please. Our studio line 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. One of you says, "Hi, morning JJ. The companies who employ undocumented workers need to be fined at a high level. For example, for each illegal hire, the company is fined 100,000 Rand per worker. Otherwise, foreigners who are documented and who have work should be welcomed and given work permits." Thanks, Minnie in Roodepoort. Thanks for that, Minnie. And let's listen to these voice notes.
Good morning, my sister. Please, man, please educate me. Is it not a law or in a constitution that says if you want to open a business, you must have 5 million Now people of South Africa, they want what is belonging to them. They spouses, all those things back to them. And people keep on preaching, we must have ubuntu. Sizaba nobuntu njani silambile. IsiXhosa sithi indlala inamanyala. Sizaba nobuntu njani silambile. They took everything belonging to us.
I don't know if it's fair to say that they've taken everything belonging to you, right? If you look at the figures again, there's a proportionally small number of migrants in this country compared to other countries that do have migrants in them. Having said that, I don't think the 5 million rand threshold can be applied to people who might be considered asylum seekers or refugees. But I do agree that there has to be a way of regularizing those business and bringing all those businesses into the formal economy, whether they're South African businesses or owned by people from other countries. There has to be a way of formalizing them. The Labour Department needs to regulate that. And of course, it's not just for the purpose of having those people on record to pay tax or whatever the cases may be. All of the spaza shop owners need to be brought into the formal economy also for safety reasons. They're selling foodstuffs and things that people take into their homes and use on a daily basis. And consequently, they do need to be able to, the law does need to be able to regulate and know who is selling what at what location. All right. We are heading towards 25 minutes to 11 on the Daily Discourse. And of course, we are having a conversation with the Human Rights Commission as promised. IOL says the Human Rights Commission has asked for marchers to remain calm and respect the rule of law as the anti-migration protests get underway in earnest today. Let's bring into the conversation the SAHRC's chairperson, Chris Nissen. Mr. Nissen, good morning to you and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse today. Of course, the right to protest is protected under the Constitution. How are you hoping marchers will exercise that right today?
Hi, Jim. Good morning to you and good morning to the listeners of SAFM. Indeed, the Constitution and, of course, in our democracy, we guarantee the right to protest, but the right to protest must not undermine the rights of non-protesters. And therefore, our call is to keep calm, do what you have to do within the confines of the law. The law is there, and every country has got rules and regulations. And so we are saying, whilst your right to protest must also respect the right of others. People must go to work. They must not be stopped to go to work. People must access the services today and not be hindered from accessing those services. But those who are the organizers of all those marches must bear in mind that there are also some people who will exploit the marches and then will perhaps go on to, as we've seen in the past, abuse the right to protest and to march for their own ends.
Mr. Nissen, I want to ask you about attacks which appear to be appearing at community level, right? On the one hand, we've got the marchers out in force today. We've got law enforcement monitoring those individuals who are taking part in the protests. On the other hand, it appears that there are people who are going into communities. They're going into shelters. They're going into people's homes in a manner that is unlawful. And they're hauling people out, demanding to see their papers, as they've been warned against doing. How does one manage that kind of criminality at community level?
Of course, that's we as a commission, and I think all of us at South Africa condemn that, and that's basically criminality, because it's not about, you've got no right to go into somebody's house and demand papers. You've got no right to go into somebody's house and say, get out of here, because the thing is that in this country, we need to have rules and regulations. And therefore, the South African police services and other law enforcement agencies should be in their visible monitoring of the situation. Should that occur, the law must take its course, and we must condemn that. But we've also got neighbors and communities in the streets that must stand and say, no, don't do this. Don't keep quiet when these things happen. And make sure that we do it in a peaceful manner, but we cannot condone anyone entering anybody's house or any person standing in the street and to be demanding papers from that particular individuals. But therefore we say no, and also when these marches are going on, please take off your mask, don't cover your face, and please can we resist from or desist from using weapons or whatever form of something that you hold in your hand, because a march must be peaceful, it must be calm, and it must make its point of what they want to make, but not in a criminal, neither in a violent way. All the individuals, people, there are criminals out there. We have seen our people now going into looting shops. And therefore, the law enforcement must take its course and arrest those who are doing these criminal acts.
Mr. Nissen, please stay with us. We're going to take a short break. We'll continue our conversation with you when we come back.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
It's Elimination Week on the Tastemaster Professional this Sunday evening at 7. Faced with one of the world's most popular dishes, our chefs must create a pizza that rises above the rest. With big flavors and bold ideas needed to impress the judges, the stakes couldn't be higher. Who will earn a slice of success and who will get boxed out of the competition? Find out on the Tastemaster Professional, Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC 2.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
20 minutes to 11 on the Daily Discourse. We're talking to the chair of the South African Human Rights Commission, Chris Nissen, at this hour about the protests that have been on the go. And Mr. Nissen, thank you for staying with us. I think you've asked South Africans to take a stand within their communities against criminality, and yet the same ordinary South Africans have accused the Human Rights Commission of acting against citizens' interests on the issue of migration and on focusing on nothing else. How do you respond to those accusations?
That has been going around, that saying we're looking after non-nationals more than nationals. Let me put that I want to debunk that myth. Annually, our commission throughout the country in the 9 provinces receive in the excess of 7,000 complaints. Those are individual complaints from South Africans. 95% of them, if not more, are from South Africans. And it goes around water, sanitation, tourists running in the street, potholes. It goes around housing, health, access to health issues. It goes around the environment. There's a host of socioeconomic rights that our people come to us and complain about us against municipalities and also against government. We have hearings where we bring these institutions. Sometimes we group all those complaints into one, and then we call in that particular area the municipality. And if the municipality doesn't want to come, we subpoena the mayor or the municipal manager to come and explain about all of these complaints. And we also go to court. We litigate. We've just won in a court case against the municipality. So, and then we've got inquiries that is being held across the country on various issues. Food security, the issue about the land. We've got dialogues about the land, which affect South Africans. And so to say that we're looking after non-nationals instead of South Africans, it's a myth out there that people like to spread and say the Human Rights Commission. We bring out a human rights report in which we show the human rights violation in South Africa and how we as the Commission have assisted the people in South Africa. People there were no roads, our people there. So we've got a PM in Limpopo who fought every day, fighting every day, ensuring that people's lives have dignity. Roads, engaging the traditional leaders, engaging community leaders. So no, I don't say that because I belong to the commission. I say that that's a lived reality. The lived reality is how we as commissioners and staff of the commissioners work 24/7 at times to help communities in distress. So no, but our act is also very clear. Our act says that we need to do three things. Promote, our mandate is promote, protect, and monitor human rights in the Republic of South Africa. And the preamble of the Constitution also says South Africa belongs to all who live in it. And if there's a violation, doesn't matter where it comes from, it's a human rights violation, the Commission is bound and mandated to take up that violation and then assess it, investigate it, and get conclusion to it. Where it comes is this myth that, we're looking after this against the others. But the Commission has also got a responsibility to all live in this country. It's sad to see how we have, earlier on somebody spoke about Ubuntu, how we have abandoned Ubuntu and Batutele in our society today. Because, and also tend also to, we only run after one group and the others are there and so on. So no, we are serving all the people of South Africa and whoever lives in South Africa.
Thank you for speaking to us today, Chris Nissen, the South African Human Rights Commissioner. We'll take a short break and speak to the ANC when we come back.
It's Elimination Week on the Tastemaster Professional this Sunday evening at 7. Faced with one of the world's most popular dishes, our chefs must create a pizza that rises above the rest. With big flavors and bold ideas needed to impress the judges, the stakes couldn't be higher. Who will earn a slice of success and who will get boxed out of the competition? Find out on the Tastemaster Professional, Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC 2.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
11:15 on the dot here on the Daily Discourse, and as promised, we are continuing our conversation here on the programme about the marches against undocumented migrants that are taking place countrywide today. I want to bring into the conversation the ANC, the African National Congress. NEC member Dakota Lekwete is with us at this hour. Mr. Lekwete, good morning and welcome to the Daily Discourse. Do you agree that government is only acting now because groups like March and March have sprung up and are making migration-related demands?
Good morning to you and good morning to your listeners at home. Indeed, there was a disjuncture between government and the state relations. I'm saying this because the state has three responsibilities to ensure that we run the state properly. It is to feed, it is to develop and defend your people. Now, in terms of the Geneva Convention of 1949 and the OAU protocols of 1967, it clearly defines who's supposed to be an asylum seeker and a refugee. Our constitutions makes it very clear under Section 21 of the Bill of Rights, Section 21.3, right with Section 21.4. In 21.3, our constitution says the right of residence is only reserved for citizens. And in 4, it says those citizens must be properly documented, have ID and passports. So what it simply means is that nobody should be within our shores or borders or boundaries without that particular registration or documentation. And in our case, we have allowed for some time due to corrupt elements within our system, our government, from officials, from police, defense and border, those who are responsible for border management authority, some of them, not all of them, have been irresponsible in selling documents, in selling citizenship, even to the cheapest amount of 50 rands. And that created the crisis we find ourselves in. And only government can lead in this regard to resolve this problem without people taking the law into their own hands, without violence, without vigilantism, because anything related to that can lead to civil disobedience, and civil disobedience can lead to an implosion of a nation, which create a civil war if it's
Right.
not properly managed
Yeah.
or properly handled.
So
As
do you?
ANC,
Yes.
we call for peace and calm.
All right.
Yes,
Do you concede, Mr. Lekwete, that we're only in this situation in the first place because the ANC in government failed this country in regard to migration?
Look, I don't think we are in this because the ANC failed. The ANC made it possible, even through a struggle of centuries and decades. ANC made sure that we bring laws. I was just quoting to you the constitution which was adopted by 1996, which is of the ANC, which was supposed to be implemented by officials. And I think there was a lapse in terms of the administration of dealing with some of this problem, including consequences to those who are responsible for corruption, for selling citizenship, for selling an illegal document. Because if you go to provisions of Section 22 of the Constitution, which says the right of trade is also reserved for citizens, and those who are non-citizens needs to be regulated.
No,
And
they're
in the
quite right, and
regulations,
you've quoted
it's
that
clear
already.
to trade in our country.
You've quoted that
Yes,
already, Mr.
I'm just
Lekwete, and I'm agreeing with you on that. What you haven't quoted is the guarantee for South Africans to equality, freedom, and dignity. And if you look at the way this country has been ruled since the ANC has been in government, I'm sure you'll agree that that's not what the majority of our people have been allowed to enjoy in this country because of misrule and because of dishonesty.
Yes, I agree with you. All these things are in public. I would not want to be negative in appreciating the fact that as a country we have a problem, and our problem has been our inability to deal with crime and corruption, which has been a problem and a thorn, which has undermined our people. Because currently, as a country, you know that corruption is a sabotage to the economy. We stand at a debt to the GDP of 10.7 trillion rand. What we could raise with the revenue, which is our national fiscal, it's 2.6 trillion rand, and it tells you that we have a deficit or a shortfall to adapt to the GDP of almost 70%. And that creates some of the problems we have. But these problems are a manifestation of our inability to deal with crime and corruption and malfeasance within our system, which I agree we need to deal with it.
And you agree
But for
that
us
that
to
part
go
of
to an
that
extent
that has
of
occurred
dealing with
on your party's watch in government. Does your party take responsibility for the corrupt behaviour of its own members in government that has resulted in this migration crisis?
Look, the ANC from time immemorial, it's a movement which has dealt with discipline, with the revolution, and it cannot be synonymous with crime.
But it
Today
is
and
synonymous
corruption.
with
It's not the
crime in
ANC
many ways in
of
this
President Oliver
country.
Tambo. No, the President Oliver Tambo made it clear, even when he was still alive, that be vigilant of the criminal element that is eroding the structures of the ANC.
And
I think
has
that
your
message
party
of the
done
President
that? Has your
Tambo,
party done that post-democracy, Mr. Lekwete? Have they been cognizant of what their great leader Oliver Tambo laid down for them as the challenge?
has done,
Mr. Lekwete?
we started
Yes.
slow, but now SIU has recouped from corrupt elements. You can see what the Hawks have done. Some are arrested, some are now in courts as part of turning around the tide. I must admit that those corrupt elements has undermined the sacrifice of the 1976 generation, the sacrifice of our forebears and foremothers and fathers who have sacrificed for our freedom. I'm deep in my head in shame that the revolutionary movement of the character of the ANC today finds itself in trouble or in question by the corrupt element and the malfeasance within the state that we run. But we have the capability, we have the ability as the ANC and the agility to turn around the tide. But what we call for is that when we deal with problems of migrations and everything, let us not be violent. There's a rule of law. in terms of how we handle this thing. There's international law, because what we would not want is to have a situation where our reputation or standing in the global community goes down. There are disinvestments in our country, the economy goes more down, and our problems expand more. What we need to do is to ensure that at least allow the state, the police, the intelligence, the defense, the leadership of the country to lead in this regard, because I think there was a lapse, and you can see even in Madlanga Commission that those who were responsible to ensure law enforcement were busy with other things other than their work, which is properly defined in the statutes of the Republic. And I think as a nation, we must self-correct. As a government, we must self-correct so that we deal with these problems, because we can't have so many people in our country undocumented when our constitution in section 21 clearly defines who should be in this country, and whoever who comes outside this country, the laws are clear, they must be here for either start with the permit, refugees, everything, and that process must be done. But there's an abuse of the system even from those who come to our country. I mean, there's no war in Zimbabwe. There's a legitimate government there led by His Excellency President Mnangagwa. Any Zimbabwean who comes here and claims to be a refugee is abusing our system.
But we remember, Mr. Lekwete, to come in there, please. I mean, you remember the history of this. You remember the history of the repression of Zimbabwean people. And you also, I'm sure, remember the ANC government's response to this. The successive presidents that we have had have simply not been able to stand up to the presidents of Zimbabwe and other countries within Africa where residents or citizens of those countries have not been able to live well in those countries for all manner of reasons, due to political repression, economic suppression and the like. Why have the leaders of the ANC who have taken up the role of president in our countries not been able to do that? Why have they not been able to stand up to their fellow fraternity of presidents and say, you need to get your house in order so that we don't have a mass migration of people into our country when we are struggling to give our own people what is required?
Look, I fully agree with the point you are saying, but let's give it context. There's what we call the 1949 Geneva Convention, where the United Nations clearly defined who's a refugee, who's an asylum seeker.
That's not my question, Mr. Lekwete. My question is, why have the successive presidents of your parties not been able to stand up to other African presidents to say, get your house in order so we don't end up with a migration problem in our own backyard?
Thank you very much. I'm coming again to that point of the Geneva Convention. In the Geneva Convention, it clearly defines that each country or each republic, we must respect each other, including our sovereignty and territorial integrity. It goes to point number of the 1967 OAU Convention, which was chaired by President Kenneth Kaunda in 1967. OAU agreed that we leave our borders and boundaries according to the way they were determined by the colonizers in the Berlin Conference, and for any movement between us in our borders, unless there's a war, you need to have documents. So people who are running away from repression is not a refugee, from repression is not an asylum seeker. So this has to do with international law.
All
so
right,
we can't
I'm going to leave that
into
question,
as a republic.
Mr. Lekwete, I'm going to put that question aside because you clearly don't want to answer that question. I'm going to move on to another issue, please. I see your Secretary General, Fikile Mbalula, has accused the MK party leader, who's the former president of your party, of fueling hostility towards Africans in the run-up to the protests today. On what grounds has he made that accusation? Do you agree with that accusation?
Look, I don't think with the problems we have today, we need to get to the blame game or scapegoat. Any party that loves South Africa and loves our people and loves our continent must behave in a manner that promotes our way of life of Ubuntu despite the problems we have. What we cannot encourage to any party is to call for violence, is to call for vigilantism, because we are dealing with a crisis that is a crisis of our own creation, including those who have been leading government before. I think we lapsed in ensuring that we promote the rule of law in such instances, and we all have to take a responsibility and turn around the tide in the best interest of our kids, of the future generation of our country, or else we'll lose this country. It will be annexed. It will be turned into something we never wish for. We must act and act decisively, because there is no if or buts. Our country, it's under a serious problem. Some of undocumented, some of our people we host as foreigners, some of them have not been helpful in selling drugs to our people, in doing criminal elements, in even coronating some kings who are not recognized by the laws of the Republic. It has just been negative in what some are doing. And they must be told. And the Department of International Relations and Cooperation comes in briefing some of the diplomats, ambassadors, including envoys that needs to be sent, to explain to other countries that we have a problem of 18 million people in our social security net. We have 32 million people out of 60 million that lives and sleep every day without food. We have a debt to the GDP that is estimated at 10.7 trillion rand. We can't carry everybody, including those who wants to walk in our country freely without following proper documents, without following Geneva Convention or EU conventions, including our laws in this country. And that, I think, it's a matter that collectively government, together with civil society and civil movements, needs to consider, including putting up diplomats from affected countries to understand also that as a result of either repression or problems of the country, we can't carry a burden of their citizens.
Precisely.
And that is within the law, because as South Africa, when we go anywhere in the world, we have to have documents. And everybody who wants to come into our country must have documents. And if you don't have documents, kindly do us a favor. Go back to your country and get proper documents.
Thank you for speaking to us this morning. That is, of course, the ANC NEC member, Dakota Lechwete, on the line to us there. It is 11 o'clock on the Daily Discourse. Let's get your latest news bulletin at this hour.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, over 100 Mozambicans intercepted for illegal crossing and 5 suspects arrested for allegedly breaking into businesses in Durban. For SAfm News, I'm Onde Lambana, and a very good morning. The Border Management Authority has intercepted over 100 undocumented Mozambican nationals who were trying to cross into Mozambique through the illegal crossing on the borderline. The Lebombo port of entry has been experiencing an influx of migrants crossing the border from South Africa to Mozambique in the past few days. More officials have been deployed at the Lebombo border post to manage traffic and also prevent illegal crossings. BMA Deputy Assistant Commissioner Ndebuo Lubumbi.
In most of the cases, they happen in groups. They come in, we clear, and then we start afresh. So we are still expecting some few people to come in. In the evening, we have done some work. Up until right now, in the morning, the queues were a bit long, the departure queues. We have also arrested some illegal foreigners trying to cross the borderline. We are busy processing them. Up to so far, I think we have deported for yesterday around 118.
Government says it remains committed to protecting the constitutional right of South Africans to protest peacefully while ensuring law and order during today's nationwide demonstrations against illegal immigration. Justice Minister Mamuloko Kubai, who chairs the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Migration, addressed a joint security briefing in Johannesburg this morning. She was joined by Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi and senior SAPS officials. Kubai briefed the media on the province's state of readiness ahead of today's planned protest action.
We want to reiterate their right to protest, their right to express themselves where they are not happy with their own government. That cannot be taken away from them, but also appealing for those who will be joining to do this in a peaceful manner and not cause harm. We want to say that the state today is not going out to threaten its own citizens, but we have an obligation as government to ensure that there's law and order.
crowds have started gathering at Church Square in Pretoria ahead of the March and March protests against undocumented immigrants. Police are maintaining a strong presence. The protesters continue to chant slogans calling for undocumented foreign nationals to return to their countries. Some of the demonstrators say it's time the undocumented immigrants to leave the country.
You go to the roasting industry. I think the 80% of roasting industry, the employment side part of it, they are these foreign nationals.
I'm here today, Thomas Maroy, and I'm going to start with the people, stand up for the people of South Africa and their kids' future and their rights. We got a right too in South Africa, not anyone else. Let's come here to South Africa and jump the wire and take over South Africa. No.
1,800 students in a school, a teacher in a classroom with 100 students. It's ridiculous, Ramaphosa, you're dehumanizing us.
5 suspects have been arrested for allegedly breaking into several businesses in the early hours of this morning at Woody Glen in the Mpumalanga township of Hammersdale, west of Durban. Police spokesperson Robert Nechunda says investigators cannot rule out the possibility that the suspects were opportunists taking advantage of today's marches.
One suspect was arrested inside the tuck shop, whereas the 4 were cornered and arrested as they attempted to flee. The suspects, aged between 14 and 27 years old, will be charged for maltreating property and business burglary. They are still being processed and will appear in court soon. Police in KwaZulu-Natal are urging residents who will embark on marches to refrain from acts of violence, criminal activities and intimidation. As much as police are out there to safeguard the marches, they will be enforcing the law and no lawlessness will be tolerated.
Umkhonto weSizwe MP Vusi Shongwe has alleged that the EFF led by Julius Malema opposed suggestions that suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Major General Feroz Khan should be called to appear before Parliament's ad hoc committee. Shongwe is testifying before the Madlanga Commission today. He previously told Parliament's ad hoc committee that he attended a meeting where Khan joined via video link. Shongwe says the EFF's opposition to calling Khan to the committee caught his attention.
But we had an argument when it comes to Igama Lagababu Khan on a later stage where now the other political parties, strongly so EFF by Honorable Malema, pushes back, there's no need to call Igama Laga General Khan. This is where now Honorable David Skosana is the one who mentions the name and gives supporting statements on why should the name be there. That drew my attention as well.
Recapping the top story, the Border Management Authority has intercepted over 100 undocumented Mozambican nationals who are trying to cross into Mozambique through the illegal crossing on the borderline. I'm Undilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 11:30.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Oh, yeah, Club Soweto. In 1976, youth just switch on, and for 50 years, the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is appealing in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in the last hour of the programme. And boy, has it gone quickly today. We've heard from lots of you, and we've been able to cross to our reporters in the field to give us a sense of exactly what is happening there. It looks as though the marches against undocumented migrants are slowly gathering steam this morning, and people are still gathering in various parts of the country. So those marches don't appear to have really set off yet in many centres. There are centres, like I'm looking at SABC News now, and I see in Johannesburg, we're starting to see a body of people gather, and they're already walking through the streets. But there are other parts where people are still gathering, and it's taking them a bit of time. At Beyers-Naudé, they're expecting to set off. The Beyers-Naudé Square march is expecting to set off around about midday. So I think some of them are still gathering steam, and we'll keep you updated. So stay with SAFM over the course of the day for those updates. I want to listen to some of your voice notes in a moment, but just to let you know, we're going to be speaking to the CEO of the Road Freight Association, Gavin Kelly, in just a short while to get an update on what they are planning. There was violence in that sector expected this week, and I think they've had to pay special attention to exactly what they do from a security point of view, because we know in 2021 what happened in regard to the looting of those trucks and the burning of those trucks was really devastating for their industry. And then, of course, we're crossing to our reporter, Tsisetso, in the Eastern Free State, Bethlehem and Qaqqa areas, and he's going to tell us what is going on there. But let's listen to your voice notes first.
Good morning, Sister JJ. Mbongo Sondisa, Mbuyisa. Yes, Sister JJ. You see why we need president who's not from the ANC. It's exactly what Ndatele Khwete is saying. The guy is lost. He does not know what he is talking about. Even now, it's still a chance. Why is Ramaphosa not calling this president, like from Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Malawi, Congo, to come here to South Africa or organize like a central venue where they can have a meeting and ask them what is their problem? Why are their nationals like full of here in South Africa? Why is our country flooded with their citizens? It's still a chance now. It's not late. Instead, he's sending delegates to go and convince them. To convince them what? We are tired.
Joanne and the team, good morning. It's Kosnat here. Look, my sister, Mr. Rekhota there, the ANC member, must not deny, because we are in this mess because of the ANC. They keep on signing each and every law, even the one that is oppressing the country. They've been leading this country for the past 29 years, but they are failing to change some of the laws, even though they were in power. They got a 3/3 majority, but they fail to change some of the oppressing laws.
Hi, Joanne. Vusi Lushaba in Durban. Mr. Lekhotsa says we are where we are today because of the corrupt elements in government. Then he closed off by saying that the only people with authority to solve the problem is the government. Yeah, we're in trouble. We are in trouble. If you expect the same people that caused the nonsense to be the ones to solve the nonsense, even though 32 years later we are where we are because of those same people, yeah, we are getting nowhere slowly as a country.
It is discouraging indeed. One of you says, Joanne and SAFM, current ANC leadership lacks leadership. Or ANC, yeah, that's exactly what you said. Their obsession with JZ is extremely revealing of poor leadership. Even if JZ is involved, such doesn't absolve criminality and lawlessness within immigration and migration laws, which are ANC policies in the main, says Bungana in the Eastern Cape, which is a good point. Thanks for those messages and voice notes. We'll take more of them a bit later on. Right now, I want to go straight to the issue of the July civil unrest. I want to remind you of that, first of all, in 2021. You'll remember that road freight was profoundly affected by those protests, the setting alight of trucks, the looting of the goods they were carrying. And this makes days of protest like today a particularly tricky one for the industry. Gavin Kelly is CEO of the Road Freight Association. He joins us now. Mr. Kelly, good morning to you. I imagine a day like today would be challenging for freight carriers. How are you managing the situation?
Hi, good morning, Joanne. Good morning to all your listeners.
Obviously, lots of people didn't sleep last night as the day dawned on us. We were all pretty tense. We've been sort of on tenterhooks for the last couple of days, worrying that, we might be surprised a couple of days before the time. And of course, there's always going to be after the time when the great hype of SAPs have now withdrawn and there would seem to be less physical presence on the roads. But yes, it is a nervous day for many, many operators. The last thing they want to do is have their drivers injured or, God forbid, killed, maimed. They don't want their trucks burnt. At the moment, touch wood, and I don't want to jinx it, the marches that are happening have been very well behaved. There's been a very good SAPS presence, which wasn't around in 2021. That was sort of reactive. So at the moment, things are going well. Of course, we're all still quite worried.
Yeah, of course. What are traditionally the flashpoint areas that become problematic when mass protests like today's take place?
Well, it's generally in industrial areas and it's around a number of towns, so it's always around KZN. And I think there's a whole lot of other reasons, I suppose, why that happens. It's close to informal settlements where there's a lot of disgruntled people who feel that, and I think your previous speaker was saying that, 30, 40 years down the road, many promises, not much change. So it's going to be those areas that we saw, I suppose, in 2021. It'll be in areas close to the industrial keys of our country, so in Gauteng, where we have plenty of those sorts of things on the East Rand. But there's a heavy police presence there. There's been some stuff happening out Pretoria Way as well, where there's been a little bit of looting, but very quickly quietened down.
All right. I mean, I see you anticipating that isolated incidents along those key transport routes may pose a problem. Is it actually preferable for your members to take their trucks off the road entirely today, or would that cost the industry too much money, Mr. Kelly?
No, it would cost far too much. We just can't do that, Joanne. There are, and in many cases, some of the cargoes are part of a further production or shipment process. So the whole idea is that we understand people want to protest. We've said keep your protests non-violent. You don't have the right to impose your problems onto other people who have nothing to do with it. But the police are out in force. We're obviously worried about, the N3s of the world, which traditionally has been the favorite choke point. And again, without jinxing anything, that's been running pretty smoothly. There have been people doing protesting, but it's been along the side of the road. But we can't stop operations. That just costs too much.
Right. I mean, for those who do want to continue with transportation today, or have to, as you've said, how important has their contingency planning around the issue of routes, perhaps timing, communication during the course of the day and so forth?
Oh, look, we've been doing all of this planning for at least 2 months now, with the final planning being put into place about 4 weeks ago. So that's all in place. The alternative routes are there. The escorting, I suppose, with private security companies is on standby where it might be needed. Communication channels, we've got plenty of WhatsApp groups. We've got plenty of standard communications running through various service providers. Telematics companies have come to the party, if you'd want to use that term. So there's a lot of communication flowing around. I myself have got a number of screens running, and I'm sure every single operational person in any company has got his or her ear close to the ground.
I mean, that communication issue is a huge one, right? Because we know how inflammatory and inaccurate information can be circulated on social media during a time like this. What sources of information are you advising your drivers and the members of your association to actually use today, so that there isn't unnecessary panic in the industry?
And that's a very, very good comment that you make, because we saw that in 2021, where people posted images and videos and reports going back a couple of years, and even from outside of South Africa. So we've got 3 main channels that we use in the trucking industry. One is an SAPS channel. We've got our own channel, and then we've got another large security company channel that we use. So the first thing we say to everybody is get onto those channels, monitor what's being said there. If you hear of something, see if you can verify it, see whether it's come up on the SAPS channel, because that would be the first real determination of whether this is really happening or not. Yes, there might be 1 or 2 that slip through. Secondly, don't just forward, if you get something, don't just forward it to groups all over the place, because as you say, the panic factor is a huge thing. And then it's really just checking with these channels and with anybody else. Has anybody else said this? Have a look at the footage, listen to what they're saying, because quite often it is false news, as somebody else would say somewhere else in the world. So it's really making sure the facts you get are actually facts. They're not just hype.
Mr. Kelly, while I have you on the line, I want to ask you about a slightly different issue, please, which is the potential strike, which may be on the cards after 15 years of no strikes at all in your sector. What is happening there, and how do you hope to handle it?
Well, I think that's also been a bit out of context. We've had 15 years of peaceful negotiations, and what we've all said is everyone goes to the table with quite a few demands, and obviously one has to work through those demands. And just like everything else, one has contingencies, and so you have to, in the back of your mind, say, well, if we're going to go for a strike, then we need to make sure that we have the best contingency plans in place. Hopefully we don't get there. Hopefully all the parties will get around the table and be able to come to an agreement that suits everybody. But I think at this stage, everyone's focus is on the protests today.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Thank you for speaking to us, Gavin Kelly, CEO of the Road Freight Association, keeping us informed of what's going on there. And thankfully, no incidents of violence. He said there was just a little bit of looting in one area that has come to an end right now. So it augurs well for a good, peaceful day in terms of what the trucking industry is dealing with. We'll leave it there for the moment. We will chat to our reporter on what is happening in the Free State right after this.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer, or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Oh, yeah, boy. Soweto. Bonjour. This month is all about youth courage. Saisusa from then with 50 years of 1976. And vandaag Skimsam, we have the courage to become. Silete Kaya and stand with our community. Started with the thought. Now we have the courage to create and the courage to sound. Like the Red Bull Symphonic with Peace for My Peeps. Anything can happen, so get the courage to tell your story. Ubamalanga, our fun. Zanzi for sure is the source. From going live at Great Town to empowering the youth with the Enoch Matebuda Foundation. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure, the source of youth courage. I got it.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
20 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse, and I promised you we were going to catch up with our reporters over the course of the day to find out what is happening in regard to the marches and the protests against undocumented migrants that are taking place all over the country today. And one of the provinces we haven't tackled yet is the Free State. We are going to go live right now to our reporter in the Eastern Free State covering the Bethlehem and Qaqqa areas. Disetso Mokoena is on the line to us. Disetso, good morning to you. Tell us what you're seeing right now on the ground.
Joanna, good morning to you and good morning to SAFM listeners. Joanna, we're stationed in Bethlehem in the eastern part of Free State. From early this morning around 7 o'clock, we were around town, the township also. And I can tell you that from that time, 7 o'clock up until 8, where we are anticipating the shops to be opened or maybe the business to be as usual as any other day, all of the shops in the township of Bethlehem, all of them, there's none of them that is opened. But the thing is, there isn't anything that is happening in terms of the march. There isn't any march that is organized, but the shops, all of them are closed. And in town, there are about 3 of them that are open. for those that are for foreign nationals. But the normal ones that we know, the bigger shops that are, bigger brands in South Africa are open, so people can be able to go in there. And I had a chat with one of the foreign national that his shop is opened. In fact, we're standing next to him right now. I just outside of his shop, and they got about 3 shops. He's in between. The one on the right is closed. He's open. The one on the left is closed. And I had to ask him, and just to find out his views in terms of how he feels. He said that he's scared, but he can't close shop. And I asked him, do the police normally do the round checks around here on a continuous basis? And he did mention that the police normally do come. And yesterday they were here and they were checking papers. And ironically, his neighbor doesn't have any papers. It's in town, in a CBD of Bethlehem, and this guy doesn't have papers, but he has a shop right in center of the business district in Bethlehem. So those are the kind of things that are really concerning. I think you can ask yourself, how is a person be able to operate a shop, but it's illegal in South Africa? But his shop is closed right now. And one of the things that we're monitoring and looking into was in Kwakwa. There were a few things that were happening in Kwakwa, people were getting together, but there isn't anything that is happening really. It's the same as in Bethlehem. The one that was mayor was in Kroonstad, which is the northern part of Free State. We're monitoring that also. Earlier this morning, their leader, Palesa Memela, together with the group of the people that were marching, went to the offices of the local district there or local municipal office, and they handed over their concerns, grievances to the concerned people at the municipality. So basically, it's just that, in short, is basically what's happening in the eastern part of Free State. There isn't really much happening in terms of the marches. It's only that in Kroonstad, but the shops are closed. For the foreign nationals, they are a bit scared in terms of that maybe their shops will be attacked or maybe looted. So that's basically what's happening in the eastern part of Free State, Joanne.
Tisetso Mokoena, SABC News reporter in the Eastern Free State. Thank you so much for putting us in the picture as to what is happening there. I'm going to take some of your calls and listen to your voice notes as well. One of you saying on the WhatsApp line, the other people who are causing problems are those who want to make Africa the continent a country. Even if they do away with colonial borders, it will be followed by tribalism, says Madoda. And then one of you says, hi JJ, you always bring experts who live in suburban cities who have never experienced a daily township life. But that South Africa media is, and that message just trailed off, unfortunately wasn't finished. But I just want to point out to you, look, by their very nature, people who become experts are people who've studied, right? And once people study and become socially upwardly mobile, not all of them choose to stay in townships and other communities. Some of them will move out into suburbs, like Peter, whom we spoke to yesterday, who lived in a township when he was young, and then once he became an academic, he moved into the suburbs. So it's not to say we're speaking to people who have no connection with the township life or with villages and that kind of thing at all. These are people who understand the content well, and that is why we are interviewing them, because they are actually experts. But we also balance that, remember, with the voices of ordinary people who are living in those areas. And that is where we bring the balance in, so that we hear from everybody, because it has to be democratic in the way we ensure that people's voices are heard.
Morning, Joanne. Joanne, I would like to know, you always sometimes talk about stats say, data say. Where do you get that? Because you don't know how many illegal foreigners in the country. Where does those figures coming from? Please, guys, man, must be truthful to us, man.
So you'll note that, or you should note when we do these interviews, that we always attribute them. We never just pull stats out and make them up ourselves. We always attribute them to an organization. And there are organizations, the Institute for Security Studies, the Human Sciences Research Council. There are many organizations, the United Nations in South Africa. We depend on their figures. We don't just make those up. And in fact, we depend less on the census figures because they actually weren't that accurate. Right, you remember the controversy around the time that census was carried out and in the period afterwards. So an adjustment then had to be made afterwards. But we always depend on the expert organizations that are used to surveying and managing these numbers to give us that information. We don't just pull it out of a hat. So please listen into those interviews. When we do those interviews, we identify people from those organizations, and that is how you know who we are speaking to. Right, let's take some of your calls. Eddie in Cape Town is on the line to us. Eddie, good morning. Where in Cape Town are you coming to us from?
Good morning, Joanne. I'm calling you from Cape Town in Athlone.
Athlone, okay, perfect.
Yes,
Great,
yes,
thank you.
Yeah, we just had a meeting also with some leaders, the religious leaders here in Westville. Yeah, they were talking about this issue. Joanne, but for me, it's a concern. Myself, I'm from Malawi. I should tell you that.
Yes.
Yeah, my sister, but I am so concerned because when I'm seeing what is happening to my fellow countrymen, it's so sad. It's so sad, my sister. You know, I understand the pain that the South Africans are feeling. I understand the pain, you know, because I do understand. I mean, wherever I go, I can meet my fellow foreigners. Yeah, and in the past, it wasn't like the way it is now. I mean, it was hardly to meet each other as foreigners, but today, I'm telling you, my sister, we are making part of the population, and I understand the pain. But somewhere, my sister, there is a need of humanity. You know, a feeling of being human, because, you know, we have this essay that says, do to somebody what you would expect somebody do the same thing to yourself. So there it brings that kind of love for another person, because the feeling that you feel is the very same feeling that another person feels. You know, so really the people should take this to themselves and think that what we are doing to these people, how are they feeling? Because if it was me, how was I going to feel? And now it's so sad. Yesterday, my president flew to this country. He came here in South Africa. But I tell you, my sister, he went back again to Malawi, yet without addressing anything concerning the people that are stranded in the country. People were there at Sherwood in Durban. They have been moved by South African government because they don't know what to do with them. Yes. And they cannot even keep them there. One, they are also afraid that maybe South Africans, they might even attack them there, you know, or else they are even afraid that maybe they might, when things seem to be quieter, then they might even go back into the communities again.
So Eddie, can I ask you a couple of questions, please? I'm just interested because we haven't had a migrant calling into the program recently. So are you somebody who's got your papers? And tell me how long you've been in the country.
For more than 10 years.
10 years.
So yes.
And you're a documented migrant.
Yeah, I am. That's why I'm saying this.
Yes.
It's a concern. It's a concern, my sister. So my thing is even the people are undocumented. But my sister, I'm talking about the human rights.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you on that point. I cannot disagree with you. We have to see each other as human beings.
And the thing is, this thing, if you can look very well, the root cause of it is the results of the things that happened in the past. So we are now seeing the fruits of it. It's like for the child to be born, it's not like there's a process was just on that day the child is born. It was a building up from what happened someday in the past.
So Eddie, you're making a good point here. I just have a couple of questions for you, and one of them is your president came to the country yesterday. I mean, why can your government? Is it clear why your government is not able to create the conditions in your country for you to be able to live well and prosper there? And do you feel any animosity towards your government over that?
My sister, I can tell you there is a trend of our leaders in Africa that is happening is corruption. I can tell you that. Even if you can look at Zimbabwe, there are few people that are controlling that country, benefiting, enjoying life as if maybe they are in Europe. The cars they are driving, the Rolls Royce, you cannot believe, my sister, the money they're accumulating for themselves. But those monies, where are they? What money was it for? It was for the poor people.
Yes.
So now we have the corrupt people, the politicians nowadays. And I can tell you, my sister, dictatorship was even better, because one man controlling the country for a long time was making sure that he's developing his own country. It's like was taking a country like his own family, you know. But now this thing of democracy is causing so much corruption, because leaders are thinking that I'm here only for a few years, you know, maybe for 4 years or 5 years. Then if I don't do anything for myself, but for my own benefit, I'll regret when I'm out.
All
So
right,
they make
Eddie,
sure
we'll
they
leave it there, Eddie. But thank you. Thank you very much for calling in. It was a very valuable call for us to be able to understand it from your point of view. 11:32 on the Daily Discourse, running a little bit late for news. Apologies on Delambana. Give us the latest news headlines, please.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the head of Net Giants, Lieutenant General Dibelo Musigiri, says a truck transporting people believed to be undocumented Malawian nationals has caught fire in Velbek and Pretoria. The Border Management Authority has intercepted over 100 undocumented Mozambican nationals who are trying to cross into Mozambique through the illegal crossing on the borderline. And the presidency says that government has acknowledged concerns regarding illegal immigration and is working through the established structures to resolve the challenge. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
EFC is live this Thursday. Cape Town's very own undisputed bantamweight champion, He's the Troublemaker Jacobs, puts his gold strap on the line. But a hungry challenger, the relentless Gift Walker, steps up to the biggest stage to try cement his name in the history books.
How's the Troublemaker sound? Sounds like it's good to me.
One champion, one challenger. Live this Thursday from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
From Wednesday, the 1st of July, SAfm is taking its connection with you further. Introducing SAfm Connect, a new digital streaming platform from SAfm, bringing you uninterrupted access to matters of national importance, in-depth discussions, special events, and the conversations that deserve more time. Beginning with the live coverage of the Madlanga Commission, SAfm Connect is designed to keep South Africans informed, engaged, and connected wherever you are. Live, relevant, accessible. Experience the uninterrupted Madlanga Commission on SAfm Connect, available online and across our digital platforms, because some conversations are too important to miss. Only on SAfm Connect, leading the conversations that move us. Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
The clock is nudging us towards 25 minutes to 12 here on the Daily Discourse. Thanks for your messages on the WhatsApp line. One of you says, me personally, I will never obey nor respect anything that comes from the so-called Human Rights Commission, because since 1994 to date, they've never helped us as South Africans. They're always in favour of foreigners. You know, when you comment, all I ask is that you remain factual, right? And we know that to be incorrect. You know that the Human Rights Commission has actually acted on behalf of South Africans. And there are many instances in which they've done that. And that was a question that I actually put to Chris Nissen, the chair of the HRC today. I asked him, you're often accused of this, and what is your response to that? And he was able to run down, go through a list of an entire list of things that they have done for South Africans over the last few years. So let's just be factual. If you want to personally say, I don't respect the Human Rights Commission, that is your prerogative entirely. But please be factual, be accurate, and read. It's really important to be able to make these arguments with a body of knowledge behind you. One of you asks, why is it the government's responsibility to send people back? Let's listen in.
A very good afternoon to you and the listeners. With all due respect to everybody that is concerned, how does this become the government's problem? These people, when they got into the country, they knew they're coming illegally. Now, how is it the government's problem to repatriate them, send them back? As they got here, why don't they go back the same way? It saves a lot of people a lot of hassles. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Well, it's the government's problem because they shouldn't be letting in people who are undocumented in the first place, nor should they be engaging in corruption that allows undocumented people to move around freely in the country or allows people who were once documented to move around after their permits have expired, right? So there has got to be an element of law enforcement apart from expecting people to conduct themselves correctly.
Good morning, JJ. Yeah, the March and March has got a good capacity, more especially in this context of repatriation. But I'm encouraging them to take it beyond this repatriation thing and challenge the problems that we are having in this country because the government is doing nothing. This is Vumisa from Fosloras. Those guys must go on. Thank you.
Vumisa, thanks so much for your message. Mlu in Durban is on the line to us. Mlu, good morning. I believe you were listening into the Dakota Lekhwete interview. What did you think of that?
No, Dakota always try to defend the indefensible, my sister Joanne. You see, this is their own making. Now they are trying to distance themselves away from what is happening. And for the record, thanks, Joanne. You know, Durban right now, joining the march, it's closed. You see, showing the power of the people, because now people are claiming back power from the same leaders who claim that they are the leaders of society. Now, which society are they leading today?
Yeah,
because people have claimed back their power because they've failed.
Yeah. No, and it's unfortunate that it had to come to this, Mlu. I mean, I was listening to the language that Dakota Lekhwete was using in our interview, and he used the word lapsed repeatedly. Oh, yes, we've lapsed, things have lapsed. And it's such a passive way of saying it. When you are in leadership, you need to be intentional, right? And your morality and your ethics ought not to lapse. They ought never to lapse. They ought to always be in place, as should be your mission to actually rule the country or govern the country in a way that is acceptable, that espouses efficiency, honesty, and everything that goes with good leadership. But I agree with you. I didn't think that Mr. Lekhwete took responsibility for his party's role in this.
And that's the nature. That's their nature. You look at Mbalula releasing statements that you can see that this person is undermining the intelligence of the South African. And that is one thing that is paining with such kind of individuals who claim that they are leaders. By the way, Joanne, I wanted to ask just two questions. The first one is the president, if the president was so quick during COVID to call family meeting, I believe even today, the president, if he was responsible enough, he would have again called the South African. I hear you what is happening. And these are the concrete steps now. Other than these police people that are all over the city, you see. But this is what is going to happen going forward. I'll make an example, Joanne. When the foreigners are stealing cars in South Africa, taking them over during the over the fence, you see. You don't find such kind of police, you see. And you look at there's so many examples, Joanne, that you can relate in terms of how the infrastructure of the government has been used, especially today, to suppress. Because I know for a fact, Joanne, for the government, it's not that they are avoiding violence. It's because they are afraid of the people. Because now they are afraid that the people are going to revolt against them and remove them from power. That is their aim at the end of the day, to invest so much money, the 600 billion, towards the police. Lastly, Joanne, why the government didn't use the trains to move people from Durban to Musina? Why buses? How it makes sense is, yes, Joanne?
Yeah, good question. Good question, Mlu.
The trains are more efficient. Just to spend so much money using buses to transport these people on the road, causing traffic congestion, and yet you have working railway line to be able to convey these people back to Mosina. Why didn't they do that? Is it about tenders and all these things and shenanigans that they come up with? Thank you,
Good question, Mlu. Thank you. I hadn't thought of that, and thank you for raising that. We're going to take a short break, and perhaps we'll look into that.
Hey there! Need to know your TV license balance but don't want to wait? No sweat! Just send a quick SMS with your ID or TV license number to 44210. Remember, standard SMS rates apply. And presto, your balance pops right up anytime, anywhere. It's as easy as pie. So why procrastinate? Give it a try and get your info in a flash. T's and C's apply.
Do you ever call you like to sell? But don't trust your uncle or your pal. Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Heading for 11:42 on the Daily Discourse, Velisani is on the line to us from Mtata. Good morning, Velisani.
Good morning, Joanne. Good morning. First of all, the first thing that I want to say is I think in politics, if you were to remove money and this opulent lifestyle of politicians basically living like millionaires, I think that's where you can start to see people that are truly passionate about serving this country.
Yeah, true.
That's the problem we have. These people are living lavish lifestyles, and they are far removed from the realities of ordinary South Africans. And that's why it's easy for them to make statements like, foreign nationals don't, what's this line they like using? Foreign nationals are not responsible for things like unemployment. When you find companies where you find that every site you go to, they're employing foreign nationals, where you find teachers that are teaching in certain schools, when there's thousands and thousands of educated teachers that are sitting at home, you find doctors in certain hospitals, not even specialists. I'm talking about entry-level doctors that are working in public hospitals, by the way, when there's thousands of doctors that are unemployed. You find a lot of people that are pushed out of certain industries like the spaza shop industry and all of that, when there's thousands, and there's these guys that, by the way, created a monopoly, when there's thousands of people that are struggling in that sector. You find foreign nationals, like for instance, we didn't know that in our city centers you can actually put up containers and shacks and do businesses because we are people that abide by the law and bylaws. But you find foreigners that are able to bribe municipal officials and all of that. There's actually a picture of one of the streets here in Mthatha. It's right in front of a shopping mall. There's tens of containers that are there. We've never been people that do that. We've been people that know that certain businesses are allocated to certain areas, but they've been able to bribe their way into making this country ungovernable. And then lastly, another thing that I want to emphasize is that I hear people talking about porous borders and all of that, but my view is that if the law was implemented as much is demanding, even if the border was a line on the sand, there would be no incentive for undocumented foreigners to live in this country. It would basically become impossible for them to live in the country if the law was implemented. So it's not so much about the border being impenetrable. It's about the rule of law. It's about people being able to respect the law, people being able to come into the country legally and be law-abiding citizens. And that is it. And then I think the last point I want to make is this point of the media always inviting experts to speak and have this fancy language when they speak about issues that don't affect them, by the way. I think it would be fair as the media, especially after this, when there's issues that are being raised by people from the ground, I think don't get experts to speak on their behalf. Go to the people and get them to speak, because they talk about things that they don't know about, that they are not affected, that they read from some textbook or report that they're getting from someone. They don't live in those areas. They don't have to compete with other people for beds in hospitals or compete with foreigners for spaces in schools and all of those things. So that's where it becomes disingenuous. It's not to say we say they are lying or anything, but they're not speaking from the point of experience because they're not experiencing this. They're depending on being fed information by a secondary person that can actually mix up that information or do whatever, manipulate the information and manipulate the real issues.
So Velisani, I'm going to answer to some of what you're saying. And I totally take your point about the anecdotal experience, right? Your personal experience. You go to places, you see migrants in those spaces, some of you or many of whom may be documented, especially if they're working in schools and things like that. It's not uncommon right? In many other places in the world, I don't know how much you've traveled, but it's not uncommon for South Africans to go to other places in the world, become teachers, nurses, doctors, etc. in those countries. I know a lot of people who've done that. So that migration around the world is actually, it is a phenomenon that has occurred for many, many hundreds of years. And it's not by its nature unusual or uncommon, right? Okay, but the management of that migration is very important, right? So to say, well, we've got to get them all out and we've got to get South Africans in, that's not necessarily the case. It is normal to have people from other countries working even in your public service and in other spaces, so long as they're documented and if they have the expertise. But I want to be accurate about what we're saying, right? And I'm going to disagree with you that migrants have made the country ungovernable, because that's the language that you've used. You've also said, you've also pointed to the fact that South Africans always respect the rule of law. It's the migrants who break the law. I think it's really, I think it's disingenuous of you to suggest that all South Africans are angels who don't break the law. I think you need to accept that there are criminals among our ranks as well. Many of us in this country commit crime. We have people phoning into the show threatening to commit crime. And we can't take those calls because people are very firm in their position that this is what they're going to do, but we can't put that out on air. And so let's not paint us all as angels in this country, while holding the truth that undocumented migrants are breaking the law by not being documented in this country. We can also hold the truth that South Africans also do commit crimes. And I think we must be honest about that. We're not angels in this country, and we're not innocent of all crime in this country. And then the issue of bringing experts in. They are not bandying about information that they just make up or that they're getting secondhand. The reason we bring them in is because we require research, we require accuracy, and we require facts when we talk to you, right? And please also don't say that we've not brought people on who represent the other part of society that is affected by this. People who are also calling for a measured approach and for lack of violence against migrants are people like Abahlali Basim Jondolo and 150 other people, 160 other organizations that are ground-up organizations, right? And so we are confident that everybody's voice is being heard, but we will continue to bring the experts on because they bring the accurate information and the research that is required on this show. Thank you so much for your communications over the course of the day. Have a great afternoon. May it be a safe one. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and be responsible, law-abiding citizens. We're all going to try and exercise our ability to do that today. Thank you so much for listening and for your participation. From the team and me, have a great afternoon. Take care. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
SAfm's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Adair, read by Fiona Ramsey. This is a radio broadcast edit. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
The exquisite historical Art Deco apartment buildings are crying out for a canny investor to snap up a few and restore them. It could mean an inner-city revival akin to that happening in Joburg. What an idea! An Art Deco theme park that can provide millions of guests an opportunity to escape from the everydayness of their boring lives. They can enter a world that's better than their own, even if they do live in America and know Miami. This is Miami, without the ocean, in Africa. Yes, we all want to live in an era that is not our own, and a place that is not our own. And this town is completely real, because it was real in the 40s and 50s, and now it can be the completely real fake in the 2000s. The pleasure of imitation, we can imitate the gods, is one of the most innate pleasures of the human spirit. But here we will enjoy a perfect human imitation. After all, where can we go now? Afterwards, reality will always be inferior to this simulation. Don't get so intellectual. Just imagine a busload of foreign visitors traipsing down the street, peering into the buildings, taking a selfie in front of the magnificent entrances. The people that live here are wild, man. Think of them like animals in a zoo. The tourist can stare from the outside, but hey, don't get too close. Can't go inside. Yes, and the visitors won't need to interact. They don't want to. They don't want to be contaminated by the poor, too dirty. They just want their photo op, so contact with locals will be minimal. The nice ones can wave to them. And the money? Will it trickle down to the locals? Hell no. The operators, that's us, will fill our pockets. Tourism profits from poverty. But there will be tourists, and that's good, isn't it? The economy will profit. It sounds great, but do you think that people might feel degraded by being stared at while they do mundane things, like washing, cleaning up, preparing food, private things? How would you feel? These tours will make poverty exotic, otherworldly, glamorous. Why should what is to an inhabitant not be utilized for profit? My profit and theirs. Do I care that the reality will remain once the tourists are gone? And anyway, some money does enter the community, whether through meals in the local eateries, like that guy over there, or the purchase of art or souvenirs, like all this ethnic material. This trickle-down economy is bound to be better for the locals, better than picking trash from a stinking garbage heap, or doing nothing. Let's do it, man. Yes, let's go for it. I need the money. The young man wears a light green T-shirt, on which is a picture of Bob Marley. The words underneath this reggae star are, "No woman, no cry." The T-shirt was once a dark olive green. Now it is faded to light. Bob Marley is light brown. His Jamaican darkness is washed out. The young man has a gold tooth, the front right tooth, and dreadlocks that hang onto his shoulders. They are cleanly soiled. He has spent time creating this look. He does not smile. He may not have a woman, no wife or mother, no girlfriend or sister, but just once he did smile, when he heard the red-winged starling that sat on the light pole that is on the pavement corner and that had no bulb in it. He heard it sing. It whistled. The sound is long and drawn out. Spew! And his tooth flashed, for he stands in the sunlight. He points towards the street. He says, "Wait here. I will telephone Dennis for you." 3 men stand at the entrance of a general store. 2 of them chew. 4 jaws move up, and then they move down, and the 3rd man has a round wad, a ball of something that seems to be caught in the side of his mouth. He might have toothache, or he is eating something that he has not swallowed. In the store on the shelves are chocolates and biscuits and a few potatoes. They are all covered lightly with dust. At the back of the shop, 4 yellow plastic chairs are set around a low metal table, and on the table is a pair of dice, several packets of small green leaves, and an empty espresso coffee cup. Above the table a flag hangs from a wooden beam that has been hammered into the dry-walled ceiling. It is light blue, the blue of the Indian Ocean, and in the centre is a single 5-point white star, the Star of Unity. This is the Somali flag. All the men are young. They have light brown skin, dark eyes, with small pinprick black pupils. Their noses are curved. One of the men, the one who is not chewing, says, "Stand at the corner there, that corner. I will phone Dennis and he will meet you here." The inside of the room is cool. There are 2 fans in it. Air blows softly from the left and from the right. The breeze makes the sign of a cross. At the back of the room, a cross hangs on the wall. Jesus stares down from it, as if an intruder, his wounds bleed and gasp. On the left, an older man in a black suit stands in front of a picture. It is a picture of him. He has greying hair and a small greying beard. In his picture he looks majestic, godlike, better than he does as he stands in his cool room, for now he has the smell of old brandy mixed with sheep fat, and his eyes are rimmed in red. On the picture are letters, red capital letters, TCI Ministries. Underneath this are words in black, Take Courage Ministries, and below this it says, Welcome to the house of your father. A red-winged starling flies across the room. The pink red under its wings flash, and then it flies out again. Bird sounds come from a hole in the top right-hand wall. The man says, Welcome, come inside. This is a Christian place. Welcome to the house of our father. It is not safe outside. You can stand here. I will phone Dennis, and he will come. He is the only one who can say whether you can go inside the building or not. A man walks out of the general dealer shop, where the three men who look as if they are Somali are. He walks across the street. He wears a red T-shirt and blue jeans. His Nike boots are scratched and dusty. In an accent that seems French, he says, Follow me. Those guys over there, they will phone Dennis. I have lost my phone and I don't have his number. But I know those guys. They will phone him. Outside the bar on the wall is a painted picture of a green and white beer bottle. The words on it are Castle Light, and above the bottle on a red background, in blue capital letters, are the words Top Club. Inside the bar there is a snooker table. The green baize is worn in one of the corners. The wood of the table is brown and stained. On the corners many glasses of red wine have been spilled, and the netting of two of the pockets is faded, inflamed crimson and bloodshot. Two balls, a red ball and a blue ball, lie on a nearby table. They have fallen from the broken pocket and been placed there so that they will not get damaged. A black and white dog of no particular breed runs beneath the table. As it does so, it kicks at an empty green beer tin, which slowly rolls towards the outside door and on towards the pavement. Then it rolls into the open drain and disappears. The dog lies down, close to the feet of a man. It picks up in its mouth what is left of a chicken bone. Then it snaps the bone in two and swallows. It is gone. It then licks the remains of the gravy and peas that are left in a styrofoam container. Four men stand around the snooker table. Three of them hold snooker cues. One leans down over the table and holds the blue-white tip of the cue to a white ball. Another holds a cigarette to his mouth and then slowly, laconically, blows 4 smoke rings into the air. The third drinks from a beer bottle, 7 gulps, and the fourth speaks into a mobile phone. The man with the phone stops speaking into it. He turns around and says, Dennis, he will meet you there, down there, at the corner.
That was another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Ade, read by Fiona Ramsey. The book is available online and in all leading bookstores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Batala, technical production Wiseman Manwele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapurulu.
O'clock on Tuesday, the 30th of June 2026. A very warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAFM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour...
We want to say that the state today is not going out to threaten its own citizens, but we have an obligation as government to ensure that there's law and order.
Government says it remains committed to protecting the constitutional right of South Africans to protest peacefully, and the Madlanga Commission continues in Pretoria today. Coming up in sport,
some mouth-watering World Cup matches coming up today. Ivory Coast representing the continent, and we hear from Rassie Erasmus ahead of their test against England.
Well, after those shockwaves yesterday, can't wait. John Kirika with those details. Please let us hear from you. Share your views with us on 41391. That's our SMS line number. You will be charged 150 per SMS. You can also get in touch via X, our handle at SABC News_radio, or you can send us a voice note on 082-692-3909. These and more stories coming up on this Tuesday edition of Updated Noon. First, though, let's bring you up to speed with the latest news with Ondelambana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, hundreds of protesters marched to Sunnyside Police Station, and Presidency says it is ready to resolve illegal immigration challenges. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. Hundreds of protesters have left Church Square in the Pretoria CBD and are marching to the Sunnyside Police Station. This is part of the March and March protest against undocumented immigrants happening across the country. Motorists have been advised to use roads including Paul Kruger, Lillian Ngoyi and Francis Ward Street. Some protesters claim undocumented immigrants are contributing to the country's economic challenges. Tswana Metro Police spokesperson Isaac Mahamba says law enforcement is on high alert and prepared for any eventuality.
What we can indicate at this stage is that the marshals have started to move towards Sunnyside Police Station. Currently, we are at Paul Kruger and Francis Ward. Everything is still under control, and we're expecting to be like this in the entire march. But we are saying those who might take this opportunity to want to incite this sense of criminality, we as TMPD were ready and allow law enforcement agencies to deal with whatever eventualities.
The head of Net Joints, Lieutenant General Tibelo Musigiri, says a truck transporting people believed to be undocumented Malawian nationals has caught fire in Velbekant, Pretoria. She says police were called to the scene where the truck, which was allegedly intending to transport goods across the border, was also carrying about 10 individuals in the container. Musigiri did not specify the exact destination where the truck was travelling to, but says the matter is under investigation.
I am in Velbekant. In Pretoria, there was a report of a burning truck. Unfortunately, the tires of the truck caught fire. The police arrived here. Other residents, the white farmers along here, Velbekant, had to come to extinguish the fire. And as they were extinguishing this container that was on fire, people came out of it. This appears to be people that were taken from either the farms or the areas alongside Gauteng in the Kempton Park area that are being taken out of the country because of the current situation.
The Border Management Authority has intercepted over 100 undocumented Mozambican nationals who were trying to cross into Mozambique through the illegal crossing on the borderline. The Libombo port of entry has been experiencing an influx of migrants crossing the border from South Africa to Mozambique in the past few days. More officials have been deployed at the Libombo border post to manage traffic and also prevent illegal crossings. VMA's Deputy Assistant Commissioner Ndibuho Lubumbi.
If you look at the movements at the ports, in most of the cases, they happen in groups. They come in, we clear, and then we start afresh. So we are still expecting some few people to come in. In the evening, we have done some work up until right now. In the morning, the queues were a bit long, the departure queues. We have also arrested some illegal foreigners trying to cross the borderline. We are busy processing them. Up to so far, I think we have deported for yesterday around 118.
Women and children are being prioritized as buses transport hundreds of Malawian nationals from Pietermaritzburg to the repatriation center in Musina in Limpopo. The group had been sheltering in a building in the city. They left their homes amid fears of intimidation ahead of today's march against undocumented immigration. Officials from the Department of Home Affairs instructed each person to bring only one piece of luggage, forcing many to leave behind some of their personal belongings. Some of the women say they believe returning to Malawi is the safest option under the current circumstances.
I'm feeling better because I'm going home. I'm so happy to go home. I didn't regret about it, but I'm happy because I'm going home and I miss my family. Yeah, because of shortage of money, that's why I'm staying without going home for the whole year. But now I'm going.
The presidency says that government has acknowledged concerns regarding illegal immigration and is working through the established structures to resolve the challenge. Presidency spokesperson Vincent Magwenya also reiterated that today is a normal day in the country. That's despite the various protest marches taking place around the country against illegal immigration. He also urged everyone to exercise their right to protest within the confines of the law and in a responsible way. He says something is being done about the immigration challenges.
Government has been open and transparent about its own failures. However, where we are now, the problem is being attended to. The 5 pillars have been released and committed to by government to address the various associated areas to managing migration, and that's what we're going to continue doing. Postmortems can be conducted day in and day out about what went wrong. All we can do now is to go forward, having acknowledged the problem, having identified system weaknesses, and having come up with a clear roadmap in terms of what needs to be done.
Recapping the top story, hundreds of protesters have left Church Square in the Pretoria CBD and are marching to the Sunnyside police station. This is part of the March on March protests against undocumented immigrants happening across the country. I'm Ondilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Well, thanks, Andela. Good afternoon, everybody. It is 8 minutes after 12. Thanks so much for tuning in to Update at Noon. And a quick look at the stories we'll be covering this afternoon. Several marches across the country by several organizations marching against undocumented immigration in South Africa currently underway. And we have our reporters here at SABC News fanned out, not just across Gauteng, but across the country. And we'll check in with those reporters just to find out what the situations are across the country. And then, of course, also keeping an eye on what's happening with the Madanga Commission. We also have Vusmuzi Kat Matlala and his co-accused expected back in the High Court in Johannesburg. And accused number 1, who's Musa Kekana, and his legal representative, have to confirm that all administrative issues are currently in order. So those are some of the stories that we are keeping an eye on. But of course, if you'd like to get in touch, let us know about what's happening in your area where you're at. Please feel free to get in touch by either writing to us or sending us a WhatsApp voice note. And I must say, being out in Johannesburg earlier today, having gone around the city, it was very quiet, much more quiet than normal. The roads as well, rather quiet. Most businesses decided to remain closed today for fear of being vandalized and looted. So that is the situation, the state of play in the Johannesburg CBD. Also spoke to some vendors who were obviously unhappy about the fact that they would take an economic knock for today. But of course, the marches continue, and we'll check in with our reporters in a short while to bring you up to speed with how things are progressing.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
It's 10 minutes after 12 now. Hundreds of protesters have left Church Square in the Pretoria CBD and are currently marching to the Sunnyside police station. And this is part of the March and March protests against undocumented immigrants happening across the country. Motorists have also been advised to use roads, including Paul Kruger, Lillian Ngoyi and Francis Bart streets. And some protesters claim that undocumented immigrants are contributing to the country's economic challenges. Our reporter Spiwe Mkize joins us on the line now from the nation's capital. Spiwe, good afternoon. So please let us know, how is the march progressing and where exactly are the marchers right now?
Good afternoon, Sakina. We are currently here in the CBD. They've just passed, as I'm speaking to you, the marchers have just passed Madiba and the Nelson Mandela Drive. And they are currently now heading towards the Sunnyside police station. But I must say, Sakina, that there's so many protesters. Earlier it was, they were coming in drips and drops, and we saw the number, continuing to grow. But as we speak now, I would say it's now thousands. It's no longer hundreds, as the people are now coming, and some of them are joining them along the way, in groups. Because as you would remember, many of them are coming from, the townships surrounding Pretoria, like your Soshanguve, Mamelodi, Atteridgeville, and the further north of Pretoria, which is Hammanskraal and other places further down. So they are currently now heading towards the Sunnyside police station as we speak.
Spiwe, with regard to business in the city, have businesses opened today or have they decided to stay away?
I haven't seen any shop that's opened today from as early morning. We went to Pretoria West. We were here in the CBD. We went to Sunnyside. We also went to other parts of Pretoria. All shops were closed, and we thought, maybe some of them may open at a later stage. But as we speak, all the shops that we passed through are closed. From the back, from the start, your Maraba start towards the CBD, those shops are closed as we speak, Sakina. But I've also managed to speak to some of the protesters and ask them, because that they are xenophobic by taking part in this march, but they've denied that. They are saying the only thing they want is that people that are from other African countries or other countries should be documented. It's not that they are xenophobic.
As for the police and other law enforcement agencies, are they actually patrolling the marches, and have they come out in their numbers for today?
A strong police presence here, Sakina, both the Metro, the Tshwane Metro and the South African Police Services. There's also a helicopter that is hovering around, just to make sure that everything is in order. So I must say the police we're starting for...
Okay, we seem to have lost Spiwe Mkize there, and I think she gave us the gist of what's happening in the nation's capital. And in Pretoria, they are obviously marching to the Sunnyside police station. So try and avoid the roads if you are in and around that area. But from what Spiwe is telling us, most businesses have remained closed today, so not much happening in the Pretoria CBD. Well, that was our reporter Spiwe Mkize in Pretoria. For more on the march, let's go now to Soweto, which is where our reporter Refilwe Mekwa is. Refilwe, good afternoon. So in Soweto, what is happening there, and what is the atmosphere like today?
Good afternoon, Sakina, and to all our SA listeners. My apologies for that. Well, I'm in the middle of the march, literally. We just moved from Thokoza Park, and it's really an eclectic atmosphere, Sakina. People the young, the old, just wanting to voice their views in terms of what they think government should do regarding illegal migrants. Earlier on, I must indicate that we were at Meadowlands, where a particular group of people were knocking at, or rather went to residents or houses where foreign nationals lived, chasing them out. However, police was there to sort of stop them whenever they would try to enter a particular house or residence. police will just stop them and say, nope, it is unlawful. And they would move around saying that they know foreign nationals resided those particular areas and they don't understand why they're still here. Also, during this march, we saw some troublemakers, Sakina, trying to sort of mess up the street and throw trash around and make the street dirty. But private security is also part of this march, and they took over immediately, going to those true, if I can say, troublemakers, saying, nope, we're not going to do that here. Remove this trash. My apologies, as you can hear, it's the JMPD just driving around here, and we do expect these hundreds of protesters, rather, or marchers or residents here to go to the HPC, if they name it, just here up there by Chokoza to submit a memorandum. Sakina?
And then the concern, of course, is if people have tried to enter people's homes when the police are in attendance, are there any concerns that this may get out of hand in some way later on, Refilwe?
Of course, I do agree, Sakina, because later on when it gets dark, no one knows what could happen. However, most of the foreign-owned shops are really closed. And I think even at those particular residents, when we went there, the gates were closed. Like, you could see that they're really trying to also just be safe. However, I do believe that also the police do know the hotspots, do know those who might be causing trouble, and they are monitoring all sectors and any eventuality. Sakina?
Refilwe, we'll leave it there for the time being. Thanks so much. Refilwe Mikwa is in Soweto. And of course, in the city of Johannesburg, there were 3 legally sanctioned marches. So we'll check in with our reporters across the city as well, just to find out what's happening. One of the marches taking place in Glen Austin in Midrand, and that one called by a youth formation. And of course, they also have their demands that they want to speak to. So let us know your thoughts on what's happening today.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Right. In the meantime, let's quickly make our way to KwaZulu-Natal. And this is, of course, where we find our reporter, Talisha Naidu. And Talisha, we understand, is in Pietermaritzburg. Talisha, good afternoon. So Pietermaritzburg has been one of the hotspots. And, this has also been seen as one of the areas that need specific monitoring. What is currently happening there?
Good day, Sakina. So currently what we're seeing now is a last-minute push for Malawian nationals that have gathered at Mayor's Walk in Pietermaritzburg. The operation here is entering its final stages, according to Head of Immigration and Law Enforcement, Stefan van Niel, who is here from the Department of Home Affairs. What started off at this point, it is an actual repatriation site, a temporary one at Mayor's Walk. It started off today, this morning, with about almost 1,000 Malawian nationals at the site. And now we're looking at less than 200 Malawian nationals that remain here, just waiting to board buses that will take them to Musina in Limpopo. Partially, they have been verified at this site, and then they will be completing their verification in Musina. But that just shows you how fast this process is actually moving here, because within a space of about an hour, that number from about 700 dropped to 200. And we understand at this point that that push and that speed is coming from the fact that we expect the marchers to enter this area in the next few minutes. They are just a few blocks away from this area, but that's the reason why we have been seeing officials here really trying to get the Malawian nationals on these buses as fast as possible. But from where we are right now and what we have been seeing in terms of this process, I have to tell you that it has also been a bit of heartbreaking scenes that has been unfolding here, because many Malawian nationals that have gathered here have been told that they are only allowed to take one piece of luggage onto the bus as they board. And many of them have had to make that very difficult decision of abandoning their belongings here before they leave. So what we're seeing is mattresses, clothing, blankets, food, even some household items that are just thrown about, as many of them made that tough choice of either taking their possessions or getting a seat on that bus.
Well, Talisha, it really is a tough one. But of course, as you said, the protesters would be coming your way soon. Are there enough police, would you say, at the moment to deal with the situation should it become confrontational?
Yes, definitely, Sakina. You know, one of the big concerns for this area in particular is that how fast it can actually turn into a volatile situation, because Pietermaritzburg has witnessed several anti-illegal immigration demonstrations in the recent weeks. And from those demonstrations, we have also seen just over a week ago, a 29-year-old Malawian national that was killed, and it's believed that it was linked to some of those tensions at the Jikajo informal settlement. So police have really heightened their presence here. We see public order policing here, police that have been brought through from Camperdown as well into the area. So there's private security services, CPF, all have congregated to this area because of the expectation of the marchers coming through to the spot because of it being a temporary repatriation site. But there is a very strong police contingent and law enforcement contingent right here.
Talisha, we'll leave it there for now. Thanks so much for that update from Pietermaritzburg. Talisha Naidu, our reporter there. And still in KZN, let's go now to Durban. This is where Gcinokuhle Malinga is. Gcinokuhle, good afternoon. What's currently happening in Durban?
Yes, thank you, Sakina. Greetings to you and greetings to the listeners. The march in Durban is well underway. As we speak, the big group is moving through Pixley, Dr. Pixley Iseme Street towards the Durban City Hall. There is a large gathering and they look like they're in batches. So they currently have the entire street, the entire stretch blocked while they wait for the entire group to become one big group. So there's a lot of patches around, but definitely high police presence, making sure that the group proceeds peacefully. And as we're walking down, a lot of the shops in the Durban CBD have closed their doors, some temporarily so. As the march progresses, and as soon as the group crosses, then they open their doors back again.
Gcinokuhle, are you able to give us an estimate of how big that crowd is currently?
Definitely, there's definitely thousands gathered at the site here at the Durban CBD. I could estimate maybe plus 10,000 of the people that are gathered here. Also, another thing that's happening, because it's quite difficult to clearly pin a number to it, what's been happening is that batches of people have been coming through from different directions from the city, joining the march wherever they spot the procession, and then they come and join the bigger group.
And how far do they still have to go, Gcinokuhle? Because I'm worried about you there, seemingly, because I know they can move very fast, those crowds.
Indeed, they move quite quickly. As you can tell, I'm out of breath because I've been moving around the march. I'm trying to get through to the front of the march, but they are moving quite quickly. When they do decide to move, they move quite quickly. So you really need to be fast on your feet. The city hall is a halfway distance to the point area. So I would add maybe another 2.5 kilometers from the King Dinizulu Park. It's 2.5 to City Hall. And then from City Hall to point area, I would estimate another 2.5 kilometers.
All right. Save your energy and go back. Following that crowd is Gcinokuhle Malinga, and it's quite interesting. You actually don't realize just how fast the crowds can move once you are covering them. So, our reporters are really getting some workouts in this afternoon. Well, from there, let's also bring you another perspective. Thousands of Zimbabwean and Malawian undocumented migrants remain outside outside the Home Affairs Repatriation Centre in Cape Town, awaiting processing after being relocated from the consulate over the weekend. Now, Aid Group Gift of the Givers is providing meals and blankets amid disruptions that are ongoing. For the latest, let's speak to SABC reporter Mlamli Maneli. Mlamli, good afternoon. So what is the latest status as verification and processing capacity at the Repatriation Centre continues, and how is Home Affairs managing the backlog at the moment?
Well, at the moment, Sakina, there are hundreds and hundreds of Zimbabwean nationals that are camping outside the repatriation center. Now, the gates are currently being locked, so we're not privy to what is happening inside as of this moment. But clearly, there wasn't enough capacity at the weekend when the first batch came through to be processed. We could see that young women and young children were exposed to harsh weather elements because the weather was raining and it was very cold on Sunday, sitting on the queues just to be processed inside. You can imagine now that number is tripled, or if it's not 10 times the number that was here at the weekend. Now, people have been assisted by the Gift of the Givers, those that are camping inside. They were given warm meals earlier today. They are just basking on the sun, waiting for the queues to subside a bit. But there are only 2 buses as of this moment that are waiting to assist with the repatriation to Beitbridge. However, the city of Cape Town earlier held a media briefing and said that they were prepared to pay for at least 10 buses that would assist with moving the Zim nationals to Beitbridge so that they can be processed that side and be able to go home.
And with regard to the marches that are taking place today, Mlamli, Cape Town, how are things looking there?
Well, we have not yet of any marches that have taken place. There was a media briefing earlier. It was reported to us that it's peaceful in Cape Town, it's quiet, no incidents were reported. And the mayor made it explicitly clear that because if it is this peaceful, you would wish that those that have not left their homes as of yet to go to the repatriation center, they might as well remain home because it is so peaceful, and that he wishes that it becomes like this tomorrow and the days ahead going forward.
Well, Mlamli, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much. Mlamli Maneli is watching the situation out in Cape Town for us. So as we said, these, of course, are nationwide protests, and we have our reporters in all the provinces, and we'll check in with all of them. But we also want to hear your views on what is happening currently.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
The Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development and the chairperson of the Interministerial Committee on Migration, Mamoloko Kubai, says that today's focus is keeping South Africans safe as law enforcement intensifies its operations during nationwide protests against undocumented nationals. Speaking in Johannesburg earlier, she stressed that government has deployed strong police presence in identified hotspot areas. Now, Minister Kubai says that order will be maintained while also respecting the right to peaceful protests across Gauteng and other provinces.
To repatriate, we also ensure that there is law in the country, observation or compliance with the law. And today we want to say to our marchers, which will start between 9 in many of the parts of the country and 10 they start gathering around that from the information. We want to appreciate them first for communicating with the state in terms of their planned marches. Initially this was not done, but now quite a number of them we do have details, and we are working with them to ensure that those marches are peaceful. We want to to reiterate their right to protest, their right to express themselves where they are not happy with their own government. That cannot be taken away from them, but also appealing for those who will be joining to do this in a peaceful manner and not cause harm. We want to say that the state today is not going out to threaten its own citizens, but we have an obligation as government to ensure that there's law and order. We have an obligation as government to ensure that no one's rights is infringed, and that's why we said today is a normal day, and you can see quite a number of people are waking up to go to work, those who want, and those who have decided not to go to work because of their choice. Our obligation as the state is to ensure that anyone who makes a decision that they've got to continue with their activities, the environment is conducive to do that. So with that, we want to thank the Premier. He has given us the briefing in terms of the work in Gauteng. We are comfortable with, so far, no major incident in Gauteng, but also from net joints, nothing has happened across, and I think the National Commissioner is here, will speak to those effects. And it's because there's been preparedness from the state.
And that was the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development and the chairperson of the Interministerial Committee on Migration, Mamoloko Kubai. And she was speaking earlier this morning at a media briefing in Mayfair here in Johannesburg. And it's 12:30 now. Here's Ondel Ambana with the latest news headlines.
Thank you, Sakina. On the news headlines, hundreds of protesters have left Church Square in the Pretoria CBD and are marching to the Sunnyside police station. This is part of the March and March protests against undocumented immigrants happening across the country. The Department of Home Affairs says the voluntary repatriation of Malawian nationals is entering its final stages, with officials expecting both of the Durban and Pietermaritzburg transit signs to be cleared by the end of today. And Umkhonto Party MP Vusi Shongwe has detailed the events that led him to speaking with suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan during a video call. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
The rand is trading at 16 rand 44 cents to the US dollar, 21 rand 70 to the pound sterling, 18.73 to the euro. The euro currently trading at $1.13 and the dollar's at 161 yen 83. In Brazil, $1 US is trading at 5 real 17 and Russia 78 rubles, India 94 rupees 73, and in China $1 US is changing hands at 6 yuan 78. Asian markets, they were mixed at closing bell. Japan's Nikkei increased by 0.8%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng lost 0.6%. Mainland China Shanghai Composite rose by 0.5%, and India's market slightly lower at the close of trade. JSE is mixed at midday. The all-share index has dropped 0.2% and is at 110,012. The Industrials 25 index is off 0.5%. Financials down 0.7%. The top 10 resources index 0.7% to the good, and the precious metals and mining index is added 0.6%. European markets trading higher at this hour. Britain's FTSE 100 is up 0.3%. The CAC 40 in France is flat, and Germany's DAX is strengthened by 0.8%. Looking at commodity prices, gold trading at $4,014 per ounce and platinum $1,572 per ounce, while the price of Brent crude oil is at $73.16 a barrel.
SAFM Sport with John Gerika.
Serena's
tonight.
Yeah.
Say that again, Judge.
Yeah. Decide. Make up your mind.
Sometime today there will be Serena Williams on a tennis court.
On centre court.
Okay, that one.
With the wild card. But she's Serena.
It's like the last story. Can you wait?
Okay.
It's impatience like this, you know.
Sorry.
£115, by the way, to watch centre court today.
See, today is the day.
Today's the day.
This is the day you should have been in at Wimbledon.
Iga Swiatek, defending champion.
Yes.
Serena Williams, defending one of the champions. In fact, there's a little story about that coming up. All right. Let me tell you about what's happening at the World Cup. Today's a good day as well. Ivory Coast against Norway, 7 o'clock match tonight. History suggests the Ivory Coast are up against it, given prior to this tournament, only 2 African nations have ever won their first knockout match at the World Cup. That's huge. But let's hear from Ivory Coast winger Yan Diomande.
I think I'm proud of me. Since long time, I've been through for a lot of things, a lot of problems with family, with people around. So I'm proud of me to be here today and playing for my country. And World Cup is the bigger competition in the world. So playing the World Cup for a country is always what I want, and that's why I want to give everything for my country.
11 o'clock tonight, France against Sweden. Sweden coach Graham Potter knows the challenge his side faces this evening.
Yeah, I'm not sure weakness is necessarily a word I would use when describing the French side, to be honest. I think they've got quality all over, from the start, off the bench. They can clearly change things if they need to, but we have full respect for the opponent, obviously, for the quality of the individuals they are and the team, what they've achieved. They've won the World Cup, fantastic manager. So we know the exciting challenge that awaits us. We have to play the game of our lives, clearly, and the boys are in a really good place, I think, to be able to do that.
3 o'clock tomorrow morning, Mexico against Ecuador. Ecuador claimed a slice of history in the group stages. They failed to score in their opening 2 matches, and a 2-1 win against Germany on match day 3 saw them become only the second side in the 21st century to fail to score in both of their first 2 World Cup group games and still progress to the knockout stages.
That's where we should have known what's going to happen to Germany.
Yeah, we saw it last night. Yeah. Let's talk Springboks. This is going to be an interesting one. Elric Lowe, by the way, has been called up to the national squad for the Nations Championship, just as an extra cover for the forwards. He played the last of his 13 tests against Wales in November of 2024. Spent most of last season on the sidelines. He had a knee injury. Well, the next test for the Boks is England. It's at Ellis Park this weekend. Here's Rassie Erasmus.
I can remember when I was playing, we were going for 17 matches in a row and to win on the Nick Mallet, and I'll never forget England took it away from us there, and it's just a great rivalry always against us. You know, I played in the game in the World Cup where Yanni de Beer dropped 5 drop goals, and we went through to the next stage, and they didn't, and they've done some things where they took some glory away from us, just the way they play the games. And then obviously we had some World Cup finals against them and some pretty important games. Some were 1-pointers.
Yeah, those 1-pointers.
Yeah, there's a blast from the past. Yanni de Beer.
Yanni de Beer, remember those drop kicks?
He was the ginger, wasn't he?
Yeah. Running back all the time.
Mm.
All right, here's your Wimbledon. Taylor Townsend, the mighty Taylor Townsend, takes on Iga Swiatek today. She's a former champion. This is an interesting fact, 9 different ladies singles winners in the last 9 years. The last one to have repeat titles, Serena Williams. She's making her return later on. Defending champion Swiatek was asked why it's so difficult to defend a title in London.
That's a tough question. I have no idea. Everybody's story is different. So why? It's hard to say. For sure, you know, it's a tournament that creates maybe a different challenges when you come back as a defending champion because of the whole thing, you know, that is happening around it. And I think there were players that won this tournament that already have won many tournaments and Grand Slams, so why particularly, you know, it's hard to repeat that. I have no idea. I can't answer that question, so sorry.
A very long answer.
Yeah, a very long way of saying nothing. We don't know.
Alexander Blocks takes on Alexander Zverev today. Zverev is the second seed. He's got to perform again. And then Serena Williams, this unknown player, is up against Maya Joint. She's the wild card, the Serena Williams person.
Which I like, because I tell you what, I am not particularly going in with any sort of expectation. I just want to see how she moves and how she plays today.
The people paying money to go watch it.
Exactly.
That's the point.
That's what I want to see. Yeah.
All right, Women's World Cup's first semi-final today. It's at the Oval. Australian women take on the West Indies women. Starts at 3:30. Some stats for you. In 9 T20 World Cups, Australia have made it to at least as far as the semi-finals each time. They've qualified for the final 7 times. They've lifted the trophy 6 times. The only time that Australia qualified for the final of the tournament and didn't win it was in 2016 when the West Indies beat them by 8 wickets. See, Windies can hold on to something. Also, there's a test match on the go. Bangladesh against Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe on track to win this one. Bangladesh 130 for 6 in their second innings. They still trail by 140 runs. So Zimbabwe looking good for an innings defeat against the mighty Bangladesh.
I must say, the West Indies, I'm surprised they made the semi.
Yeah.
So, well, I suppose it's now or never.
It's knockout. It's the same as the football, right?
Yeah.
We've seen what happened over the last night. Anything can happen. You just lose 3 wickets in T20s and suddenly you're on the back foot.
That's right. I watched one of their matches in the league stages, and yeah.
But Australia's so strong.
They do what what the West Indies do.
Yeah.
The West Indies are either brilliant or they are just
really
terrible.
Bad. But they've made it through now.
They've
right?
made it through.
Finishing second in their group against Australia, it's going to be a tough ask.
It is, but we'll see. And then of course there's us.
We'll talk about that
tomorrow. Yeah. So
I'm nervous
against the host nation.
Yeah.
We should be nervous. We should be. I think it can go one of two ways. Either the weight of expectation can get to the English girls, or they can use that to their advantage. But I don't know. I'm worried about the fact that I think the other teams have worked us out by now.
And we've got two good performers. Maybe for the
three.
Okay, so
for this tournament,
plus the bowler, yeah.
Yeah, so Dirksen, Andre Dirksen, Marazan Cup, and the Evergreen Wolfhard.
So maybe if you get two of those out, then you're done.
That's it.
That's the
and I think that this is what most of the teams have worked out. So they're coming at us, and we're not doing well. We're not playing spin well.
Yes, well,
so that's another story.
What is it with us not being on the men's side as well? Also, can't play spin. Just get some spin bowlers and bowl the ball at our bats people.
Exactly.
Batters.
Batters, yeah, batters. That's what it is. Okay, bye.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
Hi, Sakina. Hope you're well. Errol Durban. Yeah, look, I'm in the South Beach area of Durban. It's relatively quiet here. But I notice on Point Road, most of the businesses which are owned by Nigerians are closed today. And even businesses owned by the Pakistanis are also closed. And and taxis weren't running until late. They started running about 11, 12 o'clock. That's my take. Errol, Durban.
Good afternoon, SK. This is Matebola. SK, yeah. A lot of politicians, they said it will have to be a normal day, working day. It's not a normal day. In the morning it was so quiet. Even now it is so quiet, but matches are starting to gather and we are starting to march everywhere. But let me say it is not a normal day. But when it comes to Madang, I was watching Polo 7 yesterday. It seems like Polo 7 want to remove Mkhwanazi from the limelight of being a hero of this country. But I don't know why. Good afternoon, SK. This is Matebola.
Good day. Bishop Makwana from Lewahomo, Zone F. Well, Sakina, as we are in the matches to all these people that are illegal in our country, it must be a message to government that my government must start doing their job. Because with their arrogance, they are only creating a situation where people will march every day. So that kind of a country we don't want. Because I hear the arrogance and how they put their things together. They are forgetting that when people rise, they will have to use maximum force. And at that point in time, it will ensue in a civil war. So they must be smart. Accept that people don't want illegal foreigners. That's it.
Sakina and fellow SAFM listeners, good day. My name is Tulani Nzema in Croydon. Sakina, do you see how paranoid government is? They are showing their capabilities, their police everywhere. So it means henceforth, should any of us get mugged or experience any criminal activities, we need to take them on so that they are able to express and show us this capability where they are all over the show today. It means every day they are doing it intentionally for not ensuring that we are safe wherever we are. Thank you.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Well, thanks so much for those messages. And was it Tulani there at the end in terms of, government ensuring that citizens are safe every day and not just today because they've deployed police and other law enforcement agencies? Well, the reality is, I hope it is, Tulani, that comes down to us as citizens as well, because we accept some of these really abnormal and unacceptable circumstances. We accept it. So therefore, if we are okay with it, there's no onus, there's no pressure on government to do anything. And that is where part of the problem lies. The active citizenry that is required is missing most of the time. And this is why we find ourselves in the situations that we are in. I was in the Joburg CBD today, and it's very different when you on the ground, seeing it that early in the morning. I mean, we started out in Hillbrow. It was like a ghost town. There was nobody. What we saw, this was at around 5, 6 in the morning, and all you saw was taxis that were parked there, and you had those and a few private security vehicles moving around. And I actually looked up at the buildings because I wanted to see, are there any people? Didn't even look as though people wanted to peek through the windows there. It was crazy. Never seen it like that. But also there was something nostalgic, but at the same time rather sad when you think of what Hillbrow used to be. And if you see it today, it is an absolute disaster. So also, simple things, clear up the rubbish. These are the issues. We spoke to Santako at the Wanderer Street taxi rank. This is, of course, where they do the long distance travel. And spoke to the Gauteng, the Greater Joburg spokesperson, Mr. Mbobo, who said they were very busy up until last night around 9 o'clock, where people were actually making their way home. But then he said, but they said they're coming back. They're just going to fix their papers and they are coming back. So, which was quite interesting. And so you move around the city and you see what's happening. As I'd indicated earlier, some of the hawkers were quite disappointed, worried about what's going to happen with the days taking, because the reality for a lot of people is that it's a hand-to-mouth existence, and what they make on the day has to partially subsidize what the family will eat for that day. So it's going to be an interesting one to see where the government actually does follow through in terms of the demands that are being made by people. We heard the other day of the inspectors that will be deployed by the Department of Labour to go and make sure that people who are employed in establishments actually are in the country legally and have the requisite documentation to be working in the country. Why are all of these things happening all of a sudden? Surely this must be par for the cause, but it evidently is not. And part of the reason why it is not is down to us as citizens. We also need to do some serious introspection in terms of what we allow to happen to us. So let me leave that there for the time being.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Now, police have confirmed arrests linked to looting and attempted looting during nationwide demonstrations. And authorities say that most marches have remained peaceful, but there have been isolated incidents that were promptly dealt with by the South African Police Service. Several suspects were detained since early morning. Spokesperson for the Minister of Police, Kamogelo Mogotsi, explains.
Whilst policing operations have been effective thus far, with demonstrations remaining largely peaceful across the country, police have responded to isolated incidents of looting and attempted looting. The Ministry of Police confirms that the South African Police Service has, since the early hours of this morning, arrested several individuals in connection with incidents of looting and attempted looting reported in parts of the country, as law enforcement continues to monitor the planned marches taking place nationwide today, the 30th of June. Police remain on high alert with heightened deployments in place to ensure public safety, protect businesses and critical infrastructure, and maintain law and order. Members deployed across the country have been instructed to act swiftly and decisively against anyone who engages in criminal activities, including looting, attempted looting, public violence, malicious damage to property, intimidation, or any other unlawful conduct. In responding to these arrests, the Acting Minister of Police, Mr. Faraz Kachalia, expressed the following. We urge citizens to exercise their constitutional rights responsibly and to ensure that demonstrations remain peaceful and lawful. Those who choose to exploit the marches to commit criminal acts will face the full might of the law. Police will continue to identify, arrest, and prosecute all those responsible for criminal conduct.
And that was spokesperson for the Minister of Police, Kamogelo Mokhotsi.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
It's 10 minutes before 1, and scores of demonstrators are currently marching through the inner city streets to the Hillbrow police station. These protesters have called on all marchers to ensure that they protest peacefully. Our reporter Sasha Naidu following that procession. Sasha, good afternoon. So how far are you in the CBD, and how has the march been going to this point?
Hi, good afternoon, Sakina. So we just managed to pass through Berea. We now have actually just entered the Yeovil area where thousands, of protesters are actually making their way through the streets on their way to Hillbrow. So far, I can say it has been quite peaceful. From what I have seen, I haven't seen any incidents of violence, looting, or anything of that nature. But what I must say is that, police are keeping a close eye on the proceedings as we go through here, as I can safely say more than 100 police officers from both SAPS as well as JMPD, also assisted by private security, are monitoring the entire route. They are also assisting in terms of rerouting traffic, as several roads have been blocked off due to this march. But so far, all in all, it has been quite a peaceful protest. The only thing I can say that I have noticed is that many of the protesters are still, carrying traditional weapons, dugu-dugus, whips, some spears, shields and so on. And I think this is why, police are keeping such a close eye on them. Because as you would have heard during that NatJoint's briefing yesterday, there was a call, on marchers not to actually carry these traditional weapons and so on. However, we are seeing quite a lot of them being carried today.
And Sashan, as far as the residents in those areas are concerned, you said you came from Berea going through Yeovil. Are people out in the streets? Are they going about their daily lives, or have they remained indoors?
Well, what I can tell you, it isn't really business as usual today in the Johannesburg CBD, because many of the shops from Newtown have been completely closed. Now on my both right and left sides, all of the shops are closed. I'm just in the middle of quite a number of high-rise flats here in Yeovil, and I can't really see, any residents, just a few maybe on their balconies, but no residents really on the side of the roads and so on. I think maybe they also fear, a bit for their safety, maybe if, violence might break out and so on. But it doesn't seem as if, any violence or looting has taken place thus far.
Well, Sashan, thank you so much. Sasha Naidu there, and he's with one of the processions. There are, of course, several across the city of Johannesburg, but this one, and they making their way to the Hillbrow police station, and there are, of course, a few others as well.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Let's move to Limpopo now, where the migrants who are ferried from various centres across South Africa are being processed at the repatriation centre in Musina, where the Border Management Authority and other officials are overseeing documentation and repatriation procedures. Meanwhile, 3 buses have arrived at Mankweng police station outside Polokwane, and this to transport some Zimbabwean nationals. Some displaced migrants have been sheltering at a station for about about 4 days. We are just struggling to get hold of our reporter there, Vutivi Maluleke, for the latest in that regard. But of course, we'll try and see if we can find him and just to give us an update on what's happening, because you heard yesterday from Mr. Gina in KwaZulu-Natal as well that the KZN verification center is about to close, or it should have closed by now. But then again, when we spoke to our reporter, they are still processing people there, but they are keen to close that particular center because they've moved that operation to Musina in Limpopo. So this is where the migrants are being processed at the repatriation center in Musina. So also keen to hear what the latest stats are from the Border Management Authority in terms of people who have passed through that particular border crossing into Limpopo, rather into Zimbabwe, and they may be heading further on to Malawi, etc. So we will try to see if we can get hold of our reporter, Vutivi Maluleke, but in the meantime, let's just look at a few other stories.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Right. Instead, I believe that we have a situation developing in Kliptown here in Johannesburg. Now, reports indicate a rapidly escalating situation as marchers, we understand, are acting out and starting to loot some of the shops. We have a reporter there, Tabiso Khadebe. Tabiso, good afternoon. So can you just confirm for us exactly what is happening there in Kliptown?
Yes, Sakina, I can confirm that the situation has turned violent here with police clashing with some of the marchers. The marchers were actually going to some of the shacks, their businesses of foreign nationals, and then they looted some and then and clashed with police. So this is the situation as we speak now, but no one has been arrested. But there's a lot of police, Metro Police, and also the South African Police Services monitoring the situation. So the marchers are going to these shops that we believe are owned by the foreign nationals and loot them. And if there's a shack, they just remove those shacks in this particular area. So what I can say to you is that the situation here in Kliptown is so tense compared to what we've seen earlier on in at Moroka police station, where there was a march of a group of people, about 500, if not 8,000 people who were marching. But this on the other side of Soweto, here in Kliptown, where I'm at the moment, the situation is so tense at the moment.
You said previously the march to Moroka, that was about 500 people. Are you able to give a guesstimate of how big the crowd is in Kliptown, Tabiso?
Actually, even here in Kliptown, it's about 100 or 200 marchers who are going shop to shop, trying to check if it's not owned by a foreign national. And if it's a foreign national shop, they loot it, and then some things have been taken inside this. Yeah, so this is the situation. So it's two groups actually. I'm on the other side of Soweto in Kliptown, and Refilo Mekwa is with those marchers who are about 500 to 1,000.
So when these marchers go into the properties, are the people, the owners, are they there, or have they abandoned those properties for now?
They have abandoned those properties. Most of the shops that we believe belong to the foreign nationals are closed at the moment. It's only those that are belonging to South Africans at the malls also. They are open and they are operating as normal. But with these ones that we belong, foreign nationals, businesses are closed at the moment.
Well, Tabiso, the police, as you said, you haven't seen any arrests yet, but are there sufficient numbers of them in attendance to deal with the situation should it get out of hand?
Yes, of course, Sakina. The police have been trying to negotiate with some of the leaders of this marchers to no avail, without a success. Because even though while they were still trying to negotiate with them, they will go to those shops and take some of the things, and then they are saying that at night they will return. There's lots of police, I must say. It's police, it's private personnel, private security personnel, and also the Johannesburg Metro Police, who are at this particular area where there's tension, Sakina.
So then I don't understand. If there are sufficient number of police at hand, how then are the protesters managing to loot?
They don't listen, Sakina. They don't listen to anything. They don't listen to the attempts by police to try and put the situation under control. At the moment, they are moving to shop to many streets here, some of the streets here in Kliptown, trying to loot those particular shops that they know that they belong to police. We haven't seen police taking action, to be precise. We haven't seen they are armed. It's police with those who can shot stun grenades, but they haven't taken any action to sort of disperse this particular crowd. And some of the members, the marchers, are armed with sticks, or rather knobkiris, Sakina, if I can tell you. So this is the situation at the moment. No shots were fired. Police were trying to negotiate, but unsuccessfully so.
Tabiso, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much for that update. Our reporter Tabiso Hadebe, as he says, situation tense currently in Kliptown. But of course, we had a quick voice note. Let's just listen to this one.
Good afternoon, Sister Sakina and your team. Our politicians, every time when they talk, they tell us about constitution. Even today, Dakota Lekwete was interviewed by Joel. He tells us about constitution, and it doesn't fairness constitution, but it makes clear if you are undocumented, it is a criminal offense. You have to be arrested. So why they keep telling about constitution? What they are doing? Every time constitution, they don't have a plan. They spend 600 million.
Well, thanks so much, everyone. That's where we leave it for today. Thanks to the production team, everybody who listened, participated. Ondelambana is up next with your latest news.
SAFM.
Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, Bloemfontein police arrest 28 undocumented foreign nationals and March on March cautions against looting and violence. For SAFM News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good day. The husband of a prominent politician in Bloemfontein in the Free State has been arrested during law enforcement operations underway in the city. He was arrested with 28 undocumented foreign nationals at his guest house in Mangaung. Free State Premier McQueen Lezoha Mataya confirmed the arrest at a joint law enforcement briefing. The Premier says preliminary investigations suggest that arrested individuals are foreign nationals from various countries, including Ethiopia and Nigeria. She says immigration officials have been brought in to verify their status in the country.
But what is also concerning is that the owner of the guest house, it's one of the senior politicians in the district of Mangaung, and that's where it is really worrying. But for now, the police had to do their work, and we don't know. They are still busy with their investigations, looking at the guest book, whether people just booked genuinely, and indeed they were not hiding. So those are the areas where I cannot comment, but leave them to the police to finish their investigation.
Several people have been arrested for looting and attempted looting during ongoing demonstrations against undocumented immigrants across the country. The police ministry says while most of the marches have remained peaceful, officers have responded to isolated incidents of criminality. Police ministry spokesperson Kamogelo Mokgotsi says officers will act decisively against anyone who uses the demonstrations to commit crime. March and March protesters in the Johannesburg CBD have cautioned that violence and looting of stores will not resolve their fight against undocumented migrants. Scores of demonstrators are marching through the inner city streets to the Hillbrow police station. These protesters have called on all marchers to ensure they protest peacefully.
Looting and burning things serves no purpose. Here we have a bigger goal to make South Africa great again and hold our government accountable. I mean, to loot, it makes no purpose, and level-minded South Africans, actually patriots who love this country, understand that.
I'm not here to support any looting, any violence or anything like that. And also, what happened to people in Durban, in Sherwood, I do not support that. People need to be treated with humility. There's a better way of going about things. But now the most important thing is to stand firm and fight for what's right.
The Department of Home Affairs says the voluntary repatriation of Malawian nationals is entering its final stages, with officials expecting both the Durban and Pietermaritzburg transit sites to be cleared by the end of today. Head of Immigration and Law Enforcement, Stephen Van Niel, was speaking on the sidelines of the relocation of Malawian nationals from a temporary shelter in Pietermaritzburg to the repatriation centre in Musina, Limpopo. Van Niel says the department is working to ensure the process is completed safely, efficiently and in an orderly manner.
We are currently towards the end of the almost about the final stages of our repatriation that commenced last week Monday, and both here in Pietermaritzburg as well as in Durban. Durban is in a more advanced stage because last night they had almost cleaned up the place with a few leftovers this morning when I passed there, and we hope to have certainly that one for sure cleaned up by today. Here we still have a lot numbers here, but we hope to have also this site in Maritzburg to be clear by even if it's late tonight.
Umkhonto weSizwe Party MP Vusi Shongwe has detailed the events that led to him speaking with suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan during a video call. Shongwe has told the Madlanga Commission that the call was facilitated by Yusuf Kaji and a man named Imran. Shongwe further alleges that Khan's demeanor changed during the interaction when Khan questioned why he should appear before Parliament's ad hoc committee.
So I said, no, I'm doing nothing to you. I was referencing you, your name in this thing. I'm not looking for you. You even know that we won't call you on the ad hoc. You have voted out that you won't come. So it was just a matter of me referencing. No, but you are killing me. Then he touches his neck. You are suffocating me. And his eyes are now turning red. If I may say, he was crying. But I just decided to let me look at this and understand what is really, really happening here.
Recapping the top story, the husband of a prominent politician in Bloemfontein in the Free State has been arrested during law enforcement operations underway in the city. He was arrested with 28 undocumented foreign nationals at his guest house in Mangaung. Amandala for SAfm News headlines at 1:30.
Are we ready for a real conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. From Wednesday, the 1st of July, SAfm is taking its connection with you further. Introducing SAfm Connect, a new digital streaming platform from SAfm, bringing you uninterrupted access to matters of national importance, in-depth discussions, special events, and the conversations that deserve more time. Beginning with the live coverage of the Madlanga Commission, SAfm Connect is designed to keep South Africans informed, engaged, and connected wherever you are. Live, relevant, accessible. Experience the uninterrupted Madlanga Commission on SAfm Connect, available online and across our digital platforms, because some conversations are too important to miss. Only on SAfm Connect, leading the conversations that move us. You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
Simela sihamba ngamalake sivele dala kubaye sangilahla kwakuqa bathi sizohamba malahle Stimela sihamba ngamalahle sivele dala kubaye sa kilasa kwakuqa helele bathi sizohamba malahle helele oh silinyule nkomponi yelele mame sihleli njengezinja ebabe emigodini sikhaleli izihlobo zethu masibuyelele talaku sikhaleli izingane zethu masibuyelele talaku khalela bazali bethu masibuyelele talaku khalela bafazi ethu baribelele yenele masibuyelele talaku timela sihamba ngamalahle sibele talaku bye timela sihamba ngamalahle sibele talaku bye timela sihamba ngamalahle sibele talaku bye
thought we'd kick off with Brahuma Sigela today, iconic, legendary South African musician, international icon, really, and this particular song is Stimela. It was reworked at some point by Black Coffee, who also holds the rights to the Gallo Music catalog, and I think part of that catalog includes some of the work by Brahuma Sigela. I stand to be corrected, but I think it absolutely does. Good afternoon to you. Hope you are having, should we say having a peaceful afternoon in the corner that you are. If you are out or preparing to go out on the streets or have been out on the streets, hopefully you are exercising your constitutionally protected right to protest, but in a way that is mindful, respectful, peaceful, and shows compassion to fellow humans and communities in and around wherever you are. And if you happen to go to work today, because it is by and large an ordinary business South African day, President having enforced that messaging as well, to say today is an ordinary business day in South Africa, and so businesses should be open. As I say this, I'm looking at visuals from SABC, and I think, where's Criselda Lewis at? But it looks like it could be just down the road from us, like some portions of maybe Hillbrow or, but Joburg neighborhoods start looking the same. Are you sure that's Pretoria? That looks like those inner hills of Hillbrow, like deep in the meat of Hillbrow. But wherever she is, because I definitely saw her in frame a little while ago. So as I'm saying that I'm hoping you are exercising your right to protest peacefully, I then see a visual of what I'm assuming was a woman or could have been a man in an apron, because I also saw a lot of men in aprons at some of the march on marches this morning when they were beginning. A lot of gentlemen actually had aprons on. So I didn't know if that was a anticipation of disguising later on, or I don't know. But I just saw someone hurling a brick in the direction of a building in whatever visual, wherever this location is that we are showing live on SABC News. So I hope that, sanity prevails and calm prevails throughout the country. You are our ears and eyes wherever you are. Feel free to keep us abreast, keep us posted as to what things are looking like where you are, in whichever city, in whichever small town. Is there protest action? Is there peaceful protest action? Or are things escalating? Some areas are on a high alert watch. Areas like Kukompo will be catching up shortly with some SABC news reporters that are dotted around the country. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. Let's go to Sibahle Mota quickly and deal with all matters of Madlanga Commission.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
Sibahle Mota is dealing with a different order of business today for day 129 at the Madlanga Commission. It's business as usual for you this afternoon, Sibahle. How are you doing?
Thank you so much for having me, Bridget, and I'm doing very well, thank you.
Let's look at, I think it's three matters that are in focus at the Madlanga Commission this week, and obviously the wrapping up of Tumelo Nku's testimony, who is the alleged police informant involved in that drug possession in the 2021 Ariton drug bust. How did we conclude that testimony?
So with Tumelo Nku, it was agreed upon that he would be making his way back to the Madlanga Commission tomorrow because he still wanted to supplement more of his statements. So we are anticipating that he'll continue, his testimony about this implication that he has found himself in about the Ariton drug bust. And if you remember, the Madlanga Commission had actually put it to him that they don't believe that even the money that he had on the day when he was arrested in Ariton for interfering in that case was just petty cash, or some of the reasons that he had used to justify having that amount of money. And they had also further put to him that they don't understand how these screenshots that they have include him in planning consignments that are to be shipped to South Africa and subsequently be carried or transported rather to various destinations when he claims that he's not in any way, involved in drug trafficking. So we are expecting that when he returns tomorrow, more of those questions will be probed to him. But yesterday as well, the day concluded with the witness testimony of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, who's a forensic investigator. And obviously, he was speaking about the conflict, the seemingly conflict between intelligence and some of the IDEC officials. And, a lot of his complaints were about General Ndlatla Mkhwanazi and that he is not what he presents himself to be in the public, and he wants the Madlanga Commission to look into that, alluding to the fact that actually General Ndlatla Mkhwanazi may just be as corrupt as other police officials have been mentioned at the Madlanga Commission are as well.
Let's take a quick pause here, Sbahle. We'll come back on the other side and just explore that a little bit further. It's 1:20 on the Full Circle.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, as we get a roundup of Madlanga Day 129, and we're talking about Paul O'Sullivan, the forensic investigator who yesterday began his testimony at the Madlanga Commission, Sbahle. And I did get some glimpses via the National Pulse of his allegations, I guess, around General Ndlatla Mkhwanazi. Tell us more about that, because he says, firstly, the general was always aware of the corruption and the corrupt elements within SAPS. It was not new. And he went back many years to try and illustrate that this is something that he's always been aware of.
I mean, he really did, demonstrate the fact that, these allegations of alleged criminal infiltration within law enforcement agencies were nothing new. He even drew on the, comparison of Van Kretcher, who's serving, a conviction in jail, and Colonel Steyn, who actually testified before the Madlanga Commission. And there were newspaper articles alleging that Colonel Steyn had actually received a loan from Van Kretcher. And these are some of the allegations that he's made, or just trying to justify the fact that, Ndlatla Mkhwanazi, who's the KZN police commissioner, comes to the commission and presents himself as somebody who's holier than thou, when he's actually very corrupt. And he also brought, the allegations of the Louis Vuitton bags. That Mkhwanazi and General Fani Masimola had allegedly received from a businessman. He alleges this was in the form of gratuity. And while he does not have solid evidence regarding that, he has requested the Madlanga Commission to probe that, because, the IDEC had actually told him that they are investigating the matter, and the fact that there are newspaper articles. So clearly there is something there. Those were his words. So, I mean, one gets a sense that there's definitely is some form of conflict between the IDEC as well as, crime intelligence, and through various witnesses, even as we've seen with Shongwe's testimony today, it's actually playing out now in the public, and, South Africans are seeing it, are seeing with the effects of that, and this is what essentially we are seeing at the Madlanga Commission.
Lastly, today we are seeing that appearance by MKP party member Vusi Shongwe.
Yes, definitely. He's concluded his testimony, and what his testimony had actually centered around where this video call that he had with General Feroz Khan, and this was facilitated by two businessmen, Yusuf Kaji and Imran, who he says he does not know his surname. And essentially, he's telling us how that came about and how he landed up in Durban and in the security offices of these two businessmen. And subsequently, this is how Feroz Khan was actually called when these two men facilitated that call. And what General Feroz Khan said to him was that he's suffocating him to a point where he was crying and his eyes were red. And what Shongi alludes to is the fact that he was... Feroz Khan rather was complaining about the fact that Shongi was pushing for him to come and make an appearance before the ad hoc committee. But what Shongi has also told the Madlanga Commission is that, efforts to bring Feroz Khan before the committee were rendered unsuccessful after EFF leader Julius Malema, as well as EFF members, essentially blocked Feroz Khan's appearance before the Madlanga Commission, which I thought was very, very interesting. So now that he's concluded his testimony, obviously these are some of the questions that were meant to be posed towards Khan tomorrow, but unfortunately he won't be making that appearance before the Madlanga Commission.
Yeah, it would be also interesting to find out, what actions were taken allegedly by the leader of the Berets and those members in blocking that action. What exactly that entailed. But I guess we'll have to wait and find out from that moment when Feroz Khan is able, if ever he's able, to appear before the Madlanga Commission before it wraps up. Sibahle Mota, we appreciate the time. That was SABC News reporter bringing us day 129 at the Madlanga Commission. A quick pause, and then we come back and we touch base with what's happening on the ground. It is June 30th, of course, not an official date, but that one that was anticipated for that nationwide protest action against illegal immigration. We'll get a gist from one of our SABC News reporter as to what's happening where they are.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Xolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAFM.
And
thanks, Xolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bonge Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, lots happening across the country today, so we're trying our best to keep you up to date. And of course, we ask you to be our ears and eyes in every corner where you are, from the smallest of dorpies to the big metros. Let us know what the state of affairs on the ground is. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line, and 086 000 2032 is the number to call. And of course, we keep urging that you stay safe wherever you are, and please don't do anything that puts your life in jeopardy. The question for us today also is, what happens after June 30? So this date was set by March and other various civil organizations that speak to a similar grievance. And the big question now is, we are here, it is June 30, and we're seeing this nationwide protest that is happening around all issues of undocumented immigration. But what happens tomorrow and next week and next month and as time goes on after today? Hlumisa Gabaka, who is our SABC News reporter in the Eastern Cape, is keeping an eye on events in Gukompo. How are you doing this afternoon, Hlumisa?
Hi, Bridget. I'm fine. Thanks, and you?
I'm great. Thank you. Give us the gist of the lay of the land in Gukompo, because it was highlighted as one of the hotspots.
Yes, compared to from the first time that the march here was initiated here in Gukompo City, I'm not going to lie. One could say the numbers were disappointing, and part and parcel of that is due to the confusion that earlier on it was communicated that the march will be taking place at Ekone, which was formerly known as King Williamstown. And then later on in the evening last night, they sent out communication even to the police stations that the march will be taking place in Kukombo City at 9 in the morning at Southernwood. But now the numbers did not come up as they had anticipated. Now, if you also remember last week, Wednesday, they did come to the streets saying that they are coming back to government. They're going to ask the mayor, Princess Faku, what has she done from the first time that they initiated their memorandum. Once they had reached the city hall, the mayor was nowhere to be seen, and no communication was sent on who should be accountable in terms of those responses. Then they moved to the Kukombo City Police Station, to the SAPS, saying that you are the guys that arrest these people that are undocumented, these drug dealers and drivers of drug dens. What have you done from the last time? Why do you continue releasing these people into our communities, which we deem unsafe for them to be part of? And then the police did say that we cannot respond to you right now, but we'll take your memorandum once again and get back to you. After that, they went to Gombo City High Court and they approached the court saying that these people appear before you. You do not hold them accountable. Why is it? Are we not in the same cry to protect our communities? So from last week up until today, not much has been happening. Even last night, there were no incidents that were reported by police officers during their visibility control that there have been cases of vandalism, none whatsoever. Then this morning, as they took the march to the streets, I could say it took about an hour or two, and they decided that let us call it off, because not everyone wants this march to be a peaceful march. Some are trying to vandalize and intimidate shop owners, of which most of the shops have been closed today. The shops that are known to be owned by Nigerians or foreigners has been closed today. The decision to end the march was taken because they were intimidating Pakistani shop owners who had closed their shops but were observing the march. That is whereby the police and the organizers of the march decided, you know what, this is not what we want.
Yeah.
We want to be heard, but we do not want to hurt people that are not part of the march, and we do not want to vandalize. Yes, we want our pleas to be heard, and yes, nothing has been done, but for us to vandalize and intimidate these people, that is not what we are going to do. So there is then... Sorry?
Shumisa, we get the gist of what's been happening out in Kukombo, and we appreciate the update. So what we gathered, a decision was made by the organizers there to disband the march because things had the potential of going out of control. We'll leave it there for this afternoon. We're going to jump straight into the headline news with Ondelambana. Of course, this is a story that SABC News is watching and leading with throughout the course of the day. It's gone 1:30.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the husband of a prominent politician in Bloemfontein in the Free State has been arrested during law enforcement operations underway in the city. He was arrested with 28 undocumented foreign nationals at his guest house in Mangaung. March and March protesters in Ekurhuleni have appealed to the police to remove and arrest undocumented migrants. They marched to the Germiston police station where they handed over a memorandum of demands. And Spain's Socialist Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says more than 1 million undocumented migrants in his country have applied for legal status by today's deadline. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, it's gone 1:30 as we try to have some semblance of normalcy today. Catching up with comedian, actress, writer and creative director Nina Hasty for stages, pages, screens and more. And Nina is about to go on the Tangents tour, the second leg kicking off come the 9th of July. How are you doing this afternoon?
It, Bridget? How are you?
I'm fantastic. So we made this executive decision last night, and I know you were eager to come into studio,
yes.
We made the call to say, you know what, let's have Nina stay safely put where she is, because from time to time, when there's national actions, us here at SABC tend to be in the crosshairs of protest action. But things are all quiet from our end, so you could have come in.
You know, as I was on the roads and stuff today, because I've been, in my area.
Yeah.
I was expecting pandemonium, and there's no panda, no monium, nothing. There's not even so maybe I'm just not in the area where there's the thick of things. So I actually don't know what it's like on your side, but it's I can't see you. I can see an SAFM logo, and hello to everybody listening. It is really nice to be here today, and on a difficult day in South Africa.
Absolutely. Well, we can see you, lady in red, in your in your booth, in your studio. We appreciate the time. I mean, catch us up, clue us up. What's been happening since the last time Nina, visited an SAFM? Because I feel like so much time has lapsed. Time seems to be moving so quickly now, but because of social media, we get a sense that we are clued in and we know what's going on with folks, but actually we don't.
Also, like the COVID time is not real. Like, it doesn't exist. So everything feels like 2 years ago, but it was 7 years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But 2020 to 2024 were not real. No one's really acknowledged that time, that those 4 years just disappeared. They'd live somewhere in a different timeline, and anything before that was yesterday. So I don't even remember when last I was on SAFM. I genuinely don't remember.
It's been a while.
It's probably before COVID. In the meantime, because I've also now started posting on TikTok for the first time in a very long time, and because I'm very active on Instagram, very active, and I've been like on Netflix and on Showmax and on Mnet and on I've been creative directing, and I've been doing so many things, and then I get onto TikTok and everyone's like, "Where have you been?" I'm like, "Where have you been? Where have you been? I'm sorry that I'm on platforms that you have to pay subscriptions for, but where have you been?" But anyway, so I've started posting, and then I've been posting some stand-up stuff, obviously, leading up to my tour. I want people to see like some, a little taste of what the show is about. And it's, I've, recently been diagnosed, ADHD. I think everyone else saw it, but we didn't know this as girls. Just boys with that were restless and couldn't sit still in class. That is what we all thought was ADHD. We didn't realize that neurodivergence is like an entire spectrum, and it presents differently in women. And they only started studying female brains, young girls' brains with neurodivergence in 2017. Because because it was so difficult, because oh my gosh, studying a woman's brain is so hard for the doctors, because we've got hormones. So it's we've got more complicated brains. Anyway, so I'm just going to leave that information there, and then you can do with it what you wish. But in the sort of the repercussions of that is that we've had a whole bunch of women that have just been running amok, sort of undiagnosed and not, and thinking that there's something wrong with them. Meantime, they've just got these supercharged brains that like to go off on tangents every now and again. And so that's what the show is about. I've struggled over the years to often finish jokes on stage, because I'll go off, and then, someone will say something in the audience. Then I'm talking to them for 20 minutes and I've completely forgot about the joke that I started. So then I was like, you know what, why don't I just lean into this superpower and realize, you know what, I do a lot of audience interaction. I do, have a show, but part of the show is just talking to people and sharing my experience. Oh, this is something that happened. Oh, that's something that, okay, who's here? Et cetera, et cetera. But it's about the tangents that I go on. Then now I'm learning Korean. Why am I learning Korean? Well, I watched the music video, then I lost time. Then now I'm, what's happening now? No, I've decided to do karate. Okay, cool. Now I'm doing karate. Okay, cool. Now what's happening? Well, I'm really into subtropical fish. Okay, cool. That's great. I'm learning golf. I'm playing golf now at the moment.
You know what I
I'm
love?
interested in stuff.
You're interested in stuff, and also what I find part humorous about our engagement is that you literally ask Nina one question and she goes off on a tangent. So
Can't help it.
Can't help it at all. What caused you? And before we go on a break, I just want to sneak in this question. We'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation. But what made you? Because mental health, neurodivergence is such an important conversation. And I always appreciate folks for being open and honest about their own experiences and their own diagnosis. What made you get up and go, actually, let me go investigate this a little bit further. Let me go see if there actually is a scientific clinical name to how I'm processing and filtering information?
Because ADHD is not just about gosh, this person processes information differently. It's about a lot of it's very difficult. We have very big feelings.
Yeah.
We have all the sidebars of ADHD, or the comorbidities, are things like rejection sensitivity dysphoria, histrionic personality disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, which not everybody gets the same bunch of things. But what these things result in is behavior that is difficult to manage and results in depressive episodes, manic episodes, aggressive episodes, the inability to function, the basic executive dysfunction, and not being able to get things done that normal people can get done. So it's not a matter of just simply being distracted. It can be disabling if you don't understand how to harness it properly. So, it's been a lifelong journey, 43 years on this planet of trying to survive. And the depression and things like that are all also part of it. And, you can die of depression. That's how it works.
Absolutely.
If you don't address the depression, it can kill you. So I'm trying to live, and I'm trying to live well. I'm trying to live effectively. I'm trying to not be a burden to society. And I think it's my responsibility as somebody whose brain doesn't function within the system to figure out how to work the system. And to share that journey with other people, because they might not know the severity of it.
Absolutely. We'll pause it there with Nina. We'll come back on the other side. It's just gone 20 to 2 o'clock. A quick break, and then we'll come back and continue stages, pages, screens, and more.
This week on Expresso, we celebrate the release of Minions and Monsters. And yes, the Minions are taking over our studio.
We meet sibling dance stars Isabella and Daniel Abrams, who made history representing South Africa at the World Dance Masters in Croatia and took home top honors.
And then the Stellenbosch International Chamber Music Festival brings breathtaking performances and world-class music to the Expresso stage. So join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. on S3.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Ha! Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with ta! Ta!
But look at her now, a professional bird writer.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Mzansi, get ready for your chance to win big. This Tuesday, you stand to win over 200 million rand in total estimated Powerball jackpots. That's over 200 million rand that could change your life instantly. Watch it live Tuesday at 9 p.m. Will you be SA's next multi-millionaire? Get your ticket now. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sisakai.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
We are catching up with comedian, actress, writer, and creative director Nina Hastie ahead of her tour. Nina Hastie's Tangents tour, the second leg of it, kicking off on the 9th of July. And of course, what we've just spoken about, just your own journey of becoming, your own journey of finding, and I'm trying to use the right word here, of just ensuring good mental health for yourself and those around you, speaks to a very, I guess, this body of work, as much as it's about the tangents, but it's also very personal to some degree, right? Because it almost sounds like perhaps it's less, and I could be wrong, Nina, perhaps it's less about observing the social, cultural dynamics, as comedians often do, reflect us back to us, and it's more about going internal for you and bringing that to us.
Yeah, I mean, also just take into consideration, I'm a middle-aged white woman. And
43 is not middle-aged, child.
There's the comedy has come a long way, right? There was a time when women didn't have a voice at all. There was a time when people of color didn't have a voice. And there was a time, and now everybody has a voice. And I would use comedy as some sort of like political thing and talk on behalf of people that didn't have agency at the time. But that's not my role anymore, So what can I speak about? I can speak about my lived experience. There's a lot of stuff I can't speak about. There's a lot of stuff I shouldn't be speaking about, other people's experiences. Having said all of that, navigating woke politics, navigating the privilege, navigating all of that kind of stuff, and then it just becomes boring as well. Because also, and we're a funny and interesting nation.
Yeah.
And the concept of punching up and punching down. You don't want to be in a situation. So if you had to explain this to somebody that with a grade 3 education, like a 10-year-old, or however old you are in whatever, a 9-year-old. How old are you in grade 3? Anyway, basically, if you are in a position of power and you are making fun of somebody that's not in a position of power, and you make that person that's not in the position of power the dumb person in the joke, that's bad. That's basically the rule. So that's the concept of punching up and punching down. So if there is somebody that is disabled physically and I make that person the punchline of a joke, you don't like that makes me not a nice person, and it's actually not pleasurable for the audience either. It's like, so because that was also a lot of we have like a guarra sort of style of comedy. I don't like that style, actually. I've been the recipient of a lot of roasting in this industry for a long time, and that's also just a lot of our comedy culture. But I think that we need to be a little bit more sophisticated than that, and I think that we do need to look at ourselves as people. And I do think that, if you think about the representation that people, we speak about representation, right? It's actually quite ironic because we have fixed representation. We have corrected for representation in South Africa, and there actually aren't a lot of middle-aged white women speaking about this experience of being an intercultural, embedded human being that lives in South Africa in a post-apartheid space that is also just navigating, how to collect discount points and I'm just trying to get my points, like I'm just out here trying to buy my almond milk, not upset anyone too much, watch my TV shows, get upset by the leaf blower, it's that guy's my mortal enemy. I swear, this guy, he, and you know what? Everyone is allowed a mortal enemy. And everyone's like, you can't stop complaining. You know what? No, I'm going to complain because that guy is out to get me and me alone. It is me and the leaf blower. He waits until I start recording. And then he's like, hey, here we go. It's time. Also, he only blows all the dust onto my car in particular. The other day I left because I knew it was like gardening day, and I was just like, let my leaf blower nemesis like have his day. And then I came home midday. The place I decided to park to avoid him is exactly where he was standing. It's like he was waiting. He was like, you know what, I'm gonna wait here with this giant pile of dust and leaves, and just right here next to where Nina wants to park because she's my enemy. Anyway,
and I think that's the relationship without us knowing the gardener, but I think the same way that he's your nemesis, you are his too.
100%. He's like, of course, now she's gonna park exactly here where I'm trying to collect the leaves and stuff. We're just each other's enemies, and that's okay. You're allowed an enemy, you know. You're allowed like a nemesis. Let's have a little fun with it. Let's stop being so like restricted by trying to be politically correct. You know that you can have an enemy for fun. You know? And it's not racially charged. It's just this guy makes noise, and I am always driving my car and parking it in the wrong place. It doesn't have to be racially charged. It doesn't have to be gender charged. It's just he's just my enemy. Okay.
It's interesting, you know, some of the sort of observations you've made to get to this point, because I find for anyone who sort of indulges in comedy, who enjoys watching comedy, local, international, there's been this conversation that's been happening around the more we found our voice and we found our own sense of individual agencies and collective agency, the more it almost seems like comedy is being told to reflect a little bit on itself. When you speak to, you know, local guys, when you speak to international guys, there's this sense of, okay, we've heard from y'all. Now it's time to shush a little bit, filter yourself, distill yourself, try to be funny, but distill yourself and mind. It's almost as though comedy is being told, mind your manners. Do you feel that sense?
Yes, but South Africans don't listen to that stuff. When last did you like South Africans are like, you know what? Here's my manners. Let me show you some manners. South Africans are we're an interesting lot. Yes, we have been told that. I think we're on the other side of it almost. People are like, oh, please stop being... Can we have comedy back? Can we just make jokes again, please? Can we just be upset? Can we just have... Can we have some outrage, you know? Can we just be annoyed with stuff? Like, I do some outrage stuff. Like, I know my tour opens in Mbombela, and I have a whole joke about how I hate Nelspruit. Like, I hate Nelspruit. Like... I hate everything that's ever come out of Nelspruit. Lychees, mangoes, bananas,
oranges,
whatever, tropical fruit, like anything that has ever come out of Nelspruit. Like, I hate it. The N4 highway, I hate it.
Nina,
you know, like...
Nina, they're telling me we have to wrap our conversation so that we can touch base with everything that's happening on the streets. But 9th July in Mbombela, by the way, my maternal family's from Mbombela, so clearly you hate me too. 9th July in Mbombela, capital Mbombela.
So is mine.
10th July, you're out in Umhlanga, capital Pearls. 11th July, you're in Gqeberha, capital Boardwalk. And then 16th July, you're in Cape Town. 17th of July, you're this side in Pretoria. And then you wrap up on the 18th of July in Johannesburg. In 30 seconds, where do we find the tickets?
NinaHasty.com. End of story. That's where you can find them. Or if you go onto Quicket and you just type in Nina Hasty, it'll be there. Follow me on social media. It's fun. I'm posting lots of nice, funny clips. And come and enjoy it. Bring a pinch of salt with you.
Bring a pinch of salt, and that's Himalayan salt for you, by the way. Kicking off 9th July in Mbombela at Capital Mbombela. Nina Hasty Tangents Tour is running all the way until the 18th of July. NinaHasty.com is where you can go to track her movements, follow her activities on social media, and, of course, procure yourself tickets as well as through Quicket. It's gone 10 to 2 o'clock. A quick pause on our side, then we'll come back and we'll catch up with what's happening on the ground in KZN.
Oh, yeah, boy. Clap so right, yo. You fit point sure. In 1976, the youth switch are on. And for 50 years, the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 isaphila in 2026. SABC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
From Wednesday, the 1st of July, SAfm is taking its connection with you further. Introducing SAfm Connect, a new digital streaming platform from SAfm, bringing you uninterrupted access to matters of national importance, in-depth discussions, special events, and the conversations that deserve more time. Beginning with the live coverage of the Madlanga Commission, SAfm Connect is designed to keep South Africans informed, engaged, and connected wherever you are. Live, relevant, accessible. Experience the uninterrupted Madlanga Commission on SAfm Connect, available online and across our digital platforms, because some conversations are too important to miss. Only on SAfm Connect, leading the conversations that move us.
If your local car wash was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to OutSurance saved 30-year-old Dineo an unbelievable 1,094 Rand on her 2025 Kia Sonet. Get a quote now, and if OutSurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for over 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 3074. That's 3074. OutSurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
SAfm. Prime time all day long. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, a quick catch up with Mpumelelo Bond Nyoga, lawyer and legal analyst, as we look at what happens after June 30th, the enforcement of immigration laws, and of course the rights and duties to protest. The question of the day is really what does happen after today, as we see South Africans take to the streets on all issues of undocumented immigration. How are you doing, Mpumelelo?
Good afternoon, Bridget. I'm fine. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for the time. Unfortunately, we have all of about 5 minutes, but let's see what we can get through. So we are here today. It's June 30th. But what are the expectations from South Africans in as far as how the government, I guess, moves come the 1st of July?
Simple words and strict enforcement of the law. I was thinking about this when I got the invitation. You know, when the Angolan War started, the Civil War, 1975, between the MPLA and, Jonas Savimba's UNITA, there was a cessation of hostilities in 2002. The refugees of Angola were accepted in South Africa. Then the United Nations Human Rights Commissioner made a declaration of cessation of refugee status. Like the war ended. You know what South African government did then? It declared that all Angolans who were in South Africa, but due to a refugee status, must go back home. And those went home, though it was even assisted by the Human Rights Commissioner for Refugees financially to go home. Where we blundered is when we said those that wish to stay beyond their legal reason to stay are going to be assisted by being given a specialized permit so that they can live and work. The reason why there are these court cases year in and year out is because of that legal expectation that was granted by the government. So what we are saying is that from now going forward, if you are here on a refugee status, your condition has improved, or the reason for you coming here, you must go back home. Don't extend it by permits, because they are creating a problem for those that are inside, including them, because they are uncertain what to do now. It would not have been harsh to do so. You are here for refugees, on a refugee status, go back home after your situation has improved. Secondly, it is not on for someone in Sudan and Ethiopia to jump 5 countries if you are persecuted at your home and then reach South Africa. At least you take the nearest country that is your neighbor. So the solution is in our hands. Let's enforce the laws. People that are here are not living in South Africa. They are staying in South Africa. If a visitor comes to your home, they are not leaving your home. They are staying there. So that must be emphasized. So it's enforcement of the laws. We must ensure who is who. In South Korea, if you are there on a work visa teaching English, you must report regularly to the Home Affairs there and not commit any offense. They are not even doing that, being refugees.
How do we begin to enforce those immigration laws? What needs to happen, Pumelelo? And again, just a reminder that we're now down to like 3 minutes.
Okay, the first thing that we ought to have done is everyone who's a refugee must have been placed at the Lindela camp, like all refugees in camps like in Uganda, not to mingle with the citizens. That was the first problem. That was the first problem that we created. If Lindela is overpopulated, we should have created other Lindela camps where everyone is there so that they are accountable regularly. That is where we must start and do that. Otherwise, there will be the conflict between citizen and non-citizen. Lastly, also, those that know that they are here on work visas or tourist visas or refugees, they must make it easier for South African government, South Africans, by obeying the law. They must obey the law. Do you know, out of 10 bail applications for possession of drugs, 2 have got papers, 8 do not have papers. Out of 10, 2 only have papers. You can imagine what that problem means then for everyone else.
And I guess lastly, seeing thousands of South Africans hit the street today, exercising their right and duty to protest. But let's talk a little bit also about the responsibility that comes with that right to protest action.
Yeah. The right to protest is enshrined in Section 17 of the Constitution, which says everyone can protest as long as 2 conditions are abided by: peacefully and unarmed. And then the regulation of the Gatherings Act also kicks in as a limitation to say that you must seek permission, ensure that there is no danger to property or injury to persons. Those that are organizers will be liable civilly for any damage or hurt to persons. So I'll make this simple example. You have got a car, you must have a driver's license as a condition. You must stick to your left lane and you must drive within the speed limit so that you respect another driver and the passengers, and the pedestrians on the road. So every right has got responsibilities. So the rights in the Bill of Rights are further restricted by Section 36 of the Constitution, which says some rights, except for the right to life, are limited as long as that limitation is permissible in any open and democratic society. Yeah. So the right to protest is limited healthily to respect the rights of others. If you protest, don't ban buildings. Don't hate people that are not protesters. And those that are protesting against your protest, respect them as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mpumelelo Bond Nyoga, lawyer and legal analyst, making good time. That's 2 o'clock. Ondelambana is standing by with the top of the hour news.
SAFM.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, Bloemfontein police arrest 28 undocumented foreign nationals and more than 1 million migrants apply for legal status in Spain. For SAFM News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good day. The husband of a prominent politician in Bloemfontein in the Free State has been arrested during law enforcement operations underway in the city. He was arrested with 28 undocumented foreign nationals at his guest house in Mangaung. Free State Premier McQueen Letsoha Matayo confirmed the arrest at a joint law enforcement briefing. The Premier says preliminary investigations suggest that arrested individuals are foreign nationals from various countries, including Ethiopia and Nigeria. She says immigration officials have been brought in to verify their status in the country.
But what is also concerning is that the owner of the guest house, it's one of the senior politicians in the district of Mangaung, and that's where it is really worrying. But for now, the police had to do their work, and we don't know. They are still busy with their investigations, looking at the guest book, whether people just booked genuinely, and indeed they were not hiding. So those are the areas where I cannot comment, but leave them to the police to finish their investigation.
Western Cape Premier Alan Winde has reiterated that protests centered around undocumented migrants in the province must take place within the rule of law. Winde and several of his cabinet ministers attended a joint operations centre meeting at the Provincial Disaster Management Centre in Cape Town earlier today. The JOC is assisting in coordinating efforts to ensure that protests in the province are peaceful. The Premier spokesperson Regan Tho says currently the situation remains calm.
Premier Winde has reiterated that while the right to peaceful protest is a cornerstone of the country's democracy, all demonstrations must remain lawful, and he's emphasised that every South African has a shared responsibility to uphold the values of kindness, dignity and respect under all circumstances.
March protesters in Ekurhuleni have appealed to the police to remove and arrest undocumented migrants. They marched to Germiston Police Station where they handed over a memorandum of demands. This is one of the many mass protests against undocumented foreign nationals. One of the leaders of the march is Tabile Sibeko.
The purpose of the memorandum that was handed out today was to ensure that the people are accompanied by the police to go to respective communities to remove the illegal immigrants. So the people made a collective call to say, police accompany us. We want you to arrest those who are illegal in our communities.
Spain's Socialist Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says more than 1 million undocumented migrants in his country have applied for legal status by today's deadline. The program provides renewable residence permits to all applicants who've been living in Spain for at least 5 months and have a clean criminal record. The original estimate was 500,000 applications. The BBC's Sasha Sklitter has more.
Mr. Sanchez said he wanted the world to see Spain as a country that respects, protects and guarantees human rights. He called the scheme good for the economy while acknowledging the challenges associated with integration. When launching the initiative, Spain's government estimated it would benefit 500,000 people, the vast majority of whom are from Latin America. The scheme bucks the trend in the rest of Europe, with Brussels this month finalizing a sweeping overhaul of its migration system.
The rand has shrugged off today's nationwide protests against undocumented foreign nationals. The local currency extended its gains in the early morning trade, adding nearly 0.4% to exchange hands at 16 rand 34 to the US dollar. However, trade on the JSE started slightly weaker, with the overall market down 0.2%. Market analyst Viv Govender cautions that market watchers are keeping a very close eye on how the protests unfold.
We are not seeing much in terms of an impact from the current anti-immigrant protests that are occurring around South Africa. The rand is actually slightly stronger today than it was for much of yesterday. That is probably due to the fact that we are seeing oil prices come down a bit due to ongoing negotiations with the US and Iran. In terms of local stocks, ABSA is lower today, but that's based on a separate news event around the company. Nothing that you would say would be a overall effect affecting SA linked stocks in a particularly harsh way. So I don't really see that there's been a significant market reaction to the event.
Recapping the top story, the husband of a prominent politician in Bloemfontein in the Free State has been arrested during law enforcement operations underway in the city. I'm Wundilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 2:30.
Who says talking never solves anything? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
I'm seeing visuals coming out of Cape Town, and it's a sidebar conversation that we must have one day around allegiance on the race lines. And I think from time to time on the show, we kind of make this observation when people are protesting around the murder of a little baby or the rape of a little baby, or people are protesting around GBV, and we ask this question around racial allegiance. Guti, which issues affect you? And we need to have this conversation, dear South Africans. And also, I'm trying to frame myself properly, because today is not the day to have that conversation. But we will have this conversation. And I think when we have this conversation, we must also just be very open and honest about it. when we engage each other, so that we can see if we'll ever find each other across racial lines about where do you fit in South African issues, whether you agree with them or don't agree with them, but where do you fit in South African issues? When do you stand up to say, I don't agree with these issues, but I'm going to stand up and let my voice be heard as a particular race? And when do you stand up to say, I agree with these issues and I'm going to let my voice be heard as a particular race? Because I always feel like when we have these actions that vocalize people's agency, whether you agree or don't agree, by and large, it's always black people. So one day we'll have this conversation, not today, of course. Today we are catching up with Zanele Buthelezi, SABC News reporter. Zanele, and you watching things on the ground in KZN. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
All right, thank you. So KZN being identified obviously as the epicenter of this call by March on March and other civil organizations that share a similar grievance as March on March and the communities in and around South Africa. What is it looking like in KZN right now?
Yeah, right now we are at the Point area here in Durban, which is the Durban CBD. And the marchers have just made their way from King Dinuzulu to downtown Durban, the city. And they're marching now to the Point area. And it looks like thousands of people have turned up for this march. And others are standing on the sidelines, on the pavement, on the side of the road. While some are cheering the marchers on, others are just watching on, taking videos. So it is a huge turnout. But also when you look at security, a large number of police officers have come out to monitor this march, as well as private security. So you can see big vehicles on the side of the police, as well as private security that are marching along or just monitoring the marchers as they make their way down towards the area that they've identified as one of the hotspots for criminality and drugs that are being peddled. They allege that this is the area that has the most drugs that are being peddled. So that's where they're going right now. And as you can hear, I don't know if you can hear the chopper above us hovering over the city as all this is going on.
And tell me this, I mean, I'm a born and bred Durbanite myself, and so I'm well familiar with the Point area. I think anybody who's grown up in Durban in the 80s, 90s saw the Point area begin to sort of, what's the word? Really begin to disintegrate over the years, right? Criminal elements taking over buildings, hijacking buildings, infestation of drugs and prostitution and other illegal activities. Is that part and parcel of the reason why they headed towards the Point area as one of those areas that really is the bedrock of criminality in that Durban South Beach area?
Most definitely, according to the founder of March and March, Jacinta Ngobesa Zuma, the Point area is one of those areas that are like Cobra in Johannesburg, where the area is known for drug peddling, and they accuse foreign nationals, specifically Nigerians, to be behind these illegal activities, and that's the allegation that they have. So that's why they've targeted this area, where they've said that they're going to allow people, members of the public, to lead them in identifying buildings that are known for criminal activities, including drug peddling. So this is what I think they are doing right now. They are marching through the streets towards the Point area. They are trying to perhaps identify those buildings that they allege are involved in drugs, in selling of drugs and so on, and as well as prostitution and human trafficking. So that is why they have chosen this area as the end point of their march.
Okay.
So the march started in the King Dinuzulu Park, and it will end in the Point area.
Yeah. Zanele, we'll leave it there for now, but maybe just a final question. From your observations so far, in terms of the conduct of the marches, what would you say? Have they adhered to the guidelines as prescribed by the South African police for the march action today? Has there been confrontation, or there's been no confrontation?
What I've observed so far is that it's been largely peaceful. They are moving, singing, chanting. A lot of people are carrying what you would identify as traditional weapons. We know that in the build-up to this day, there was an instruction or an order from law enforcement that people shouldn't carry any type of weapon, or including knobkieries, spears, guns, and so on. Traditional weapons were not permitted to be carried, but we do see people carrying sticks and shields, traditional shields, as they're moving along. Yeah. And there was a word from the royal house, Amazulu royal household, where they said carrying sticks and shields is part of the culture, part of the traditional garb, so that shouldn't be outlawed or banned on this day. So I think that is in line with that we are seeing people carrying sticks.
Let's leave it there for this afternoon. Zanele Buthelezi, thank you so much for the time. That was SABC News reporter following that march by South Africans, certain sectors of South African communities marching on all issues of undocumented immigration. It's fast approaching 2:20. A quick pause. We come back. We catch up with Bulelani Balabala, founder of the Township Entrepreneurs Alliance.
Quantum on SAFM.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAFM.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
I love a person who's a good sport. My producer just whispered in my ear, Bulelani, that you just found out that you were Bala Bala instead of a Bala Bala. Bulelani Balabala joining us now, founder of the Township Entrepreneurs Alliance and CEO of the Township Entrepreneur Agency. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Much appreciated. I think maybe firstly, let's begin with, what is the vision for the township economy moving forward, because I think it is central to a lot of the conversations that have led to today.
No, man, I think our clear stance really is, it comes on the backdrop of, the fact that there's over 3 million, or estimated over 3 million informal businesses that are operating within the township economy. There's millions of jobs that are created within the space. The township and rural economies combined, are home to over 30 million of South Africa's population. So it goes without saying that this is a market that needs to really be supported, but also then approached with genuine intention. So I think as a result, our great vision is to do a couple of things. I think the first one is to empower micro enterprises within these spaces to thrive and grow with the right tools and resources. The second one really is to educate the consumer to understand that they, in actual fact, hold the power within their wallet. That if they can vote with their wallets, voting intentionally by buying products and services from value-added service providers within their communities and their immediate surrounding, goes an extremely long way within building that inclusive spiderweb economy that we're looking to grow. I really just think then for me, the third one is really just taking a sharp focus on young individuals or young unemployment individuals, young unemployed graduates, right? So then teach them not necessarily start businesses, but teaching them how to actually start making money. Because when you get them to do it, then they get themselves in commerce, they get themselves moving, and their brains don't lock up, and we don't find them doing funny things with their energy, their time, and their focus.
And I think perhaps, I jumped the gun in asking what should have been my follow-up question to firstly getting the context right on the work that you undertake as the Township Entrepreneurs Alliance, because it speaks a lot to these 3 steps that you've just mentioned.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think for us, we do a variety of different things. Over the past 11 years, we've been able to directly impact over 130,000 township and rural entrepreneurs nationwide. So these are micro enterprises that are majority of them are micro, and about 20% of them that we've impacted are small business owners. I think that classification is from a revenue perspective. And then I think on the other side as well is that what we then provide them is mentorship, business development support, technical funding, and that's expressed through a variety of our services. And I think some of our services are enterprise supply development programs, research and insights programs, as well as standards training programs, as well as workshops that we then run for the benefit and support of these individuals. I think primarily that's the type of work that we do. And then I think from a commercial perspective, that's encapsulated in some of the special projects that we then do, that we then render for large corporates that are looking to intentionally plug into the market and learn from this particular market.
You mentioned as a sort of part of those 3 steps, looking into the future, and you mentioned having a sharp focus on young unemployed individuals to really get them more active and participating in commerce. Though this is not how one would like to arrive at a point of opportunity, right? But parallel to the conversation around undocumented immigration in the country is also a conversation around the opportunities that some believe have been stifled or redirected or exploited by certain foreign nationals. How do we begin, or how do South African communities and South African youth begin to then see this moment maybe as a catalytic moment for them to plug into some of these now what would be vacancies, left behind?
No, man, I think for me, really, I think first and foremost, it's really just centered around mindset, because I think by and large, the same puzzle shops or amatavern or whatever car washes as you would call them, or rather as we'd affectionately call them and experience them and use their services in various townships across the country. These sometimes when you speak to a young individual and you speak to them about participating within those markets, it's almost deemed as it's beneath me and it's not necessarily in line with my growth plans. But I think for me, it's for a young individual to understand that part of the journey towards making money is in understanding that money is a respect of principles. It's not necessarily a respect of the ideas that you have in mind. It's not going to come to you when you've got a corner office with a view. It's going to come to you when you are able to do a couple of key things, add value to the customer, and the customer will consistently pay you over and over again. So it's also then being able to understand as a young individual that you're going to put your ego at the door, and you will then be able to, open yourself up to doing whatever it takes for you to serve your customer. The moment you start to do that, then you start to shift your mindset to saying, well, I'm running a spaza shop to I am trading, because that is not your end point when you start. That is a natural fact your start point. One of the things that I always say over and over again is this: yet one of the largest software manufacturers in the world currently globally, started as a spaza shop in their own country. I think this is in Japan, if I'm not mistaken, or China. But today they're the largest software manufacturer, which then tells you that your growth journey is not linear. Where you start now is not where you're going to end up, but you can't get to where you need to go if ego is going to be the primary driver, number one. Number two, if you're a young person competing with other people that have achieved, that have acclaimed, that come from families that can provide where you know that you can't, but you are operating each and every day from a point of ego, you will not be able to grow in the manner that you need to grow. So the current position that we find ourselves in the country right now requires young South Africans and South Africans in general to take the mantle of saying, I'm seeing a gap now open in the market, and life offers or allows for no vacuums to take place in various spaces. I'm going to plug myself within those markets and ensure that I am trading locally and locals can then buy from someone that they know.
It's interesting, that mind shift that you allude to and that framing that you allude to, because by and large, should South Africans really start to shift their outlook on the role of township economies, and how do they begin to do that? Because as you were talking, I was thinking, I'm pretty sure 7, 8 out of 10 of the biggest brands and the biggest conglomerates worldwide, globally, things that started off either as moms and pops shops, things that started off as little ideas that, no one thought would ever work, little innovations that were dreamt up and put together in a little garage somewhere. Some of the most successful stories are not stories that started because someone's dad was a venture capitalist and they had all the resource and all the skills available.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think I think for me, you've hit the nail on the head. And I think the reality of it is encapsulated in something I used to say jokingly. To say that, we'll wake up one day and the very same amagwing or fat cakes, as they would be known across the board, we will be buying them from an established retailer, and they won't be sold on street corners like they used to be from a scale perspective. And in reality today, when you go into various shopping centers, in those same scones, you find those same amagwing, and some of the retailers are repackaging and reselling them and then scaling them abroad across the market. So the reality of it is, even though we are good at particular things, you can't scale what you can't package. So it then becomes very important for us then to be able to package a number of different things. I think if you speak to the guys who are within the creative path, they'll tell you that it's important to package our stories so that we can distribute globally. Similarly to the retail space, it's important that we package the things that we're able to manufacture within our homes so that we can then distribute them in various places in the country. And I think for me, this then becomes very critical and key, right? Because part of developing that mindset is to unlearn, and unlearning is to think, unlearning the thinking that says that the township is informal. It's not informal. It's informal by registration. The differential is the only informality, right? Whereas formality means that you can participate in mainstream economies, whereas when you're of a CIPC document or a company registration document. But by trade, these are the same mothers or the same women that we have seen taking their beautiful kids, similarly to my mother, to a university, to varsity, being able to provide food on the table, but all they sold to a degree was food on the side of the road. So by and large, you consider that as informal today, but that is how some of the people are making tens of thousands of rand every single month. So some of the things, and also I think the second thing for me is the places that you look down upon, or the trades that you look down upon, in actual fact, are the trades that you need to be looking at from opportunity. One clear trade right now that is a big opportunity for young individuals is developing and harnessing your artisanal skills. Why? Because there is no artisan who sleeps hungry. There is no plumber, hairdresser, cutter who will sleep, because what are the tools of trade? The tools of trade are within your hands, meaning that you can start where you are with what you have and be able to stretch your capacity over time if you want to actually form into an actual enterprise. And those, for me, are some of the key things or the key cornerstones of this is what we then put up on social media. This is what we then put up on our TikTok profiles, the work that we're doing as our artisanal skills, so that you're able to then now garner a follower who's not just a follower for aesthetics, but one who's a follower for actual commercial purposes.
Absolutely. Bulelani Balabala, thank you so much for your time. Founder of the Township Entrepreneurs Alliance and CEO of the Township Entrepreneur Agency. I always tell you about those artisanal skills, in particular plumbing. Lots of opportunity lays there. 2:30 Ondela standing by with the news headlines. And then from there, we'll go into our kids programming.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the Eastern Cape Department of Community Safety has reassured residents that comprehensive security measures are in place to ensure the safety of everyone, whether participating in today's march or not. The husband of a prominent politician in Bloemfontein in the Free State has been arrested during law enforcement operations underway in the city. And Umkhonto Sizwe Party MP Vusi Shongwe has told the Madlanga Commission that one of the men who facilitated a video call between him and suspended crime intelligence official Major General Feroz Khan offered him information to use against KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Is there ever a bad time for a good conversation. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Hello, friends, and welcome to Nali Bali. Have you ever had a moment where you got upset with someone only to find out later that it was all a misunderstanding? Sometimes we argue, fight, or get angry because we think someone meant to hurt us when really they didn't. Fighting doesn't always solve the problem. In fact, it can make things worse and leave everyone feeling sad or confused. But when we take a deep breath, talk calmly, and listen to each other, we often realize that things can be fixed without shouting or hurting one another. Learning to solve problems peacefully helps us build stronger friendships and kinder communities. So next time something goes wrong, try talking it out, listening carefully, and finding a way to understand each other. You'll be surprised at how much better things can turn out when we choose peace instead of fights. Today's story is called The Princess of Peace, written by Natasha Simon. But before we listen to today's story, let's all get up and... Once upon a time, in a peaceful kingdom of Mapikela lived a wise and beautiful princess named Kanyisile. Her kingdom was known for its wealth, prosperity, and the strength of its people. To the north of Mapikelela lay a kingdom of Ukutula, a realm known for its love of war. The people of Ukutula were fierce warriors, always ready for battle, and their king, King Tulani, was relentless in his desire to conquer more lands. This worried the people of Mapikelela, who feared that Ukutula would set its sights on his peaceful kingdom. In an effort to secure peace, the wise elders of Mapikelela proposed the marriage between Princess Kanyisile and Prince Mandla, the strong and brave son of King Tulani. The marriage was meant to prevent hostilities between two kingdoms. Knowing that this marriage would ensure the safety of her people, Princess Kanyisile agreed to the proposal. The wedding was a grand affair, filled with celebrations and promises of a peaceful future. However, Princess Kanyisile knew that Ukutula's love for war would not simply vanish after her marriage to Prince Mandla. She feared that once the marriage was finalized, King Tulani and his warriors must still want to invade Mapikelela. So Princess Kanyisile devised a clever plan and approached King Tulani.
Your Majesty, she began, as your daughter-in-law and the future queen, I wish to help make your warriors even stronger and more powerful. I have seen the strength of the men in Mapikelela, and I believe I can help the warriors of Ukutula become just as strong, if not stronger.
King Tulani was not happy that Princess Kanyisile thought he needed her help to train his warriors, but he wished to please his new daughter-in-law.
Fine, all right. What is your plan, Princess Kanyisile?
Command your men to work the land for a year. Farming is hard work, and it will build the warriors' strength and endurance. The men of Mapikelela are strong because they work the land. If your warriors do the same, they will become just as powerful.
King Tulani sighed.
What a waste of time, honestly, for warriors to still farm the land. But you are my daughter-in-law, so I will allow it. After all, the men of Mapikilela are indeed strong and big.
Thank you, Your Majesty. You will not be disappointed,
said the princess. She wasted no time. She organized the warriors into groups and assigned them patches of land to cultivate. She taught them how to care for the soil and how to look after crops. The warriors, eager to prove their strength, they threw themselves into the work. At the end of each day, they were exhausted from the hard labor, too tired to think about going to war. However, they noticed that their muscles had grown bigger and they had become stronger. One afternoon, King Tulani walked through the farmlands. He noticed that his warriors who had been lean and supple before had become powerful with rugged bodies. The men were focused intently on their work, hardly noticing his presence.
Princess Kanyisile, come and talk to me. Look at my men. They are so much more stronger as you promised. But they're also too distracted by the farming. These are my warriors after all.
The king said unhappily. Kanyisile smiled and said,
Your Majesty, strength is not only about the body. It's about the strength of the spirit too. They are proud of what they are creating.
The king nodded thoughtfully.
I can see that. But what if they forget their warrior ways?
He asked. Kanyisile shook her head.
No, Your Majesty. Do not worry. They will always fight to defend their homes and what they have built.
The princess assured the king. Not long after, an advisor to the king arrived with news.
Your Majesty, our neighbors to the west are weak. Their king is very ill. Shall we prepare the warriors to invade?
Immediately, King Tulani summoned his minister of war, his generals, and the warriors. His minister of war stood before the men.
Warriors of Ugutula, our neighbors to the west are weak. Their king is very ill. Now is the time to bring honor to our great nation and conquer their lands.
King Tulani turned to his warriors in surprise. He had been expecting them to be eager for battle. Instead, he heard murmurs of discontent. One warrior spoke to the Minister of War on behalf of everyone and said,
Honorable Minister, what about the crops? The harvest is near. If we leave now, everything we worked for will be ruined. We've spent months tending these fields. We can't just abandon them.
Amen. I agree.
King Tulani was taken aback. Then his anger flared.
But you are warriors first. Do you not desire the glory of battle? What about the reputation of Ugutula?
The king demanded. The warriors stood firm.
Your Majesty, we are warriors, but if we leave now, the crops will die, and we will have done all this work for nothing. Besides, we want to taste what we have grown. Our neighbors will still be there after the harvest.
The warrior said. King Tulani considered these words. Then he said,
Fine, very well. Finish the harvest, but remember, you are warriors of Ugutula. The time of battle will eventually come again. Be ready.
The warriors nodded gratefully and they returned to their fields. The harvest season finally arrived and the warriors reaped the fruits of their labor. King Tulani called his minister of war, his generals, and warriors together once again, thinking the time for battle has come.
Warriors of Ugutula, the harvest is complete. Now it is the time to march out and claim victory.
The minister said, but to his surprise, the leader of warriors spoke up again.
Honorable Minister, the land must be prepared for the next season. If we do not start now, we will miss the planting window and jeopardize our next harvest. Abandoning it now would be foolish.
The king sighed and shook his head at his minister.
Very well. By the king's grace, you may continue with your work. But remember, you are warriors of Ugutula. The time for battle will come again.
The warriors nodded and returned to the fields. Over time, the warriors became so engrossed in their work that the thought of war faded from their minds completely. Princess Kanyisile's plan had worked. She had not only protected her homeland of Mapikelela, but it also brought lasting peace to Ukuthula. And so we come to the end of another Nalibali story time. Today's story was called The Princess of Peace, written by Natasha Simon. Did you know that reading and telling stories to children at home can help them do better at school? If you want free stories to read to your children or for your children to enjoy on their own, visit the Nalibali website www.nalibali.org or Mobi site www.nalibali.mobi. You will find stories in 11 South African languages, as well as tips for reading and sharing stories with your children to grow their potential. Also look out for the bilingual Nalibali Reading for Enjoyment supplement with great children's stories and activities, available in newspapers. Nalibali, it starts with a story.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfm, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAfm in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfm continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfm, leading the conversation. In case you missed it.
Well, of course, go back to Section 42 of the Criminal Procedure Act. It is quite clear that there is something that we call a citizen's arrest.
Yes, but the president has made it very clear that no South African is allowed to ask for the documentation of another. That matter has been clarified. Even the police have come out strongly to say that.
Let's deal with the law. Let's deal with the law. Section 42 says a citizen can arrest without a warrant and take that particular person to the police. And that must be done in terms of all the offenses that are found under Schedule 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Not once have March and March gone out to apprehend people alone without involving the police.
Xolani Zuma of March and March, he is the organization's legal advisor.
That was National Briefing this morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, we are getting ready to wrap up the show in the final 15 minutes, and we thought we'd have another conversation that is a recurring conversation in the country, affecting primarily South African children and really putting them in dangerous situations, and that is one of pit toilets. Joining us now is Debbie Zelazniak, who's the CEO of the Santa Shoebox Project. One of the known voices in the children's advocacy space in SA today. Good afternoon to you, Debbie. How are you?
Good afternoon, Bridget. Very well. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for the time. Today we thought in the final few moments of the show, we'd look at the realities that are facing children in SA from ECD centers and the ongoing horrors of pit latrines, which is something that South Africa was set to address many moons ago, but for some reason we've still lagged behind.
And here we sit in the 21st century, still speaking about these abominable human rights violations in essence. So, Bridget, what has been addressed is the situation in schools, primary schools and high schools. Minister Khwarube has conducted the audit. They've eradicated via the SAFE drive, the Sanitation Appropriate for Education drive, eradicated 99.9% of pit latrines in primary and high schools who were registered, who were actually counted in the 2018 audit. So in that, there is also a shortfall. There are schools who weren't counted in that audit. But where I feel it is more important to look is in the direction of early childhood development, because it's a bit of a brutal way of describing it, but a 17-year-old matric student is not going to drown in a pit latrine.
Yeah.
A 3-year-old can easily and has drowned in a pit latrine. And those numbers are far more scary than the schools. I mean, there are more than 40,000 ECD centers in South Africa, of which 40%, so about 700,000 children, live in rural areas. I mean, we can extrapolate that it's about, 1.7 million children in total attending ECD centers of the 2.5 million that we have aged 5 and under. I mean, the numbers are vast.
Yeah.
It's an exceptionally difficult sector to address.
And perhaps let's look at some of those challenges, and I think maybe just to be on the safe side, Debbie, let's take this commercial break out of the way, and then we'll come back on the other side and explore some of the challenges in addressing pit latrines, particularly in those rural and marginalized communities. That's coming up on the other side of the break.
In 1976, the youth switch on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is appealing in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
In case you missed it.
Well, of course, go back to Section 42 of the Criminal Procedure Act. It is quite clear that there is something that we call a citizen's arrest.
Yes, but the president has made it very clear that no South African is allowed to ask for the documentation of another. That matter has been clarified. Even the police have come out strongly to say that.
Let's deal with the law. Section 42 says a citizen can arrest without a warrant and take that particular person to the police. And that must be done in terms of all the offences that are found under Schedule 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Not once have March and March gone out to apprehend people alone without involving the police.
Olani Zuma of March and March, he is the organization's legal advisor.
That was National Briefing this morning with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Late night lockouts happen, and standing outside with keys on the wrong side of the door is never ideal. With Santam building cover, clients get access to emergency services, including locksmith assistance when it matters the most. The problem gets sorted without damage or drama. Ensure nice, not twice. Call 0860 444 444 to get a quote today. Santam, this is freedom.
SAFM is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
All right, we're in conversation with Debbie Zelazniak, who's the CEO of Santa Shoebox Project. And Debbie, you were outlining that from the over 40,000 ECD centers in and around South Africa, a vast majority of those lie in rural, marginalized areas. And when it comes to the challenges of eradicating pit latrines, particularly so in early childhood development centers, what have been some of the challenges there that have made it such a slow, near impossible turnaround to address this infrastructure challenge?
I really hate to harp on the conversation that is in the spotlight all too often, and that is of the misappropriation of funds which have been correctly allocated to early childhood development but don't trickle down to reach the largely women, 200,000 of them employed in the sector. Even if the ECD is registered with the Department of Basic Education, qualifying for the 24 Rand per child per day grant, most of those in certain provinces, KZN being front and foremost, unfortunately, don't receive the money. That money is for feeding children, for training teachers, and of course for infrastructure. And without that funding, most ECDs, it's half at the moment, lack running water and access to sewage system. So what the kids then are faced with are situations which put their lives at risk. And of course, the further they are situated in rural communities, the more difficult it is to access that national infrastructure. It is a numbers game, Bridget. I mean, 40,000 ECD centers. How on earth do you start addressing the 40% in rural areas? Again, more than half lack access to running water. Frankly, I don't have a solution. It would be a very good start to see the money reaching the women who have earned it and who qualify to receive it.
Is there some kind of strategic plan, though, that's been put on the table by the various stakeholders who, at this point, obviously are aware and have identified the magnitude of the situation and what it might entail to be able to address just the existing infrastructure? Because we talk of 40,000 plus ECD centers, but annually that number grows and it increases, right? So is there some kind of plan, a paper that's been put forward around maybe this should be the strategy to attack this backlog?
Various people have various opinions. I do support the Department of Basic Education's Banapele drive, even if it is just a data collection tool, because without the correct information, you can't make the best use of the resources that you have available to you. The resources are not there to tackle this as one big lump. It's bite-sized chunks. And I think if at provincial level, the resources were allocated on a needs basis, what is most urgent? I do feel that, what are we doing? Are we playing devil's advocate here? You can't feed a hungry child.
Yeah.
So is it more important to feed a child than to provide them with basic dignification with the use of a safe toilet? I mean, it's an enormously fraught sector. And I think, again, I want to say our minister is doing an excellent job. But no, I don't see a structured, achievable plan of action. And I think that's probably why the department focused on primary and high schools, because it's way easier to look at 4,000 schools than it does at 40,000 plus. The number in 2018 was 3,372 schools with unsafe pit toilets.
Sure.
And yeah, those are being fixed.
Yeah. Part of this, when we have these conversations around issues that pertain to the most vulnerable of South Africa's society, and that is children, and in particular, children in these far-flung areas, rural areas, marginalized areas, underdeveloped areas, it always leads me back to a conversation from about 2 years ago on Nelson Mandela Day, when we were talking to Nelson Mandela's Children's Hospital. And the highlight was, since the passing of that former statesman, there really has been a lack of an executive leader who has positioned themselves as a champion and an advocate for children's rights. And so children's issues tend to be pushed further down in the agenda of priorities in the country. And we really can't afford to do that. So whether we're looking at pit latrines, as you say, where the most vulnerable toddlers, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds in these ECDs are affected, it really needs a sense of agency from a very executive level.
Yeah. Look, Minister Kharube, again, I'm singing her praise. She has first-hand experience. Her mom is an ECD owner, as far as I know. So she is prioritizing ECD over for the kind of facile matric results that some people see as a measure of success. And I do believe that all money spent on education, it should be kind of the 80-20 rule. Spend 80% of the available funds on those foundational years, the 0 to 5. You're setting children up to succeed. They'll enter grade R way better position than they currently are. We've heard of that terrible statistic about the majority of children in grade 4 not being able to read for meaning. That will resolve itself. It's not a quick fix. When you say, oh, goody, our matric pass rate is now 65%, it feels like a quick fix. It's not. Address it in ECD, and 12 years later, you'll see that return on investment. But it will be sustainable, material, impactful, and far-reaching.
As we wrap up, yourself through the Santa Shoebox Legacy Project, you run a gift drive. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
We do indeed. For 20 years, we've been running a gift drive. I know it's crazy, 2 decades. And in that time, more than 1.35 million Santa shoeboxes containing a prescribed selection of treats, educational items, and essentials have reached children in need throughout South Africa. But for me, what's the most beautiful evolution of this project, from boxes to bricks. For every shoebox pledged, we are able to build schools. And we've built 8 already, and I'm super proud of that. Our gift drive kicks off on the 1st of September to the public. Our website is santashoebox.org.za. Please pay it a visit. It's a beautiful place full of gorgeous photographs of children and the impact that we've created over the years. And I invite all of our listeners to take part this year.
Wonderful stuff. Debbie, thank you so much for the time. From what I understand, you're also traveling, so we do appreciate it. That was Debbie Zelazniak, who's the CEO of the Santa Shoebox Project, and you can visit them on www.santashoebox.org.za, particularly so if you want to engage in some of the work that they've done through their legacy projects. And as you heard, from gift box to brick, with 8 schools and counting now built in vulnerable communities. It's about a minute to go before the top of the hour. On Delambana is coming through with your 3 o'clock news. Ashraf Gada takes over between 3 and 6 on the National Pulse, driving the conversations that move the nation. Currently on the screen, I'm seeing an address by Jacinta to some of the protesters out in Durban that have come out on the streets today protesting against undocumented immigrants. That's where we leave it from our end. If you are partaking in today's protest action, please be safe, be considerate of other citizens, as well as other non-citizens, human beings that are out and about, minding their own business within their communities and in the streets. Let's not antagonize each other. You have a right to protest, but that right also safeguards the safety of fellow human beings and fellow South Africans and non-South Africans, as well as vital infrastructure. For myself and my team, we'll see you tomorrow as we wake up when the dust settles. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team. On the top stories, Hawks, KZN and Head General Sinona resigns, and Bloemfontein police arrest 28 undocumented foreign nationals. For SAFM News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. Suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lisicha Sinona has resigned. Sinona appeared before the Madlanga Commission almost 2 weeks ago, where he concluded his testimony. He has been implicated in allegations of corruption before the Commission over his alleged close links to attempted murder accused Vusimuzi Ketmatlala. Sinona, along with 4 other police officials, was also cleared in an internal SAPS investigation into the alleged kidnapping and torture of suspected kidnapping kingpin Ismail Nangi. Umkhonto weSizwe Party MP Vusi Shongwe has testified that one of the men who facilitated a video call between him and suspended crime intelligence official Feroz Khan offered him information to use against KZN Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. Shongwe told the Madlanga Commission that a businessman known as Imran offered him information about Mkhwanazi. Shongwe, who has now concluded his testimony before the commission, was detailing the circumstances surrounding the video call between himself and Khan, which was facilitated by Imran and other businessman Yusuf Kaji.
Yes, he was referring to giving me information about General Mkhwanazi that I should be using in the ad hoc, because it was in line with him saying that he understands the line of my questions, that I'm looking for information about General Mkhwanazi, which is, I don't know where he gets that. However, it was a way, I think he was trying to pursue me to then go after General Mkhwanazi with what he was going to give me.
Government has lauded protesters for peaceful and orderly marches across the country. This as protesters are taking place in all provinces against undocumented immigration. Scores of people have taken to the streets to express displeasure at the adverse effects that undocumented migration has on communities. Deputy Government Spokesperson William Baloyi says members of the executive are out in various provinces to receive the memoranda from marching parties. He also cautioned employers against hiring undocumented migrants.
The situation is relatively calm. The marchers are marching in a very behaved and dignified manner. They are currently even submitting their petitions and their memorandum. Government has dispersed members of the executive in all the 9 provinces. That will be helping also to receive the memorandum. Yes, there are several arrests that the law enforcement agencies have done. They range from inciting language, but also the most important one, which we want to also send out to employers, harboring of illegal immigrants. So there have been arrests pertaining to the harboring of illegal immigrants.
The Eastern Cape Department of Community Safety has reassured residents that comprehensive security measures are in place to ensure the safety of everyone, whether participating in today's march or not. MEC for Community Safety Xolile Nqatha addressed the media in Gukompo City during a site visit to monitor identify hotspot areas. Nqatha says the concerns raised by the march organizers are being taken seriously and are being addressed through appropriate lawful processes.
These protests, they underline burning issues that are facing society: unemployment, poverty, inequality, issues of criminality, issues of illegal immigrants. These issues are urgent, and they require that as government we don't work as business as usual. We have got to bring a turnaround in attending to these matters. Otherwise, they threaten the stability, of the province and the stability, of various communities, and we regard them as urgent.
The husband of a prominent politician in Bloemfontein in the Free State has been arrested during law enforcement operations underway in the city. He was arrested with 28 undocumented foreign nationals at his guest house in Mangaung. Free State Premier McQueen Letsoha Matai confirmed the arrest at a joint law enforcement briefing. The Premier says preliminary investigations suggest the arrested individuals are foreign nationals from various countries, including Ethiopia and Nigeria. She says immigration officials have been brought in to verify their status in the country.
But what is also concerning is that the owner of the guest house, it's one of the senior politicians in the district of Mangaung, and that's where it is really worrying. But for now, the police had to do their work, and we don't know. They're still busy with their investigations, looking at the guest book, whether people just booked genuinely, and indeed they were not hiding. So those are the areas where I cannot comment, but leave them to the police to finish their investigation.
Recapping the top story, suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lisija Sinona has resigned. Sinona appeared before the Madlanga Commission last week, where he concluded his testimony. I'm Undela for SAfm News Headlines at 3:30.
In sports this hour, Low called up to box to replace Norton. Mohamed Wahbi hails Morocco's commanding display after Dutch World Cup exit, and Wimbledon Day 2 action underway. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Today's a day that I think there's no question it's been punctuated by the huge interest, certainly from our perspective, reflecting the protests really nationwide. Now, protests against undocumented immigrants, right? Or undocumented immigration in this case here. And we'll cover it here on the National Pulse. But that's not all. We have the big issue, which is also linked in many ways to the problems, because we're talking about inequality and what gives rise to inequality. We'll stay with that theme all week as well. We think it's particularly important as well, right? So you can certainly do that. But let me ask you this as well. Wherever you are, we'd like feedback, because we accept the fact that many people are not working today. Many people are. Some people have been to school, others have not. But you can be the citizen reporter wherever you may be in the country, just by calling in and telling us, or if you don't want to call, just text us, tell us where you are and what have you observed. What's the state of play in your community? So looking forward to hearing from you on that, right? To call in, you can call in live. It's 086 000 2032. And then to WhatsApp, it's 0614 104 107. Text or voice notes. You can tweet as well. Hashtag the National Pulse and then tag SAfmRadio and do tag me as well. So many other things we'll talk about, also including the impact of the U.S. withdrawal of financial support in so far as our HIV/AIDS program goes, what that means, because I understand the plug completely pulled by next year now. We know that. So we'll talk about that coming up later on as we look at the possible impacts of that as well. Right, but first things first, we're going to go around the country as we expect today, and it's a key part of what we're doing today as we reflect on these nationwide protests against undocumented immigrants, right? So we'll go around the country and get that. First things first, Sasha Naidu comes up in Johannesburg.
Oh, yeah, boy. Bonjour. This month is all about youth courage. Saisusa from there with 50 years of 1976. And vandaag Skimsam, we have the courage to become. Silete Kaya and stand with our community. Started with the thought. Now we have the courage to create, the courage to sound. Like the Red Bull Symphonic with Beats for My Peeps. Anything can happen, so get the courage to tell your story. Ubamalanga, our fun. Zanzi for sure is the source. From going live at Great Town to empowering the youth with the Enoch Matebula Foundation. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure, the source of youth courage. I got
The National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so first things first, let's get to the city of Joburg, and Sasha Naidu is the SABC News reporter who's been covering the story. Now, we do know this day, 30th of June, has been spoken about. Driven largely by March and March, but not just them, many others as well aligned to them, including political parties in their protest against undocumented immigration in our country, or in this case here, where immigrants already exist living here, to ensure that they are, either they become documented, or in fact, if they are unable to, then the drive has been for them to leave the country, and government essentially stepping up on that as well. Right, Sasha Naidu, SABC News reporter in Joburg, covering the story. Sasha, appreciate you connecting us here on the National Pulse.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf.
Right, thank you. So where are you now?
So currently we are at Pamaimai in Johannesburg, where the march has actually culminated. So we did have a bit of a late start today. I think the march kicked off at around 10 o'clock or just after 10, if I'm not mistaken, from Base Nadir Square in the CBD in Newtown, actually. And then we made our way through Constitutional Hill, through Yeoville, through Berea, through Yeoville, to Hillbrow, and then all the way back to Komaimai. So basically it was thousands, if I could say it was more than 5,000 people that partook in this particular march. And, throughout the march, they were actually in quite a jovial mood, singing, dancing, holding up South African flags as they made their way through the various areas of Johannesburg before now ending up in KwaMai.
All right. So you're saying about 5,000 people. I mean, so who were they? Meaning, were they from one organization or multiple organizations in this, let's call it a coalition of marches?
Yes, that is correct. So it was, in fact, quite a coalition of marches. We had particularly members from March and March, then we had members from several political parties, such as Operation Dudula and others. Then we also had, just general residents actually coming out from various areas across Johannesburg just to actually march in solidarity with this movement. So their main call was actually, as it's been said throughout the past weeks, they really just want undocumented foreigners out of the city. They say that in particular, Yeoville, Berea, Hillbrow, the majority, or they actually allege that the majority of criminality is actually taking place by undocumented foreigners. So they are actually saying that they want government to actually tighten up border security. They want Home Affairs as well as police to go out, onto the streets and find these undocumented foreigners and remove them from South Africa. One of the major things that they were talking about is that they were saying that this is definitely not a xenophobic march. They are not against all foreign nationals. They are only against those who are in the country illegally and undocumented. So basically at this stage now, they are actually just waiting for government to actually see whether or not they make moves, to address the issues that the communities in Johannesburg are actually calling for.
All right. Amongst the leadership, I mean, do you have names in terms of who led the march? 1, 2, 3
yes,
people?
There was actually quite a few people in Johannesburg, mainly Ngizu Mchunu, who made his way from Johannesburg. Yesterday, we saw Nkosi Khona and Dabandaba, who led the big march in Soweto. That march also yesterday was around maybe 2,000, 3,000 people, if I must say. So yesterday we also managed to speak to Nkosi Khona. He said that he was making his way back to Durban to lead the main marches in Durban. But today we did see, Ngizu Mchunu leading the marches across Johannesburg and quite a lot of, other prominent figures who were on the ground.
Okay. Did they say anything? I mean, of course, they pronounced a lot in the last few months already, but did they say anything that really stood out today?
Well, today, basically, the main thing that they were really saying was that, or they basically were just amplifying what they were saying over the days. It wasn't really anything new that we did here. It's just basically that they want, undocumented migrants out of the country. They say that, a lot of foreign nationals or illegal foreign nationals are selling drugs to South Africans. They are poisoning their kids and so on. So it was basically just a reiteration of what they have been calling for all this time.
Okay. What about, you say 5,000 people. The big concern has always been, I suppose, in all marches, one is the marches. There's been, I think, Joburg City largely shut. Am I right? I mean, in terms of commercial activities, right? So one of the concerns has always been the threats of violence, whether it's from the official main groups or just splinter groups of people coming together. Has that happened at all?
No. So I was actually out on the streets of Newtown and Johannesburg from around 4:30 to 5 o'clock this morning, where it was actually like a ghost town, so to say, because normally from around 5 o'clock, the Johannesburg taxi ranks are actually bustling, with activity, with people making their way to various destinations and so on. However, we did see come around 7:30, 8 o'clock when it's time for all the shops and businesses to open. There was absolutely nothing that opened. From my drive from the SABC in Auckland Park through Mayfair, Fortsburg, heading into Newtown, then going into the city of Johannesburg, it was all shut down. There were no businesses operating except the really big businesses such as your ShopRites and so on. But in terms of your regular smaller businesses, they were all shut down. And I guess this was in fear, of possible looting and violence and so on. However, I must say, the march really was quite peaceful and calm, except for a few incidents of stone throwing in the Yeoville Hillbrow area. It actually started from stones being thrown from the high-rise flats onto the marchers. which sparked a bit of tensions there. However, it was quickly nipped in the bud by leaders as well as Metro Police and the South African.
All right,
Police.
session. Yeah, sorry, you wanted to say something at the end, yeah?
Yeah, but all in all, the Johannesburg march was in fact quite peaceful, and everyone at the march said that they really enjoyed it, and they really hope that government takes heed to their call and really comes to the ground and listens to their concerns and actually puts plans in place to address the issues.
That's how we leave it. Sasha Naidu, SABC News reporter, covering the protests in this case here against undocumented immigration in Johannesburg. Right, let's get to Pretoria now. We have Spiwe Mkhize with us. Spiwe, I appreciate your time on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and thank you for this time.
Thank you so much. Right, what's happened in Pretoria today?
Well, from early morning, we checked, we went through from the north of Pretoria, just checking early morning, just to see what was happening from your Soshanguve. There's also, and then the other parts of Pretoria, which is your Hatfield, Pretoria West, and other parts of Pretoria, like the north of Pretoria. And so it was very quiet with the shops closed, and we wanted to see what was going to happen afterwards, after 8 or 9-ish, because shops usually open at around 8, some of them at 9, but the shops, Ashraf, were never opened today until, even after, rather, the marchers started to protest from Church Square in Pretoria up until Sunnyside. And the shops were closed. We saw it was also a very peaceful one. Many of them insisting that they are not xenophobic, as many people would say that those who want undocumented immigrants out of the country are xenophobic. They insisted they are not xenophobic. They also insisted that what they do want is for South Africa, to prosper, and for people, whoever wants to come into the country is welcome. But they must make sure that when they come into this country, their documents in order.
Okay. Did in terms of their pronouncements at the march today, did they indicate, their deadline is 30th of June, which is today? So what happens tomorrow?
No. I spoke to, the coordinators of the March and March in the Tshwane region, and they've said that this is only the beginning, Ashraf. After this, they're going to Gaza. I think tomorrow they're going to Gaza with all the regions. This is the Tshwane region, in fact, and then so there's it contains people from your Soshanguve, Mamelodi, Olivenholt, Bosch, which they also say is a hotspot according to them here in Pretoria. There's also your parts of Centurion, parts of Garankuwa, parts of Hammanskraal. So they will gather after this, and they, according to them, are going to, go and visit places where they think there are people that are undocumented. And not only that, but they also want to make sure that those places are run accordingly. If, for instance, it's a spaza shop, they want to also go and visit spaza shops. So if it's a spaza shop, for instance, they want to be sure if the owners, if they are from other countries, they want to make sure that those people have, are documented, and they have got all, the legal requirements to be here in the country.
All right, and there was no issues around violence, because that's always a concern.
Come again, Ashraf?
There was no issue regarding violence at all during the marches, or by anybody on those marches this morning.
The march was peaceful from start to finish, from as early as possible up until they finished. So they got that all. They dispersed also peacefully, Ashraf.
Okay, I appreciate your time, Spiwe Mkhize, the SABC News reporter, covering the march, the protest against undocumented immigration in the Pretoria region. We'll go crisscrossing the country. We'll get to Durban next.
They are relentless in their pursuit of a maiden World Cup title. They are carried by the nation, and they are unbreakable. Get behind Laura Wolfhard and her team as they compete in the 2026 ICC Women's T20 World Cup in England and Wales from 12 June to 15 July. Watch Shabneel Ismail, Marizan Cup, Ayabonga Kaka and company raise the game to new heights. Find out all you need to know at cricket.coza.
Right, before we get to the next crossing, let me remind you, this message is brought to you by the National Lottery, right? So it's Powerball Jackpot Tuesday, and this Tuesday, everyone can be a millionaire with a chance to win over 200 million rands in total Powerball estimated jackpot. That's 61 million rands on Powerball and an amazing 139 million rands cascading jackpot on Powerball Extra. If the jackpot is not won on Division 1, it will cascade down to Division 2 and 3. Winners must be found. The National Lottery, more play, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Kaya.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right to Durban we go. SABC News reporter covering the protest there is Trino Kutle. Malinga, appreciate your time talking to you once again. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, and greetings to the listeners.
Thank you. Right. What's happened in your region?
So basically, at the moment, we are currently on the Prince Street. That's in the point area of the Durban CBD. This is where the official program is happening. This is where a mobile stage has been set up, and the demonstrators have stopped and are listening to the addresses of their leaders. The leader of the March and March movement, Jacinta Mangomezi Zuma, has just concluded her main address to the demonstrators that are gathered here.
Okay. What did she, she said lots of things in the last few weeks, I know, but did she say anything today that really stood out?
Definitely. She said quite a mouthful today, but a message that stuck out for me is the message that she delivered here at the end, saying that, warning that the demonstrations that are happening today are only but the beginning, saying that there will be similar marches taking place every Thursday until undocumented foreign nationals that are still in the country illegally have left, saying that they hope government still has money to pay the police officials that have been paid to make sure that the demonstrations take place peacefully and safely today, with the crowd, of course, booing when that topic of the funds that have been spent for police deployment happening.
Yeah. What's been the crowd like in Durban today?
The crowd has been quite orderly, I might say, although it is a very, very large group of people. They were going to the city center through batches of very large crowds, but the police are trying their best to surround the group from the front, on the sides, and even the back, making sure that they man all the corners. But so far, the leaders of the groups have also tried to enforce law and order, and so far we haven't heard of any incidents that have broken out here in front. Not sure at the end of the group.
Okay, and just the last thing: did the leadership that spoke, did they take time to explain their position insofar as they want undocumented foreign nationals out, but the action is not xenophobic, although many people perceive this effectively mass dismissal now of people from South Africa outside as xenophobic? That's been the allegation. Have they taken time to explain that?
Yeah, definitely. It's one of the issues that Jacinta touched on at the beginning of the main address. She mentioned that today's demonstration is not driven by xenophobia or tribalism, but she described it as a country crying out for help, adding that this march is intended to amplify those voices. So definitely a clear message from her to saying that this perception of South Africans being painted as xenophobic whenever they are alerting the police or reporting incidents of crime or drugs affiliated to undocumented foreign nationals, especially in the Point area, which has become notorious for such crimes. She said that is not South Africans being xenophobic, but it's simply South Africans saying, hey,
Yeah.
pay
Now,
attention.
just lastly, I mean, the official position from the leadership of the march is no violence. We won't attack anybody. There has been examples, maybe not on the march today, but just about, there's so many social media occurrences today of people being attacked, cars being attacked, people being attacked at their homes. Did they address that at all to say, we've heard about that and they don't speak on behalf of us?
We haven't heard anything from the leaders of the groups as of yet. But remember earlier, I've seen one of the leaders of the Izinsiza that are here, the men that are here, just emphasizing to those that were gathered earlier that they would not be tolerating any violence or looting taking place, making an example of the incident that took place in Hammarsdale last night, west of Durban, where a tuck shop container was allegedly looted and suspects today confirmed to have been arrested. So we'll hear from them if they've heard any incidents and what is their reaction on those incidents.
All right, let's leave it at that. Tina Kutle Malinga, we'll certainly connect with you if and when we need to cross to even later on today. Thanks for your time. You're on the National Pulse. Let's now move on to Pietermaritzburg. Slightly different focus. Hundreds of Malawian nationals have gathered at Mayor's Walk in that city. Some of the people that gathered abandoned their belongings in a rush to leave South Africa. I also believe there were cases where they were sort of rationed. They could take one bag in the bus, but not two bags. Let's find out what's happened today with Talisha Naidu, SABC News reporter in Pietermaritzburg. Talisha, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Good afternoon. Right, where are you now? What can you tell us about what's happened there today?
So we've moved now from Mayor's Walk in Pietermaritzburg. We then went to the CBD in Pietermaritzburg. We're actually right now in Sweetwaters in Pietermaritzburg. It started off this morning around 6 o'clock with a move and an operation by officials in Pietermaritzburg to get about 1,000, I would say, Malawian nationals from Mayor's Walk in Pietermaritzburg out of the area and on their journey to Musina in Limpopo. And there was quite a rush to have this process completed before marchers made their way to Mayor's Walk and that area. Police and officials there were anticipating that marchers would go to that area knowing that the Malawian nationals were waiting to be relocated from there. It took them basically 4 hours to move about 1,000 Malawian nationals out of there. And, as you mentioned, Ashraf, it was quite devastating scenes there for many of the Malawian nationals because they all had carried their belongings. Some of them had some of their household items, small flat-screen TVs, multiple bags, and they were told just before they could get onto the bus that they were only allowed one bag, one item to carry onto the bus. And at that last moment, you would see many Malawian nationals scrambling, trying to take out their most important belongings to take with them on that journey. And most of them had to leave many of those belongings behind.
And who made that condition? I mean, in terms of the transport, because obviously people are leaving one country to another. There's no way you can just have one small bag, isn't it?
There was no possible way that would happen. And many of the Malawian nationals were clutching onto their belongings. Some of them spent about 2 nights waiting outside at Mayor's Walk. So they had their blankets. Some of them huddled up making little fires. And it was quite tragic to see that most of them resorted to using their blankets, some of their clothing items to fuel that fire. So they were burning their personal belongings there just to keep them warm throughout the early morning. And that call for them to only carry one bag was made by the Department of Home Affairs. Sure. So the officials were there. Yeah, we did manage to speak to the Department of Home Affairs that was also there, also the head of the immigration and law enforcement of the department, Stefan van Neil, who said that this was an operation that they were trying to work rapidly with because they had entered that final stage at a certain point. They managed to get all of the Malawian nationals out and relocated just around by about 11 a.m. this morning. So there was about 200 women and children, and then the rest were men who left last on that bus heading to Musina in Limpopo.
Okay.
The first verification process done here in Pietermaritzburg, and then the second would be done in Musina.
Well, the actual exit. Just lastly, I mean, any idea from speaking to those Malawian nationals, we're on to news time, so a quick answer, as to how many other Malawians who were not there today, in fact, either intend to also take up the voluntary repatriation or, in fact, are hoping to stay on in South Africa?
Well, surprisingly, I had spoken to many of the Malawian nationals there, all of them giving me mixed views. Some of them were quite relieved to leave South Africa because they were fearing for their lives. They were concerned about their safety, and they didn't mind even leaving their belongings behind because many of them said that their lives were more important than their belongings. And then we left Mayor's Walk, and right now we came to Sweetwaters, because in Sweetwaters, this is where those who didn't opt for the voluntary repatriation are actually paying for their own transport. They're paid for buses on their own to leave South Africa. So
I see.
Sweetwaters is where all of the Malawian nationals have gathered to pay for their own transport because they urgently are seeing the need to leave the country. They too have also been limited with their luggage. So I'm in an area now where on the street there's piles and piles of clothes, blankets, personal belongings, as well as they were desperately wanting to leave. But just before I let you go, Ashraf, I also wanted to let you know that in the CBD, which we've just left now, crowds, which was the marchers that had gathered there, were dispersed with rubber bullets and stun grenades by police because they were forcefully entering different premises in the CBD and searching those units just to see if there were any undocumented foreign nationals there, and that resulted in police using stun grenades and rubber bullets to disperse.
All right, maybe we'll cross to you again later on to find out if there's any further developments on that particular issue. Appreciate your time, Talisha Naidu, SABC News reporter in Pietermaritzburg. Let's get to the news headlines now. Here's Ondela Mbana.
On the news headlines, suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lesitsha Sinona has resigned. Sinona appeared before the Madlanga Commission almost 2 weeks ago, where he concluded his testimony. Police in KwaZulu-Natal say 5 more suspects have been arrested in connection with separate incidents of robbery targeting businesses owned by foreign nationals. And more than 900 Malawian nationals were relocated from the temporary repatriation site at Mayor's Walk in Pietermaritzburg to Musina, Limpopo early this morning. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAFM Sports with Doming Khapele.
Right, I must tell you, I watched that World Cup game between Morocco and Netherlands. As I said, the most dramatic game. But having said all of that to me, let's start with, you have a player change news, right?
I do. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, the Springboks have called up Elrich Lowe for the Nations Championship to replace Riley Norton, who is out with a hamstring muscle injury. Lowe is expected to arrive in camp today. He has played 13 tests for the Springboks and is nicknamed the Sheriff because of his physicality. Now, Norton was set to make his Springbok debut in the opening 3 weeks of the Nations Championship, but pulled his hamstring during training with the national side. Meanwhile, in terms of the Springbok women's, assistant coach Franzel September has called on South African rugby fans to arrive early at Ellis Park and to support the national women's teams when they take on USA on Saturday. The match is scheduled for 1:30 kickoff, and it will be the first test between the two nations on South African soil. The fixture forms part of a blockbuster doubleheader, serving as the curtain raiser to the Springboks opening Nations Cup clash against England later in the day, and the teams will meet again at Loftus Versfeld on the 11th of July before the Springbok men host Scotland in Pretoria. And September says that South African supporters have always embraced the national teams and believes the women's side will receive strong backing.
Definitely to come and watch the Springbok women will up the tickets. I think it's the end of the month now as well. Coach Suez mentioned it now. So as South Africans, we will rock up. We will support. We never disappoint each other, whether it's the male or the female game. We look forward in having people around in the field as well. Yeah.
Moving on to football, Morocco coach Mohamed Wahbi says that his side has earned respect after the knocking out Netherlands out of the World Cup in a penalty shootout yesterday, adding that his players were fueled by the desire to make the millions watching back home very proud. Morocco beat the Dutch 3-2 on penalties after a 1-1 draw to reach the last 16, where they will face co-host Canada. However, tonight, the big question is, Can Ivory Coast stop Norway's goal-scoring hero Haaland when the two nations meet at 7 p.m. Also in action today is France against Sweden, and that is around 11 p.m. Moving elsewhere, Kaizer Chiefs assistant coach Dylan Shepherd has made it clear that they will be going all out to win silverware in the 2026-27 campaign, starting with the season-opening MTN 8 competition. Chiefs ended the previous season in third place, their best finish since the 2019-20 season, where they infamously lost the championship to Mamelodi Sundowns on the final day. Amakosi have missed out on the top 8 competition for the past 2 seasons, and Shepherd says that they want to make their presence felt upon their return.
To be honest with you, it's important that you're competing on all fronts, you know, and it starts with the MTN 8. You know, it's a competition of 4 games, so it gives you an opportunity to win a trophy early in the season and build the confidence. You know, MTN 8 is one of those competitions where you know the semi-finals is just home and away. So it really gives you a nice build-up, and then of course with the final, you want to win a trophy. You know, the earlier you win a trophy and get those positive results in the first league games, it does set you up for the season. So yeah, we're looking forward to that.
Well, moving on to tennis, Wimbledon to be specific. Serena Williams makes her Wimbledon return today, and she'll be facing Maya Joint. Play hasn't started yet with regards to them. However, Iga Swiatek is facing Taylor Townsend as we speak, and the last time I checked, she was leading by a set. Meanwhile, 26th seed Madison Keys is safely through to the second round, beating fellow American Kayla Day in 3 sets. Keys trailed after losing a first set tie break, but forced a decider after taking the second set 6-4 before breaking Day's serve twice in the third. That's it from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Not so much can Senegal stop Norway. Can Norway stop Senegal? I mean, that's the way I would put it. That's the way I would put it. Should be fascinating. Right. Let's get to more. In fact, we get another crossing because part of the plan today, as we reflect on the protests that are taking place nationwide, we will, as much as we can, get as regular an update as possible, not just from our correspondents, but certainly from yourself as well. So if you are in any of the towns or cities and you want to just give us what you think is your own citizen report, do tell us under this headline of protest against undocumented immigration in this case here. We'll go to Bloemfontein next.
Sanmuran, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Masangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanmonani, hello, my name is Zazi Kunene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Wafani. Catch Amalanga Wafani on SABC 1.
Do yourself a favor, tune in
every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC 1. Mzansi for sure.
Mzansi, get ready for your chance to win big. This Tuesday, you stand to win over 200 million rand in total estimated Powerball jackpots. That's over 200 million rand that could change your life instantly. Watch it live Tuesday at 9 p.m. Will you be SA's next multi-millionaire? Get your ticket now. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sisakai.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so let's get some comments from you, by the way. Yes, let's just see. There we are. In fact, we're going to get to some of the calls first. Madlakuvu, let's get your thoughts. Hello. You're live. Hello.
Ashraf.
Yep.
Hi, Ashraf.
I'm good indeed, right? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm in the CBD in Pietermaritzburg.
All right.
Yeah, look, I just listened to your reporter. I think he was talking about Mayor's Walk and people having to carry one bag only and all that. And you know that at this rate, it's going to be a South African thing, because clearly you have Malawi government bringing transport to pick up its people. They should have made arrangements that there's not limiting to people boarding those places. But now it's going to be a South African thing, and you Home Affairs people, I just don't want to be them at this time, and you clearly gonna see other things that relate to labor relations problems between the workers and the state, So yeah, these are the things that I think could have been avoided.
Yeah, well, I think what was not fixed in like 20 years can't be fixed in a month or a week. I think that's the reality. There's this rush.
No.
Yeah.
You're quite right. I think all of us know that we've had this problem, and even when they put up what the BMA will tell you that they're operating at less than 30% of what they would need. But I'm saying, Ashraf, when this thing started to break up, break when people are saying enough is enough, I think government had an opportunity to sit and engage. And then even if there was a negotiation that would say, well, let's have a grace period for this time while people that are undocumented are dealt with and so on. But what the government is that, and by the way, when I say government, I'm not talking about the ANC government. I'm talking about the GNU.
Yeah.
So they decided to take a hostile stance, which because this is not the last marches that are taking place. Can I show you that? And then this hostile stance by the state is always dangerous, because you would know that, for example, in 1976, the youth were very peaceful, but because the government side was hostile, then there were problems. So this is what you can expect in South Africa.
So you're saying the responses can provoke, right? I'm going to move on because I want to get some other thoughts as well. I thank you for your contribution, Madlukovu. Right, Mosquito in Umlazi. Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, how are you? Right, so you're in KZN. What's your point?
Okay, it's Mosquito from Umlazi, but I'm based in Cape Town due to my employment.
All right.
Yes, I just want to say something. I want to give big ups to this lady, Jacinta Ngobese, and all the other participants. This lady managed to do the thing that the state failed to do for the longest time. And I saw the pictures that Ramaphosa invited Ngizwe Mchunu and then the other guy, Phakalum Tshakathi, and he did not invite the lady. Do you know why? Because he knows that that lady asked tough questions. So he wanted to divide and rule. So I'm very happy.
But then why did they go on their own? Because when I saw the interview, they asked her, do you know about it? She says no.
Yes, no.
So what I'm asking you, I'm saying, I hear what you're saying. Are you giving an opinion? But then why did they go, if they're in alliance with her, why did they go on their own without saying, have you got the other person?
No, it's fine, because we're all together. They had to give their own opinion. So if I'm not invited, I'm not invited. But it doesn't mean that now we are in conflict. So we're trying to see the strategy, what you're trying to do, the government is trying to do. And secondly, Ashraf, if the state played very smartly, what happened in Egypt in Arab Spring, if the state, they plan to shoot the citizens, that is when revolution starts. You cannot shoot you cannot shoot everyone. You cannot kill all of them. So that's how revolution starts. Where's Mama Kataf today? Because he called his own people cockroaches. Where's this guy, president for Syria? Where is he today? So those people, those government officials who think they are clever, they think they can overrule the citizens. It's a big mistake. That's how revolution starts. That's how government is being overthrown.
All right, you've made your point. Thank you for that, Mosquito. But in Cape Town, actually speaking originally from Umlazi. Right. In fact, we're going to chat. We're going to cross to Bloemfontein right after this.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
Okay, so here's a story. I mean, there's been protests, around the country, and the same in Bloemfontein. But there's a story of the husband of a prominent politician, unnamed at the moment, in the Mangaung Metro, among 29 people arrested for allegedly contravening the Immigration Act. Let's find out more about that with Masiteng Magala, the SABC News reporter in Bloemfontein. Thank you for joining us, Masiteng.
Thank you very much, Ashraf.
Thank you. What has happened there regarding this story of 29 people being arrested?
So while we were still busy with, we were still covering the operation that was happening in the CBD here in Bloemfontein, the police were then alerted to another incident in one of the guest houses here in Bloemfontein. That's when we went there together with the police and all other law enforcement that were part of the whole operation. And then they were able to arrest about 28 people. Some were undocumented, some had fraudulent documentations. They were all staying in this guest house, and their owner, who happens to be the husband of this prominent politician here in Mangaung Metro, was then also arrested. The police did mention that they will also be looking into whether there are any other pending matters or current matters that he is facing. But the 28 people were arrested because they were undocumented and others had fraudulent documentation. But also what was a little bit fishy there was that there was a apologies, we are driving. There were suspicions over what is happening in that guest house due to the operations. They even went deeper into checking how and how many people are booked into that guest house. So those are investigations that we'll get an update on as time goes.
So we're saying, I mean, this is the husband of a prominent political figure in that region, unnamed at the moment. I get that. You're saying people were arrested because they were undocumented. Why was he arrested? What is the charge against him? Do we have you there, Masiteng?
Hello?
Yeah, what was the charge against him? Why was he arrested? Yeah, I think we've just lost Masiteng Makhala. She did say she was driving. But you know what? With all of that, if we can, we will need to come back to them. But let me just throw this out to you in terms of being a citizen reporter. You can also comment wherever you are in the country. Tell us what you're seeing. Masiteng, you're back, right? Masiteng, hi.
Yes, I am back. I am back.
I was questioning. I said, I understand the people who were arrested because they were undocumented foreign nationals. Why was this South African arrested?
Part of why he was arrested and brought in for questioning was because of harboring these people that are undocumented that were found in his establishment.
Okay, I see that. And I mean, would you know whether, how did they come about to find out that he was harboring them? What happened there?
What happened is that they found these people living there. So there's a suspicion over what exactly is happening, what business they are doing there. So police will look deeper into what is going to happen. Hence, I'm saying that we'll be able to get an update as to how far they've gone and what charges, if ever he will be charged, will he be facing.
Okay, just lastly, anything else you'd like to report from the Bloemfontein or Mangaung region?
So besides these 29 people that have been arrested, there are many arrests that have been made throughout since yesterday, even today. Even as we are speaking, we are going to another operation that is taking place. Of course, we'll get an update of what they've been able to discover there. So the operations are ongoing, and the marchers also went marched to the Premier's office today, where, among others, of course, they are demanding intervention from government departments, your Home Affairs and other entities that are responsible with regards to issues of immigration, where they handed that memorandum of demands and even gave the Premier a warning that if their demands are not met, they will, of course, intensify this protest. Those are some of the issues that have been happening here in the province.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Masiteng Makhala, SABC News reporter in the Bloemfontein region. There's more from you. Feel free to connect. You can WhatsApp us right away. Be that citizen reporter. Tell us where you are and what you're seeing wherever you may be. And you could be part of a march. You could be, protesting. You could be someone who's not protesting but observing. And you could be someone who actually opposes the protest. Either way, different dimensions of these protests. We'd like to hear from you here on the National Pulse.
Let's talk all things top billing presenter search. Some surprising and beautiful auditions coming through. We've seen the talk, we've heard every single thing that you've had to say about the search. But one of the most important things is that this search is different from any other search. This is our way of telling South African stories of each and every South African that comes out to show their magic to the world. So if anything, don't mind the naysayers. Go out there and show the world your magic. It's time to enter the top billing presenter search.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
From Wednesday, the 1st of July, SAfm is taking its connection with you further. Introducing SAfm Connect, a new digital streaming platform from SAfm, bringing you uninterrupted access to matters of national importance, in-depth discussions, special events, and the conversations that deserve more time. Beginning with the live coverage of the Madlanga Commission, SAfm Connect is designed to keep South Africans informed, engaged, and connected wherever you are. Live, relevant, accessible. Experience the uninterrupted Madlanga Commission on SAfm Connect, available online and across our digital platforms, because some conversations are too important to miss. Only on SAfm Connect, leading the conversations that move us.
Right, insurance isn't tested on promises. It's tested when it's time to claim. Now, the Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OUTsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. The question is, are you with the insurer that treats their clients the fairest? OUTsurance delivers when it's time to claim. So why don't you switch for peace of mind? You can call 086 006000, so 6 and 4 zeros at the end, or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's and information available online.
The big issue on the National Pulse.
Right, so every day this week, we have this big issue, and we have different things we talk about. This week, the big issue is about inequality, and I can tell you now, it's driven primarily by the protests that are taking place in the country against undocumented immigrants, as a backdrop to where the problems really are. That there's mass inequality in our country, and it's been perpetuated and has been sustained for years and years and years, and even 3 decades plus of democracy hasn't quite changed that. So the question is, we'll have different angles on that. We had Stats SA yesterday. Let's find out now from the Institute for Economic Justice in terms of what their perspective is. The Executive Director of the Institute for Economic Justice is Dr. Gilad Isaacs. Dr. Isaacs, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Afternoon. Thanks for the invitation, Afra.
Much appreciate your time. Right. So let's start with this. I mean, we're very clear that we know there's this massive inequality in our country, right? What's your thoughts, firstly, in terms of what has actually caused it and what has ensured that it's been sustained?
What's caused this is the type of economy which we have. Now, that's obviously a very broad answer, right? But South Africa has, in addition to the history of apartheid, has a economy which has concentrated economic power and economic gain in a small number of sectors, historically linked with the mining, with finance, and with mining-linked industry. And it's concentrated economic activities in those sectors, and then within those sectors we've also had certain companies. If you think about our banking sector, there's been sort of like big four banks for like a long time, in our mining sector, in large industry, and so that sort of concentrated structure of the economy has funneled wealth to a small group in our society.
Now, let's then talk about the impact it's had. I mean, we know what impact it had during the apartheid era, but even now, 3 decades plus into democracy, what impact has it had on, socio-economic impact and therefore on the lives of South Africans?
Yeah, well, obviously inequality, it goes hand in hand with poverty in the sense that some people don't have enough. But I actually think the sort of timing of this conversation is opportune because this type of sort of social instability which we're witnessing in these anti-migrant protests are also a reflection of inequality, as is crime. The sort of the fraying of our society is a product of this unsustainable situation where you have some of us living at well above the international norms in terms of the creature comforts which our income buys, and then a sort of huge mass who's is barely getting by.
So I mean, therefore, I mean, and and I'm asking you for your opinion on it. There's been protests today against undocumented immigrants or immigration as per se because of people perceiving that they're losing out big time. Now, that's another conversation. But the broader conversation where you sit, especially, I mean, the title of your organization, Economic Justice, does that suggest that we're currently in a state of economic injustice?
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think anyone. I don't think you've got to be a radical or an activist to argue that if we live in a world where some of us can afford 4 houses, mansions, numerous cars, overseas holidays, and others can't feed their kids or access healthcare, aren't employed in any meaningful way or going hungry, that is a sustainable society. So absolutely, the economy which we're now is one of injustice, and that is what is fueling people's anger, which we see manifest in, for instance, anti-migrant protests.
So, I mean, it's interesting. So, I mean, these protests talk about, migrants or exiting migrants who are undocumented as a solution to their problems. I take it you have broader, more in-depth solutions to moving from a position of economic injustice to a position of economic justice.
Absolutely. And what I think is important to understand about these protests is that embedded in this is the logic of scarcity. We've been told by the economic elites in our society, by the National Treasury, by economists, by rating agencies, that there isn't enough resources to service everyone. In that logic of scarcity, it's somewhat natural for one group to want to access resources at the expense of another. What the argument of scarcity that misses, which is convenient for the economic elites in our society, is that it's actually also a question of distribution. How are the existing resources distributed? And what we need to see to solve this is both a shift in the underlying distribution of resources. So that means that the sectors in our economy to which finance flows, for instance, we need to place much greater emphasis on labor, absorbing manufacturing sectors, much less emphasis on finance and mining, and it means that the flow of resources after income's earned and after wealth is generated through a taxation, a wealth tax, land tax, and so on, to then shift where those resources are. So we've got to move. Of course, resources are finite, but we have to move away from a sort of logic of scarcity towards one of engaging with how those resources are distributed.
Well, I mean, I've heard this often about, I think with Buyani Zwane, who talks about abundance thinking. But let's put that on hold with abundance thinking, because I think the points you raised are important, Gilad, and perhaps we can do a deeper dive into that sometime down the line in the future. Dr. Gilad Isaacs, Executive Director of the Institute for Economic Justice. Appreciate you engaging on the National Pulse. Right, it's time for the news. It's 4 o'clock. Here's on Dela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Jacinta Zuma commends the conduct of demonstrators, and Hawks KZN and Head General Sinona resigns. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. March and March movement leader Jacinta Ngobese Zuma has strongly commended the disciplined conduct of demonstrators in today's nationwide protests against undocumented migrants. She addressed thousands of her supporters on Prince Street in Durban. She says South Africans deserve to participate in the country's economy.
Going for domestic workers when there are so many people in South Africa who are depending on social grants and could do the same domestic jobs. We want our people to be employed. We want them to run successful businesses. Where is the xenophobia in that? So fellow South Africans, today almost all the tuck shops in our townships and rural areas are owned by foreign nationals. Pakistanis, Somalis, Ethiopians. The economy that once belonged to our people, it is now owned by Pakistanis.
Police in KwaZulu-Natal say 5 more suspects have been arrested in connection with separate incidents of robbery targeting businesses owned by foreign nationals. 3 suspects were apprehended by private security officers after they were allegedly caught stealing goods from a tuck shop. They were subsequently handed over to police and charged. 2 other suspects were arrested at the Madiba informal settlement in Mountain Rise, while a 5th suspect was arrested in Tubaletu Township, Melmoth, in connection with a house robbery. Police say all 5 suspects are expected to appear in court soon. More than 900 Malawian nationals were relocated from the temporary repatriation site at Mayor's Walk in Pietermaritzburg to Musina, Limpopo early this morning. Officials say they were racing against time ahead of nationwide protests against undocumented immigration. Women and children were prioritized. Less than 70 Malawian nationals now remain at the site, waiting in line to board the bus. The Malawian national, Gordon Sasani, says he plans to get his legal documents in order and to return to South Africa.
Yeah, I'm feeling that I was in South Africa. I'm coming back home, start afresh, doing my papers. If possible, I'll come back to South Africa. Yeah, you can be scared, but as long as you got the papers, you can't scared because everything is with you. But the problem now, they are hitting everybody that got the papers. So that's why they are scared. But if you got enough papers, good documents, you can come.
Suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lesija Sinona has resigned. Sinona appeared before the Madlanga Commission almost 2 weeks ago, where he concluded his testimony. He has been implicated in allegations of corruption before the Commission over his alleged close links to attempted murder accused Vusumuzi Ketmatlala. Sinona, along with 4 other police officials, was also cleared in an internal SAPS investigation into the alleged kidnapping and torture of suspected kingpin Ismail Nangi. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has promised to drive a generational transformation that will build a British army that is 10 times more lethal. He has launched the UK's long-awaited defence investment plan. At the heart of the plan is a multi-billion-dollar program to ramp up production of drone technology. He also spoke of transforming the country's defence. Recapping the top story, March on March movement leader Jacinta Ngobese Zuma has strongly commended the disciplined conduct of demonstrators in today's nationwide protest against undocumented migrants. I'm Undilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 4:30.
Your sports this hour, Zimbabwe record biggest test victory over Bangladesh. Mazraoui revels in victory over the Netherlands, and Button backs Hamilton for Silverstone success. More details at 4:30.
Low volume day today. We saw that this morning and it continues into this afternoon. There is one big problem though coming out of Cape Town. The N1 highway closed at Marine Drive due to this tanker crash. This Hazchem tanker crash happened overnight last night at the Kuiberg interchange. So some really big traffic coming out of town on the N1 from the elevated freeway out to Marine Drive. A lot of traffic diverting down into Woodstock on Lower Church, so that's heavy. Ford Tracker Road, Albert Road, all of those routes out through that Salt River and Woodstock area, very heavily backed up. A lot of congestion, particularly around Salt River Circle. Marine Drive inbound, the ramp to the N1 outbound is closed. M5 North is closed at Barclay Road. You can't get up into the Kuiberg interchange that way as well. So a lot of congestion. If you're stuck around sort of central Cape Town between the city centre and Maitland wondering what's going on, it's that closure of the Kuiberg interchange. Also the Kuiberg Road going south close to the interchange as well. A lot of congestion around the N7 and 4 Tracker Road. Traffic diverting that way, running into, of course, the long-term roadworks. The other issue we're watching is Centurions N14, crash before Jean Avenue. If you're on your way through Brockfontein towards Pretoria, there's some queuing pressure at that scene. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
All right, so just a call out to you. You can be that citizen reporter wherever you are in the country, in the big city, small town, dorpy, village, wherever you are. And you can talk about anything. But specifically for today, if you are in a position where you could be part of or observing the various protests against undocumented immigrants or immigration around the country. So if that's the case, tell us what's happening in your community, in your town. And I'd really like us to be up to date with that so we don't miss out on anything. We'll chat to Dr. Salim Abdul Karim, the director of the Center for the AIDS Program of Research in South Africa at Caprisa, as you know, about South Africa ability or inability to sustain its HIV response, considering there's been a plug pulled from support or funding from the USA. What's going to happen next? But first things first, let's get to Musina and get up to date with the many, many people who were gathered there on their way being exited out of the country.
This week on Expresso, we celebrate the release of Minions and Monsters, and yes, the Minions are taking over our studio.
We meet sibling dance stars Isabella and Daniel Abrams, who made history representing South Africa at the World Dance Masters in Croatia and took home top honors.
And then the Stellenbosch International Chamber Music Festival brings breathtaking performances and world-class music to the Expresso stage. So join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. on S3.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's get to Musina, and I think that's particularly important because there's an immigration centre there, the repatriation centre, as you've heard, many people from the various metros in South Africa, in the big cities, being first gathering there, then being sent to Musina, and from there they would exit to, say, places like Zimbabwe or to Malawi. So let's check in with our reporter stationed there to find out what's happened today with them. And we have with us there Votiwi Maluleke, SABC reporter in Musina. Thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon to you and your listeners.
Thank you. I mean, you're very much at the nerve center of this coming together of people with the sole purpose of actually coming together and then being dispersed to their own countries, right? What's happened today?
Let me indicate to you that now we are at another center. This is not the center that is being spoken of mostly. This is another one. It has just been established not so long thousands of Malawians who had camped outside the offices of Home Affairs here in Mosina are being moved to this camp so that they can be processed before they head to the Beitbridge border post to be deported or be repatriated.
All right. So what has happened where you are right now? What can you tell us?
Now, what I can tell you is that the Malawian nationals are just arriving here at the camp. As I've said, they are coming from the Home Affairs offices where they were awaiting for their emergency travel certificates. And now we just got here trying to get what's going on here so that we can be able to grasp the whole gist of why are they being moved here. We'll try to talk to some officials to check what's the process going to be and how are they going to be able to process this large number of immigrants in this open space, and where are they going to sleep if they are not going to be processed, or they are not going to process all of them today. So it's some of the things that we'll be looking at and keep the eye on the situation and bringing updates as the situation unfolds here in Mosina.
Okay. Well, what are they saying? I mean, have you had a chance to speak to some of the people? And if so, what are they saying?
A lot of them doesn't seem pleased to talk to us, but a few of them that agree to talk to us, they indicate that they just want to leave. They've been in a long journey from Cape Town, from Durban. They are tired. They just want to go home. So these processes of being processed before they leave, it's taking time and it's taking a toll on them. Some of them are indicating that they are worried about their properties that they are living here in South Africa, the houses, vehicles. Some of them had vehicles. Some of them have had properties like houses since they came here illegally, but their documents were outdated and they couldn't renew them. So those are some of the things that they indicated when we talked to them, these immigrants.
And how are they feeling? I mean, what are they actually saying? About that in the space of a few days now, their lives have changed.
Yeah, they seem to be concerned. They thought that maybe they came for greener pastures, but everything just turned in a flash. So they seem concerned. They don't know what they are going to do, where they are coming from. I mean, back in their countries. Remember, some of them have been here for 20 years, 15 years. So they are just saying that they're going to start from the scratch there in their home countries. So a lot of them are concerned about going back, but they have no choice. I mean, they are here illegally, so they have to go.
Did any one of them wish that they could actually stay now, or they could return soon, if it's possible? Did they sort of express that intention?
Some of them are indicating that they are going to acquire the rightful documents so that they can come back and indicate that they can come back and legally, so that they are able to stay in their country and not have troubles.
What do they feel about what's happening in South Africa? The marches, the protests that have gathered, and government now having to respond to that by now expediting this quick repatriation, which, as you know, didn't happen for years and years and years.
As some most of them are not willing to talk to us. Some of the aspects we were not able to get to touch to. So it's some of the things that if we get opportunities to talk to them, we'll raise those issues and check to see what do they think about what's going on in South Africa.
Anything else you'd like to share?
So far, I think not so long we spoke to the police, Deputy Minister Poliwe Shielo. She was indicating that everyone must be treated with humanity despite their status, their immigration status here in the country. So hence they are moving them here in the in this camp or in this showground so that they can be able to provide them with food and water before they are processed and leave the country. So that's one of the things that she has been reiterating, that these are people and they also deserve to live and they deserve to be treated like humans. So it's one of she has been standing on and calling on South Africans or the people around here in Musina not to violate their rights as people.
Okay, and that's where we shall leave it. Vutivi Maluleke, SABC reporter in the Musina area, covering that story of the immigration center in Musina, or the repatriation center, to get that right, where, as you know, many people, even if they're exiting, places like Pretoria and other places, ultimately they would land up at that repatriation center in Musina before they then cross the border into Zimbabwe and Malawi. And my understanding is that's where most of the people that we're talking about right now are headed.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Okay, let's get to hear some of your thoughts. I did ask you can be this citizen reporter, and if that's the case, share with us what you see. But beyond that, you can just tell us what you feel.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. My take with regards to this much of today is that why are we expected to consider humanity or human rights, whereas this whole disorder didn't start with us? We were greatly hospitable to these people, and we gave them a place to stay, gave them our spaces to open businesses. That proves enough that we did appreciate them and considered humanity. But now we also have to take accountability of things that were not done by us just because we woke up and stood up and got fed up about this thing. Why weren't there people or leaders calling on these people to think about humanity when they made fake foods, expired foods, and all sorts of things, drugs and everything? Why weren't they called to think about humanity and human rights? Because they were killing us all along.
So when you say they were killing us, what does killing us mean? Okay, that's one thought. I wonder, what does that mean? Let's get another voice note, right?
Good afternoon, Put Ashraf. It's Qurani here. I'm calling you from, Ladysmith, on my way back to Devon. Since I left Devon today morning to do government work in Newcastle. All I'm saying is that I'm very delighted about how everyone conducted themselves thus far, especially in Devon. It is a fact that at one time we need to be honest with ourselves that the issue of illegal immigrant or foreign national, it is an actual big problem. However, since we are led by fools, we always get caught wanting. We always following. Actually, today we were led. As people like in authority, we should be leading from the front. We should be providing clarity and direction. But today we were given direction and clarity.
Today we were given direction and clarity. Interesting thought there. Right, here's another comment.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf. Mr. Ashraf, Polokwane is business as usual. Only the shops that are closed are those from the Somali Ethiopians, but it's business as usual. Your Pick and Pays, your ShopRites, they're all open. Even the government of Limpopo is running as usual.
Okay, you're saying everything running as per usual, right? What about this?
Afternoon, Asaf. Asaf, as some of South Africans, we knew it before that all these politicians have benefits in fighting to keep unregistered people in this country. Look at what that senior politician in Mangahungu, who's found in the premises with undocumented workers. These politicians forget that South Africa won't be governed as they wish and their securities. They forget that it's South African masses who brought apartheid on its knees. They better listen to people. It's the people who are government, not the politicians, bunch of people in parliament. Thanks, Ashraf Mqete.
Okay, but isn't it a bit of both? I mean, I hear what you're saying, but ultimately somebody then has to make the decisions, isn't it? Right, let's talk about decisions that have been made and it regards US funding to South Africa to combat HIV/AIDS and how that's been pulled and what do we do next? We'll talk to Dr. Salim Abdul Karim right after this.
EFC is live this Thursday. Cape Town's very own undisputed bantamweight champion, Faheez the Troublemaker Jacobs, puts his gold strap on the line. But a hungry challenger, the relentless gift walker, steps up to the biggest stage to try cement his name in the history books.
How's the Troublemaker sound? Sounds like it's good to me.
One champion, one challenger. Live this Thursday from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, we certainly know that a lot has happened in the country in the last couple of years. Certainly in terms of pronouncements made by the American President Donald Trump, there was conversations about AGOA, there were issues about funding and the issues about US aid specifically, but I can also say not exclusively to South Africa. When Trump came into power, he sort of pulled funding in many, many countries across the African continent in particular, right? Now, linked to that type of funding has been this issue of the funding in South Africa was for support to combat HIV/AIDS, right? And the question is now we understand from what has been maybe sort of a drip reduction, now confirmed that by next year, I understand that all will end completely. So let's first, A, get the facts, and B, what's going to happen next. Dr. Salim Abdul Karim is the director at the Center for the AIDS Program for Research in South Africa. That's Caprisa. Dr. Karim, appreciate as always you joining us on the National Pulse.
It's a very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and to all of the listeners.
Thank you. Give us some context first in terms of, yes, we've had to combat HIV/AIDS. And if I go back to before, where did we get all the funding? Did it come from South Africa? Did we get, as I can gather in big numbers, coming from the USA? And what's happened then?
So when if you look at this epidemic, 30 years ago, 35 years ago, what you would have seen is that we actually had quite a small number of infections, or what we call prevalence. The prevalence, the number of people infected was quite low. But what happened was, as we expected, based on our understanding of other sexually transmitted infections, is that the number of cases went up rapidly. And unfortunately, they went up rapidly in that period between 1990 and 2000. And that was the period during which our country was least prepared to deal with this, because we were dealing with the transition to democracy and all of that. But what happened was that because the number of cases went up so drastically, by the time it came to 2000, South Africa now had a significant number of infections, but still small at the time. And our response was checkered. Our response was initially poor because we were distracted with other things. And then when President Thabo Mbeki replaced President Mandela, he took a denialist position. So we went in the opposite direction. And that led to a situation where antiretroviral treatment was delayed and its implementation was delayed. So we have, as a result of that and many other factors, we have the largest epidemic of HIV in the world. If you want to translate that to numbers, 1 in every 5 people that has HIV in the world lives here in South Africa. That's the
20%,
extent of the problem.
Sure.
Yeah, it's about 20%, 1 out of 5. So that's a large number of people, close to 8 million people in South Africa that have HIV. And to deal with HIV, we have a pretty good understanding based on the science of what needs to be done. And that's a whole range of prevention interventions, but principally treatment, to make sure that enough people go on to treatment. And that's been the focus of what we've been doing. And when Minister Barbara Hogan became the Minister of Health, she initiated this process of making antiretrovirals available. And she was replaced very quickly by Aaron Motsoaledi, and Minister Motsoaledi made sure that it expanded and is provided very widely in this country.
What's happened now? I mean, a lot of the funding, I take it, has come from the USA, right? And what's happened around that plug now being pulled?
Right. So it's quite important to understand that South Africa's AIDS response is driven by our own strategic plan. And so it's our plan, our country's plan, approved by government, that is the basis of what we do. And that plan is funded by the South African government. So if you look at the bulk of what is in our plan and the activities for that plan, that's funded by our own government. But there's a fraction of it that's not. And that fraction of it is funded by a range of players, but principally by PEPFAR. PEPFAR provides South Africa with somewhere between $300 and $400 million a year. That funding goes partially only to the government. The bulk of it goes to NGOs. It goes to organizations that have specific programs that PEPFAR funds. And mostly those programs relate to trying to reach certain hard-to-reach groups. So the government can't reach so well with its own programs. But the government's programs tend to be more integrated into general healthcare provision. The PEPFAR programs are very specific and paralleled, and they siloed. They only look after AIDS patients. So you've got these two systems that were operating in parallel, and many of them met in that NGOs often operated in support of government services. Okay. So now we're going to, with the announcement by PEPFAR, we have now completely lost somewhere in the region of around 15, 16, 17% of the AIDS funds.
And just to confirm, that announcement by PEPFAR is funding will cease, right? Next year, is that right?
That's correct.
Right.
The fund, and it is current funding, and all of that when it's spent, there will be no new funding in the new cycle.
Okay. So how interesting you used the word fraction, which gave me a bit of relief to say it was only a fraction of the budget around HIV. So it's not the be all and end all. Having said that, it's certainly going to hurt, right? And how will it hurt?
Yeah, so it will hurt. Fortunately, the hurt as far as the government's program is concerned is minimal, in that its contribution to the overall government's AIDS treatment rollout program is only a very small fraction, and that can be quite easily made up. The hurt is really going to be in the NGO sector. So these are organizations for specialized clinics for drug users, specialized clinics for gay men. So those programs are going to be hurt. And it means that those individuals who are receiving care or prevention as part of those programs now have to access their care through the government program. So that means standing in longer queues, paying money, taking a day off work to go to those regular health services like everyone else.
I mean, I'm already concerned because, as you know, I mean, we have a crisis in healthcare generally, in education, in unemployment, and so on and so on. I can think that if it's going to be problematic in terms of dispensing the good work that was done, that you could have then the rate of HIV infection then increased, right? Is that possible? It would.
Yeah. We would expect that there will be an impact on services, and so the number of patients on treatment might go down slightly. The number of new cases might increase slightly when these individuals don't access care. But mostly the models show a slight dip and then a recovery, because patients know they have to get their treatment somehow. And if they're not getting it from specialized services, they'll have to go to a government service. And so they will transition. Not all, but a large proportion will. So it's made up in the end. What we are seeing, in fact, is an opportunity for the government and South Africa and organizations that are involved in AIDS care to literally wean themselves off this kind of donor dependence. And now, we must do what we can afford and sustainably do. that we should not be under the, under the thumb of the U.S. government.
So
that
quick one. We on
must do what
to
they say.
on to news time. Quick one. Then, what's the one thing that you would advocate must be done now?
I think the critical issue is to make sure we have good information and making sure that all those who were receiving care at the beginning of last year, that they're still in care, and that we ensure that they adhere to their treatment. If we do that, that will be the single most important thing.
And are we doing that right now, or is that early days?
So we do that, we monitor that. I don't know what the changes are in the antiretroviral treatment coverage and adherence, but that's the key thing to monitor.
Okay, well, appreciate you've certainly got us thinking. Dr. Salim Abdul Karim, as you know, Director at the Centre for the AIDS Programme of Research in South Africa, and his organisation is called Caprisa. Much appreciate you engaging us here on the National Pulse. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, March and March leader Jacinta Ngobese Zuma has announced that starting next week, the movement will stage marches every Thursday across South Africa, demanding government to take decisive action against undocumented foreign nationals. Cape Town Traffic Services are appealing to motorists leaving the CBD this afternoon to seek alternative routes as efforts to recover an overturned tanker at the Koeberg interchange are underway. And the authorities in Monaco have launched an investigation into the bomb attack that injured 3 people last night. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. One of our top stories today, the closure of Cape Town's Koeberg interchange has just resolved itself. So the N1 in and outbound, the M5, Koeberg Road, all of those routes that go through the Koeberg interchange have been closed for a good few hours today, but they've just all been reopened. The only closure that remains in place is the N1 outbound ramp to the M5 south, as it was this morning when this incident occurred. It's a Hazchem tanker that's turned over, so you can't come out of central Cape Town on the N1 and turn down to Muizenberg. You'll have to look for some alternative roads. And with everything having been closed this afternoon, it's just left a bit of traffic around Pardon Island, around Woodstock, and on routes like Voortrekker and Viking Way, moving out towards the N7 highway. But all of those highways around the Koeberg interchange have been reopened, with that exception of the ramp, so things should start to ease up. Looking pretty good across Joburg, highways and byways, very light conditions today. Crash on the N14 going into Jean Avenue on your way to Pretoria. That scene has also been cleared up. And Durban, the March event has made its way through the city centre. It's now down around the Point area, around Saps on the South Beach area. So just expect some delays between the Point and the Durban city centre. But traffic volumes around Durban, as through much of the country, very low today. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Duming Khapele.
Right, Chumi, you've got cricket records to talk about, eh?
I do. Zimbabwe have recorded their biggest win in Test history, beating Bangladesh by an innings and 85 runs in the one-off Test in Harare. After being asked to bat first, Bangladesh capitulated to 140 all out on the opening day, and by stumps on day one, Zimbabwe trailed by just 4 runs, having taken a commanding grip on the contest. Zimbabwe was eventually dismissed for 410 and then holding a 270-run lead. Bangladesh were dismissed for 185. In rugby, Springbok women assistant coach Francel September has called on South African rugby fans to arrive early at Ellis Park and support the national women's team when they take on USA in Johannesburg. The match, which is scheduled for 1:30 kick-off, will be the first test between the two nations on South African soil. The fixture forms part of a blockbuster doubleheader, serving as the curtain raiser to the Springboks' opening Nations Championship clash against England later in the day, and the teams will meet again at Loftus on the 11th of July before the Springbok men host Scotland in Pretoria.
Definitely to come and watch the Springbok women will up the tickets. I think it's the end of the month now as well. Coach always mentioned it now. So as South Africans, we will rock up. We will support. We never disappoint each other, whether it's the male or the female game. We look forward to having people around in the field as well. Yeah.
In football, entering the 2026 FIFA World Cup, Morocco has always been seen as one of the African teams that can go the furthest in the competition, and they have lived up to expectations last night as they eliminated Netherlands 3-2 via penalties. Morocco put up a great fight, netting the equalizer that took them into extra time in Mexico, and the Atlas Lions will face Canada in round of 16 in Houston on Saturday, and left back Mazraoui says that the feeling was akin to that of winning a final.
A big match, a great match. Of course, the Netherlands are a big team with big individual qualities. I don't have to say anything about them. That we win here is like a feeling we win a final. It's a huge accomplishment for the team, and we're just gonna stay humble, of course, because that's why we're here today.
In the meantime, Kaizer Chiefs assistant coach Dylan Shepherd has made it clear that they will be going all out to win silverware in the 2026-27 campaign, starting with the season-opening MTN 8 competition. Chiefs ended the previous season in third place, their best finish since the 2019-20 season, when they infamously lost the championship to Mamelodi Sundowns on the final day.
To be honest with you, it's important that you're competing on all fronts, and it starts with the MTN 8. It's a competition of 4 games, so it gives you an opportunity to win a trophy early in the season and build the confidence. MTN 8 is one of those competitions where the semi-finals is just home and away. So it really gives you a nice build-up, and then of course with the final, you want to win a trophy. The earlier you win a trophy and get those positive results in the first league games, it does set you up for the season. So yeah, we're looking forward to that.
Finally, in tennis, Serena Williams says that everything feels familiar yet completely new as she returns to Wimbledon for her first singles match in nearly 4 years. The 44-year-old has lived a full life since her last appearance, becoming a mother again, co-founding an NWSL team, and even dancing at the Super Bowl, and admits that she briefly got lost navigating the updated grounds. She faces 20-year-old Maya Joint today, 1,396 days after her last singles match, and says that simply stepping onto center court counts as a success. Play hasn't started the last time I checked, but we'll keep a close eye on that one, and it'll be interesting to see how Serena is going to do in her first match against a youngster. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Right, thanks for that, to me. And yes, looking forward to 3 World Cup games tonight, starting at 7 o'clock. Did I say Senegal? No, not Senegal. Côte d'Ivoire against Norway. That should be a cracker indeed. Right, more to come, including looking at what Jeppy boys are doing in championing the community that school resides in. Coming up next.
Let's talk all things top billing presenter search. Some surprising and beautiful auditions coming through. We've seen the talk. We've heard every single thing that you've had to say about the search. But one of the most important things is that this search is different from any other search. This is our way of telling South African stories of each and every South African that comes out to show their magic to the world. So if anything, don't mind the naysayers. Go out there and show the world your magic. It's time to enter the top billing presenter search.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
In case you missed it.
Well, of course, go back to Section 42 of the Criminal Procedure Act. It is quite clear that there is something that we call a citizen's arrest.
Yes, but the president has made it very clear that no South African is allowed to ask for the documentation of another. That matter has been clarified. Even the police have come out strongly to say that.
Let's deal with the law. Let's deal with the law. Section 42 says a citizen can arrest without a warrant and take that particular person to the police. And that must be done in terms of all the offences that are found under Schedule 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Not once have March and March gone out to apprehend people alone without involving the police.
Xolani Zuma of March and March, he is the organization's legal advisor.
That was National Briefing this morning with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, the man has got his fingers, in the till, on the till, I don't know. With all the numbers, Makwe Masilela from Makwe Fund Managers. Let's talk about ABSA, Makwe.
Yes, their interim trading update, Ashraf. Their operating environment remained challenging and uncertain. The Middle East conflict increased global inflation expectations and dampened GDP growth. Revenue expected to grow by low to mid single digits, with non-interest income growing faster than net interest income. Net customer loans and deposits expected to grow by mid single digits, but solid vehicle and asset finance growth should offset a modest growth when it comes to their home loans and unsecured lending. Ashraf, stakes were raised ahead of the fresh talks between Iran and the U.S. as top Iran official reiterated his country's determination to maintain control of the Strait of Hormuz, and mixed messaging continued between the two countries. Chinese manufacturing activity grew slightly, and that's above expectations in June, and Japanese yen sank to a 40-year low, mainly because of the carry trade. Japan's interest rates are very low compared to other major economies, so investors borrow cheaply in yen to buy high-yielding foreign assets, and a strong macro background offers some support to market sentiment as lower oil prices help keep worries about inflationary pressures in check. And locally, today's protest didn't have any impact on our markets. Instead, the rand firmed against the major trading partners. Gold prices are on track for the biggest quarterly decline since 2013, as heightened concerns over sticky inflation and raising interest rates battered the yellow metal. But today, bargain hunting were at play. Hence, gold is up 0.6% at 4,089. Platinum is down 0.6% at 1,576. And oil was is heading for its biggest quarterly loss since COVID-19 in early 2020, with investors eyeing potential U.S.-Iran talks in Doha amid a strained interim ceasefire in the fourth month-old war. And helping prices today has been this whole thing that maybe something positive will come out. And Brent crude today is up 2% at $74 a barrel. Ashraf, global stocks set to end the quarter on a high at the back of signs of economic resilience, but the local pulse is down 0.1%. And at this rate, unfortunately, we might end our Q2 down 5.5%. Rand firmed 0.3% against the dollar, 16.36, 21.66 against the pound, and 18.67 against the euro.
Right, perfect. Thanks for that, Makwe. We'll connect again tomorrow. An hour of the markets coming up, 6 to 7. Don't miss that.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
So we'll chat to the headmaster of Jappy Boys and find out how they are championing the community, where Jappy Boys resides. That's Kensington in Joburg. Fascinating what they do, and it probably speaks well for, school and community partnerships in the future. In the meantime, I need to get to hear you because you're on the pulse, right?
Afternoon, Asaf. Asaf, as some of South Africans, we knew it before that all these politicians have benefits in fighting to keep unregistered people in this country. Look at what that senior politician in Mangahungu, who's found in the premises with undocumented workers. These politicians forget that South Africa won't be governed as they wish, Asaf, and their securities. They forget that it's South African masses who brought apartheid on its knees. They better listen to people. It's the people who are government, not the politicians, bunch of people in parliament. Thanks, Ashraf.
Okay, in fact, we played that before. My apology for that. As I said, once in a while you have these, probably once a day, where something deletes that doesn't actually quite delete. So my apology for that. Let's get to other issues to consider.
Hey, Ashraf and all SAFM listeners, very good afternoon. We had a very successful and a peaceful march in Stakespruit in the Eastern Cape. And, it was one of the towns that was put on high alert in the province. And we have actually sent a very clear message that we are going to be intolerant with the foreign immigrants, foreign illegal immigrants in our own place, including the fact that we don't have borders in Free State and in parts of Jokabi. And we demand that the government should build a wall or a fence that separates us from Lesotho and then South Africa. That's Andile from Sterkspread in the Eastern Cape near Lesotho
Andile,
borders.
when you say you demand that South Africa builds a wall, that's like the Berlin Wall, aren't you? You're talking about that. But who is the we that's making that demand? You and who? KG in Mamelodi, hi.
Hi, Ashraf, how are you?
Yeah, good. You're live. What's your point?
Yeah, man, I am worried. I'm very much concerned. There are places where it is business as usual. People don't seem to be caring or have no much of concern about the raised issue of illegal immigrants. In Mamelodi, where I'm staying, is business as usual. I suppose maybe 10 to 15% of the locals there might be concerned or did something about that, but most is quiet. Like, anyway, I heard some people saying that it's like in town, because I'm working in Joburg, the freeway was so free, was never free like this before. And some towns and cities, they were quiet. So it seems people are in closed doors. And one more thing that I would like maybe to put is the states that are not satisfying. In a sense that we hear about the Malawians, but these two neighboring countries, of which they are in millions, we never hear anything from them or about how are they being deported or repatriated to their countries. It's only thousands that we can hear or we hear about. But Mozambique and Zimbabwe, I am sure, because we can see on our daily basis in our locations how they have invaded our spaces.
Okay, and you're saying they're not doing much about it. I hear what you're saying, KG, and I think your concerns would be, is a reflection of what many other people are thinking as well. But is there another way to go around it, around this issue of invading our spaces? Because I think the broader issue, there's no question that people have to be documented. But is there another way that we can work around this, considering the problem we have now, and adopt a more novel approach? I don't know. KG, thank you for your time. All right. KG in Mamelodi giving us his thoughts. Again, wherever you may be in the country, you be the citizen reporter and tell us what you see.
Hi, Ashraf and your team and lovely South Africans. It's Eddie from Ordinary Stress. Let me just join the queue of those who appreciate how much has behaved, and really we appreciate that. And we also must also commend illegal foreign nationals who volunteered that, you know what, we don't want to be part of any squabbles. We didn't come or right in this country. Let's just see why can't we go back home and rebuild our country. And I wish them well. And I hope AU will wake up this time around and assist citizens in their respective countries to rebuild their own countries. Thank you very much.
Interesting. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, it's difficult to say, but from just judging on, a small sample of people who've been interviewed on various media, when you ask them why they're going, it's not to rebuild their other countries or their own countries, it's to rebuild their own lives. And many of them, and there's more than one, they feel that they are being threatened, and therefore it's unsafe, and therefore they're taking the first flight. When I say flight, I know it's a bus, out of the country. That's been the big motivation for many of them. They don't want to take that risk. Others are also concerned that, yes, if they are undocumented and they get arrested and they're not going the voluntary repatriation route, what's going to happen to them in this country as well? So, I mean, all those things are valid concerns. I don't think I've heard anyone say, I'm going home to rebuild my country. They could say, I'm going to rebuild my own life. Yeah.
Hi, Ashraf. I think what your caller meant by killing us is there's been real life consequences of kids dying from expired food. And the consumption of illegal drugs. And it's not to say that all illegal foreigners bring in illegal drugs and expired food. But I think that obviously there is something to that. And I think that if things were done properly, legally, and if those selling illegal drugs or expired food, if there were proper inspectors, proper controls, then lives could have been saved.
Well, look, I think there's one day we'll reflect on the lessons of how South Africa has dealt with its immigration question, particularly of neighbouring countries, and the big lessons we've learned from that. Let's talk about Jappy Boys and what they're planning or plan to do right after this.
EFC is live this Thursday. Cape Town's very own undisputed bantamweight champion, He's the Troublemaker Jacobs, puts his gold strap on the line. But a hungry challenger, the relentless gift walker, steps up to the biggest stage to try cement his name in the history books.
How's the Troublemaker sound? Sounds like it's good to me.
One champion, one challenger. Live this Thursday from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, once a week we have this feature where we talk about people who are winning, who champion great causes, right? And we certainly picked up on this one where, Jappy High School for Boys, or many people talk about this school as just Jappy Boys, the ones with the black and white striped jackets, as far as I can remember, in the Kensington region, thereabouts on the east side of Johannesburg. Well, they have a plan, the school, which really is school community partnerships, which I think is pretty novel. So let's find out, what the problem is and why they got involved. With me is Brendan Gittins, who's the headmaster of Jappy High School for Boys. Brendan, appreciate your time. I should say good afternoon, sir, if you get my point.
It's obviously a great honor to be on your show.
Thank you so much. Right, what's the problem? First, tell us what did you as Jappy Boys, what did you observe, and then or your broader community, and then the action that followed.
Sure, Ashraf. So I think at Jappy we've spent many years kind of creating a world-class educational offering within the gates of our school, within our campus. And I think we're very proud of what we've built over many years. But I think we reached a point where we asked ourselves a simple question, can we spread that hope and that excellence outside the gates of our school? And having a look around us, certainly many in our community definitely needed a helping hand. And so, the school's 136 years old, Ashraf, so we cannot be separated from Joburg. We are part of Joburg's history, and we really, really want to be part of its future. So, what we've done is we've invested quite heavily into the area.
Okay, and when you say invested, tell me more.
So we've started a number of cleanup initiatives, and in a multifaceted way, we've established a dedicated team of our own that we've created 4 jobs that really focus around the perimeter of the school, going into the community. We've launched an association called Better Kensington with some local partners, which looks at the entire Kensington suburb. And we're also doing things such as restoring old neglected properties, where funds are available around the school, because we believe our future is closely tied to the future of our neighborhood.
Well, I mean, I take it in many ways you're spot on that if your neighborhood collapses around you, that the school runs the risk of collapsing because your intake numbers will just drop off completely, and then it puts the school at risk, right? But in developing or helping to maintain the areas around your school, where does the funding come from then?
Yeah, sure. I think we are the primary drivers, but what we've seen from our community, our stakeholders, our alumni, our All Boys, is that they're very happy to get behind anything that promotes our school, and we've made this one of our strategic priorities. So we've been able to raise some funds. The little bit that we have done has garnered a lot of interest, and we received some support. We've got a strong All Boy network. As I said, we have a 136-year history of excellence. So a lot of people are very, very proud of our school. And we've made it clear that investing in Joburg and certainly doing our part is what we want to do. Added to that, we're also doing a lot that isn't necessarily funded. We've launched a pupil-driven community service program as well, where it really isn't about a once-off thing. It's about trying to help our boys understand that leadership isn't just about their own personal success, but service to others. And we're really hoping that that powerful message can get across to our boys so they can also go make a difference out there. It's really small right now, but it's something that we're invested in doing, and it's not a once-off investment either.
So tell me more about, I understand there's a lovely heritage tour that has been started by the school. Tell me about that. And then the buildings. You've been on this securing of building space around the school. What will be the plan around that?
Yeah, it's a very ambitious plan. So basically, we are a heritage site. We one of the oldest schools in Joburg. As I said, we cannot, remove ourselves from the history of Joburg. We've been there since the very beginning. So many of our own buildings are heritage sites, they're national monuments. So we take a lot of pride in keeping up that history within our school, and we spread that outside our gates now. We've looked at opportunities within the community, and particularly houses that have been neglected, and we've come in to try our best to secure some of those houses. We bought a number of them, and our goal is to try and do as much as we can to support the area. Yes, of course, for us, our future depends very heavily on the upkeep of the area, but we're also doing it for the right reasons. We really do believe in Johannesburg. I think, one of the things that we often say at the school is that hope is contagious, and we are very bullish about South Africa. We believe that the future can be remarkable, but we have to do our small part. So this is all part of our small way of trying to vote for South Africa, vote for Johannesburg. And certainly, yeah, we are synonymous with the city. We don't really want to distance ourselves. So the city getting better and better is certainly within our interest.
Well, I often talk about you build a champion nation by building champion communities, and it's not always a geographic community. It could be a community of interest, and in this case, yours is a bit of both. It's a school, it's Kensington, but it's also around common goals, right? That's fabulous. What's been the reaction from the current crop of learners, B, the old boys that you referred to, and the general Joburg community around it?
Yeah, the sort of reaction has been really, really positive, more positive than we ever could have thought, and hence so much support has flown in. And we've noticed certainly around our community, many people that don't really have anything to do with the school are getting involved as well. We're seeing sort of just a coming together of people trying to do the right thing. Yeah, our boys have approached it really, really well. Sometimes you do these things and they might think it's a tick box exercise, or they may think it's a punishment. But what we've found is that our boys are keen. They understand that South Africa needs a little bit of help here and there, and they want to be part of the future. So yeah, we've only seen positive results, and what started out as something quite small has really grown. And I think the big reminder for us and for me and for everyone is that, communities are incredibly powerful when someone's prepared to lead, and a little bit of spark of positivity. As I said, we are very positive about Joburg, and I know there are lots and lots of people that aren't. There's plenty of reasons not to be, and there's plenty of to get behind them. But what we found is people want to help. People are really, really interested.
And when you say you are positive, why the positivity? There's a difference between just being positive for the sake of being positive. Like just you go to a motivational speaker and you just come out all geared up. But that's different. What informs your positivity?
Well, I think as a school, we are twinned with Johannesburg. We are twinned with South Africa, and we are proudly South Africans. So it's within our very nature to be positive. We see the hope that comes out of our school and what we are able to do with our boys and our community, and we see that every single day. So I think the thought is, why not get that outside the gates? And there's lots of schools like ours in Johannesburg who are superb, and lots of superb organizations. And I guess being in education, you get to see the type of people that Johannesburg produces. So we're very positive, and just this initiative alone has shown us that we're right. People are keen to help, and people want to see things get better. And that's primarily where our positivity comes from. And I think when you're in teaching, you get to see magic every single day. And I guess that's why we feel the way we do. And it's certainly not just a JP thing. There are superb schools all over the city that do really, really good stuff. And if people can come to see the hope that these schools can create within their boundaries, one can only think that things could be positive if we all just banded together.
Well, I tell you what, in my space as a talk show host, we feel the magic as well every day. So I think there's a great synergy. I wish you well, and may the magic continue, and let's see you build that community into a champion community with a school, Jeppy Boys at the very core of that. It sounds like a fabulous idea indeed. Thanks for your time. That's Brendan Gittins, headmaster of Jeppy High School for Boys. Let's get the news now. It's 5 o'clock. Here's Greg House.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Ngobese Zuma vows to stage marches every Thursday and investigation into a mob attack in Monaco. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. March and March leader Jacinta Ngobese Zuma has announced that starting next week, the movement will stage marches every Thursday across South Africa, demanding government to take decisive action against undocumented foreign nationals. Speaking to thousands of marchers at Durban South Beach, Ngobese Zuma said the movement will assess the government's response to the demands submitted during the marches. She added that if, after 3 months, they are dissatisfied with the government's response, they would proceed with planned protests.
6 months esubekile, right? Ngithi kulo 6 months njenge March and March sesimemenzela into entsha sha ezodinga uhulumeni ukuthi uhlale unawo shem 600 million. From now on, eSouth Africa yonke, for as long bengakahambi, every Thursday siyamasha. Okusho ukuthi ngoLwesine ozayo siyamasha ngoba simile ekuthenini abahambi.
The peaceful march calling for tougher action against undocumented immigrants in Pretoria has ended. Demonstrators led by the March and March movement marched from Church Square in the Pretoria CBD to the Sunnyside police station. Organisers have commended participants for their disciplined conduct and the strong police presence for ensuring the protests remained peaceful. Coordinator of March and March in the Tshwane regions, Tembile Simelane.
We're very happy that the station commander here, the Sunnyside police station, they indeed welcomed our memorandum, so it was a resounding success, really. I'm proud of Tshwaneans, and the message is one, and the message is very clear. We march and march until we win.
Acting Chief for Law Enforcement in the city of Cape Town, Johannes Brandt, has called on the public to refrain from publishing fake news on social media. He says this puts a strain on resources and causes panic. Brandt was speaking during a media briefing to give an update on the protest action against undocumented migrants. He says protesters around the city have all dispersed peacefully, with only a few incidents reported to the disaster coordinating team.
Protest march in Kraaifontein to the Kraaifontein police station, where a memorandum was handed over to the station commander at Kraaifontein. There was about 200 protesters. That protest have just concluded, and the community dispersed peacefully without any incidents. There was also a small march of just more than 50 people to the provincial legislature this morning, also from the same group. Also no incidents. Everybody was dispersed.
Cape Town Traffic Services are appealing to motorists leaving the CBD this afternoon to seek alternative routes as efforts to recover an overturned tanker at the Kubak interchange are underway. The tanker carries hazardous material. Traffic spokesperson Kevin Jacobs gives alternative routes,
including Nelson Mandela Boulevard and Philip Khosana Drive. We also suggested they make use of navigational tools to help plot a safe alternative route to their destinations. A reminder that the following road closures are still in place: FW de Klerk Boulevard outbound at Marine Drive onto FW de Klerk Boulevard outbound, M5 Berkeley Road northbound, Kuberg Road, Cannon Road northbound on Royal Road, Kuberg Road northbound at Section Street, as well as the N7 onto the N1.
The authorities in Monaco have launched an investigation into the bomb attack that injured 3 people last night. A manhunt is underway in southern France after a parcel bomb exploded at a residential building in neighboring Monaco, severely injuring a wealthy Ukrainian businessman and 2 others. The Monaco prosecutors said they are looking for a sole suspect in the attempted killing. The BBC's Hugh Scofield reports.
CCTV footage shows the suspect leaving the scene on foot and crossing into France, where there's now a major police
police effort to trace him. The apparent target of the attack is a Ukrainian millionaire called Vadim Emolayev, who's been living in Monaco. Emolayev, who now has Cypriot nationality, made his fortune in the city of Dnipro in eastern Ukraine.
Recapping the top story, March on March leader Jacinta Ngobese Zuma has announced that starting next week, the movement will stage marches every Thursday across South Africa, demanding government to take decisive action against undocumented foreign nationals. I'm on Dilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 5:05.
In sports this hour, Ivory Coast versus Norway takes center stage this evening. Low called up to box to replace Norton, and Zimbabwe record biggest test victory over Bangladesh. More details at 5:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A very good afternoon. Very light conditions across the country. It has continued to amaze us. We saw it this morning. Absolutely zero traffic coming between Pretoria and Joburg along the N1. And as we look at that route this afternoon, it is open and flowing. Just put a pick up on x.com at Traffic SA. You can have a look at just how light it is. Quite remarkable. And if there's that little traffic on the N1, there's even less on the other highway routes. Gauteng is just on the move nicely. There is a crash at the Dustport Tunnel if you're heading that way. Northbound. Transarania up into the tunnel remaining slow. Durban, just keep your eyes open for a little bit of protest action and possibly some road closures around the Point area. The march event that moved through the city centre earlier today has ended up around the Point. But on my system that I monitor, even some of those roads have now been reopened. The M7 towards the Bluff, a bit of traffic going down towards Bel Air and Wakesley Road to watch for as well. And Cape Town, the Kuberg Interchange, all approaches that were closed earlier today has all been reopened. The only closure at the Kuberg Interchange that remains in place is the N1 outbound ramp to the M5 South, but they are making good recovery of that Hazchem vehicle tanker that crashed early hours this morning. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So did you go to work today? I know when I'm working, as I am now, as you can hear. Many people I know did not go to work, certainly in some of the biggest cities. But for others, it is also a case of, business as normal, if you can call it that. We also know that today, Jacinta and Ngobese Zuma making the point that these marches will continue every Thursday nationwide. So I'm not too sure of the level, but certainly it will happen every Thursday, putting pressure, as to borrow a phrase from the title, March and March, until they get what they want. Let's see how government responds and others do so as well, right? You may have your own story about someone you know who's a foreign national, undocumented, who's been living here and either now has volunteered to be repatriated or in fact has not as yet, hoping for something to happen that allow them to stay. If you want to, you can share your story on air. I'd certainly like to get that personal story, the human story behind the real national issue. Right there, there's been some disturbances in the Germiston area around the protest. That's one thing. And you may have heard from the conversation we had earlier with our reporter in Pietermaritzburg. There was a tear gas as well used by the police against some of the protesters. What provoked or prompted that, I don't quite know. We'll try and get an update on that as well shortly. But let's cross to Mpumalanga. We'll do that next.
In 1976, youth switcher on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure, the source of youth courage. My God.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm.
Right, so what our plan is, we're going to get an update from some of the protesters, around protests in the Eastern Cape region. We'll also do it in Soweto too. But for now, let's get to the SABC News reporter from Mpumalanga. That's Motsebi Monareng. Thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thanks very much for having me.
Thank you. So let's talk about it. I mean, you're, in terms of where you are, that very important Lebombo border is in that region. What can you tell us what's happened today?
Today it was normal day from 9 o'clock up until this afternoon. But I can inform you that in the last 24 hours, it was very busy at the port of entry. According to the Border Management Authority, they are indicating that they were very much busy. However, they are saying that it might happen this evening as well. As you know, that the 30th is today, so most of migrants might be making their way to their country this evening as well, to ensure that come tomorrow they will be out of this country. But they are saying that they are waiting for any eventualities. Even if there would be some pressure, they do have standby workers who will be able to assist to clear all migrants that will be coming from this country into Mozambique.
Okay, so this would be to Mozambique. I mean, any idea what sort of numbers are we talking about there?
According to the BMA, they are saying that from Saturday, Sunday, and yesterday, they have cleared thousands and hundreds of migrants that were coming from South Africa to Mozambique. Part of them, some of them were the Malawian migrants. So basically, they are saying that they were very much busy. They are hoping that they might not have more of these migrants looking at the situation. But if it happens that there could be more, definitely they do have capacity to clear all of them. But they also arrested about 180 whom they may be people who came into South Africa illegal and they were trying to cross back into Mozambique through the illegal crossing. So they were intercepted. As we speak, they have been now deported back to their country. Obviously, they have now been suspended to get access to come into the country.
How have you had a chance to speak to some of the people at all? Were you able to?
Some of them that I spoke to a gentleman who was saying that he's coming from Tembisa. He was selling vegetables there. Then I asked him the reason why he decided to go, because he has got all documents. He's saying that, the much and much you cannot anticipate. Some recently they tortured some sheikhs in Tembisa, so they're saying that they are scared it might happen. It could be volatile, so that is why they decided to say, let him go back in Mozambique after a month or two. Maybe if the situation is calm, then he might consider coming back to South Africa. But he's saying that one of them indicated that this clearly is xenophobic, because he believes that if they are just in the country to do some living, why are they now chasing them? And hence they do have proper documents. They are saying that if the government could at least maybe do verification, check those documents, perhaps then they will understand that this is law. But however, if they are pushed by civilians or South Africans, it means now it's really xenophobic. They are believing that government maybe should intervene and resolve this issue.
And I mean, earlier on you spoke about people's homes being torched, right? And you said by March and March. Is that what they claim? I mean, it's a claim. How sure are you or they that it was actually March and March and not somebody else?
They claim to say it's March and March. Obviously, if they were saying that the migrants should vacate the country, and that is why they're saying that sitting here, it will be risky for them. That is why they opted to say, we are scared. Let us just leave the country and allow. Someone was saying, we have been staying in the country for more than 15 years, and now we are being chased like this. It is really unfair. But however, if South Africans are saying, let's leave, we've got no other option. This is their country. We should then be leaving the country.
Just lastly, I mean, we're talking, I mean, where you and I, it's mainly at the border posts, I get that, right? But have there been any actual marches in that region today?
Unfortunately, at the port of entry, there were any protests or marches. But in Bombela and surrounding villages, I understand that there were some marches that were happening, but there were no incidences that were reported. What we know is that they were given opportunity to protest and go and hand over those memorandums of grievance to the police stations or to leaders. But we believe that everything went well.
Okay, that's where we shall leave it. Thank you for your time. Motsebi Monareng, speaking to us from Mpumalanga. with a close attention on the Lebombo border that crosses over into Mozambique. There's more as we crisscross the country, reflecting the protests against undocumented immigration. In fact, now we're going to go to Soweto, as I'd indicated. So the situation, we understand earlier, in Kliptown in Soweto turned violent when some informal settlements allegedly belonging to foreign nationals were looted. There was also reports of clashes between marchers and police as well. With me is Tabiso Khadebe, SABC News reporter in Soweto. Tabiso, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Good afternoon. Right, what's happened there?
Yes, of course, but it's checks that foreign nationals are used to trade, to do their businesses. It's makeshift shacks where they are doing their businesses, but mostly these shops were locked today. They were not operating because obviously the foreign nationals were actually afraid to open to trade, because even residents of Soweto, residents of hostels around Soweto, were saying that enough with illegal foreigners in the country. So things started well in the morning, but unfortunately they got out of hand because there were two matches. One was passed through Moroka police station, and the one that I covered, it was at the next to Walter Sisulu Square in Kliptown. That's where things got out of hand, where some shops, those shacks, were broken into, and then there was looting inside and in front of the police, who were watching without saying anything. But they tried to speak with the marchers. They tried to negotiate, but the marchers were actually enraged, saying that they want to do away with illegal immigrants in their area.
I mean, we've certainly seen examples and reports as well in other parts surrounding Joburg areas where they'd indicated some of the, and again, I can't attribute it to a single organization, but saying they will go to stores like these informal, spaza shop types and confirm whether the person actually has a license. Otherwise, they're asking them to vacate. It's all. You're saying that the police just stood by and did nothing. Is that what I heard?
Yeah. It was public order policing. Actually, it helped for them not to take action, because the situation could have got out of hand, because the marchers were armed with kiris, they were armed with sticks, and they were so angry and speaking. They were speaking isiZulu. You could hear these people are ready to fight. But fortunately, as I've indicated earlier on, mostly the shops of the foreigners were not operating today. We're talking about mostly in this particular area. We were here on Sunday in Kliptown. It's mostly the Bangladeshi people. The shops were not operating, and also other, you're talking about the Malawians and Mozambicans who are operating in the area.
Is there anything else that, you'd like to share with us in terms of your observances today?
Yes, and of course, a 21-year-old was assaulted, and because of his color of his skin, he's a Movenda, and they mistook him to be one of the foreign nationals, and he was assaulted in Pimville by the very same marchers that I'm talking about, and encouraged to open a case. His mother said he won't open a case. She won't open a case because she even doesn't know or didn't know affect her son, but he had a serious wound on his head. He's a Movenda, but he was attacked because he was dark in his complexion, and even though he tried to take out his phone to show them that I'm a South African, they attacked him, and he survived by running away and escaping these people who attacked him in the streets of Pimville. So the situation, it was very, very tense. You will, as I said earlier on, Refile Mekwa, my colleague, was on the other side of the march. It was about 500 to 1,000 people who participated in that particular march, and then I was in Kliptown where things got out of hand. But fortunately, the police managed to, South African Police Services, and also the Johannesburg Metro Police actually managed to contain the situation that might have got out of hand.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Appreciate you giving us your input on that. Tabiso Khadebe, SABC news reporter in the Soweto area, referring to what's happened around the Kliptown area early on and talking about some stores being, attacked. Many of the stores were actually closed, and again, saying in some cases police just stood by because the numbers were just so huge. That is concerning. We'll get further updates and also updates from you. The call out for you to be this citizen reporter reflecting on the nationwide protests against undocumented immigration is most welcome, because it gives us a sense of what you saw. That's one. But the other is you could be a participant and share your opinions in the marches, or you could actually be a participant by being absent from the marches, by saying, I will not get involved. And if so, why would that be? I understand some of the foreign nationals not wanting to talk. But again, and I'll put this out to you, if you know someone who's a foreign national, undocumented, what type of conversations are they having? And if they are documented, but still concerned, what conversations are they having? This is the National Pulse.
Oh, yeah, boy. Soweto. Bonjour. This month is all about youth courage. Saisusa from then with 50 years of 1976. And vandaag, Skimsam, we have the courage to become. Silete Kaya and stand with our community. Started with the thought. Now we have the courage to create, the courage to sound. Like the Red Bull Symphonic with Beats for My Peeps. Anything can happen, so get the courage to tell your story. Ngubamalanga, our fun. Zanzi for sure is the source. From going live at Great Town to empowering the youth with the Enoch Matebula Foundation. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure, the source of youth courage. I got it.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, we should be getting an update from the happenings in the Eastern Cape region. We can't quite do it right now, but you can, if you like. You can just connect with us. In the meantime, we'll take calls live wherever you are in the country, in the world, especially in the world, in terms of what you're observing, the goings-on in South Africa. But you could be from any, big city, small dorpy, most welcome. Let's get to some of the comments from you, right? There's lots of voice notes I'm going to play. If you're sending out a voice note, keep it to 30 seconds, please. But you can send out text messages too.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and listeners. I hear people are talking about illegal foreigners arrested from one resident of the husband of a prominent politician. He's a ANC person, that one. But are we surprised, Ashraf? Because there was a lady who was arrested, who was a wife of a minister of intelligence that time. Why are we surprised? From the ANC. And the very same ANC is not saying anything about these illegal foreigners in our country. Good afternoon, it's Marum.
Okay, thanks for that, Maruma, raising issues, and there's more.
The fact of the matter, Ashraf, is that foreigners have done a lot of harm in our country. They've killed a lot of people in this country. Illegal mining, they've killed each other there many times. Dead bodies have been found. I cannot even say anything about the crime that they commit. These guys, security guards that have been killed by them. And CIT, carrying guns, these guys. It's still the foreigners. We don't know about Pakistan's, the tech shops in our townships. They've killed our children here. So you might want to call these professors of yours that are always in your show to pull out the stats that have been caused by these illegal immigrants, especially criminals in this country.
Look, I think criminals are criminals, and that's wrong. And the point is, there are criminals who are foreign nationals, legal. There are criminals who are illegal foreign nationals, and there are criminals who are South Africans. 100%. There's a whole lot of them, and they're criminal at different levels of what they do, but they're all wrong. And that, there should be an excuse for that, should there?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Mam Zodwa from Alexandra. Yes, today all the matches were done successfully. We are happy. People need to fighting for the rights. Even in the past, those that didn't agree with the people who were fighting, today they're enjoying the fruits of doing that. So we are going to, this is our country, by the way, and we are doing this for our children and great-grandchildren, not for us. Thank you very much.
All right, well, thanks for calling in. Doing it for our children and great-grandchildren. I wonder if others concur. Keep the calls going and the WhatsApp comments so I can get a cross-section of opinions. But very importantly, I mean, you have a voice and I want to hear your voice.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. You know, I like what Josenta is saying. We must march every Thursday, every week, because our government has got this tendency of putting things under carpet until they get worse. Like, we are here now because they've been doing that for a long time. We must put pressure on the government every week, every Thursday, until all these illegal people are gone. Thanks, Ashraf. It's Renmaker here.
Every week, every Thursday, until they're gone. Do you concur? Philip in Kwa Mtlanga. Philip, hello. You're live. What's your point?
Pardon?
Yeah, I said you're live on the air. Go for it, Philip.
Yeah. Good evening, Ashraf.
Yeah, good evening. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, I hear your story, but it seems people are talking from high horses. People are talking from the privilege. I hear you talking about criminality and so on, but you don't know what are we going on here down. First of all, we've been told by the very same government that the Zamazamas are responsible for the Joburg to be falling apart underground. Roads are falling, houses are falling. They have put the blame on the foreigners. But yet, when we talk about them to go home, they are protecting them. So I don't know what's that so big with foreigners. Last, they kill our children. When we say good enough reason for them to go, the president says, let them work on their papers. And we've been hearing that according to the law, 5 million, you must have 5 million rand to open a business here in South Africa. And all these fathers having 5 million, a 10 of 5 million. Ever. Yes, the people are so galvanized in protecting the people. Trackers have been there, toying for I don't know how many years. About the very same point that people are, then the screw is being turned on the employers. Why these people are so protected?
Why are
Can
they
we be told?
Well, do you think they are being protected now?
But,
I think the whole issue has been neglected up to now, don't you think?
Yeah, you are sort of blaring. I don't hear you well.
All right.
But
now
anyway,
yeah, okay.
I think I made my point.
Let
the people come on the ground, and then you will see, because those people are not living in Sandton. When they come here, they them here to us, and then we are being told that the ANC or any other organizing party, they were in those foreigners, and they were living in tents. They were being counted day and night. But when they come, those people that come, they want to, they even have got RTP houses. Some of them, when they are to give birth, they come here, their children are getting the birth certificate, then automatically, we must pay.
Okay. Yo, I think we've just lost you. But okay, you've made your point. Let's get to another. In fact, we're going to go to Brian. Brian in the Northern Cape. Hello, Brian.
Hi, how are you, Ashraf?
Yeah, good talking to you, Brian. Go for it.
I'm good. Ashraf, man, I want to start with the beautiful part of this.
Yeah.
In Springbok, in Namakwaland, there's no violence, there's no marches, nothing in that kind. We are living happy with people from other countries. That's the first part I want to report.
You see, hold it. You see, this is what the Springboks do. But anyway, continue. Okay. Right. Next.
Peaceful, eh?
Yeah.
Now, the other part that I want to share my concern in terms of if this marches and this thing goes on, that it kind of have elements that might reflect what happened in Rwanda that led to a genocide. The government must really stop this matches and whatever it is. It's counterproductive for the country. That's my concern.
What do you think? What do you think may play out? I mean, you gave the Rwanda example, and yes, I mean, with Rwanda, you ended up having Hutus and Tutsis, and I mean, people who were chommies and friends next to each other, and the killing spree was terrible. What's your concern here now?
My concern here, based on what we've experienced also in the 80s during apartheid, that people have lost trust in the state. That is why they are taking things upon themselves. They are taking these actions. So what needs to happen, the government must really reinstall trust back to the people so that the people can trust that the state, particularly the legal system works properly. Because for people to go out in the streets and do what they are doing, which now becomes also part of a problem because they are committing crime, they are attacking people. I was listening to the guy that spoke before me, who actually told how a person was assaulted, and the police were doing nothing. Now, that is a serious problem. If the police have to call in backup from private securities, it tells us about the kind of state that we have and its capacity to protect citizens. So we are really in a crisis that we as South Africans must address. We must strengthen the state. We must make the state to be able to be functional, and we must make our country to be governable.
Okay.
And we cannot make the country governable by taking the law into our own hands. We know what happens with kangaroo courts in the 80s and so on.
Absolutely, yeah. All right, can I leave it at that because we need to get to the news, but I think you've been very clear about your thoughts, your points, your concerns, and, that last part, kangaroo court cannot have that no matter what. Right, news headlines is 5:30.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, several people have been detained by the police in Germiston, east of Johannesburg, following incidents of looting and vandalism. March and March leader Jacinta Ngobese Zuma has announced that starting next week, the movement will stage marches every Thursday across South Africa, demanding government to take decisive action against undocumented foreign nationals. And the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has welcomed Britain's plan to increase spending on defense as the country pivots towards drone warfare. A full update follows the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's been a remarkable day today to sit and witness very empty highways, easy flowing, light volumes. It has been the story of today. Quite iconic, really, as we sort of put that into perspective. The highways around Gauteng moving beautifully, no problems. The N1, wow, what a joy to be on that route this afternoon through Midrand. Coming out of Durban, there is a crash. It's on the N3 by Paradise Valley, although traffic seems to be moving okay. It was backed up a little bit earlier. The roads around the Point area of Durban seem to have opened up after today's march as well. Pixley Kasemi, which is the march route, is also open to traffic. Cape Town still busy with the final bits and pieces, clearing up this Hazcam tanker crash from last night. The N1 outbound ramp to the M5 south at Kuiberg still closed. You have to come off, go up Section Road into Brooklyn, and then double back on the Kuiberg Road to access the M5 south. So there's a little bit of traffic pressure there. And of course, the N7 through the roadworks at Goodwood queuing both directions. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, so overnight, 3 games at the World Cup, but the very first one features an African team to me.
Absolutely. Dallas Stadium hosts an eye-catching World Cup 2026 round of 32 clash. That is Ivory Coast facing Norway tonight. The Elephants reached the last 32 by finishing second in Group E behind Germany, while the Vikings progressed as runners-up to France in Group I. And we see how Cote d'Ivoire into the World Cup knockouts for the first time and will be determined to make their debut count. Ivory Coast Coast may again have to cope without Wilfred Sengo, with the Galatasaray centre-back sidelined for the win over Curaçao because of a hamstring problem, and he's still a doubt for this evening. Meanwhile, on Norway's side, they also have a fitness concern, with right-back Julian Ryerson doubtful after sitting out training with a thigh issue, although he could still be involved. Kick-off is at 7 p.m. In terms of other fixtures this evening, France face Sweden, and that is at 11 p.m. And also early morning, Mexico versus Ecuador, and that is at 3 a.m. In terms of rugby, the Springboks have called up Elrich Lowe for the Nations Championship to replace Riley Norton, who is out with a hamstring muscle injury. Now, Lowe is expected to arrive in camp today, or has arrived rather, and he has played 13 tests for the Springboks and is nicknamed the Sheriff because of his physicality. Norton was set to make his Springbok debut in the opening 3 weeks of the Nations Championship, but pulled his hamstring during training with the national side. In terms of cricket, Australia women will need 126 to win their semi-final against the West Indies at the Oval and progress to the final of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup to face either England or South Africa on the weekend. West Indies were bundled out for 125 for 7 in their 20 overs, and right now Australia are sitting on 37 for 1 after 3 overs. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe have recorded their biggest win in Test history, beating Bangladesh by an innings and 85 runs in the one-off Test in Harare. After being asked to bat first, Bangladesh were all out for 140 on the opening day, but stumps on day one. Zimbabwe were trailing by just 4 runs, having taken a commanding grip on that contest. Zimbabwe were eventually dismissed for 410 and holding a 270-run lead. Bangladesh were bundled out or dismissed for 185. On that note, it is a wrap from my side. Looking forward to seeing how Ivory Coast is going to do against Norway this evening.
Absolutely, and I think they've got some talented young players, but I'll leave it for you to think it through who they may be, and we'll talk about it tomorrow if you're listening in here on the National Pulse.
Lava breaks through once more. They are relentless in their pursuit of a maiden World Cup title. They are carried by the nation, and they are unbreakable. Get behind Laura Wolfhard and her team as they compete in the 2026 ICC Women's T20 World Cup in England and Wales from 12 June to 15 July. Watch Shabneen Ismail, Marizan Cup, Ayabonga Kaka and company raise the game to new heights. Find out all you need to know at cricket.coza.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
The SAFM market update happens from 6 to 7, but to set the scene, Jimmy, what's top of your agenda?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. We're going to be taking a look at the rights that contractors have where it relates to contracts that have been cancelled. There's been a recent court judgment around that, particularly where it relates to government contracts that have been cancelled for a number of reasons. We're going to take a look at whether or not the innocent contractors that have had the contracts cancelled on them have any recourse in that respect. We also have a conversation taking a look at the impact of today's demonstrations on the freight and logistics sector. We know that Transnet Ports Authority had put in place some of their own requirements unrelated to today's protest action around looking to verify the identities of, or the immigration statuses rather, of some of the drivers that were transacting in and out of their ports. We're going to speak to the Road Freight Association around that and the impact that has potentially had on their operations or the operations of their members. Then we have a conversation with the team at Old Mutual taking a look at the two-pot system and what it reveals about South Africa's financial decisions and savings habits. This is a little over a year after the two-pot's full implementation, so we're going to take a look at how decisions have been affected by this over the last course of the year or so. Because it's Tuesday, we've got an agri feature as well. We're going to be taking a look at the export side of things, particularly at grape exporters, not the wine side of it, but the grapes themselves. The grape exporters of South Africa have had a bit of a tough time seeing a lower export yield because of some logistical issues at the Port of Cape Town. We're going to speak to them and get a sense of how that those logistical disruptions have affected their business. And we've got a special conversation with the co-founder and partner at Vision Consortium Group. Now, if that name sounds familiar, it's because that is the group that has been approved to buy Tongaat Hewlett with the help of the IDC. We know this has been quite a long-running matter, all the way from back when we first found out about Tongaat Hewlett's accounting irregularities through to this year when the business rescue practitioners filed for liquidation of that entity. We're going to speak to Vision Consortium Group directly around their turnaround plan for this business and how they're going to save a business that is more than 130 years old. Before we get to those conversations, though, a sense of some of the market movements that have been taking place throughout the day. It has been a fairly calmer day on the markets front, especially if we're looking at equity markets. By and large, they were in the green on the day's trade. International markets, a bit of a mixed bunch. Asian markets, some up, some down. The Nikkei in Tokyo was up almost a full percent. The Hang Seng in Hong Kong down a little over 0.5%. The ASX in Sydney a 1/3% to the downside. European markets almost the same. The FTSE in London only 18 basis points to the green. The DAX 1.1% to the green, but the CAC 40 in France remaining closed at this stage. Last data that we had from that market was it was down about 0.5%, but that was towards the latter part of last week. Local markets 4 basis points to the green is what the all share managed to eke out today. Resource stocks up 1.1%, but they were cancelled out by industrials being down 0.75%. Financial stocks only adding 6 basis points to the day's trade. And if we look at the currency side of things, the rand 16.39 against the US dollar, 21.75 against the British pound, and 11.34 against the euro, and 11.34 rather against the Australian dollar, 18.73 against the euro. One Bitcoin would cost you $58,000 odd a coin, or in rand terms 950 odd thousand rand, with that stronger rand on the day's trade. The gold price still above $4,000 a fine ounce, ever so slightly. It's been toying with that $4,000 level. Brent crude still below $75 a barrel, and that is all I care to hear about on that matter, because we have got confirmation from the Central Energy Fund that we are going to be seeing a petrol price decrease effective midnight tonight. We'll be covering that as well a little later on when we come back, just after the 6 p.m. news. A quick look at the platinum pricing, still below $1,600 a fine ounce, but we'll have more on that a little later on with Chantal Marks of FNB Wealth and Investments. I want to get her thoughts on the petrol pricing and where we go to from here, assuming that the tensions in the Middle East are going to subside for the second half of the year. But those conversations after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
All right, perfect. Enjoy your show. We'll look forward to listening to it, certainly when I'm done with my show. Much appreciated, Jimmy. Right, by the way, we're going to get to, we'll get another report, as we've been doing around the country. I mean, here's a question. I must respond to this one. Ashraf, don't ever compare this Rwanda, because it's not the same. Please tame your tongue. You really like to divide people, especially blacks. Where do you get that from? Did you listen to the person who actually mentioned it? Because if you did, you would have known I responded to that. I didn't say so, and I don't want that. I referenced it after the caller said that it could be Rwanda. We could have a Rwanda. So I don't know where. I mean, don't be selective when you're listening. Please don't. Just don't. Right, let's. We've been crisscrossing the country on this day of huge importance as people have been protesting against undocumented immigration. So we'll get to another region, in fact in the Eastern Cape after this.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm.
Right, so what's been happening in the Gqeberha region? Sisipo Ngumbe is the SABC News reporter in the Eastern Cape. Thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you for having me, and greetings to the listeners.
Thank you. I suppose it's been a busy day for you, both in observing, reporting, and then giving commentary all in one, right?
Exactly. It's definitely been back-to-back coverage.
Yeah. All right. Tell us what's happened today.
Well, today in Gqeberha specifically, and sort of going into the western parts of the Eastern Cape, it hasn't been anything that was maybe really very dramatic, if I can put it like that. It was sort of small groupings that were demonstrating in different townships, different areas. We saw a small march in Vierplaas. We saw one in Kariega, in the Rocklands area, but those people were quickly dispersed after a Home Affairs official came to speak to them. We saw another small one in the township of Izvide. It was those sort of areas, but in other areas that one might have anticipated, there would be demonstrations. For example, Central here in Gqeberha, which is an area that recently, in fact today, the police actually arrested 76 undocumented immigrants. After the SANDF heard some noise in the building and they went inside, and 76 people were arrested who didn't have their papers in order. So one might have expected a lot of action in Central, but when we went there earlier on, some of the foreign nationals said they were worried leading up to the date, but today there hasn't been much happening. As the afternoon went on, we went to an area, a small sort of township, just on the outskirts of Gqeberha near St. Albans prison, called Kuiga. And that was where we then began to see that, the community here does seem to be up in arms. We saw it was really difficult at first to establish what was happening, because I tried to ask for an organizer sort of to paint a picture of what was happening, but I wasn't able to find a specific person who was organizing it. It was only later on when I spoke to one of the police officers on the scene, and he just explained that this actually was not a legal planned march. There wasn't a memorandum of grievances that was handed over, nothing of the sort. It was simply just people who stood up in the community and they began marching. And concerningly, it was a lot of young people. I'm talking children, 11, 12, who seemed to be at the helm of this march. And what was happening, the police officer said, was that there was one person who was taking the crowd to different houses, different flats, different dwellings, where some of the migrants live, some of the undocumented migrants or illegal foreigners, not specifically just anyone who they thought was not supposed to be here. They were taking them to these areas or to these houses, and the crowd was then threatening to beat these people up. And so that's when the police came in. And so wherever the crowd was going, you would see the police presence following them, just to make sure that everything remains contained. And that police officer actually saying that it's difficult for them to to use any force, because it's young children who seem to be at the helm of this march. So that was an illegal sort of protest that was happening there in the Kruger community. But we saw the police showing dominance there, really. We saw a helicopter, the SANDF helicopter, flying above our heads. And eventually much of the crowd was dispersed there in Kuiga. So that was the one sort of thing that we did see that was sort of alarming, and the situation did escalate a little bit at the time. I did cross, I believe, at 4 o'clock or around 4. I had a 4 o'clock crossing, and it was very, very chaotic because you just have, people who are here, and you're trying to establish what's happening, why are you here, what's going on. But, people not really giving much of an answer. One person, however, did say that they are there and they are chasing, the foreign nationals away, because they say that they are living their lives, that they're supposed to be theirs. They are not working. So sort of those grievances airing out, but certainly not done in a legal way. And it did for a little bit get a little bit, scary in Kuiga, but the police were able to contain that situation.
Okay, well, thanks for that comprehensive update. Is there anything else you may want to say in conclusion?
Well, we're still now trying to establish other areas that may have been perhaps any after effects. But when it comes to infrastructure damage and all of those things, it's not something that we've heard. Of course, understanding that the police had said that they would be ready for this day. So it's relatively been quite calm here in Gqeberha, having seen over the past, specifically a few weeks, where many people were stood up in areas like Jeffreys Bay and Humansdorp and Thornhill, especially the farm workers. I believe the farm workers would be some of the people that have really stood up and said that they believe that some of the farm jobs in places like Addo, in places like Kirkwood, and so those sorts of places. So it's been quite surprising to not have heard any reports from those areas. But of course, we are still monitoring the situation. The day is still young, Ashraf. So yeah, we are of course hoping that there will be no violence, but we are monitoring.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate the insights that you've shared. Sisipho Ngumbe, thank you for your time. Working all day, as you said, the day is still young, so lots more to happen in the Eastern Cape. And this is the National Pulse. Thank you.
In 1976, youth switch on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
I see people asking about the price of petrol. And yeah, let's confirm it. It goes down tonight, right? So 196 down for 95, 2 Rand 1 cent for 93, 3 Rand 59 for diesel. That's good news, don't you think? Absolutely. Right, I need to hear what you have to say so you can call in live. Or you can WhatsApp us as well. You've got those options. And the WhatsApps are text, or you could send us voice notes or text. If you're sending us a voice note, please keep it up to 30 seconds. It really does help when you keep it short, sharp, to the point. In Christiana, or to Christiana we go. Khomotso, what's your point?
Ashraf, my point is, in my area there was no looting and violence against the nationals. I'm happy for that. But see, the March and March issues, they are very valid. But instead of us chasing them and fighting them, why not boycott them? Because see, those people, they came here. As South Africans, we are the ones who are supporting them. So now, if we see you're undocumented and the way you trade is unlawful, we just notify the authorities and then we boycott instead of beating people and ending up beating the wrong people. And we mustn't forget the communities that we want to protect. We have to reflect them. And in the group, we are seen as people who love peace and we are fighting for peace. Take the ICC case of Gaza. But now we are the ones to engage in violent acts. And see, the last thing we want is to be sanctioned due to unreasonable acts.
Well, I think you're very right about most of the things that you've just said about, you can't go in. Well, you're absolutely right about you can't go and beat up people. Definitely. So that cannot happen. That should not happen. Boycott? Well, people use boycotts all the time. There's just one thing about boycotts. Sometimes you may boycott the corner shop or the spaza shop in your township. And then you get a big business, like a whole group supermarket chain that you go to all the time, and you find out 3 years later, and I'm not mentioning any names, but there could be a situation where there's like a 1 billion rand issue that they've had to resolve, and you don't boycott them, if you get my point, right? I'm not saying you, but if you know what I'm saying, it may be difficult. Yeah.
But you see, now it's on the ground. If we start from the ground going up, we'll know how to deal lawfully and decisively with people who are not abiding to our law. Because the lawlessness has come to a point whereby we cannot only point fingers at foreigners. Even here in South Africa, due to corruption, we are fighting lawlessness.
Well, exactly. So, the point is, like you say, from ground up, I don't know whether I'm that confident that you actually will be able to get consensus on whatever ground up may well be. But Khomotso, thanks for that. I think a very thought-provoking call, and I really appreciate that. Just by the way, now, Gowan Whittles has tweeted, now, he's the carte blanche presenter, right? And he said, this is a few hours ago, protesters are leaving a trail of destruction. In fact, he's saying March and March protesters are leaving a trail of destruction through Hillbrow and Yeovil. They've attacked nearly every residential building, smashing windows with rocks and burning homeless people's camps. That's from Gowan Whittles. Just tweeting about a couple of hours ago. And as I say, as I talk to you, the news says that the army has been deployed in Hillbrow. Right, Mandla in Kwatema. Hi, Mandla.
Hi.
Yeah, you're live.
Okay. 2018, Julius Malema won the government about this unled revolution that we're experiencing now. But guess what? The government didn't listen. Surely, Malema was right. We are autopilot. But if the government did listen, then, as he said, if things don't change, this is what we are going to experience going forward. Thank you.
Okay, got that. Short, sharp, Mandla, to the point. Let's get further thoughts on on that issue, right? And there's more around. By the way, anybody, and I gave that example from Govan Whittles about what's happening in Yeovil, which is next to Hillbrow, by the way, in Joburg. Anybody else knows more about it? In terms of being a citizen reporter, tell us exactly what you've seen. I mean, he's made some serious claims, right? Absolutely.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf. I think that March and March and the other organizations that were involved have achieved their objectives. I think they've won the battle, and South Africa will never be the same again. They've managed to do something in 6 months that the government failed to do in about 30 years or so. So big ups to them. Congratulations.
Well, look, they've certainly put things on the agenda. That, I think, let's give it to them. And government has been very slow in fixing up this problem. The problem still, even with these organizations, some of them, in terms of where they come from, who funds them, is pretty shady. We're not clear about that. We really are not clear about it. And these things have a way of unfolding in time. And then you may see, as if we're applying the same principle to political parties, because this is not a political party, but it's a movement of significant clout, right? Then you have to say, who funds you determines a lot of your policy. So let's say question mark, and that may come through. Koldani, welcome. Hi.
How are you, Ashraf?
Yeah, very good indeed. Go for it. What's your point, Koldani?
I'm good. No, my point is about this, the much too much.
Yeah.
I'm very disappointed about our politician, Ashraf. Instead of to unite the South Africans, they are keeping on dividing the different communities.
Give me an example. Why do you say that? Are you talking of March and March, or are you talking of the politicians?
The reason is the much too much. Because if you listen to these politicians, when they comment, they think the people that are doing this march are fools. Because they are not serving their interest. For the people to be right in this country, they must support these politicians that are looting the state fund. Communities are enough. We see people from Malawi, thousands of people that they are prepared to leave this country, that they are here, not illegally, illegally. But it is still criticizing these people of much too much. Saying they are wrong, they must not take the law in their hands. No one takes the law in their hands. But people are saying enough is enough. You need to come to this country with legal documents.
Well, but I mean, if you're going, and there are examples of people going to shops and demanding, like 20 people going to a store and demanding the owner must shut shop or show their documents. They're doing it on their own. That's not Home Affairs. That's not the relevant trade department. That is taking the laws into their own hand. Don't you think?
But remember, Ashraf, the reason for the people to do that is because of the police department is also corrupt. That is what we see in Mazanga.
Yeah, but you said nobody's taking the law into their own hands. Now you're saying the reason is the reason why they're doing that.
In the absence of the state, what are the people supposed to do?
Well,
because we don't have a state.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the danger, thanks for that, the danger is when you take the law into your own hands, then there's like no stopping. And there are many examples of that. That's why I'm not saying don't protest. I mean, absolutely, it's a democracy. You must protest. And the issues, let's put it this way, the issues are valid. That how we've allowed, 10, 15 years of effectively no borders and like it's a free-for-all is a problem. It sounds good like Ubuntu, but it's caused huge problems in our country. And when we've got massive unemployment, we must empathize with it. It's a huge issue. But you don't also fix it by walking the streets. You can protest, but then taking action yourself, because you'll get away with a few, but you'll not get away with others. And what you'll do, the middle of the center of the country's governance will collapse. And then we have a bigger problem in the country. And there are examples of that. There really are. Right, let's get to more thoughts from you.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon. I'm just this guy from Nakumakwaland